there are going to be some increasing statistics as far as uh, how many kids are actually attending high school, because it seems like there are a lot of kids around me, and I don't know how normal it is, but there are a lot of kids, at least that I know, at one point were from my school district. Of kids that around me, and I don't know how normal it is, but there are a lot of kids, at least that I know, dropping out of high school. At one point were from my school district, or dropping out of high school, and nobody hears from them again. And I don't know really why. Kids around me, and I don't know how normal it is, but there are a lot of kids, at least that I know, dropping out of high school. At one point were from my school district in that regard, or I don't know. In the realm of school, I have a weird feeling that people just aren't going to make it past that final stretch, that 2-year stretch.
So are you seeing friends that are dropping out more
I mean,
frequently?
yeah, not really like friends or even people that I'm like, like acquaintances, just I know,
Mm-hmm.
um, like well-known people from my school district that who grew up in the school district and are just kind of
Gone.
going off and doing their own thing. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, like I said, sometimes their stories are known, other times they're not. But yeah, it's just something I've seen
Yeah,
recently.
and that's a big deal. I remember back in the '80s, the high school dropout rate was significant. It was like 1 in 4 or 1 in 5. I mean, it was outrageous, if I
Mm.
remember right. And that's significant. And but what was happening at the time was there was a lot of latchkey kids, and they had nobody at home. They when they got home from school or whatever, there was no one there to check up on them or see what was going on. And then next thing you know, you've got these kids that are just out doing whatever they want to do, and some of them might have got jobs, some of them didn't, might have got involved in crime or whatever. So there was a huge push right around the mid to late '80s to really try and keep kids in school because they were like, look, if we keep them in school, get them through high school, at least they can get a good job, right?
Right.
Well, if you think about it now, you've got a lot of stresses between students and classmates dealing with the coronavirus and going to school and staying out of school and going back and forth, and why even go to school if I can wrap up my studies in 2 or 3 weeks versus 2 or 3 months. Um, and it really it changes your perspective on what school actually is and how effective it actually is. So I could totally see that coming back around where we start seeing significant numbers of high school dropouts re-emerging.
Right.
And
Yeah, and like continue.
I was just going to say, and the thing is that it might be for good reason. Like, hey, we don't have enough money to pay the mortgage. We don't have enough money to pay the rent because it just tripled overnight. And my mom's working 2 jobs and my dad's unemployed or working another job, and it's just not enough. So, we've all got to chip in as a family just to keep a roof over our head, keep the lights on.
Right.
And there's a lot of employment opportunities out there. I notice that you're getting wages that are about 3 times what I was being offered at your age, which it seems really high because it hasn't been that long. I mean,
Right.
but the thing is, why hang out in school all day if you can go to work and make a couple bucks and do whatever you want all day, right?
Yeah.
You get that little taste of cash up front, and you start thinking you can get by, and you don't realize until 5 or 10 years down the road that without a high school diploma, you're not going to be able to make very much. So,
Right.
what were you going to say? Sorry, I
Yeah.
kind of interrupted you.
Maybe. Oh well, like I said, I don't really know exactly what could be contributing to this trend, and it's probably a number of things for a number of different reasons, depending on a person's background. But um,
Oh, might have lost you there for a second, buddy. Hold on while we get him back. Let's see. I'm not sure if that was on my end or his. Yeah, it's probably his. There we go. Hold on. I got
Hello?
you back. Yep, got you back. So you have to start over.
Okay. Anyway, what I was saying was, like you said, there's possibility that it's for a good reason, and it just depends on what the person's story is, their background, and there are a number of things that could be going on. But what was I gonna say? Oh no.
Did it have anything to do with the job or the crime?
I don't know. I guess I was kind of thinking it's peculiar that that's what I was gonna say. I don't think it's as high now as it was with, like what you were saying when you were in high school, like 1 out of 4 or 5 kids. But just like I feel like once, like you said, kids get a taste of that like pocket cash, they start thinking they could live on that. Mm-hmm. And it's happening more and more because school seems less and less important. It seems like kids around me don't see the value in school.
Yeah.
They don't see the outcomes that could result from attending school and how it can affect you in the long run. And I don't really know if that's kind of a school district thing, maybe a county's failing to enforce that idea, but I don't know, it's just kind of hard to say what could be causing that.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd one. So politicals on the national scale and on the educational scale. Hopefully that'll give you a little bit of taste for what we're in for the rest of the show. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll tackle a couple more things. They've been talking about food security in chat, so I do want to bring up that a little bit, and maybe hopefully we can talk a little about some civil disturbance and public health types of things to watch out for. So we got a bunch that we can still cover. We're probably going to barely skim the surfaces on these, but we'll see what we can do to make it a jam-packed full show for you. Hold on, folks. We'll be right back.
Medical readiness is an area that preppers often overlook. It's James Walton, host of the I Am Liberty show. If you're looking for a trauma kit or to build one of your own, visit ArchangelDynamics.com. They have a large selection of pre-made medical kits, ranging from EDC pocket kits to fully stocked trauma kits, along with a large selection of medical supplies, including tourniquets, pressure bandages, chest seals, and more. They offer free shipping on all orders over $99, and they also offer several firearms and medical training courses from basic to advanced. Best of all, if you enter the coupon code Prepper Broadcasting, again, Prepper Broadcasting coupon code, you'll get 10% off your first order. Archangel Dynamics is a combat veteran and first responder owned small business. They support us, and we want you to support them. All right, ArchangelDynamics.com.
Here on the homestead, we'd like to keep it simple. That's why we created Stasis, your resource for the highest quality freeze-dried apples direct from the source. All of our fruits are hand-picked, hand-processed, and hand-packaged just for you. This is a variety of freeze-dried foods unlike anything you've ever tasted before. Find out more at stasis.vip.
Are you prepared to be the family doctor in a disaster or emergency? This is the Intrepid Commander, and I'm holding the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy, M.D. In this great book, you'll learn how to prepare for medical care off the grid. You'll learn about assessment and stabilization. You'll even deal with things like bioterrorism response, radiation, and how to build the off-grid medical kit at home. Look, 2020 taught us a lot about the limitations of our medical infrastructure in America. Get the Prepper's Medical Handbook today at Amazon.com. Again, that's the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family from around the globe. We got some great sponsors, great shows, and great audience. Thanks for staying tuned, and don't forget to keep our other show hosts and our sponsors in mind on your path toward preparedness. Shows continue this week with James Walton over at the I Am Liberty Show, Dane D with the Gunmetal Armory. We got Dave the NBC guy, The Last American, The Strange Truth, The Matter of Facts guys, Rick Austin, Michael Klein, Jay Fergie, Sarah Hathaway, and Chin Gibson over on what's it called? I'm totally drawing a blank. She's going to kill me for this. The Changing Earth podcast. That's what it is. And then, of course, we got Preparedness with Toolman Tim in chat. Thanks for joining us again, Tim. It's awesome to have you on. Stephen Menking with the the Sunday Reliance broadcast. And then, Patriot Power Hour, rounding it up for the first round of Double Barrel Tuesday here at Prepper Broadcasting. Then, of course, we come on to see what we can do to mop up the mess, because everybody out there is killing it, all you other podcasters. Check us out, stasis.vip. That was our little pet project. We are taking orders for that stuff, so if you're interested in trying some of those, shoot me a message if you want to try one. I will see what I can do to mail you one if you want to give it a chance. Also, if you can check it out, go over to Arcturus Gear, ARCTURUS gear.com. I'm trying to help these guys out. They are a vendor here in Washington State. And if you use the promo code Survival15, you'll get 15% off at checkout. They got wool blankets, ghillie suits, survival gear, like survival blankets, ponchos and stuff like that. It's high quality stuff. I've tried it before, I've used it, and I know the stuff is good. And in fact, I have incorporated a lot of their gear into my vehicle kit and my wife's vehicle kit and Colin's vehicle kit, because it's hard to find a good high-end quality wool blanket that's got the weight and the properties that I want. So check these guys out. They're not expensive. But if you're concerned about that, go ahead and take another 15% off, and that'll send them a message that I'm actually doing some good on their behalf. So we've been talking about predictions for 2022, and some of the stuff we've covered already is fairly limited to political sides of things, and as it applies to the national scale, international side of things, but also down home, right in our backyard with education. And there's a flurry of comments that rolled in over the chat room during the break, and I think it's pretty well unanimous that everyone agrees that the high school component is critical as far as being able to move forward, and that seeing that degrade is a sign of something much bigger. It's a sign of focus that's been lost on education and the importance of education over whatever it is that's being sought out by these high school students. And it kind of lends itself to the dumbing down of society or of a population. So this is a whole show on itself, like Volcana said in chat. But let's move on. We want to talk about a couple other things. I wanted to talk about food security because this is something that had came up in chat, and there are some signs of food shortages percolating here and there. I've seen some of it, and there was one that came across about cat food. I've noticed that cat food is becoming extremely difficult to find. Dog food as well. And I think part of this is because a lot of the animal food products are processed in China, and then shipped back here. Not very many of them are actually made in the United States or the North American region. Those that are generally either more expensive or they're not as easy to come by, so to speak. So, and that has to do with crude protein. All of your horse, cattle, slaughter, lamb, pig, all that stock. There is a component of slaughter that goes to our dinner tables, but there's also a component that goes to animal food. So you really need to pay attention to what's happening on the crude protein side of things and where that's coming from. Rice is also a very big ingredient with most dog foods, because they can digest it. So take a look at, and if you look at it, I don't know much about cat foods, but if you take a look at the ingredients of the dog foods or cat foods that you typically get, you will see that some of these key components are being restricted or being they're being flushed out, like you can't get them. And if that's the case, then it's a sign of something else. If, for example, 2 million pounds of rice is all of a sudden gone because it's being consumed because of a crop failure that happened a year or two ago, that food consumption is going to be prioritized to humans versus animal foods. So be mindful of that. And if that's the case, you might need to consider, learning how to create your own food for your animals. I haven't noticed as much as far as food shortages or supply chain shortages on our side, but I live in an odd area that is not, it doesn't kind of have the same, high and low fluctuations as some of the larger metropolitan areas do, which I'm thankful for because I can see these things happen, but I see them happen slowly and with less extremes. So it's kind of the type of thing where, you watch it and you step out in front of it. When you start seeing things like, massive chicken culling, well, then you need to pay attention to, how that is going to impact all the other things that come into play, right? So I guess to speak to that, I'm curious on the actual food security side of things, supply chain side of things, and the difference between them. Because if the supply chain fails, that's one point of food insecurity. But also feed crops that are failing or get sacked intentionally because they're too expensive, maybe poor seed quality, water issues, contamination. All of that translates into the general lack of our ability to purchase feed for our pets, for ourselves, for animal husbandry, and all the large suppliers are suffering that same right along with us. So, that's one thing. Meat is something that is potentially going to be off the menu for anybody who can't afford it. The price of meat, I think, is basically that when the supply is interrupted, the price goes up. And if you can't afford it, then you don't get it. And so there's a potential, I think, in 2022 for the price of meat to skyrocket because, the ability for the supply to meet the demand is not there. And it's been going down for a while. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. And then food ration books. We talked about this before in World War II era. This was something that happened, triggered by the war, and food rationing was a deal. I mean, you basically got coupons for what you could get over a 1 month time period. And every year or every month, the government would send you a new book, and you would turn in your other book if you had anything left in it. And the stamps that you had allowed you to even purchase that material. Food ration books are a real thing. They are not old, and they are something that could potentially come back, especially if we're seeing a lack of food. And as a nation, we have to start rationing food, not because of because of a war scenario, but because of supply chain shortages until things stabilize. And I think in New York last week or the week before, there was basically a ration book access based on your vaccination status. And, the potential of you to, basically it was saying, hey, they were putting on a campaign, don't take more than you need or don't buy more than you need. Essentially saying don't stockpile, which I don't agree with stockpiling. I do agree with prepping, taking a little bit extra and setting it aside just so that you can get by over time. But I think the message isn't quite coming across that way. And I think there is a potential where if you have two things combined, like a vaccine passport and a food ration book, if combined those could be very dangerous, to where if you don't have your vaccine, then you don't get a food ration book, or you get a different type of food ration book if this were to actually happen. This is kind of where I think a lot of the regulatory agencies have the potential to maneuver around and start, if they can't do a straight up vaccine passport, there's a potential for biometrics that would deny other things like food or education or things like that, in that regard. And I think in 2022, we're going to see this food agenda getting pushed even harder. It wasn't quite as prevalent last year or in 2020, but we were watching stockyard fires, animal disease, mass culling of common meats that we all eat, or most of us do. So I think in 2022, we are going to see some more of that. I think we're going to see some major facilities either getting shut down for whatever reason, or completely unable to be able to provide at the rate that they were before for whatever reason, and that will just push that food agenda even harder. So I'm curious how that's going to plan out this year. Do you have anything you want to add to that, Colin? Have you seen anything with regard to food or price of food in your grocery shopping adventures?
Well, I mean, I've heard just recently that for whatever reason, somewhere in the development of cornstarch, that was going to be going down, which for the most part is not really a necessity by any means. But I mean, if say, like, for example, you are seriously pretty self-reliant on what you put into your body, and you happen to live with someone who's, I don't know, has like a celiac disease or a gluten intolerance of some kind. Chances are you use cornstarch often, like very often.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you, and instead of relying on, say, flour, you rely on that cornstarch. But I mean, around here, like I said, that's really the only thing that could potentially be iffy in the future. Meat prices are high. I mean, really, where I am, I don't know about where you are so much, but where I am, everything's expensive. Yeah. Gas, food, meat prices, housing, cars, vehicles. The market's high for pretty much anything right now. I mean, everywhere, but particularly this area for just growth reasons. But
yeah. There's more people than the ability to get food to those people, or supplies, right, or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
You mentioned that. So this cornstarch thing, I like that you kind of picked up on that. I don't know why that is. It's the first time hearing of it, but this is the kind of things, the indicators that are valuable. And it might seem like, well, there's a cornstarch shortage, or there's a cornstarch problem. That might not seem like it's that big of a deal, because most people don't keep a lot of cornstarch in their own kitchen. Where you see that is wherever cornstarch is used. And that could be some sort of byproduct or some sort of component that goes into some weird, obscure food that we all eat or that we all enjoy or something like that. So, or it could have something to do with the actual corn product itself. Like maybe the corn itself isn't capable of producing the same, quantities as before. So in order to meet some other demand, they had to shut off the cornstarch supply to be able to make sure there was enough for that, or there was enough corn for feeding livestock and that kind of stuff. So they were like, well, right, we got to cut something. So cornstarch, you're out the door. That's an indicator. That is and it's small. It's very small, but these are the kind of indicators that you want to watch out for, and they kind of help to take you down these rabbit holes. Like, okay, what if cornstarch was off the shelves at the grocery store? Yeah, I wouldn't be able to bake, but what does that actually mean? What does it mean if cornstarch goes out? Is it because of something like that? That there's not enough corn to go
right
around? And if there's not enough corn to go around, who's getting it? The animals or us? And if we're getting it because we want corn and corn syrup and, ethanol, because ethanol is made basically out of corn, I believe it's ethanol. Basically a diluted form of corn oil. And
right.
And when that happens, when you use plant food or plants to fuel your vehicles, and all of a sudden ethanol's on the market, and you get more for ethanol than you do for feed corn, that feed corn's going away because everybody wants the dollar. Well, what suffers as a result of that food corn going away, the feed corn, excuse me, the animals that we eat are not able to get access to that corn. So that's a good one, actually. To think about that, what's happening to cornstarch, it wouldn't seem like it'd be that big, but it could be. It could be something pretty significant.
Right.
So we kind of did food security and supply chain security in the same one. I want to say one thing. We don't have a whole lot of time left. And boy, I think I don't know if I want to even touch those ones tonight. We could probably extend this into another show if you're up for it, or if the audience
For sure.
is up for it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd give me a little bit of time to possibly think up a couple other ones too.
Yeah. The one thing that you already kind of touched on, I'll go ahead and pick up on this a little bit more. Financial security in 2022. I think the current state, we talked about this recently, when we were talking about gas prices and some other things in one of the shows, was it 2 or 3 episodes ago maybe? And this might have been one that I had done on my own. But essentially just basically a continued taste of inflation. Feeling inflation, but not actually seeing the inflation on the interest side of things. My parents had a house that had an inflation or had an interest rate of like 14 or 15% growing up, and that's absolutely unheard of right now. Right now, a housing market is probably on the 2 or 3% range, and it's been that way for almost 15 years now, and that's essentially not sustainable. And what happens is there's a whole side of finance that Stephen Menking is really the king of. But essentially when you have interest rates that remain low, it changes the dynamic of finances everywhere. And I have a feeling, the act of pumping money, American dollars, into the system has woken people up internationally to recognize that this dollar is really not backed by anything. It's not backed by gold. We left the gold standard back in the 80s or 90s, if I remember right. And it's basically on a promise. And I think the American promise is starting to fade in the world stage. So when that happens, you start seeing things like an uptick in blockchain and cryptocurrency. If this is something, I think in 2022 we're going to see this become much more accessible for the average person in 2022. Elon Musk just a couple of weeks ago was talking about pushing the Dogecoin. I think he mentioned that if McDonald's accepted the Dogecoin, he would eat a Big Mac meal on live TV in front of whoever would watch him eat a Big Mac. And I think he would probably do it, and people would that would probably be like a televised event that would be almost as popular as the Super Bowl. And I don't know why. The guy's got something with him, but he's popular, and for good reason. But anyway, all that aside, when you see people pushing for cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, it is a sign that the U.S. dollar is losing traction, where other forms of currency are gaining traction. And when this happens, it will send a ripple effect through the United States and really through the rest of the world. I have a feeling in 2022 we're going to see a lot more businesses like retailers, places like that, who will accept Bitcoin as payment. But also, I think there's going to be a shift in banking to where you will find bankers finding a way to monetize cryptocurrency exchanges in a way that allows them to say, hey, look, park your crypto with us. We'll give you a card to be able to use it in exchange for a portion of the transaction fees. And in doing that, you have the potential to take a lot of the user unfriendliness out of cryptocurrency. Stuff like having to remember, your 8 passcodes and your 16-digit account number and all this kind of other stuff. The ultra secure components that make blockchain and cryptocurrency so powerful are also the things that are barriers for the average person to be able to use it on the everyday scene. If those barriers get broken down, which I think they will in the near future, I think in the upcoming calendar year, we will probably see something major happen with cryptocurrency. The important thing to watch is what happens to the American dollar when the cryptocurrency gains traction against it. I'm really curious about this, especially when we've got, probably another 50 to 100% increase in current prices across the board, whether it's rent or food or gas or whatever. As the value of the dollar drops because of flooding the market with cash, people are going to need more money to pay their own bills and keep those factories running. So with the onset of cryptocurrency, it kind of changes things. It changes the dynamic of physical cash. So, Colin, let's switch gears a little bit. Do you want to add anything on the financial security side of things? Cryptocurrency, any of that?
No, it's just kind of sad. I would say that it's scary, but it's not something to be trembling over. I guess it's just something to look out for, as far as the idea that the American dollar, physical dollar, is losing its significance or traction. But I don't know. It just seems like the one thing that we've held on to for such a long time, and it's just kind of being flooded with modern day technology.
Yeah. It's a strange new world. So
yeah, good things can come, but I don't know. That's pretty much about it. It's just sad a little bit. But yeah, so shifting gears into the Prepper Project. So instead of talking about, our predictions for the upcoming year, how about our predictions for the next 24 hours? And I'm talking about weather. So today's Crafticon, or no, not Crafticon, fun fact of the week. Today's Prepper Project is going to be a homemade barometer. So for those of you who don't know or are just slightly unfamiliar, barometer is just used to measure air pressure. Typically it's on a gauge and it's measured by actually, what is it measured by?
It's barometric pressure.
Barometric.
Yeah, relative.
It's just that's the unit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the unit.
All right,
I'm not sure. I think it's in pounds.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to look and see.
All right. Well, yeah. The dials can go anywhere from 700-800. All right. Okay, I'm gonna race through this without. So basically, what you're gonna need for this homemade barometer, it's really simple. Just a regular old party balloon type. I don't know what they're usually made of, latex, something like that. A wide mouth jar, a straw, a paper, a piece of paper, a couple pieces of paper, scissors, and tape. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut off the neck of the balloon with your scissors, stretch the balloon body over the mouth of the jar. And it's important that it's a wide mouth jar, because typically balloons, in order to stretch to where there's no play, it needs to be fairly wide. So that's why I say a wide mouth jar. So you want to adjust it till there is no play in the balloon, so it's pulled nice and tight, and there's no wrinkles or anything up top. And then you're going to use tape or what do they call that? Super glue or hot glue to secure the straw horizontally to one half of the balloon. So you think you got just a circle, the diameter of the wide mouth. You're just gonna glue the straw to where one end of the straw meets the center of that circle, and then so it doesn't. The straw is not setting over the whole balloon face. It's just half of the balloon. Okay, and then on your piece of paper, you're going to draw just a straight line. And when you set the paper upright, the line has to be level with the jar's height. So measure it or trace it, however you want to do that. But you want to measure it to where the line that you draw on the paper is level at the same level with the jar's height. And then on the top of the line, you draw high, and then on below the line, you write low. And then this is what you're going to find out. It's going to be either high or low. And then you're going to stand your paper upright, preferably in a way that you don't have to hold it, so you're not sitting there waiting for something to happen. But then what's going to happen is with high or low pressure, the straw is going to adjust, and it's going to either point where it's high or where it's low, depending on the gases inside of the jar. So like I said, as the pressure rises, the pointer is going to aim to the high mark, and then as it falls, it's going to point to the low mark. So let me think here. So I think that as pressure increases, the gases would right, and then right, because you've trapped those gases in there. So what you can do with this information is low pressure typically is associated with like rainy weather, and then high pressure can be mild or cool weather. Can sort of predict your day depending on the pressure. So that's kind of cool. Kind of a cool little simple way to measure it, because whether it's high or low, you don't really have to have a gauge. It just kind of points, and you can make predictions from there.
Well,
or you can use your weather app, whatever you prefer.
Yeah. Well, one of the predictions you can make is that if you can see that you're switching from a high pressure to a low pressure, that means that there's a storm coming. So if you don't have access to an AM radio or a telephone to be able to tell that, but all of a sudden you got blue skies and everything looks good, and you start to see that barometric pressure change, then there's a good chance that you got a storm coming and you need to be ready for it, right? On the other side of that, all you got to do is, if things are, stormy and unpredictable, you start seeing that barometric pressure increase, then you know that the storm's clearing or it's about to clear soon. So,
right.
That's cool. So anyways, awesome stuff, buddy. Some great stuff you can learn from a project like that. Resourcefulness, weather, physics, alternative uses for your everyday items like straws and balloons and mason jars, that kind of stuff. And, we'd like to keep these types of projects coming. If you're interested and you want to see more of this kind of stuff, explore more of our work here at the Next Generation Show, go on over to Amazon and type in my name or Colin's name or Pint Size Prepper Project, and our book should pop right up. Or you can click on the links on the show page and download a copy today for 28 more projects just like this one that you can do with your family. For the final takeaway, I think, when we're able to sit and look back at history and how things have, occurred in the past, recent or otherwise, and then you take that same knowledge and project in the future based on your own personal experiences or the experiences of others, it makes it easier to be able to ride out storms. It makes it easier to be able to predict things or see precursors to other things as they start to happen, so that you can be ready for them. Whether it's a snowstorm or a thunderstorm or a political storm, there are things leading up to a cycle of events, right? And having that the barometric gauge for everything out there is impossible. But by paying attention and taking a step back, looking at what's going on, and pivoting your prepping plans to meet those things, you can usually stay out ahead in most cases. Not all. I mean, you never really know when your truck's going to go out on you and you're going to have to figure something out. But if you take other precautions in other areas of preparedness, you can sometimes fall back on those things to make sure that you can provide a better life for either yourself or your family or extended family or even your friends or acquaintances for that matter. In time, usually you can look back and joke about the things even though they're cumbersome, because I can tell you this whole truck thing's been cumbersome to say the least. But that's all it has been. It's just a bother, right? Didn't let it take over, rule any of our decision-making processes. But it did, limit our abilities, and even at that, it was only in certain forms. If you approach preparedness on a broad spectrum, where you're looking at things like political, food shortages, natural disasters, weather incidents, personal finance, whatever it might be, make sure that you cast a wide net, right? You want to see what the potential problems are and take steps toward hedging against those problems while still making sure that you're not ignoring what's going on right in front of you. These are simple things that we can all do, and really, with plans and backups, if they're done right, can help you weather through just about any storm. So take the time to step back yourself. Whatever country you're in, whatever situation you're in, whether you're, listening to this show for the first time or you've listened to the network for 20 or 30 years, you still need to reconnect with what can be done with predictions so that you can really take it to a higher power and recognize what's about to happen and take steps to, mitigate it, right? Last week's show, we did what did we do last week? We did a bomb shelters episode, which was kind of fun. Shelters and fallouts. Or bunkers and fallout shelters. That's what it was. That was an awesome one. If you're interested in that, check it out on the previous downloads. And next week, I don't know, we might pick up some more of these if you guys are interested in doing more 2022 predictions, but who knows, we might pick up a different angle of preparedness and run with it. I think that's going to be it for today, everyone. Thanks for joining us on the Next Generation Show, and don't forget to tune in next time, where we explore another aspect of the little things in life that make all the difference in the world. This is your host, Ryan Buford, and your co-host,
Colin Buford,
reminding you to stay informed, get involved, and be prepared. Have a great night, everybody, and make it a great week.
Thank you for listening to the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. Tune in tomorrow for another great show and visit us at prepperbroadcasting.com. Self-reliance and independence. The Prepper Broadcasting Network.
We have to hit the reset button and create a true culture of preparedness, starting at a very young age and filtering all the way up.
What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take. As for me, give me liberty, or give me death.
What is up, PBN family? It is time. The I Am Liberty show is here. I'm your host, James Walton. Welcome in to but one show of the many here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network. I thank you. I have no desire to talk about anything trending. None. The headlines are bleak. Right? Beyond your four walls, life looks kind of bleak, I'm sure. Nah, it's not been too bad. In the prepping world, you know, the reality of it in the prepping world right now, if you're doing things right, there's probably a lot going on in your life, isn't it? The spring planting season is either upon you indoors or out, or on your mind in a big way. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to a big season folded into a big harvest. If you could see the yard, you know, we have a collection of dogwood trees, red buds, and what else? Crepe myrtles. And this time of year, those red buds and those dogwoods start to bloom, and there's this, you know, it's just this beautiful contrast of the pinkish purples of the, like, virus-like flowers that infect the trees, the red buds. You know, the red buds get flowers on the limbs, you know, not just at the ends of the branches, but on the limbs themselves. It's like a rash of beauty. And the dogwoods contrast with their cream flower. It's just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. If you could cut away to just the natural world only, man, it would be hard for you to believe there could be such a juxtaposition. Now, that's not, you know, between the natural world, what's happening with spring and everything, and what's happening with the humans at the helm. You know, not necessarily all the humans, but the notable humans, if you will. The notable humans at the helm, the leaders, the brilliant and highly influential and highly notable celebrities, the tech wizards, right? The notables, the worthy. But it's a beautiful time out there in real time. In real time. The homesteaders, the preppers, the country living folk, they appreciate it. They see what's going on. I got a question for you, PBN family, because today is going to be a show of appreciation. Okay, it's going to be a show of preparedness lessons and appreciation. You ever quantify what a person means to you? You know, like sit down and really think it over. Write a letter, maybe a handwritten letter, and send it off to them. Let them know. Of all the things that can be done, a handwritten letter in this modern age might be the most meaningful act from a distance that you can do. Honestly, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. You know, the power of a handwritten letter. Holy God, it's not an email, it's not a text, it's not a phone call. It's a handwritten letter sent via snail mail to my house to tell me what a good person I am. And it doesn't have to be that, right? But just fundamentally the idea of a handwritten letter. Whoa, powerful, right? We have 15 hosts here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network. We have 11 shows each week. It is virtually impossible for me to keep up with all the hosts. It is impossible for me to meet with all the hosts collectively like we used to. But these people are important people to me. They're very important people to me. I got a list of names in front of me. And they're some of the most important people in my whole life. The hosts. The hosts who volunteer their time to put in every single week to make these great shows, man. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, and I can't root for them enough. I can't root for them enough, but knowing them all now, for as long as I've known them, outside of sort of Toolman Tim, I've known everybody on this list for several years now, some much longer. And, you know, when you know people that long, when you have known people that long, you can't help but absorb some of them. And you know, you absorb great lessons from the people. And that's, that, you know, if you're lucky, right? If you're lucky, you absorb great lessons from good people. And I've been lucky enough to be surrounded by these great people for years now. Years. So tonight, I want to pay homage to the hosts. I want to pay homage to the hosts. We're going to talk about every single host here on the Prepper Broadcasting Network and the lesson that I have gained from them, or at least one of the most important lessons that I have learned from, quite frankly, being their friend. Confiding in them confiding in me, so on and so forth. I just want to pay homage to the great hosts tonight. It's easy for me to get up here and, you know, sound like the captain, the commander at the helm of the Prepper Broadcasting Network. But if not for the will of these hosts to do this all the time, to show up week after week, make shows, titillate you with their content, right? I'd just be one voice in the wind. I'd just be I Am Liberty again. And you know, the reason I bought, one of the biggest reasons that I decided to take ownership of the Prepper Broadcasting Network, because people like Jay Fergie, Ryan and Colin, Dave Jones, at the time, Dane D, they were all doing shows on here, you know? And when I realized that the G-Man was going to sell or shut down the network, that's what I thought of first. I thought, yeah, maybe they'll all figure out their own way to podcast. But chances are some of them won't. Some of them will quit. You know, because life is life. You're busy. And all their information will be lost to the ether. It will never be presented before a listening audience. Their life experience was, you know, the journey of Ryan and Colin together. The incredible series that Dane has put together on World War II underground cells never would have come to pass, right? Or at least it wouldn't have in the iteration it's in now. Yeah, it was on my mind. It was definitely weighing heavily on me. So tonight what I want to do is I want to do the greatest lessons from the PBN hosts that I have gleaned. Okay? That I have gleaned over time. Why don't we start with Dane D? We should start with Dane D, you know? And this is as much a prepping lesson. Dane D, the host of the Gunmetal Armory, Thursday night host, been a Thursday night host for, I don't know, 5 years or more now, something like that. It's been a long time. Yeah, probably something like that. Half a decade of incredible focus entering the gunmetal armory. And one thing that Dane taught me, one of the great lessons for an airhead like me, right, for an ADHD individual like myself, Dane taught me the importance of a specialist. You know, he has drilled home over the last 5 years in my head the importance of of either being or knowing a specialist, but really the importance of specialists in general, right? It's like, oh, we have a guy in Dane D who is just, he is the specialist in tactics and firearms. I mean, this is what he does. This is what he does week in and week out. You know, I could probably count on one hand the shows that he's done that didn't have to do explicitly with firearms and tactics. Dane D, trained gunsmith, right? Professional gunsmith. Tactics, firearms. You could probably branch off with tactics, weapons, maybe. So Dane D taught me the importance of a specialist. The value of a specialist, right? Not that everybody has to be a specialist, but that if you have a specialist, or if you are a specialist, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So lesson number 1, I learned from longtime host here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network, Dane D, host of the Gunmetal Armory, the importance of a specialist in general. Big lesson. We're just going to go down the line tonight, folks. This is it. This is what we're going to do. You know, I don't know. I'll expand on them. You know, I have names and I have the lessons written next to them, but I didn't really pre-plan much of it. I don't know how I'm going to present them all, but we're going to keep on rolling. Okay? Number 2 on the list, well, I'm actually doing them at random. But this guy is number 2 on the list, and that is Dave Jones, the NBC guy. Right? Now, Dave Jones, the NBC guy, I've spent more actual human time, physical flesh and blood time with Dave Jones than anyone else on this list. Yeah, I've been with Dave Jones physically. Ooh. He's laughing at that. We've even slept together. I'm not even gonna expand on that. If you know the story, you know it. If you don't, let it linger. But he's laughing. So Dave Jones and I have spent more time together than me and any other host. Okay? I've learned lessons from him the moment I met him. I've learned lessons from him, you know, years after. Dave, there's 3 things that I want to... Dave is the only person with more than one lesson. And it's probably because of that time we spent together and the fact that I kind of recruited him because I went to one of his classes. Dave Jones mentioned the concept of the near bug out in one of his classes. The idea of... Dave was the first guy ever that I ran into, first of all, who didn't carry the militaristic bravado, which was awesome and hilarious because he was actually in the military. In other words, on YouTube and in podcasts, I heard a bunch of guys in the prepping world back then. This was a long time ago, right? This was probably 2015 or prior. But, you know, a lot of bravado. Firearms, you know, groups, tactics, night vision, what were the big things back in the day? SBR, you know, all those buzzwords, right? We got to be prepared to take it to the marauders. That's what being a prepper is about. That was kind of the message, right? This sort of bravado heavy, when the world comes to an end, I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to be the Rambo. When I went to Dave Jones' class, He was in the opposite camp. He was thinking with his brain and his heart. You know what I mean? More than ego. And I remember a group of people asking him at the table about, what are you going to do if people come and try to take your house over? And he expanded on that. He said, we're going to leave. We're going to leave, and we're going to go to an alternate location that's close by. And I was like, wow, interesting. And then he expanded on it. And I've mentioned this a million times about Dave Jones. He expanded on it. And he said, in the military, we have what is known as acceptable casualties for a mission, right? If our mission is to protect and keep the home, then in the military, you have, acceptable casualties. And he looked at this family. I think it was a family. It was actually two friends that were kind of a group, right? But there was a husband and wife, if I remember. And he looked at them and he said, who are your acceptable casualties? And they looked at each other. And I could see them like calculating. And they were all zeroing out. 0, 0, the numbers were counting down to 0, 0, 0, 0. And the answer became very clear. You don't have any acceptable casualties in your family. So Dave flipped the world on top of its head for me and the way I thought about prepping and defense and security and the whole 9 yards. Now, people would come along who would make my mentality towards security even better. But that was the first time I heard anybody speak without bravado over security and firearms, right? It was like, oh, retreat. Live to fight another day. Protect your family. Maybe not a good idea to go out in a blaze of glory if it's SHTF. Maybe not a good idea to suffer multiple bullet wounds in a collapsed world where your family's depending on you for protection. And it just made good sense, PBN family. And it's something I've thought about for a very long time. And it's something I've planned for a very long time. And I've layered plans on that sort of mentality, That was one of the great lessons from Dave. I mean, there's many. The other big one that I got from Dave was, me personally, I don't know if you know this about me, PBN family, but I'm not too keen on living a long life. 36 years old. Life has been a dream for me since about 17 on. Since about 17 on, life has pretty much been great, I mean, I've had my struggles just like everyone else, but it was one of those situations where the balance was for the good, for the sheer joy. The balance was, I spent much more time in pleasure and joy and pleasantness than I think anybody really deserves. From 17 on. And I had some really good times before then, too. But the consistent just, a lot of it had to do with Lady Liberty. I mean, really, at the end of the day, my beautiful wife, she took me places I never even knew existed, in all levels of life. So I've never been a type of guy who has been like, I sure hope I live to 100. Like 60, I'm good. How good can it get? Like, how good should it get for one person? Sometimes I feel guilty. And I had no desire of breaking down, slowing down, put me out of my misery when I'm at my peak. Let the kids remember me like the warrior, the dad. And then I met Dave Jones. In all honesty, I have no reason to butter these guys up. You know what I mean? They do a great thing. They do it because they love it. The day they say they don't want to do it anymore, they know they're free to go. They don't have to do it. I'm telling you this because it's God honest truth. Dave Jones is relentless. He is a relentless human being. He's relentless. He's unstoppable. Yeah, even at his age, right? And I remember it was like driving home from prepper camp, I think it was. Or maybe driving to prepper. I don't remember. It was somewhere around our time hanging out together at prepper camp, because I got to see him in action. I got to see him like teaching 2 classes and setting up and selling all day and, staying up late and drinking with me and waking up early, with me. Like, no problem. Just boom, up. Drinking moonshine now, right? And I remember going, damn, maybe a long life wouldn't be so bad. If I could be half the man that Dave Jones is, at his age, maybe not so bad. Maybe not so bad. And, he's still rolling at the homestead, building greenhouses, managing all the... It's wild. It gave me a lot of hope, That's 2 of many. I could do a show on Dave Jones and the things I've learned from him, but that's 2 of many. How about Future Dan? Future Dan has always taught me the value of anonymity. Who's Future Dan? You don't know who Future Dan is. I don't even know who Future Dan is. He's told me his real name before. I don't remember it. I just call him Future Dan. By the way, if you ever meet me and you have a surname or something along those lines, I'll never remember your real name. Chin, don't know his real name. No idea. He's told me. I don't know what it is. If you got a fakie and you tell it to me, that's who you are to me forever. I'm not good with names, so when you give me... the first one you give me is the one. But there's a lot of value in anonymity. I have my moments. I have my moments when I sit around and I think that Future Dan, man, he's a smart guy. Because nobody knows who the hell he is. I mean, some of us know who he is, right? But nobody knows who the hell he is, fundamentally. And there's a lot of value in that. Some days I'm envious. Some days I sit around and go, man, I don't know if I could keep it up. See, I'm not smart enough for anonymity. I'm not quick enough on my feet. I'd have blurted something wrong out. Messed it all up. 5 years in. Made the mistake, right? Hey, everybody, it's James. What? Who's James? I thought your name was Dr. Doom. So, the value of anonymity, PBM family. OPSEC at the highest level, right? OPSEC on a weekly podcast. It's pretty impressive. And a lot of value. As things devolve, it'll become even more valuable, to some degree. So, I wish he didn't have to worry about, I wish he didn't have to worry about it. I wish we could know Future Dan for the guy that he really is, with the name that he was born with. But those are not the times we live in. Isn't that weird to think about? In other words, in order to get up on a weekly basis and report the news and give your opinion on the news, it's best you do that behind a fake name. Whoa. Isn't that wild to think about when you think about that? If you want to take on an endeavor like that and you don't have a bunch of resources and fans and community behind you, I'm talking millions, best you just keep it quiet. Keep that identity anonymous. Similar with Dane, right? Dane D. You don't know what Dane D is. You couldn't find Dane D if you had to. So, and there's something in all that anonymity. Let's move on to Jay Fergie, longtime friend through Prepper Broadcasting Network. We go way back, Jordan and I, in the old PBN chat rooms. I've told this story before, but Jordan does this more effectively than almost anyone, and taught me the value of it and the fact that it is our responsibility. She did a show one time about her garden falling apart and being attacked by ants. And it was the first time I realized that Jordan was so brave that she would admit, and this is in the prepping world, and at the time the prepping world was, I know it all and I do it right, and I'll teach you how to do it. Don't worry, I never make mistakes, I'm perfect, and I'll teach you how to be like me. That was kind of the air of the prepping world, right? There were these people who wanted to learn, and then there were these people up on high, and I was like one of them, right? I'm afraid to ever talk about mistakes. I'm afraid to ever tell you anything went wrong because I'm trying to be a subject matter expert, one of my most hated words or phrases. And Jordan came out and just straight out admitted it. Garden's dead. I laid some weed block down. The ants got under it. They ate up all the plants. It's dead this year. Like a prepper with no garden. What? And I remember listening to that episode, and it changed me forever. It changed me forever. There was more value in Jordan saying her garden died because of this mistake. I realized there was more value in her saying that than there was in her saying, than there was in her having a successful garden that year. Because had she had a successful garden, she would have said, yeah, things are going well, you know. She'd have harvested it and moved on and done the same thing the next year, and that'd have been that. But it was so incredible to see her be brave enough to show both sides of the coin. Yes, I'm a prepper. Yes, I fuck up sometimes. Right? Sometimes things go haywire. Sometimes the hydroponics machine dies in the middle of the night. You know, some things happen, right? Things happen. The lesson I learned from her is that it's your responsibility to show both sides of the coin if you're going to get in front of a microphone. It's your responsibility to show the good and the bad, right? Our society suffers from the social media virus where I'm only going to show them the good stuff, right? I definitely won't show them when things go wrong. Jay Fergie, she taught me that if you're going to talk, if you're going to lead, if you're going to be a person of influence on a subject, then it's your responsibility. It's not just like, wow, it's brave of you to do it. No, it's your responsibility to show both sides of the coin. Here's me at my best. Here's me at my worst. Chickens caught a sickness. They all died. Right? Something like that. And she's done that in more than one iteration. And there's power there, man. There's immense power there. Because you become real. You become a level of real that it's hard for people to, it's hard for people to deal with in this fake world. So, kudos, Jay Fergie. Let's go to the Bufords. The Bufords taught me a lesson that is less prepping and more valuable to my life, probably, than prepping. I don't know. Yeah, probably. For the longest time, I believed that you got 10 good years with your kid. You know, you got 10 good years with each child. Once they hit 10, the distance starts to grow. I wrote a poem for my kids called The Distance, and I don't even know if I could read it on air. Chokes me up. But anyway, that was my belief system. I figured, after 10, everything after 10 is bonus. Because, you just grow up. I got friends now. I got things that I like to do. I want to go up in my room. I don't want to sit on the couch and play video games with you or play toys with you or watch what you want to watch. I want to watch what I want to watch by myself. Whatever. Watching the next generation, listening to the next generation all these years, meeting Ryan and Colin Buford at Prepper Camp, gave me such great hope. It gave me such great hope that maybe my father-son relationship with my kids can last well beyond those 10 years. And be productive, not just like, hey, come hang out with me because, we're dad and son and we got to make this thing work. But like productive, make something can come from it that is, I don't even know if Colin and Ryan have calculated the value of their archive. Maybe they have because they're both really thoughtful guys. But there's going to come a time, hopefully, I imagine the podcasts and the media required to listen to them will still be available, and I hope that Ryan and Colin, hey, you guys have backed up your archive. Because there's going to come a time, probably, when Colin is as old as Ryan, and Ryan is the grandfather of Colin's kids, and they're going to have a weekend of camping or fishing, and Colin is going to pull a chair up to the dining room table or, tell his robot to play the archives of the next generation. And they're going to sit down with his kids and his wife and Ryan, and they're going to listen to those episodes back when Colin was just a wee young man. And, God, you just don't have, there's just no comparison. There's nothing to compare that to. The best thing that we can compare that to is like, hey, let's get the old photo album out. That's nothing like, hey, let's turn the archive on. Yeah, let's turn the Next Generation archive on and listen to our hour-long conversations as father and son on the pressing topics of the day. Let's listen to us pre-2020. Let's listen to us post-2020. Let's listen to you when you were 14. Let's listen to you when you were 16. Come on, man. Priceless. Priceless. Ben, the breaker of the banksters. He hipped me to the electric bike earlier than everybody else. He definitely taught me that lesson. But I think the lesson that I learned from Ben, the breaker of the banksters, was give crypto a shot. Look at it. See what it's all about. He's been an advocate. He's been the advocate for it here at PBN for a long time. And because of him, I've looked into it more. I've looked into it. If you ever want to hear about what I'm doing with it, we can talk about that. There's some potential there. People just lost like $600 million from hackers, so it's definitely not as safe as they said. Some days I wake up and I think that it is a government tool that is being used to manipulate us onto a digital currency created by the U.S. government, which is undoubtedly going to happen, but I don't know if the whole game was played that way. But there's money to be made. There's no doubt about it. There's money to be made. I've made money with cryptocurrency in a very short time, knowing very little bit. And it's a very little bit of money that I've made, but, I don't know. Worked. So, Ben, one of the biggest lessons I learned from you, my man, is, there's money to be made in cryptocurrency. How there's a lot of risk, but there's money to be made. And you don't have to become an expert, right? Let's go to Toolman Tim. Talk about Toolman Tim, what I learned from him. And these are some of these are lessons that I kind of already knew. But sometimes a lesson needs to be driven home by a physical example, right? Toolman Tim, kind of, if you don't know the backstory, he kind of broke into his handyman business by essentially doing things that other people didn't want to do. And, on the face of it, that's one of those things that kind of is a no-duh, right? There's money to be made in doing things that others don't want to do. Yeah. But until you talk to Tim, until you understand that Tim's making a living doing it, it's hard to really understand the value. It's hard. For what he drove home to me was, it's not just words. It's not just words. I've decided to do things that other people don't want to do as a handyman in this modern convenience-driven age. And I made a living, a good living. And my wife and I are living good, and living well, and doing fun things, and really enjoying life. All because I found a niche. I found these groups of things that other people just don't want to do nowadays, and I get in there and I do them. And, that's a survival lesson. That's a prepping lesson as much as it is a life lesson. Right? Because there's opportunity. There's always a little opportunity where people don't want to look or don't want to go. I mean, what do you think my life has been? Right? I hitched my wagon to this thing called prepping. And it's been a good life because of it. So it was nice to run into Tim and sort of have that reaffirmation, right? Do what others won't do. Because there's tremendous value there. There's opportunity there. There's all kinds of stuff there. So, what next? What next? I think our left column is complete. Jay Fergie, Dave Jones, Ryan and Colin, Ben, Dan, Tim, Dane. Let's talk about the matter of facts, guys. Why not? So Phil, and Phil's another one like Tim, where Phil just drives home an adage that, again, it sounds good, but in our modern age, most people don't play the game. And that is, I am what I am. And I think Phil Rabelais of the Matter of Facts podcast embodies I am what I am in a way that is, I don't know, the way that it should be. It's hard to explain. If you haven't met him and you haven't hung out with him, it's hard to explain because it's not, some people use I am what I am as a way to get out of being responsible and doing things that you have to do, and Phil's anything but that. Phil's one of those dudes that he's so versatile in life that it's hard to really appreciate it until you see it. Prepper camp is the place to really get the full Phil experience. You can see him command a podcast, but you can also see him stroll down the market lane, talking to people, meeting people, saying hi to old friends, and you can also see him having a ball. And he's always Phil. You know what I mean? And he's always Phil, and he's always comfortable being Phil. There's almost no ego when you're with Phil. You know what I mean? He's a dude with a 20-foot long beard who knows exactly where he stands politically, knows exactly where he stands in preparedness. He'll hash it out with you. Got no problem hashing it out with you. But he knows exactly where he stands, and he is who he is. In the best possible sense. And, he does that better than probably anybody I know. So, the lesson from Phil Rabelais, I am what I am. His counterpart, Andrew Bobo, the thing that he's driven home more than anything is, for me anyway, listening to their podcast, getting to know the Matter of Facts podcast, you just have no idea how many people are out there that you don't know. That's the lesson that I've learned from Bobo. I don't know exactly who does the booking, but I know a lot of times I've listened to the podcast and I've heard from people on the podcast as guests that I had no idea existed. And Trek was one of them, man. Trek was a guy like, I didn't know he existed. Bobo really taught me the value. Like, you have a nice big circle of preppers and people, and you watch people, and you listen to podcasts, and you watch videos, and you're like, yeah, I got a pretty good handle on this segment. And then they hit you with a guest over at Matter of Facts podcast, and you're like, who? Who the hell is this? And you listen to the podcast, and you're like, oh, why doesn't this guy have a podcast? Or, oh, he does. I didn't even know it. Great stuff. And that also goes to probably the Matter of Facts lesson on a whole, which is, there's value in people. There's value in the right people with the right knowledge, whether or not they bring 1 million people with their big show and big audience or not, right? Those guys just understand the value of a human being. They understand the value of an expert. They understand the value of a person and their knowledge base. So, how about Sarah Hathaway? How about the queen of the changing earth? What lesson did she drive home to me? You know, Sarah has something about her personality that is common throughout most everyone who is not just knows how to fight, but is physically capable of doing it. Like right here and now. You know? If you know people who can do physical damage and harm to people and are confident and trained in it, and physically fit and able to execute right here and now, they often have a quality about them. And it's sort of like this inner peace and joyfulness. You know what? There's a layer that's taken away. It's a layer of anxiety, and it's a layer of ego, and it's a layer of weirdness that exists, right? The lesson that she taught me is kind of like, I guess I'd call it like the inner peace of doing violence. You know what I mean? There's a sort of inner peace for those who do violence on a regular basis. You know, those, and that doesn't mean like, oh, she goes out and does violent acts. No, she trains. She just trains. You know, she trains MMA. She knows how to hurt people. She won't hurt people, you know, unless, you know, she has to. But like so many people like Sarah who know how to do those things, it's one of those things. You get around them, they're laughing, they're having fun, they can talk to anybody, they can have fun with it. There's almost no there's no like weird energy or weird ego with them. And you realize it's like, oh, because she could smash your face. So you're not worried about it, right? It's one of those things. It's like, oh, I remember learning to fight and having this layer of anxiety taken off of me. Like, oh, it's just, you know what you're doing. If you get into an altercation like that, you know what you're doing. You're in physical condition to do it. You're well trained to do it. It's not most likely not going to happen. But even if it does, you don't have to worry about it. Let's take a break, PBM family. We'll be back in a few, okay? And we'll round this thing out, and we'll call it a night. Sound good? All right. Are you prepared to be the family doctor in a disaster or emergency? This is the Intrepid Commander, and I'm holding the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy, M.D. In this great book, you'll learn how to prepare for medical care off the grid. You'll learn about assessment and stabilization. You'll even deal with things like bioterrorism response, radiation, and how to build the off-grid medical kit at home. Look, 2020 taught us a lot about the limitations of our medical infrastructure in America. Get the Prepper's Medical Handbook today at Amazon.com. Again, that's the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy. The situation around Syracuse is one of utter devastation. Just like the other nuked cities, the danger area of highest contamination extends out 20 miles from the blast zone. All the communities immediately around the city have major problems. There is a mandatory evacuation order for the city itself and some of the immediate surrounding areas. They are testing the water, air, and soil constantly for contamination. This excerpt is from the book titled The Prepper, Part 1, The Collapse, by Carl A.D. Brown. Go to Amazon.com today and explore one family's journey through the collapse. Again, The Prepper by Carl A.D. Brown. I want to tell you about the most affordable and effective preparedness purchase that you can make in 2021. Fire Edge is a fully customizable vehicular preparedness system. It can hold magazines, firearms, IFAKs, tourniquets, pepper spray, flashlights, anything you need at arm's length, it fits snug in the door pocket of any vehicle. Oh, and how about all that for $20? Visit fireedge.org today and use the promo code 2021, and you will get yours for $20.21. The ultimate in vehicular preparedness. Visit fireedge.org and use promo code 2021.
We are the Prepper Broadcasting Network.
All right, PBN family. Back. I Am Liberty show. I'd say second half, but we got about 10 minutes to get through the rest of this. The good news is we have what? All the newbies. All the newbies, basically. Carl B. Aiden Tate. Oh, no, Stephen Menking. Forgot about Stephen. 3 big lessons. 3 big lessons. And I guess we'll get the heaviest one out of the way with Stephen Menking. I told you this story about Stephen last week because he was on Preppers Live. Well, 2 weeks ago, 2 Mondays ago. Big, heavy, spiritual leader, all that kind of thing when it comes to our relationship. And that, that really is almost simultaneously between him and Jordan Peterson, the idea of sort of the mixing of God and intellect, the power of God and intellect. Right? These were things that had to be learned. This was a lesson that had to be learned for me. I didn't know those things were possible because I didn't spend any time in church growing up. You know what I mean? I ran from that stuff. I knew certain types of Christians who were unwilling to talk about science. So for me it was like, whoa, there's some red flags here. Like, there's some big problems here. And I first came to meet Stephen Menking, who, he's a brilliant guy. He's a brilliant guy, and he showed me the power of how God and intellect can be intertwined. And it was beautiful. And then just very soon after, I found the biblical lectures by Jordan Peterson, and it was like, oh, man. This is way deeper than I thought. And, fundamental changes, really. Aiden Tate taught me a tremendous lesson about being a writer. And I know he writes for a living also, and I know he asks a lot of questions. Well, I know that he probably assumes things about me because I'm further down the road. I've been freelance writing longer than he has, and he asks me questions about things a lot. But he taught me a very fundamental and drove home a very fundamental lesson from the writing perspective. And it's something that you read all the time, just sort of like some of these other lessons, but he articulated, he brought it to life with his book, Zombie Choices. He presented me with this dictionary of a book called Zombie Choices. And I was like, dude, what in the world? When did you do this? And he was like, well, I was home because of the pandemic. I don't remember the circumstance, but he wasn't fired or anything, but he was just home, because of lockdown. And he decided, I'm going to write because I'm a writer. So the fundamental lesson from Aiden Tate was, if you are a writer, then write. People say that writers say that all the time. If you're a writer, then just sit down and write, do the work. Talk to Sarah Hathaway. She knows a thing or two about that too. But yeah, that was one of those reinforcing ideas because he handed me a book that, quite frankly, I knew I couldn't pull off. That's what it was. As a writer, sometimes you read books and you're like, I could have probably done that. Or I could have done a better job with that or whatever. But when Aiden handed me Zombie Choices and I read some of it and I realized what it was, I was like, oh no, this is outside of my scope. And I'm sure he probably thought it was outside of his scope before he sat down and plotted it all out. Fact of the matter is, he sat down and wrote it. If you're a writer, then write. Finally, I want to talk about Carl B. I want to talk about Carl A.D. Brown. Carl A.D. Brown was like a bat out of hell, man, here at PBN. He really was. He was a guy who was an advertiser. You know, he was a sponsor first. And, you know, I read his book. It was great. I loved it. It was one of the most nostalgic books, The Prepper was. Because the lead character really goes through all the things that I went through, many of them. In the early stages of like, uh-oh, this house of cards is coming down, baby. We better get ready. But Carl, after he came on a Preppers Live just one time, I said, oh, man, this guy's got it. This guy's got it. I got to see if I can convince him to come join the ranks. And from there, it was just, you know, the impeccable timing in terms of show content and the unique style in which he presents himself. You know what I mean? He's got a really unique, of course, a unique voice, but also sort of a unique, I can't think of the word I want to use. But the way he talks, the way he presents is very unique. It's unique to most other hosts, right? And I think people love it. Well, it's kind of like a love-hate thing. I think you either love it or you hate it. But I think most of our listeners really do enjoy it. The lesson that he taught me more than anything is, you know, it's almost something you can't say anymore. Right? It's a lesson that you can't really speak to anymore in common parlance because of such a focus on equality. But Carl B taught me that where you come from matters. Because arguably where he came from and what he experienced while he was there has brought him to this point in a big way. When he told the story on air that he had to watch, not Hugo Chavez, what's his name? The Cuban monster, Fidel Castro, on the television. You know, that they broadcast all Fidel's communist speeches to Jamaica. It was like, whoa. You know, so here you have a kid growing up impoverished, right? Watching a communist being forced to. And he told me something else. He said, man, when we would talk about America, we would say it's so awesome that Americans have elections and they are fair and they're democratic and no one has to die to change office. Where you come from matters. It forms who you become. I don't know what to tell you guys. You know? This is what makes up my life. These lessons and these people are what makes up my life now. Professionally speaking and personally. And it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing. You know, sometimes I lament that I don't have all my old friends from high school hanging out. And then I think about them. No offense to any of them, but I think about them in comparison to the Bufords and the Joneses, right? And the Tates and the Menkings and the Hathaways and you know what I mean? And everybody that I've met through this crazy lifestyle. And it's like, whoa, I don't know. I think I came out on the right side of things. So I wanted to have a night where we talked about the many lessons that I've learned from these incredible PBN hosts. And now I'm going to tell you a quick story. I'm going to give you a review, and then I'm going to go to bed. I am in so much pain right now. It's unbelievable. I drank a new coffee today. I don't know if it was that, whatever it is, but it's gastrointestinal, and it is brutal. I don't know if you heard it in my voice or not, but no fun. No fun. I think I took the machine a little too far over the last couple of days. And I gotta pare it back a little bit. But anyway, I also ate like crap today. That's probably all it is. I broke fast early, right? And I broke fast on like 2 gigantic Cinnabuns. at like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't usually eat till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And I was gulping coffee and just, I don't know. I broke something. Then I had a heavy carbohydrate lunch. I broke something. I don't know what it was. You know, I also ate some asparagus, maybe. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's brutal. I mean, I was literally upstairs before 9 o'clock. Before 8 o'clock, and I was like, maybe I'll do this show next week because this might not be fun. But whatever, you know, pain. It is what it is. Nothing is permanent, not even pain. So I want to tell you a story. There's a Reddit, a prepper's Reddit that existed, and it still exists. It's pretty big. And in these, you know, radical times, naturally there was a group that decided to break away from the Reddit preppers. And they were all women. This is not a knock on women. I'm just telling you a story. And they were all women, and they started a group called XX Preppers or something like that. I think it's 2X. No, it's 2X Preppers, right? 2X chromosomes. 2X Preppers. And, you know, it's a mix of legitimate women's preparedness issues, lots of childbirth, lots of birth control, lots of women-related hormonal things and preps for women and protection for women, that kind of stuff, right? Legitimate. And then there's an undertone of sort of inclusion for the LGBTQ plus groups. And, you know, whatever. It's their club. Whatever they want to do. You know, I can't say that I'm really that upset about it. Doesn't matter to me. That's not where I'm going with the story. Though it is kind of funny. But, you know, probably pretty timely and effective, too. Now we don't have to navigate, you know, 6 different posts about in a prepping world which is decidedly male, but changing very rapidly. Okay, ever since 2020, the prepping world has been skewing, right? More men are giving up as things get harder, and the women are recognizing it, taking action. It's an old story, to be honest, that I heard for a long time from somebody that I know, who I don't want to embarrass them or the person that they were married to, but they know who I'm talking about when they hear this podcast. But that was sort of one of the first times I experienced a woman who was like, my husband don't want to take this seriously, and I do, you know? So that happens. So you get I being who I am, went to the 2X chromosome prepper Reddit and just posted a quick post. You know, there's 8,000 people over there, so I was like, hey, you don't have to post this if you don't want. It's shameless advertising. Yes, it is, but it's also a free resource, and we have a diverse group. We got, you know, 2 female hosts over here at PBN. Welcome to the Prepper Broadcasting Network. Check us out. We podcast, you know. I gave them the tagline. 15 hosts, 11 shows, self-reliance, independent. And the comment that I got back, the only comment that I got back, and I'm sure most people read it and didn't comment because, you know, most people don't read and comment on things. But basically, the toxicity rises to the top. The only comment I got thus far, and this was only a few hours ago, well, several hours ago, the only comment I got was about the Patriot Power Hour and how they were talking about Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset, and they put the Great Reset in quotes. So right off the bat, I'm like, whoa, you don't know what's really going on. And then, and then they went on to talk about something else, too, something decidedly right. Oh, about how the right wing screwed up in Canada, so that's why Canada's a mess. And, you know, it's just a reminder. The reason I'm telling you this story is not to pick on the person who quoted, or I mean, who commented. But it's a reminder of what not to do with resources in your life. Because the Patriot Power Hour wasn't on Tuesday, which tells me that this person was looking for a fight. They found the most patriotic in America and close to right-wing driven show that they could find, right? Because this came like an hour after, so it wasn't like they spent time listening to a bunch of the hosts. They didn't have the time to. They found the Patriot Power Hour. They listened to the Patriot Power Hour, and they scanned it for what could make me mad so I can comment something nasty. In other words, rather than, there's 11 prepping shows on this network. Oh, I'm listening to it. And if I hear some nonsense I don't want to hear, I'll just skip, go to the next show. Look at the size of the archive. Look at the topics. Look at the variety of hosts. None of that. Just my Patriot Power Hour. So I bring that to you. I want you to understand, you gotta seek out the good. And just don't mind the bad. That's all. Right? It's very common this day and age. You know what I mean? To find that one singular reason to be like, I don't want to get involved in that. I don't like that. And that's exactly what happened. And just think about the value that person is missing. You know what I mean? If they don't come back. It could have just been lip service, whatever. Trying to pander to the people in that weird Reddit group. But, just think about the reason I wanted to tell you is because you can easily quantify what they could miss out on by listening to one show and saying, not getting involved in that. That's a right-wing think tank over there. So do the same. Don't fall victim to that. But I'm telling you, groups are melding. It's weird. It's weird, and it's happening. If you don't believe me, like I keep telling you, got to go check out Russell Brand and see what he's doing. Most people hear that name, they're like, oh my God, communist. Just go check him out. All right, PBN family, one final piece of business tonight, and that is the regenerative garden.
Speaking for the new bulletin, tonight we give you something entirely new and different.
So I received this book, I don't remember, let me look at the publisher name. The publisher contacted me and sent it to me, and it wasn't Cool Springs Press. That's it was the Quattro Group. The Quattro Group sent me the Regenerative Garden by Stephanie Rose. I don't do a lot of book reviews, you guys know that. Particularly not nonfiction. I'd rather talk to you about Wolverine comics. But this book is sweet, man. If you have Rick Austin's Secret Garden of Survival, and you're into that sort of permaculture, perennial ecosystem building projects for your garden, this is the full color, full picture, clearly put together by, clearly put together for people who need pictures and projects to digest this kind of information, right? Most preppers have looked at permaculture layouts and been like, I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't feel like doing the research, or even, it's too easy to really do, or I can't afford the plants to do it, one or the other. This has 80 different projects, this book. Some of them are kind of crap, I'm going to be honest, but probably 70 out of the 80 are pretty legit. Wicking beds, those sort of, what are they, like, like the seashell garden. They got the keyhole garden. They got some really cool rain barrel designs, some water catchment systems that are used, that use these wild porcelain pots, or no, what are they? Terracotta clay pots. It's called an olla, not an olla like high in Spanish, but O-L-L-A. Olla, maybe. Water catchment system. She's got all the fundamentals for permaculture. Windbreak stuff. How to use thermal mass. The umbrella greenhouse I'm not a fan of. If you really want to take if you want to take your garden to the next level and create like a year-over-year food-producing system. I mean, she even has a chapter on backyard food forests, which is really great. The backyard food forest is basically the permaculture breakdown. And she touches on everything. Overstory trees, understory trees, shrubs, bushes, vining plants, herbaceous plants, mushrooms even, coral bee. mushroom growing, DIY trellises, all kinds of great stuff, man. Hugel culture, how to reclaim weedy soil, interplanting herbs and flowers. You know, she basically has one of those yards where it's dominated by perennial plants, and it's also just filled with beneficial plants. And her focus is on, you know, using the ecosystem to grow lots of food, man, and flowers and herbs. It's called The Regenerative Garden. 80 practical projects for creating a self-sustaining garden ecosystem by Stephanie Rose. And I'm telling you right now, you know, when you look at what she's presenting, well, when I look at it, what I realize about my yard is we're not growing enough stuff. And I don't mean we're not. Where I think people get confused is when I say we're not growing enough stuff, it's not we don't have enough raised beds, right? But it's like we don't have enough diversity out there. Like last year, I've been in this house for 9 years. No, I've been in this house for 11 years. Last year was the first year I bought perennial flowers for anywhere. For anywhere, right? Because I've been in that stupid mindset. Like, we're going to grow food. We got to grow. Forget those stupid flowers. And you read a book like this and you're like, man, you know, she talks about ponds. She talks about some water projects, right? And mosquitoes and dealing with mosquitoes. And she said, you know, most people who struggle with mosquitoes aren't really struggling with the mosquitoes as much as they're struggling with their inability to invite mosquito-eating species to the party. You know what I mean? And I was thinking about that, like, whoa. And she's like, think about it, you know? Like, everywhere you go isn't infested with mosquitoes, but most places have standing water. It's just that dragonflies, damselflies, birds, fish, you know, different kind of species of beetle, they eat lots of mosquito larvae and mosquitoes. That's what you got to be careful of in the garden, right? The garden becomes, let me take this forest that works perfect. I did this. I mean, I literally did this. Let me take this forest ecosystem that works perfect, destroy it, rip it all down, mow it, dig out all the roots of the big trees and the vining plants, stick my compost bed in the ground, grow 2 things in it, and be like, oh my God, the pests. Right? The Regenerative Garden, PBN family. I'm calling it a night. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you understand what these hosts mean to me and what they mean to the rest of us. You know, they are the reason why I keep saying you're in the right place. If you're new to PBN, if you're worried about the world, rest your hat, hang your hat on one thing at least, and that is the fact that you are in the right place for the times. Okay? I'll talk to you soon, PBN family.
Thank you for listening to the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. Tune in tomorrow for another great show and visit us at prepperbroadcasting.com.
Welcome back to the Matter of Facts podcast on the Prepper Broadcasting Network. We talk prepping, guns, and politics every week on iTunes, Stitcher, and Spotify. Go check out our content at mwfpodcast.com on Facebook or Instagram. You can support us via Patreon or by checking out our affiliate partners. I'm your host, Phil Rabley, and my co-host, Andrew Bobo, is on the other side of the mic, and here's your show. So, this is not Andrew. This is my much prettier co-host, my wife, Mrs. Matter of Facts.
Yeah, I'm not Andrew.
No, definitely not Andrew.
But a face with the voice.
Yeah, the longtime listeners are probably very familiar with my wife. She's been on the show a good handful of times. She's even admitted to being married to me, oddly enough. And
Got the ring.
She usually comes on to kind of help correct me and Andrew's perspective on things because, I mean, she came into prepping a very different way than Andrew and I did, with a lot different background, and I don't want to, like, totally talk over you, but, I mean, take 5 minutes, talk to YouTube, because...
No pressure.
Well, the audience that's here on YouTube, in some cases, is very different from the audience that's been a listener for a long time on the podcast, since we just started live streaming, so they have no idea who you are, other than this pretty lady next to this gruff-looking guy with a big beard.
Okay, so how I got into prepping, not podcasting, because I don't podcast. How I got into prepping, I married this guy. He kind of started it offhand, just, I don't know, one day he just started, stop shaking.
Sorry.
He just started prepping, and so, hey Kyle, I know you too. Hey Holly, hey H. Anyway, sorry. I thought he was crazy when he first started prepping. He was doing all sorts of gathering of supplies, and we were keeping things in the garage, and the clutter started growing, and I wondered, what in the heck is this guy doing? And then I don't know. I guess I don't even know, like, when it really just kind of hit me, and I just started playing along with the game. A couple of years ago, I realized how important it was that we be prepared as a family, be prepared for myself, be prepared as a mom, to really just get ready to face whatever life threw at us. And I didn't want to just be hung out to dry all by ourselves without any resources to really fall back on. And so that is really how I got into prepping. I just watched him. I believed in him, and I trusted the process, and I trusted that my husband was really just doing things for the betterment of our family to make sure that we were taken care of. And I got past the whole, this guy is crazy, and got into the whole, this dude is really smart and he's doing something genius for our family. So yeah, that's how I got into prepping.
Well, and to recap, from the time that you were about to have me committed to...
It wasn't that bad. I did go and talk to his dad and was like, should I be concerned? And his dad kind of talked me off the ledge, and I was like, all right, we'll see where this is going to go. And so yeah, that's where we are.
But I was going to say, since then, we've had, just in the last like 2.5 years, we've had COVID lockdowns, grocery store shortages.
Still seeing that, by the way. Sorry,
massive inflation, fuel prices, a Cat 4 hurricane.
Fun times. Fun times.
But I hate to say that I was vindicated, but like, you know, we've encountered a few things since you really bought into prepping hard that have just kind of further reinforced we made the right decision.
Yeah.
To stop trusting our family's welfare to chance.
True.
But
so that's how I got there. So I'm here.
But for today, I was browsing, as I often do, and I came across an article that it posed like the most common prepper debates. And this is always a fun one for me to get into with other people, especially her, because we don't agree on everything. Like, that's one of the things that...
Yeah.
That's one of the things I feel like makes us better as preppers and as husband and wife, is that we don't always see things the same way. So
I agree.
I have my beliefs and ideas challenged, and that forces me to either defend them, make them better, or change them. So we end up with the best ideas, not just Phil's ideas.
Yeah, it makes us a little bit more well-rounded, and now that Piper's a little bit older, she can kind of voice her opinion and feed into the prepping too. So, although I sent Phil a text yesterday, I went to the grocery store and I hey Andrew, and I texted Piper and I was like, hey, go look in the freezer and see if we have chicken in there, bags of chicken in the freezer. And she said, okay. So she goes to the freezer and she looks and she's like, we have one, but it couldn't hurt to buy another one. My 10-year-old said that. It couldn't hurt to buy another one. And I was like, oh, look at my little prepper. And she goes, gag.
Yeah. Yes. I really don't ever expect our daughter to be on this show. She's, I don't know. She's a weird case. Because, like, on the one hand, she's literally grown up around this kind of lifestyle and this thought process. And she's been a benefactor of it in several cases.
Well, yeah.
But she's, like, very shy about talking about it, and which I don't blame her. And she's, like, expressed zero interest coming on the podcast whatsoever.
Yeah, we've asked plenty of times.
I've asked because I think that as a young girl who's kind of grown up in this lifestyle, she would have some pretty interesting insights, but she's not interested, and I'm not forcing her. I mean, this is something you have to really want to do.
Right.
Or get drug into it by your crazy podcasting husband.
That's okay. I mean, at least it wasn't kicking and screaming.
No. We got past most of that the first year of marriage.
Oh, Lord. He's got a lot for me.
I think, if I remember right, it's only 9 items. It started out as 10, but 2 of them really sounded like just one was a repeat of the other. So I shaved it down to 9 items. Some of which I suspect you and I are going to very immediately agree on and move on, and some we're probably going to have a very vigorous debate about.
Okay. Let's do this.
So, first things first. The question came up of, do you barter for food or save for yourself?
You save for yourself, but you don't count out bartering.
I wouldn't count out bartering. I do firmly believe that, like, knowing the area we live in, there is a certain scarcity of prepper-minded people. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So, I kind of...
Yeah, think of hurricane season and the lines going down the street for gas and the grocery store aisles that are bare. Yeah, they don't think
there
like
were
us.
over 40 cars in the parking lot of the gas station closest to us the day before Hurricane Ida hit.
Mm-hmm.
40
in all of them.
Well, that was the only one I got close enough to, and it was because we were across the street doing something else.
Right.
But, like, you know, by the point that melee happened, Gillian and I had our vehicles fueled up, tire pressures aired up, maintenance checks done, ready to bug out if we needed to, guns loaded. Like, we were literally ready. We were ready for war.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look around and I'm like, oh my God, there are 40 cars trying to get gas all at the same time because you all waited to the day before Cat 4 hurricane hits to make that decision.
Right.
Whereas we fueled up 2 days before that.
Oh, no, I think we filled up. Anyway, yeah, we fueled up a few days before. We knew it was going to either come here or Lafayette, and we just wanted to be prepared either way.
There's a theme there. Anyway.
I missed it.
That we were preparing.
Oh. Duh. Hello.
But yeah, I wouldn't rule out bartering, but like at the end of the day, I always go back to the idea that, you know, 3 days after a major emergency, there are not going to be many people in the area standing taller than we are. So
yeah.
if our default position was we're going to barter for stuff, no one's going to have stuff 3 days after an event.
No.
So I wouldn't close it off, but I wouldn't depend on it either.
I guess when I say barter, I think of apocalyptic times, like
long term. Yeah,
like not the power's going to be on in a week and we can make do with what we have. I'm talking like the grid it's totally gone down.
Months on end.
We are now, yeah.
Little House on the Prairie type stuff.
Yes.
And that's, I mean, honestly, and I get lots of flack for this from a lot of the prepping community, but like we've never been one to like invest in a lot of like gold or silver specifically for bartering purposes.
Well, at that point, what is gold and silver going to be worth?
But there's an argument to be made that would be the staple of the new economy is silver, because silver has always been a backup currency going back in this country to the time that the Pilgrims were here.
Okay, so I can definitely see having gold or silver as a means to barter, but I also see meat as being something to barter with, food just in general, clothing. I could see any sorts of entertainment. So Maybe even a deck of cards, What? Books. Oh, and ammo. Yes, of course, ammo, duh. But yeah, I mean, everything that we prep is something that we could use to barter with in like this post-apocalyptic world that may actually happen. You never know, but why not prep for it?
No, and I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, that's kind of been my big reply to the whole, yep.
Yeah,
Kyle saying
and lead.
invest in brass and lead. And,
I was getting there, Kyle. I was getting there.
It's one of those things where it's like, I never want to fully discount silver, and I've actually been giving thought to approaching. There's a couple of shops in the area that deal in silver coins.
Yeah, right down the road.
I've given thought to approaching them and see if they only buy or if they will be willing to sell for like melt rate or something reasonable. And
That's not a bad idea.
Add that into the preps a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I've always told people, I'm like, 9mm and 5.56 are as good as gold in a bad enough situation.
Yeah.
22 long rifle. I mean, a brick of that in the right situation, that can feed a family for a good long while with squirrels and rabbits. And I don't know if I try to take a deer with a 22 long rifle unless I was really hungry. But my point is, brass and lead. Brass and lead are perfectly negotiable implements, food, clean water.
Yeah.
Or
some source to clean water.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, you think about this around us. Like, there's tons of water. A lot of it's brackish.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got good, clean, fresh water that you're drinking out of, it's safe, and you're willing to bail it out like a bottle at a time to your neighbors. I mean, yeah, that's absolutely a tradable commodity.
Yeah.
But.
Okay. Next.
Bug in or bug out? It depends, right?
It depends. We've all heard about Gillian's injury and how we've decided as a family that we were going to bug in. But
for most things.
For most things. But I know that should a circumstance come up where we have to bug out, this chick is going to rough it and figure out life with an ankle that doesn't work.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
and also, like, at the time I really got serious into prepping, which was really about 6 years ago now, if you think about it. Yeah, we were in a very different position because we not only had you with your injured ankle, which limits your mobility over long periods of time, but we also had a 4-year-old to tow around.
Yeah.
So now we have a fairly tall, able-bodied 10-year-old on our hands. I mean, she comes up to here on me. She can rest her head. She rests her forehead against my beard, so she's not a little bitty kid anymore.
Mm-mm.
And your ankle is no better, but like you said, in a bad enough situation, we'll tough it out, figure it out, do what we have to do. I guess I just think to myself, I'm like, for me, my default position really has always been and probably will always be bug in when possible, when it makes sense, because I just got done recounting this on MOFpodcast.com. I wrote a blog article recounting our experience a year ago, by the way, for Hurricane Ida. And I even said in there, I'm like, there were a lot of pros to us bugging in. The cons came up because we ate more trees than we were anticipating. And the storm changed paths to be so much closer to us and the effects be so much worse. We bit off more than we could chew, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, we made it through. We pulled together. I don't feel like we were ever in any mortal danger of dying of starvation or thirst. We had our basics covered, but we were in really bad shape because we just got more than we bargained for with that storm.
Yeah.
But we've had Cat 2 hurricanes hit us pretty much on the nose, and power was out for 2 days. And in a 2-day power outage and a couple of tree limbs down, which is what we were expecting from Ida if it had gone where it was supposed to, we'd have been fine.
Yeah.
We really wouldn't have had problems. So it's one of those situations where it's like, on the one hand, I feel like we got dealt the worst possible hand we could have. But if it hadn't been that worst case scenario, bug-in would have been the right choice to make. And bug-in is usually the right choice to make, because here we have enough guns to arm the Marine Corps. We have enough water to have all the utilities turned off for 30 days and be just fine. We've got a water catch on the backside of the house. So every time it rains, we got 35 more gallons to use for bathing or flushing toilets or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We've got food to feed an army. We've got non-perishables if the power gets knocked out for a long period of time. We lose everything in the freezer and the fridge. I mean, we're so much better set up here versus what we could carry reasonably if we were on the road.
Yeah.
But there are situations where bug-in is just a death sentence, and it makes no sense to try.
And I like what Kyle is saying, and Andrew as well, because I think once you get to that, it kind of goes back to that whole barter or prep your own, that last topic. Kyle says grow weed for pain. Absolutely. You better believe I'm going to start figuring out what plants I need or what fungus is needed for pain relief and other ailments and things like that, and kind of learn more about that. And then, liquor. You got to make liquor. So I can't drink. I will die if I drink alcohol because I drank too much in college, I guess. I don't know, but I'm allergic to alcohol and it really sucks. I tried the other night. Phil was podcasting. He was recording with Andrew or someone, and got his beer, and he's coming in here, and I was like, I want to try. And I took 3 sips, and I was in a lot of pain. So we'll make liquor, but Andrew, you're going to have to just come down and help drink it with Phil. Okay, next. Sorry.
It's okay. Talk about prepping or stay quiet. And this is a situational one you and I we've both faced this. I obviously have totally said screw staying quiet. Like, I podcast under my real name, which is a decision you and I talked about 6 years ago now. And I basically said at that point, I'm like, I'm going to do this under my own name. I'm going to say what I think. I'm going to put myself out there. I just know that means I have no anonymity. And for a lot of years, you stayed out of the mic because you didn't want the whole world to know this was the lifestyle you were into.
It's not, I don't know if that's totally the case. For a long time, I was in a very public position.
Extremely.
With the parish and the state. And my beliefs were pretty much a direct opposite of the organization that I worked for. And so it's, as much as I wanted to be on the podcast more and share my name and who I worked for and all this other stuff, and a lot of people know who I worked for. I don't work there anymore, but I don't know. When the topic comes up, I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm not forthright with that information. So I don't know how to describe that. It's like I don't mind saying that we're preppers, and I don't mind. It doesn't bother me at all to talk about our lifestyle with someone, but I'm not going to be the one to just go into the situation and start that conversation. Like, I'll feed into that conversation. But for a long time, I didn't feel like I really could do anything personal, because I was in such a public position that if anybody saw anything that I said and disagreed with, they would have gone after my job and I would have been canceled. And I couldn't afford to be canceled at that point. Yeah.
And I mean, and because of the negative connotation that comes with prepping, which I still to this day think is just pretty boneheaded, to be honest, but I know it's out there. But like, in certain company, I'm very forthright about the fact that we're preppers, we prep, these are the things we do, these are the things I think all of y'all should be doing. Mm-hmm. And then there's a lot of company that I don't bring it up. Like the camp, I keep referring to going camping with my buddies in September. I know what that means, and she knows what that means. And she's coming with me this year with our daughter. But in mixed company, I don't tell them the reason we're going camping.
No.
Or where, or like the event that's around it. Because it's just one of those things where, like I said, there's a negative connotation around prepping. And quite frankly, there are times where, especially if I'm 99% sure I'm not going to find a receptive ear, I don't even bring it up. It ain't worth it.
Right. Well, I have to take off work, and I'm in it's not a new job. I've worked in this place before, but when I go to take off the time and they say, well, where are you going? And I say, on a camping trip, they're going to be like, wait, you're taking off work to go camping? And so a lot of times in the past I've said, oh, well, Phil's on his business trip. So I'm going on a business trip with my husband and daughter this year to take classes on survival. And my friends at work, we are normal people.
Best compliment preppers can get. Y'all are really normal.
Yeah, you're normal. So anyway, yes. I don't know. Remember what I was saying. Oh, it's a business trip in September.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's a difficult one to get in. It's hard to make a blanket statement on that because, like, on the one hand, I podcast under my real name, and it's not there. Rabelais is not exactly a super common last name, but there's not that many of us running around either. Yeah. So you do some Google searching, you can probably find me. You can find me quicker than I would like. Put it that way.
Yeah, you can find me.
Damn the internet for that. But it is the way it is. You know?
You Google your name and your book comes up. I've
Yeah.
Googled you before because I had to Google myself a lot when I was at my old job and just to kind of see what was out there.
Yeah.
It's all good stuff. I did good things. Okay,
somebody just dropped something in the comments I'm not going to call attention to because don't beat me to the punchline. Help zombies or nah? This is a question that, in this context, zombies is the unprepared. So if you...
Oh, okay, because I was about to say zombies are just target practice.
No,
but you don't want to waste your ammo on that, so...
But in this context, the unprepared. And we encountered a fair bit of that during Ida. And we had to make some judgment calls. I mean, we've always said, in a long enough term situation, in a bad enough situation, one that we didn't see an end to, we're going to really circle the wagons hard. Because every grain of rice, every bean, everything in this house is precious. It's another meal that we can't afford to be giving out to other people. And at that point, as cold-hearted as it sounds, you're on your own. Because I don't stock to feed the whole neighborhood for a week. I stock to feed my family for as long as possible.
Right.
And I'm not having a dozen empty hands and open mouths standing in my front yard like a nest of little baby birds because all of you adults decide to act like children and not plan ahead for bad days. But on the flip side of things, we have helped our neighbors when we had excess. And when we saw an eventual end to the situation and we knew we could give without hurting ourselves.
Yeah, I think if you look at Ida, that was a different story. Now, if you start to think about long term, I keep going back to apocalyptic time, then you're on your own. And I don't know. I always have trouble with this one because my heart wants to help people. And I want to be able to make people happy and healthy and all that stuff. But I have to think of my family first. And my family is going to get the preps that we put away. That's a hard one.
It is a real hard one.
Such a hard one. Especially if it's like, I don't know. I think it's a different situation too if, and we've talked about this before, is if the people around you, if you build this community of people, say for instance like our local in the cul-de-sac community, and you're kind of bartering with each other, but you're not really bartering, but you're helping each other. So we know that so and so has this. If we need to give them one thing, we know that they can give us something else, or something like that.
The hard part of this is, we know from experience that anybody on this street in a bad enough situation is going to have to lean on us because they're not prepared. Certainly not up to our level, which is admittedly a little intimidating for a lot of people. But like the number of people that thought a bottle of water and a bag of chips was going to get them through Hurricane Ida was stomach turning to me.
Just, the people that we were in contact with in our neighborhood. But go back to the comments.
I don't want to approach. Well,
no, he put another comment in there. if it gets bad enough, your neighbor will break into your house. Yes, absolutely. And I do take that into account. Like if we get into that apocalyptic era or whatever, yeah, those people aren't going to care if you are their neighbor. If they want something, they're going to do whatever they have to do to take it. And at that point, they may not be your friend. So I really think it just depends on the situation. Are we talking about a hurricane where we're out of electricity for a week and a half? Or has the grid gone down? At that point, you're on your own, and I will defend mine and my stuff to make sure it's safe.
Very situational, in other words.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it always comes back to the same thing. If I can give of excess, that's one thing. But if I think that bottle of water I am giving you is going to cut into my wife or my daughters,
you're not getting it.
That's a big old nope.
Yeah.
At that point, I will eat the neighbor's pets. Just sorry to be gross, but I mean, if it comes down to it, like I'm going to do what I have to take care of my family, and that doesn't include taking care of everybody else. You got to be you have to be a net positive to my group, otherwise you're by default a net negative. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of net negatives in this area, which goes along pretty nicely with like to me, one of the biggest problems we had during Hurricane Ida. It's the one thing I have still not overcome. Because I feel like, our generator misbehaving, I fixed that pretty quickly after Ida. We're still working on getting it wired into the house, but I got enough extension cords that we had to put that thing back in action right now. I'd have extension cords running through the window. It wouldn't be pretty, but we can make that work. Generator is ready to rock and roll. Chainsaw, sitting in the shed. It's got still stable fuel in it. It's full of bar oil. I got enough parts and everything to fix almost anything that goes wrong on it. Chainsaw is ready to rock and roll. Our vehicles, like as a default, we don't usually let them get below half tank. I'm looking at my wife looking for confirmation that she doesn't let her vehicle get below half tank.
No.
I'm going to go check as soon as
it's at a half tank now. You leave me alone.
But like I was saying, and we were good on fuel for Ida, but like I really look back on, of all the things we shored up that we were deficient on, the one thing we haven't is group. Because
I totally believe that you keep a small group. I do. I think you're better off with people that you know that you can trust. And there are people within our own community that we know we can trust. However, I realize that people are people and that some may turn on you or whatever, but you just have to, be able to trust those people. And I do believe that you work better in a group. I think you do.
Yeah.
I think survival alone is a hard life to live.
Well, the thing that came to my mind when I was writing the article I did this afternoon, kind of looking back at Ida from a year later. So I kind of collect myself about it. I know, not a happy subject. But the one thing that really, I think, hit me the hardest was just before your sister and your brother-in-law showed up to help dig us out of that hole, we were sitting in the front yard.
It wasn't going to happen.
With a bow saw, a pole saw, and an axe, 3 oak trees down. And we were in such an incredible mess. It was emotionally overloading to know we had to deal with that by ourselves, because half our neighbors left right after the hurricane and the other half were just not helpful.
Yeah.
I think there's one that she left, but if she'd stayed, I think she would have tried to help, but there was no one else on this street young enough, physically strong enough to help you and me do the work that had to be done. And that's why I keep going back to this whole survive in a group, alone or in a group. I want a group. Mm-hmm. And the group can't be just the 3 of us, because
we need to buy some land and make a compound. And
in the interim though, we really need to find some people that doesn't have to be a ton of people, 2 or 3 families in this area. It's got to be within 5 or 10 miles. But people who are all able to help each other, first of all, and all prep to help themselves. And then we can all bind together in a bad situation. And then the other families can help the one that's in the worst situation, and then we pool resources. Like I feel like that's where we need to get. I think the biggest problem we have is, who do we trust? Mm-hmm. First of all, who do we trust to know everything that we've done and everything that we know and everything we put away? Like, who do we trust with all that information? Because it's an extremely short list of people that don't live in this house that know even half of what we've done. Because we're just not comfortable letting that information run loose on the internet, run loose throughout the community.
Yeah.
And
I don't want people to know what we have in this house. I'm all for telling them we're preppers, but I'm not telling them what we're prepping.
Yeah. It's just that's a...
Kyle, yes, you get Holly working on some land and we'll figure out. And I'm ready to move to Alabama. I got the accent going and ready to go, and we're coming.
I'm not ready to move to Alabama yet. I'm on about a 5 to 8 year plan to get us in position to be able to make that big jump and be in good shape to do it.
Guy that comments, I don't know what your name is, but guy that comments, I can only hope that obesity will not be my problem. I'm joking.
See
but not really.
That's why I'm putting off.
That's what we're prepping for in this house.
Yeah, I mean, in a bad situation, you're gonna miss some meals. This is a prepper belly.
Yeah. Well, is that what we're calling mine?
Mine's bigger than yours by a mile.
Yeah. I'm glad. I'm okay with that. I got some pounds we can lose.
Yeah. So this one kind of goes without saying. What disasters are we prepping for, babe?
I mean, we always prep for hurricanes, and God, we talk hurricanes all the time.
Well, we live like less than 75 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. There's a good reason we talk about hurricanes.
I don't think it's less than. Anyway, prep for storms. We right now it's been on the forefront of my mind every time I walk into a store is supply shortages.
Why?
Because it's happening.
See, but the reason I ask why is because talking to lots of other people in this space, I have had the experience where some people have said, this is totally out, can't find it within 100 miles of where I live. And then other people have said, well, there's plenty of that on the store shelf. So
okay, well, we saw, it's wherever you, maybe not, I don't know. Recently with the baby formula, we saw that here. I can't tell you the desperation that I read I'm in these mom groups, which are awful, but the desperation in these women's comments of, I can't feed my baby. And I know, yes, women are built to feed their children, but I was one of those that could not breastfeed. And so I relied on powdered formula. You could not find it. Women were posting pictures of Target when they just put out maybe 50 cans of different formula, and women were just flocking. So you couldn't find formula, which is scary. You can't feed your child. I went to the grocery store yesterday. There were canned foods, certain vegetables it was gone. And it wasn't because it was Sunday afternoon. It was gone. And vitamins, the entire shelf was bare. Vitamins there was nothing there.
Take a wild guess where a lot of the contents of our drugstores come from, where they're actually manufactured. It'll annoy you.
Where?
China.
Oh, well, yeah.
Just putting that out there, like, people have talked for a long time about how so much of our manufacturing has been exported out of the country. And frankly, this is what you reap eventually, is because when the supply chain starts to stumble, we don't make anything in this country. It's all made overseas and brought in. I mean, you should have seen the calamity. Well, everybody knows the calamity that happened when, what was it? The canal down in Panama. I'm drawing a blank. Help me out here, babe.
The Panama Canal?
Yes, the Panama Canal. when they had that barge turn sideways and shut off traffic going through it.
That was in Panama?
I thought that was the Panama Canal.
I don't think that was Panama. Maybe it was. Anyway, but
regardless,
I gotcha. Maybe it was.
There was a whole ton of boats that could not get through there for a while, and it was causing massive shipping and stocking delays because all of that was going to California to get offloaded, and that was
I've definitely seen shortages. I have seen the feminine product shortages. Yeah, I saw that comment from Kyle. It's definitely, people just don't, when they start judging these women, Kyle, it was so sad watching these women be degraded because they couldn't feed their child. Why aren't you feeding them breast milk? That's what you're made to do and everything. And I'm thinking, there are, I don't even know what a statistic number would be, but adopted children, there are children that are living with their grandparents or whatever. There's women who can't breastfeed. There's women who are sick. Me, I couldn't breastfeed because I was so sick and taking medicine. It's just so disheartening to watch. And I think that would definitely be something that we would have prepped for if we were still in that time period of our lives.
Although that being said, I don't know how well you remember, because that's been quite a long time, but I don't ever remember us getting down to our last box of baby formula with our daughter. Like, we kept those things lined up on the fridge, on the top of the fridge. And when we got down to the last box, we went out and bought 3 or 4 more. I mean, it was and understand that when our daughter was born, we were tight on money. As most people are. Yeah, most couples with newborns are tight on money. But like, even in those situations where having to buy 2-3 extra boxes of baby formula at $32 to $35 a pop they were back then.
I don't remember.
I'm sure
I know that it's not expensive. I mean, it's not cheap having to use baby formula.
Yeah, but at that point, I would have eaten red beans rice 8 days a week to make sure that I had no baby formula on the shelf. Because I mean, it's powdered; it's not going bad as long as you keep bugs out of it. I think I wasn't critical of women that could not or did not breastfeed. My main criticism at that point was, how have you allowed yourself to get into a situation where the only thing keeping your child fed you had a can of on the shelf, or you waited until you got down to the last 2 scoops and then you went looking for another one. Like that was the part that drove me the craziest, was just like, whether it was baby wipes or diapers or anything. I can't ever remember us being in a situation where we let ourselves get that close to zero, because we knew the consequence was her welfare, and we were never going to allow that to happen. And that was before I really dove headfirst into prepping. That was just common sense.
Right.
Not very common anymore.
Probably where it all started for us.
I know where it started for me, but that...
Yeah, the flood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I will happily say that, and I tell everybody this, because this is a common thread I see. A lot of people get serious about prepping when they get married and when they have kids. Because all of a sudden, there's more people you're responsible for. Mm-hmm. And it incentivizes you to get your stuff together in one hand so that the people that depend on you aren't in a bad way.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to throw this up on the screen, and I'm going to go back and find that comment, because I told guy that comments, don't beat me to the punchline. Where is it? Now I'm going to be annoyed. It was a great comment.
It was a big one.
No.
That's it right there.
There it is. So guy that comments said, only investing in skills and zero stockpile, or hoarding X months or X years of preps. And that's kind of where this comes in. Knowledge and skills versus gear. What's the balance point between learning skills that helps us be prepared versus just hoarding stuff?
I mean, I'm a teacher. You have to have knowledge. You have to know what you're dealing with. You have to be prepared. I keep saying that word. You have to know what situations you might get into, even if they are fictional in books, if they could possibly take place. So you have to research that and go by your best guesstimate of what things will be like, your best guess of what you think things will be like, and prepare for that situation. And then you have to know how to use the gear that you have. You have to practice it. Mm-hmm. And then you have to continue to learn new things. Like I just commented on Kyle's comment up towards there about planting weed for pain. One of my next big things, now that I have time to do more with my life, is to really start studying fungi and not you, but fungus and things like that, and
herbal medicine type
herbal
stuff.
medicine. And it was something that my father used to teach me. We used to go into the garden on the weekends, and he would tell me all about the herbs he was growing, what to cook, what to cook them in, and what ailments they helped with, and things like that. And I got away from that because, you know, it wasn't the cool thing to do. And now that's where I'm back at. I want to know all those things. But you have to, knowledge is power. It's corny, but knowledge is power.
Well, and the analogies I give are things from like my own personal experience. Mm-hmm. You could have a closet full of guns, not know how to shoot. Every one of those guns is useless.
Absolutely.
Worse than useless, they're now dangerous because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Our daughter blew me out of my socks sometime in the past 12 months. I don't remember exactly when it was, but somehow we got to talking about ferro rods, and she wanted to try to start a fire with a ferro rod. So like out there on the concrete of the front porch, where there was no way for the fire to get out of control, I made her a little bird's nest of like a leaf and a little pile of pine straw, and gave her a ferro rod and said, "Hey, here's how to use it. Go for it."
There's pictures on in the Matter of Facts group of it.
Yeah, the Facebook group.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, her technique needs some work, but she got it. She like
she
perseverance and trial and error. She got that fire lit up.
We I want to say that we practiced with it at the camping trip, the family camping trip. I want to say we did, because I remember H being there, and
yeah, we did. And the fire was made of the firewood was made of asbestos, and that was the worst firewood I've ever seen in my life.
That was the most awful firewood, but you couldn't bring wood into the state park. So
well, I'm gonna bring some kerosene in next time. Believe that.
Yeah, Kyle, that's what I thought. Piper brought her ferro rod, and H was there when we were trying to play with it or whatever.
And what else? Like,
I agree with what Kyle said. It's key to know how to use your gear that you have. You just have to keep learning, because things are going to change, and the situation you prepare for may not be the situation that actually presents itself. And so if you are just stuck in, well, I have all this gear, and yeah, I know how to use this gear or whatever, and then you just stop, then you're dead in the water.
Well, it's also a function of gaining skills and knowledge without over specializing. Because, like, the analogy I make is like, I used to work on cars a lot, and there are times when I'll encounter something I've never specifically dealt with before, but I understand the principles of mechanics. I can kind of look at something and figure it out. I've always had that ability. And let's say somebody hands me a firearm or weapon system I've never used before. You let me unload it and figure out the controls very quickly and maybe run some quick drills. I'm going to figure out how to run that gun just like any of my own, because I understand the principles and I understand like the broad strokes of how to make something like that work. And I equate this very similarly in, if you learn something, it's best to learn as many facets of it as possible so you can apply it to the situation. Like, in modern times, it's super common for people to get really fixated and hung up on like having well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're used to using a GPS or if you're used to using a map and a compass. You should know both. You should understand the principles of running a back-azimuth. You should understand the principles of how to plot a course from here to here looking at terrain, because those principles apply no matter what your tool is you're using to gain data. And I guess that's just the way I always look at things is, you know, the skills without the gear makes life really hard.
Yeah.
The gear without the skills makes life impossible. So, gotta know both. Can't neglect one over the other.
Yeah, I threw that comment up there from Leonard, and that's exactly what I was trying to say.
I modified this question slightly because I didn't like the way it was worded. Okay. What to use for hunting? It said versus home defense, but let's talk firearm preferences. which I feel like is somewhere you and I really split apart hard, just based on like the firearms we've grown up using and the firearms we're just more comfortable using.
Okay.
Bearing in mind that, like, I still need to teach you how to really run an AR, but in the times I've tried to teach you, you're not comfortable with it. It's not a weapon system you're super familiar with.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've talked, and I know that I've said it on the podcast a few times. I have recoil anxiety. What is it called? Recoil
sensitivity.
Sensitivity. I'm just not. I don't know. I think I've gotten more used to my handgun, and I think I would definitely use that for home defense versus my rifle any day.
And her rifle, by the way, for those of you that just heard her say recoil sensitive, is a 30-06 hunting rifle.
Explain that to me, please.
No, you explain it to me. It's you. I still don't understand that.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. Maybe because I don't know how to explain that. I've always shot rifles. I don't know.
And I guess that's kind of something I was leaning towards, is that, you know, growing up in a much more rural part of Louisiana than I grew up in. I grew up in the suburbs. You grew up in a town that has 10 stoplights total.
Yeah, and 8 of them are around the
courthouse.
The courthouse.
She told, slight sidebar, she told me that story when she was taking me home to meet, like, my one-day sister-in-laws and brother-in-laws and the associated friends for the first time. And then we drove through the middle of town. I was like, oh my God, there really are only 10 stoplights here. Like, I thought I came from a small town. I was sorely mistaken. I didn't know how small was spelled.
No, people knew your business before you knew your business.
People were calling your
mom. People still know my business, and I haven't lived there in 20 years.
People were calling your mom before we got to their house to ask, who's that guy with Gillian?
Yeah, that's true. They did. Somebody did that. Anyway. Yeah, so I grew up in a deer stand and not really shooting handguns, but I mean, my dad gave me a 30-06 for my 16th birthday. That was my gift. That was my sweet 16 present, was a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
And as a result, like, and I've said this before, like, I feel like if I give you that 30-06 and tell you defend the front door, you're fine.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. I don't worry about that, but that's not my go-to. I'm not going to grab that one.
But if if we were in a situation where you needed something with more legs than a handgun, than a little bitty 9mm,
I got you, boo.
Yeah. And this
right, best dad ever. Yeah.
And this is kind of like one of those things that I know you naturally gravitate towards the things you're more comfortable with and just more familiar with. And because of my military experience, like, ARs are very common to me and very very easily understood. I shot an AK for a whole lot, just to get familiar with that weapon system. I've handled and shot a lot of different firearms, so I can pretty much grab anything in the collection and run out the front door and be ready to rock and roll. And I feel like with you, like, you tend to gravitate towards those things you're more comfortable with because it's just something you haven't spent as much time as I have really trying to, like, commit myself to that aspect.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you're most comfortable with, too. So anybody's going to gravitate to what they're most comfortable with and trust themselves with.
True. But
I heard, you're right. That's what I heard. You're right.
I'm not saying that word on a recording on YouTube. I'll have my husband card removed by force.
Nah. Next.
But I would say that for hunting use, this little lady over here would keep all of us fed, and I could just stay on the front porch and drink beer.
I gotcha. Let's do it.
So Gillian is going to roll her eyes at this. MREs, are they worth it? Have you ever eaten an MRE?
Yes. I ate one during Ida.
Was not your funnest experience,
I ate them
was
during Katrina. I mean, they're enough food. They're food. So, are they worth it? As a last resort, I'd rather eat beans and rice for a month.
Can I get that in writing?
No. I didn't say that.
She just
Dang
said
it,
she
take
would
it.
rather
I take
eat
it back. I
red
take
beans
it.
and rice for a month. And I have it.
I take it back.
I have it recorded now.
Oh, crap. Darn it. I take it back. Over MREs.
Backpedal out of
Wait,
that one,
no,
babe.
now if those are my choices, then yes, I'll eat red beans and rice for a month if I have to eat an MRE as my only option. They're yeah, are they worth it? Absolutely. Put them in your preps and have them, and then if you're cutting down 3 oak trees and you need the calories and you don't want to open a new bag of rice or whatever. I mean, yeah, the kids were eating them, but we were working hard. We needed to eat them. They're not my favorite, but I'll eat them.
Okay, so what percentage of a prepper pantry would you say is
2.
MREs? 2%?
2%. 0.5.
I
mean, wait. Okay, time out. Are we talking like military MREs or Mountain House?
both.
Okay. If we're talking military prepped MREs.
Like those that are on the floor right over there.
Yeah. Negative.
Like never.
Put a box.
Never.
I'm not saying never.
So 1%?
But I'd rather
2%'s already pretty low.
Mountain House and things like that, yeah. Bulk up on that stuff. But yeah, Leonard, they are options. Absolutely.
Apparently not good options.
They are options. They're options. They're not my first option, especially if we have like biscuits and gravy Mountain House in there.
The biscuits and gravy Mountain House is fire.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I like the Mountain House and those, but
now I say the same thing about both Mountain House and MREs for the exact same reason. It has nothing to do with taste. I tell everybody, I think you should have some. I would never recommend a person heavily invest in either because of cost. Because, like, I haven't checked the prices recently because, frankly, I have enough to feel like I'm in good shape. And we've diversified our food preps in every other direction other than MREs and Mountain House. Mm-hmm. But, like, the problem with MREs and Mountain House is, like, I remember Mountain House being, like, $8 for that one little bag. Mm-hmm. And I remember a long while ago, the buckets that I have out in the garage, those were $80 for the bucket. I'm sure there are more now. And I'm sure the buckets are probably smaller. But to me, the purpose of an MRE or Mountain House is if I need to take food over the road, refrigeration is not going to be readily available, coolers you don't want to depend on, can't get ice anyway in a disaster situation. So in those kind of situations, like when we had to go to the next town over to check on your parents and get them shored up after Ida, I mean, I had a bag with MREs and Mountain House in it and, you know, a whole bunch extra water and everything in the truck. We were going to eat that if we got hungry because we weren't going to pack a cooler with ice we couldn't find and couldn't make because, you know, we didn't have that option available to us. And it was just one of those situations where, like, in that situation, MREs Mountain House filled the need. But I would never recommend a person stock them because for the same value of a bucket of Mountain House or a case of MREs, you can put away a ton of canned vegetables, rice, beans, like canned meat, potted meat, all kinds of stuff, and have better variety, better nutrition, and your dollar goes further. So,
agreed.
For me, it just comes down to it's a cost analysis at the end of the day. It fills a need. It's a very niche item to me, but I would never say put all of your money in MREs because I mean, what is a dozen cans of Blue Run or red beans and a big bag of rice cost? That will feed a family for quite a while. So
especially Phil's family.
You got beef?
No.
I love my red beans of rice, and I made her eat so much of it when we were dirt poor when we first got together that she now, like, cringes at the idea. You cringe.
I do. Yeah.
It kept us fed.
It did. We were preppers before we knew it.
No, we were just poor.
Yeah, we were.
All right, so last one until we cook up something else to throw in here. What is the best way to filter and purify water? And I want to front load this by saying purifying and filtering water is not our immediate go-to in an immediate use situation, because we have 28 to 30 days, depending on how far we stretch it, of water bottled up on a shelf, ready to rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
And I've debated this endlessly with other preppers who say, well, no, you should have a way to filter and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I've always gone back to the idea that during Hurricane Ida, what happened to the water pressure, the morning after the storm passed, we woke up, what was going on with the water pressure?
There was a tree on the thing.
There was a tree
on
the holding tank that services this neighborhood. There was zero pressure. As a matter of fact, we heard a tree fall in the middle of the night, and I specifically heard a loud hissing noise. And
I remember that.
I told Gillian at that moment, we're not going to have water pressure in the morning. Because I knew what it was.
I thought it was gas was about to explode.
Like a gas main or something?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was a gas main, because those are usually far enough underground that, that wasn't my first thought.
When the demons outside are whistling trying to find you in your house, you kind of go to the to the worst case scenario, and the water tank outside was not where my brain went. So
I mean, that's kind of fair. But we woke up to no water pressure, and there were a lot of people that they would have happily boiled water on the stove if they could have, but when the water pressure was zero, they were strung out real bad, real fast. And the first thing I did that morning was I pulled 4 2-liter bottles off the shelf, and I poured water into my little camp coffee maker, and we still had gas service at the house. So I was making coffee the morning after Hurricane Ida on the burner in the kitchen.
Thank God.
With a lantern. Look, sometimes it's the little things.
Yeah, coffee's always a little thing.
But I guess that's... So that I front load this conversation by saying that filtering and purifying water is not our go-to.
No, and I'm not an expert in either filtering or purifying water, so my response is not going to be an educated opinion.
You want to become one real quick?
Why not?
Okay. Every time we go camping, and I'm kind of ashamed I haven't gone over this with you before, but the rucksack back there that I always take camping.
I know what we have.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm just not an expert on the best way to filter or purify water, which is what your title right here says.
Yeah.
Boiling it is the best way to purify it.
No. You still need a method of filtering junk out of it, though.
I said purify.
Okay.
But filter, load up on coffee filters. What's my commenters saying? Help me out here, guys.
Coffee filters or pantyhose?
Yeah, but if coffee filter is going to be better than pantyhose.
I'm just saying, in a bad situation, you learn to become MacGyver real fast. Water bladders that go into the tub. I think he's talking about a water bob, if you've seen those. Mm-hmm. It's the big vinyl bags that fill a tub. We don't, and mainly because, the whole purpose of that is that you don't necessarily want a bunch of water just sitting open in a tub, especially a tub that you wash your behind in. You don't want to trust that to be drinkable. And the idea of a water bob is it lines the tub and it encloses it and makes sure you can fill the whole bathtub up with potable water from the tap before an emergency.
That's really smart. I hadn't thought about that, mainly because us country folks, when a storm was coming through, you took your bath before the storm got there, and then you filled your tub up so that you could flush your toilets and whatever. Leonard, sand. I think of natural aquifers and things like that, and how does the earth filter its own water? Definitely sand, gravel, all that stuff.
Well, and that's a very traditional, old school, but it works well. It's a sediment filter. You just want gravel, fine gravel, sand, so on and so forth, and it as the spaces between the particulate get smaller, it filters finer and finer.
Right.
I point out to a lot of people, I'm like, if you want cheap water filtration option, I would not trust it to drink without boiling it, but it'll at least get all the junk out of it. Go to a pool supply store, get the smallest sand filter they make. Like the little bitty ones that you put on a small above ground pool. Because what do you think that is? It's a sand filter with PVC fittings on it. I mean, you could
Swimming
plumb.
pool. Mm-hmm.
Well, but what I'm saying is
That's what Leonard said, not me.
Oh yeah, but no, I mean, you can your pool supply store has very efficient, very space efficient sand filters on hand, and I know from being a pool guy, they're very robust. They last a good long time. You fill it up with sand, and you plumb that in line with a gravity fed water source. You know, as long as it's got enough height in the tank that the pressure coming down forces it through that sand, because I think there's several PSI back pressure on them. I mean, that'd be a very efficient way of filtering junk out of your water, and then you just have to boil it to get any microbes out. Although if you're catching rainwater, shouldn't be a lot of microbes in it to begin with. But for filtering, purifying, like my go-to is, I've got a Katadyn Varia water filter, and it stays in our hiking pack. Bearing in mind that when we go camping, we always have 1 or 2 5-gallon NATO water cans with us. So, like, we pack in our own water, and most of the places we go, we have water on tap anyway. So the NATO water cans are really, I just can't get over the idea of going someplace and being dependent on water I can find locally. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And fill the washing machine with ice and drinks.
I've seen it done, Kyle.
He's rode out a couple of hurricanes, hadn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was mostly dorm rooms.
Yeah. But that's in the hiking pack. So if we had to filter out water we found locally, that's an option. That is enough for the 3 of us for a pretty extended period of time. For here at the house, I actually purchased, and I haven't assembled it because it's all collapsed together, so it takes up less space.
I'm so sorry.
But I've got 3 5-gallon food grade water buckets with a set of legit Berkey water filters.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea was I could take one, put it on top of the other, run the Berkey filters through the bottom of one bucket into the lid of the next, silicone the 2 together if I need to prevent any leaks, and I can make basically a homemade plastic bucket Berkey. And that would, and of course I have a spigot and everything to plug into the bottom of it, but that would provide us all the water we would need. Because the idea was always, we've got 35 gallons worth of water out there tapped into the downspouts, and I can bring that in 5 gallons, or a couple gallons at a time with a bucket, throw it in the top of the Berkey, clean water out the bottom. Mm-hmm. Now I have sustainable replenishing water. Although, I'm sure you probably noticed those 2 big 55-gallon barrels over on the side of the yard.
The ones we brought home from your dad?
Yeah. You and I need to have a discussion about how we integrate those into some kind of a water catch system.
Okay.
Just saying. 35 gallons is better than nothing, but if we could expand that out to like 130, 140 gallons of water, and every time it rains it fills up, that'd be enormous. Not to mention, if we ever get into gardening again, which I'm kind of would like us to, we'll have all the water we ever need to, water plants and not have to run up the water bill here at the house.
Let's do it.
Well,
what do we need a discussion of?
Because I don't have a green thumb and I kill everything that grows except for children.
Yeah, I kind of don't have a green thumb either, but
we'll
make it work. We'll do something.
The last time we were gardening, it was going really good until you and Piper both caught the flu at the same time, and then I totally forgot to water the garden for a week with pretty predictable results.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the end of the list. I guess the real question is, like, I feel like this was pretty representative of a lot of, like, classical prepping debates.
I told him we couldn't do another episode of a woman's perspective of prepping.
We don't do that anymore. We've evolved. We've moved on. But is there anything else you would like to talk to the listeners about, the viewers about, before we sign off? Like, I love having you on the show because our backgrounds and our life experiences before we met are so different that we come into prepping with totally different ideas a lot of times. Even if it's something as simple as, I'm a man, therefore I'm like inherently not the brightest in the bunch. And I very often forget about really simple things like you better have Oreo cookies and feminine products on hand or we're going to have a really bad day.
Yeah. I don't have anything prepared. I was not prepared to come on today. So I think I did a pretty good job.
I would say so, but that's also why I brought you on, was because you weren't prepared, so we could just kind of throw you into the lion's mouth.
Ooh, there's a comment. What's the comment? Marriage and prepping.
Oh.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Let's bite that off before we sign out.
Has it always been easy? No. I've had to get over the whole stigma of what are people going to think. I don't care anymore.
I've had to learn to
help me out.
I've had to learn to compromise with someone in totally different ways than I ever did when we were just a married couple and not married preppers. Because when it wasn't prepping we were trying to compromise on, I've always, and this is like just general marital advice, I've always lived by the idea that if I'm not prepared to have my wife pissed at me for a week, it's not worth fighting about.
Yeah.
Not saying she takes a week to get over everything, just every now and then. But my point is, and that's why I tell husbands all the time, I'm like, marriages really pick your battles. I tell wives the same thing. I just don't get the same response from most wives I do most men.
It is. It's pick your battles.
But if it's not that big of a deal, don't fight over it. It's not worth it. It's discord in the house, it's frustration, and it just doesn't need to happen. If it's worth fighting about, and Gillian knows this, I will fight to the literal death. Because I feel like it's worth you being mad at me, because the penalty for me not voicing my opinion is catastrophic. So if it has to be a fight, it's going to be a fight in discussion. But if it's not, then don't. But the problem is when you integrate that into prepping, in my mind, every one of these subjects is life or death. So it put me in the position of, I have to compromise because I have to get her buy-in. Because if I don't get her buy-in, I'm stuck doing this by myself, and that's going to make it a lot harder. But how much can I compromise and still feel like I'm shoring up something that could be a life or death situation?
Well, and for me, you're compromising, and that's a good thing. I always go back to what kind of threw me over the hump was I had to just trust that my husband was making decisions for the family that were for our well-being. And once you get past the stigma and once you get past the negative of what a prepping lifestyle is about, then you have to just turn to your partner and you have to just trust that that person is, I would say for the most part, I would say most preppers are doing it for the well-being of the ones that they love. And it took me a little while to see that. It took me a little while to get past the stigma and to think that my husband was crazy. And we joke about it. But at the end of the day, Phil was making decisions for us that were going to keep us in a good place if shit hit the fan. And I have to just hi Stuart. I had to just get to that point where I just trusted my partner. I knew that Phil had best interests at heart for us. And then I got involved and I started to see, he needs help with this because this is a big deal. This is a big deal. And what continues to keep us on the same page is unfortunately continuing to go through times where we have relied on our preps more than we've ever wanted to. So I just keep going back to that. You have to just trust that your partner is making those decisions for the best interest of your family. I don't know.
Well,
kind of like this guy too.
The other thing I was going to bring up was like you've been approached by, I think mostly other women about prepping, about how do they get their spouses involved, or how do I do this, or like you've had the opportunity to kind of help mentor to other people, and you've several times you've discounted your knowledge, but I've always tried to point out, I'm like, that's the beautiful thing about this lifestyle is that everybody comes in with their own experience and their own perspective, and the perspective can be uneducated and still incredibly useful. Because even if it's not even if you come into prepping with like a month of doing it versus 10 years, that new perspective is still new and challenges everything that's out there. And sometimes the lay person sees things that the rest of us overlook, like feminine products, because I'm a guy.
You get used to your preps. You get used to thinking about different things, and then someone with common sense rolls in. Not that we don't have common sense, but just a different perspective rolls in, and they say, well, have you thought about this? And that's a lot of what Phil and I, that's how we keep it together, is Phil's going to think about one thing, and then I'm going to fill the void. And then I'm going to think about something, and Phil's going to say, well, what about this situation? Or did you think about this prep? And what if this happens? Do you have that in your whatever? So...
Well, in the same way that you trust me to kind of have our family's best interests at heart, when you tell me, hey, Phil, you really need to shore this up, I trust your judgment, because you think of you've never once brought anything up that I thought that is ridiculous and that makes no sense. It's always been a forehead smack moment and be like, you stupid SOB, why didn't you think of that?
You should never think, you stupid SOB, why didn't you think of that? I mean, that's why we have this partnership. That's why we're a team. We're a couple. You have to feed off of each other.
We do that.
And sometimes I'm smarter than you.
I'm okay with that. You're better looking already.
Oh, make me blush. Stop.
So I guess we'll go ahead and sign this one out. This was not well advertised. This was very quick and impromptu. Andrew's out of pocket until the weekend, so
slacker.
He's.
I always call him a slacker when I'm on.
We've got something in the pipe for him. He's bringing a guest on, but we couldn't get them together till the weekend. That's going to be a fun show. That won't come out until next Friday, but this will come out this Friday. So for anybody that you're hearing this on the podcast, you could have heard this on the live stream. You just need to go over to YouTube and subscribe to the Matter of Facts podcast channel, and then maybe you could join in the fun.
You could have seen me.
Could have seen Gillian. Still can, technically, because
I know,
after these live stream, they're there forever. Unless the internet crashes.
That's scary.
Until the internet crashes or YouTube deletes itself, I have to check my comments real quick.
What happened? Oh, a prepping power couple. Thanks. Hey, we're always here.
Yep. And we practice what we preach, even if we're not preaching it to y'all at that exact moment.
Yeah, it's true.
But Matter of Facts podcast heading out the door. Say goodnight, Gillian.
Good night, Gillian. Goodbye, guys.
You and Andrew both do that to me when I say that.
Well, here. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Have you visited SurvivalGearSystems.com? At SGS, we focus on and deliver today's most innovative high-tech survival gear and complete survival systems. Survival Gear Systems, the ultimate resource for individuals and families who want to get the information they need to develop their life survival plans and plan for adventures. At Survival Gear Systems, we offer not only individualized products, but also complete survival packages ranging from basic to extreme. Our survival systems include products recommended by our trained survival experts, including food, water filtration, power sources, communication devices, emergency gear, survival shelter, survival clothing, and more. These systems are revolutionary in preparing families for catastrophic events without the need to do the research or shopping around themselves. We do the work for you. Visit us and experience SurvivalGearSystems.com.
You've just joined the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. The views and opinions expressed are strictly those of the host or their guests. Visit us in the interactive chat room at prepperbroadcasting.com.
agree with Alan Greenspan. We ought to just eliminate the debt ceiling. Oh, absolutely. We do.
The ability of almost every working American to access more credit than they should have been able to masked the underlying fact that lower and middle class incomes were not rising.
That's not a tenable strategy. Isn't there other time to eliminate it? Oh, it would have been a long time ago to eliminate it.
Let's put aside terrorism. Let's talk only about our own homegrown animals that are patrolling America right now. So it goes down to the simplest thing. Be prepared, be vigilant.
For they sow the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. The standing grain has no heads, it shall yield no flour. If it were to yield, strangers would devour it. Anybody recognize that little bit from Hosea 8:7 from the Bible? They sow the wind and they reap the whirlwind. And were that stalk to yield grain, foreigners would swallow it up. I don't know what to say. I don't want to say anything that's too out of line, but I do want to say everything that's out of line. Because sometimes when I watch the news and I sit here in front of this microphone, I think to myself, maybe this is why I'm in front of this microphone to begin with.
We are the Prepper Broadcasting Network.
Oh my goodness, PBN family, a blast from the past. Wow. That was circa 2018, the Intrepid Commander on his, I guess that would have been my Wednesday night live show when the Prepper Broadcasting Network was owned by the great Glenn Martin. And my failure tonight, we'll just get it out of the way, is I couldn't get Glenn to come on. I didn't have time to give him a call. I should have had him on here, but we hadn't talked in a long time, and then we just got to talking just a few days ago, and I told him I'd call him during the weekend. I didn't get around to it, but he was at the helm in those days. He was the creator of the Prepper Broadcasting Network, and that clip that you heard right there, man, 2018. So I was writing at the time, but you know, the idea that I would ever be running the Prepper Broadcasting Network was pretty far afield. You know, that was his baby. And I'll tell you what, I don't actually know how G-Man is doing. I owe him a phone call. I hadn't talked to him for probably a year. You know, G-Man is the real deal. He's a real deal mountain man. You know, he's the thing that most of us talk about being when it comes to wilderness survival, land navigation, just a general woodsman ability. For those of you who don't know, Glenn Martin was the guy who created the Prepper Broadcasting Network, and he was awesome. He was an awesome dude, and he was so in tune with the Rocky Mountains that at age 16, he would lead hunting parties through the Rockies on horseback. Yeah. And he was one of those guys that were just ate up by the wilderness in the mountains, just completely is one of those guys. He is one of those guys that's ate up by the wilderness in the mountains. And when he called me in 2018 in November, that's exactly what he said. I'm done. I just want to go back to the mountains with my dog. Because that's who he was, man. He was the real thing. You know, he wasn't a weekend warrior like a lot of us. I just want to be in it. I live in it. I want to be out in it. And thanks to G-Man, he set us on this course. And today, PBN family, today has been a day that has been mind-blowing, to be quite honest. I mean, it's been a mind-blowing day. For a number of reasons, really. For a number of reasons, it has been wild. Number one, obviously, we scheduled this show, right? We scheduled this 1 million downloads show to celebrate the fact that our Prepper Broadcasting Network, with our incredible roster of hosts, has, since, I guess we jumped over here in 2019, I don't remember exactly when, but somewhere in probably the first quarter or second quarter of 2019, we said no more Blog Talk Radio. We're going to Spreaker. Which, by the way, can I just say something real quick about Spreaker? And Spreaker is the company that hosts our website. Okay, so hosts our podcast. I'm drinking Protocol Porter tonight, which is from Aleworks Brewing Company in Williamsburg, Virginia. Local beer, and I don't drink. So I'm 3 beers in already. It's a celebration, PBN family. For those of you who are members, you know my philosophy on alcohol. If you listen to that wild podcast on alcoholism and addiction, real easy way to sort of develop a great relationship with alcohol is to only drink to celebrate. Only drink when good things happen. And that's exactly what I do. So, and I can't think of today, there aren't too many more good things that could happen. Okay? So, we hit this milestone from 2019. Blows me away, guys. It's outstanding to me. It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me. And that was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It came like a month earlier than I thought it would. I thought we were going to hit, we were, looking like we'd hit 1 million downloads by midsummer. And I told the host, hey, look, around midsummer, I'd like to have a 1 million downloads show. And, we'll celebrate. For you guys out there, well, we'll get to the celebration and the giveaways and all that kind of stuff here in a minute. So, boom, pops right up. Last week, I checked the stats. We're at 998,000, you know what I mean? And it's like, we're getting we're going to blow through that quick, a day, half a day, whatever. So I say, let's just do it. We'll do it on a Wednesday. We'll knock it out. We'll do it in place of the I Am Liberty show. I didn't expect the things to fall in place the way that they did. We had a show scheduled with Dr. William Forgy. It didn't work out. We're going to get him back on. But in that conversation, we also discussed another year of sponsorship here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network. That would be his 3rd year here. Dr. Forgy, the author of the Prepper's Medical Handbook. Okay, it is the go-to medical preparedness manual on our website. So if you go to our website and click on the Build Your Own Medical Cache tab up there on the website, you're going to get shot over to his book that you can buy in a collection of everything that's used that's over the counter in that book that you can buy. I mean, it is fundamentally like buy the medical handbook, buy all the stuff that goes in the medical handbook. Now you can use the medical handbook. It's brilliant. But even better than that, it's let's grab it. It's right here. I've moved my desk, PBN family, so now all my books are at hand. We can have a lot of fun, but not tonight. The Prepper's Medical Handbook, William W. Forgy, in for another round as our annual sponsor here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network. That was kind of inked today for another year, so congratulations to us. Congratulations to him. It is a wonderful partnership, and of course his other great book, The Prepper's Guide to Surviving Pandemics, Bioterrorism, and Infectious Disease. If you were ate up about what happened with COVID-19, you have got to read that book, okay? Well, really, to be honest, you have got to have this book, The Pandemics, Bioterrorism, and Infectious Disease, because it's, it's a little bit like a reminder of how wild it was. So, I thought that was it. Okay, big show, wonderful, fun, great. Let's have some fun. Let's give away some Disaster Coffee. Let's give away some memberships. Let's give away some gear, all that kind of stuff. And then, I don't know why I even checked. But for some reason, they're just like, just check the stats, just see what's going on, on the lead up here. And I checked the stats, and they're like basically like 4,000 downloads higher than normal. which is a lot. You know what I mean? For a day. It's a hell of a lot. It's a serious increase. And I say to myself, like, I don't understand what's happening right now. You know? I have a theory about that, though. Because I found out some cool tricks today also, on top of all of this. On top of all of this magic, I found out 2 tricks that are incredible. Number 1, I don't know if you can do it in Element, but I can do it in Element, but I'm an admin. And I think I prefer it that way, so no offense. I can type @room, and when I type a message in Element, it will go to everybody in the room. I don't know exactly how it works, but I figured it out today. Really cool. Great for announcements and stuff like that. And when we were on Discord briefly, before we got castigated, before we got exiled, well, Chin got exiled, actually, right? Chin was the guy who sort of got exiled. Before we got exiled, yeah, they had an @everyone that I really enjoyed. You know, the @everyone was a big deal. And it gave you the ability to message everybody. And I enjoyed that, man. That was a good time. But that wasn't it. That wasn't the only trick I learned. I learned a trick today for, God, I mean, it was really by accident more than anything, and it kind of freaked me out. All of a sudden, I start getting messages about how PBN is messed up on iTunes. PBN is messed up on iTunes. It's screwed up. Everything's all crazy. Then I get another. I go and get another message through Element. Something's wrong. Website episodes are all mixed up on the player. And I'm like, what? How could the player be affected? And by the way, I was in the middle of thanking Spreaker because while we have been thrown off Discord, grounded by YouTube, silenced by Instagram, Spreaker's been with us all along. Everything. Every single episode, Spreaker has supported us. Every single episode exists. No episode has ever been manipulated in any way, shape, or form by our host, Spreaker. Every single one of them has gone up. Even the one, probably one of the most controversial titles that I thought would get pulled. I mean, YouTube pulled it like immediately. The Last American, Aiden Tate, sometime last year, I think it was, sent me a show titled, "Does Jesus Want You to Get the Jab?" And I knew, I was just like, this is going to cost me. And, but, you know, that's what we do here. That's not all we do here, but that, you know, that's a lot of what we do here. If the hosts are emboldened enough to create a show about it, then we're going to do it. We're going to talk about it. Nothing. Spreaker just, you know, thank you. Thank you, Spreaker, for not silencing us. I mean, they really are kind of our Achilles heel in many ways, right? You can shut us down on Facebook, shut us down on social media, whatever. But as long as we can publish through Spreaker, our podcasts hit all the podcast players, everyone who has a podcast player embedded on their website, everyone who, you know, gets us in some kind of a feed. And it's a big deal. So what I did earlier today, I was searching for old content, just like I showed you. And when I searched for old content, I sort the shows episodic. No, serial style. From oldest to newest, right? And in doing so, I get to look all the way at the first ever episode that was uploaded and work my way back up that way rather than going from the top, scroll all the way to the... I mean, we have 2,000 episodes, okay? What I didn't realize is when you turn the network upside down like that, it turns the player upside down. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do from time to time. We are going to enter the upside down. You know, just like Stranger Things. Isn't that what it's called? Isn't that what it's called? The upside down? Yeah. Yeah, because in Fortnite it was called the Sideways. So it's the Upside Down. So that's exactly what we'll do. I'll let you know. It'll be a special weekend or something along those lines, and we will turn the Prepper Broadcasting Network upside down. And I'll flip all the episodes I will flip from the oldest to the newest. And then you'll be able to go through and kind of scroll through the archives and be like, whoa, listen to this old show. Look at that old topic. The show that you just listened to at the head of this podcast was called Urban Neighborhood in Survival. I have no idea, other than the intro, kind of what's going on in that. You know what? Why don't we take a little peek? Because it's still running. It's 17 minutes in. Let's see.
She was worthless, and how all these things about leadership, liberal leadership. And I can't help but wonder, did these bombs come from left-wing revolutionaries? Just like the ones I've read, just like the ones I've listened to. Because their people have not gone far enough for them. It may sound outlandish, but we'll see. It doesn't fit the narrative, I know that much, right? We're all ready to see some guy come out with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag on the back of his truck, and he just snapped. He finally snapped. And he's a white supremacist, and he comes from a long lineage of people related to David Duke, and, you know, that's what you want, right? That's what the Democrats and the liberals want to wake up to tomorrow. They want to wake up to this idea that, oh, yeah, I told you it was a racist nation. I told you that these white people were no good. And there'll be white people saying it. That's the funny part.
I remember this.
Not in those words exactly, but you know what the deal is.
This was the pipe bomb guy. Remember the pipe bomb guy who mailed all the pipe bombs that didn't work to politicians? All left-wingers. Like Pelosi got one, I think. I can't remember. Maxine Waters might have got one. I can't remember.
Someone from the right wing with the type of hatred that people on the right have for the 6 people I just mentioned. I have a hard time believing they would construct bombs that wouldn't go off. I do. Now, empty threats and empty promises, yeah, that's a progressive thing. Right? That's a progressive thing.
I was so much more political in those days, man. I was ruthless on them liberals. Yeah. That was before they had their way with the nation. Now they run everything. They're trying to run the justices out of the courts now. I'm going to let this episode run in the back, and then we'll check back in a little later. I didn't download a bunch of old episodes. I had planned on it, but then I said, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just do some reminiscence and so on and so forth. It's been because it was such a great day. You know what I mean? So we're going to do the Upside Down here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network. I'm going to get that Stranger Things font, and I'm going to steal that, and maybe I'll turn my face into a Demogorgon. And then, you know, on Sundays or some weird day like that, we will do the Upside Down here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network, and I'll flip the player so that all the oldest episodes are at the top of the player. And that'll be a lot of fun, man. There's some good stuff back in those days. I mean, you hear the sound quality. Sound quality's different. The sound quality sucky. Different. What kind of word is that to use in a situation like that? She's my partner. Yes, this is Lindsay. She's my partner. This is Michelle. She's my partner. That was one of those word usages. The sound quality is a little different. It's a little different than what you might be using. No, it sucks. It sucks compared to what we have now. Call-in number is 804-767-7171. You will be brought in through Skype. 804-767-7171. Call in. Tell me about something that PBN has done for you within these 1 million downloads, and you'll get something. I don't know what. Most likely going to be some coffee. If I don't get a lot of callers and you call in, then you're going to get Uprising, okay? Uprising is expensive coffee, okay? It's we sell it for $18 and we don't make a lot of money on it. Because what Uprising is from disastercoffee.com, Uprising is our 4th of July coffee. And, oh boy, what am I hearing? Let me take a quick listen. I hear a chick. Oh, Sarah Hathaway, please join us. Please join us. I got to go check out back real quick. I need someone to fill in the void. How can I invite you over here? But anyway, so Uprising is an incredible coffee that we age in bourbon barrels. Yes, we age in bourbon barrels, and then we send it your way, and it's astounding. Where is the link to this? Come join me, Sarah, if you're listening. Do you use the link that I sent you and come join us? Sorry, I had to type that in real quick. Sarah Hathaway. You know, she's one of our newest hosts. I guess we should tell the Sarah Hathaway story while we wait for her to join us. I'm trying to look over and see if I can grab people. There's usually like a button. Nope, nope, that's not it. What's going on? Anyway, the Sarah Hathaway situation happened in a way that was pretty cool. You know what I mean? It was like, I think Phil kind of brought it into being, along with a side of Jägermeister at Prepper Camp. And yeah, from there it was like, she came up to me and she was basically, we were standing around the fire and she's like, why aren't I on the network? Or something to that effect. And I was like, yeah, why aren't you on the network? Let's do it. And at this point, I think we were already doing the audio drama and all that. And it just kind of popped into place. I polished off that Jägermeister bottle, and that was a celebration because the Changing Earth was now going to be a part of the Prepper Broadcasting Network. So Sarah Hathaway should be joining us here any second. Dave Jones. Oh, Sarah is upon us. I see that gee. It's going great. Let me unmute you real quick. Okay, there we go. Now the listening audience can hear you too. Thanks for joining us, Sarah.
You got it. No camera tonight. I just got off work, so.
Oh, that's no big deal. I was playing around, and I had this wanted sign, and I was like, oh, look at that. It was a toss-up between that, and I also, one of my favorite pictures that I have, literally, I need to frame it and hang it in this room, is, do you remember Chaz? You got to remember Chaz. When they took over that spot in Portland.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, when they were there, they put this shitty garden together. They layered you remember that? They layered cardboard in.
Uh-huh.
They were trying to do their little back to Eden garden or whatever. And then they put a sign there, and this is what made it for me. They put a sign there that said, "This garden is for native and minorities only." And I saved that picture forever. This is just because it was just a pile of junk, you know what I mean? And I was like, right. You guys are just not doing this right.
Wow, thanks. That's so nice of you.
Yeah. It was
so benevolent.
I love that picture. I should just get it tattooed on my calf or something. So what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's Brock's birthday today. So.
Oh, God. Happy birthday, Brock.
Right? Yeah. So,
Brock
he's turning 29 again. And
dang. He's doing better than me.
Right?
I'm chasing down 39.
And I'm working on the audio drama like crazy.
I bet.
That's my entire every moment of free time goes into staring at audio.
You can lash me on live radio. Did I miss any lines?
I've actually haven't found anything that's significant enough to worry about.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Because
like sometimes I'll actually like piece stuff together or like change stuff up a little, but yeah.
It's never tough to just go in there and knock one line out. And I'll tell you what, I felt like such an idiot because it was 15 lines total.
Right?
You know what I mean? I was like, dang. I could, because I was thinking, Sarah, from pages 80 to 129, I'm thinking like, I don't know, 50, 60 lines, baby.
Right?
And I sat down and I was like, God, I could have done this like any time.
Yeah, the way I have it written, you know, it's the 3 scenes are split pretty much right now. So the character that you're with, he only gets every, you know, third slot basically. And so that's what's fun about, well, people that don't know my book series wouldn't know this, but eventually all the storylines will come together into one, you know, unit. So the end of this season is some of the blending starts to happen. It's fun.
Because I didn't believe in you.
Yeah.
In the story, I mean.
Right, yeah.
I always believe in you in real life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's some stuff coming.
But in my character didn't believe in you. I thought Tim Monroe thought you were a myth. That was pretty cool. That took me by surprise.
Maybe she was abducted by aliens.
Yep. What do you think about that? What do you think about alien convo on Capitol Hill?
About aliens in current society? I don't know. I believe they're there. I believe that they've been there for a long time. Because I'm a firm believer in the ancient aliens theories. I'm also really religious, though. So you have to go back into the back research of like the first world age and when all these things were happening and
what
when
were those
aliens
things called? What were they called? There's something with a really cool name.
Yeah.
Starts with an E.
The winged guys.
Yeah. I always wondered if that could be something.
Right. So I do believe, but I believe it did happen at one time. And I think that when the aliens kind of stepped away from our planet, that's when they taught us about the one God that they worship. That is the one God. Right?
They taught us about the real creator.
Exactly.
They were like, cut the Marduk.
Because we were like worshiping them, and they're like, no. This is how it's done.
So you think they came down and did the pyramids and the whole nine?
Yeah, I do. I definitely believe that there was a very significant first world age on our planet because like they find liquid mercury underneath the Great Pyramid and underneath the Pyramid of the Gods in South America. Liquid mercury. Like you have to process it to get it to be liquid mercury. But you can use it in power plants.
There was something going on back then for sure.
Right?
There was something going on. I'm more of an egotistical, like humanity rocks, and we don't understand how awesome we were because the Alexandria Library got torched and all that stuff. I was just
gonna say, I think we lost a lot of knowledge when we lost the Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, I do too. I think we would have been like, oh, that's how they did it.
Right. Exactly.
With like a lot of stuff,
Exactly.
But then again, there's also just like massive amounts of slave labor, and I bet you could get done a lot. With just
but
a
their
whole
theory
slew
of like moving the rocks on wooden logs that are rolling, right? Well, those rocks are so heavy they would just crush the wood. There's no like.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, and if you look at how we move big rocks like that these days, I mean, it takes like the full semi with the huge cranes, and they move like 3 miles an hour with all of this huge gear. Because those rocks are so heavy and they're like a fraction of the size.
Yeah. And gas propulsion.
And I think there was giants too.
Oh, that's in the Bible for sure, right?
That's in the Bible. Yep, exactly. And I do think there was giants, and they built a lot of it because they can just handle the bigger stones. So,
I could see giants because we would kill the hell out of giants. Definitely.
Right.
We're a murderous. We are a murderous species. We would not play around with anything bigger than us that looked like us. We'd be like, let's get them to put Stonehenge up and then kill them all, and that'll be the end of it.
Sort of out.
Sure, that's our style. That is I don't know, that is Homo erectus style or something like that. You know what I mean? Because that seems to be either that or this is what I can't figure out. And this is a little X-rated, but it is what it is. I can't figure out, and it's probably a combination of both, knowing us and our history. Because they're starting to think that Neanderthal was like, at first they were like, yeah, we just killed all the Neanderthals.
Uh-huh.
And then they were like, you know what? We probably did a little sexing also. And hybridized. You know what I mean? So I'm always on the fence about that. Like,
so Gene M. Ayuel's books, The Clan of the Cave Bear.
What is that? That sounds right up my alley.
It's actually called the Children of the Earth series. And Gene M. Ayuel was like my inspiration for starting to write. She does great things with blending the fact and the fiction together. So
does she do like Paleolithic stories?
And it's Paleolithic stories, exactly.
Oh my
it's about
God.
Yeah.
Okay,
and it's so much survival knowledge in there too.
Gina?
But Gene M. Ayuel. And it's
that's
the
like
Children
just
of the
a bunch
Earth
of
series.
letters. You got to tell me how to. That's not even a name.
Jean.
Oh, Gene.
Gene.
Oh.
M.
Okay.
And then Auel is Auel. Auel.
Oh, that's right up my alley, man.
Yeah.
The Paleolithic
The
period.
Clan of the Cave Bears is the first one. Just make it through that book, and then they just start rocking. And there's so much survival knowledge in there, herbal healing knowledge in there. It really inspired me to write my series.
That's phenomenal. I never knew that. Gene M. Ayuel.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, that's right up my alley. Well, yeah, I have no plan tonight, really, outside of just being excited and happy. I don't know if you're not in our Signal, are you?
I am on Signal.
Oh, okay. I gotta invite you to our PBN room. We had like a crazy bump in downloads today. I don't know what happened. There's been a succession of really cool things happening today.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's been a great day, but yeah.
Now everybody's got their cameras on. I'm feeling like I should turn my camera on now.
What do you mean everybody? There are other people here?
Yeah.
I'm not even paying attention, guys.
Yeah.
Hop in.
Yeah.
Hop on in. Who's all
I'm not
here?
gonna hog it up.
Oh, we got Ryan. We got Carl B. We got Tim. Oh my God, it's happening. It is happening
now.
now.
Snoop Dogg there. You look so
There we
chill.
go.
I'm a little drunk. I'm a little drunky, to be honest with you.
Snoop.
I'm celebrating, folks. This is a big day. This has been a huge day. If you didn't hear the beginning of the show, we got William Forgy back for another year for the Prepper's Medical Handbook. It's been a good day. It's good to see you, Ryan. You look good, man. That's okay. You don't need to
find the button.
No, that's all right. You
Thank
give me wide eyes. I was like, uh-oh. You might
to
not
see
have the
everybody.
mic plugged in. Man, I appreciate you guys.
Hello, everybody.
Carl B in the house.
Yeah, I'll just chime in too.
So did you guys hear? I by accident I figured out that we can flip the entire status of show, like the entire dates of show. We can turn our player into, instead of playing the newest shows, playing the oldest shows. So we're gonna do that from time to time for the listening audience. We can flip to basically the oldest show, and so on and so forth. So that should be pretty fun. That should be pretty fun. It's ancient history, like no doubt. It is. It is ancient history. The shows
That's
are
how
like
I feel.
the shows sound like you could take like a pad and put it in front of the mic and they sound like that, but they're pretty good. The content is there. You know what I mean? But they're ancient history. That at the head of the show, I played the old Prepper Broadcasting intro, and it was pretty crazy to hear. I forgot all about it. And those old crazy commercials, Sun Oven, and all that kind of stuff. It was going on here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network back in the day. You know, I never knew how the statistics were back in the day. G-Man never really told us. He was always kind of like, you're doing good. keep doing it. But I never knew exactly what was what. So I always wonder about that. What was it like in that? I do know that when I did a show on the militarization of the police, like, God, it was probably 2014 or something like that. And he was really excited because that show got like 55,000 downloads. And I was like, what?
Damn.
What? Yeah, so I don't know.
Crazy.
That was one of them like lucky shots or something like that. I don't know. Must have been a popular. That was probably when the left wing was planning on dismantling the whole police force the way that they have now. So how you guys
I wonder
holding
if
up?
they listen to us and just use it as a playbook.
Oh, God.
Let's do this.
That
too
would
close.
That's a great
that would be the worst case. That would be the worst case scenario, right? Would be that.
I was listening to your show, Ryan, on Ruby Ridge today. I was thinking those exact thoughts while you were talking about it.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then you mentioned. I think did you mention the shooter in Buffalo too? 'Cause that's kind of what it felt like. Yeah, it all kind of felt that way.
Just like a record on repeat.
Yeah, I'm clipping that. I'm gonna take some clips from that show and put them up on our new Instagram account. Man, people will go crazy for that Ruby Ridge show. That was great. I'm still trying to figure that out. That's a weird situation over there. But I swear to God, Ryan, when you sent me that text, I was like, I'm pretty sure this guy's dead. I have no idea how he's gonna talk to him tonight. Ryan Buford sends me a text last night when I was picking my kids up, and I was like, sure, it said I'm talking to Mr. Weaver on tonight's show, and I'm in Ruby Ridge, and I was like, that can't be right.
I didn't know about, so like we knew about, of course I'm way up in Little Oak, Canada, right? But we knew about Waco like crazy, but Ruby Ridge, at least, I don't know. I mean, I would have been 12 or 13 at the time. I don't remember there being a whole lot of coverage up here. I really just kind of learned about it, I don't know, 3-4 years ago through some documentaries and stuff. And it blew me away because, again, when I was a kid, everybody's like, Waco, oh yeah, they were a bunch of wackos, right? We figured, and then you find out the truth behind a lot of this. And yeah, Ruby Ridge was crazy. I had no idea.
Yeah, and that's like I said, when I asked Colin if he wanted to do a show on Randy Weaver and Ruby Ridge, he was like, Randy who? We're doing the show. Guess what? Study.
I don't know who told me about it, but I know it was in this community. I didn't know about it until this community for sure. Like, it wasn't something my dad ever told me about. I'm damn sure my school didn't ever tell me about it. And it wasn't something I ever heard about at work. So it was definitely in this
G-Man
group.
was only about an hour away from that incident, I think.
What was?
G-Man, he lived only about an hour away from
he was close there.
Oh yeah, that was right in his backyard. That's why a lot of folks in North were like, nope, you're not coming here.
They were like, we gotta change of plans.
I've got a guy that I deal with on the back channels that's from that area, and they definitely have that mindset. I love it. It's crazy. There's all these little pockets all across America, not so much Canada, but where there's like these little freedom areas that people really, they take pride in it, right? I appreciate that.
Yeah. I always think about that. I always think about, like, I know a lot of preppers now, and then I say to myself, how prepared are the people I don't know and that don't say anything? And then I have visions of people with, like, old decommissioned F-14s hidden in, like, the side of a mountain.
Welcome to Texas, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Texas has been awesome that way, I have to say, man. When we had the deep freeze, right? And they don't have, like, snow plows down here.
Flamethrowers.
Like, yeah, they have no snow equipment at all. And so they get the folding tables out and make a little triangle wood frame, hook that to the front of the truck. We're plowing,
that's the
baby.
plow?
Yeah. And like they couldn't get the semis through. They had to shut down Walmart. But the local grocery store, they get all the old boys out with their pickup trucks. And they're just doing pickup truck convoys back and forth to make sure the grocery store has food so we can keep eating and stuff. It was really cool to watch. The difference between when catastrophe hit here compared to when catastrophe hit California, oh man, so significantly different. Everybody's like, all right, pull up, batten down the hatches, here we go. And in California, they're like, oh my God, it's a third world country. I can't do this. I can't survive. I'm like, you're in an air-conditioned grocery store on a cell phone.
I love your California voice.
Country.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Like, oh my gosh, we're in California and we're all doing stuff wonderful over here. Yeah.
And we're about to run out of energy altogether.
Yeah. With the hand, you got to have the hand motion. I know they can't see me on the radio, but the hand, they oh no.
We spent a week in Florida recently, and I was blown away by how I was like, because I'd been to California before, but never to Florida. And I was like, it's all the nice things about California and very little of the bad. I'm like, these are, then I spent a week in Tennessee and I'm like, now I really found my people. But Florida was cool. Like, it was like, I couldn't believe it. Just how.
A lot of Californians moving to Tennessee right now.
Tennessee. Oh, no, really? Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. A lot of Californians moving to Tennessee right now.
You know what? I'm kind of happy about that, but not at the same time.
You know what? You can't really say that, though, because so they're moving there, but a lot of the people that are moving out of California are actually the conservatives and the Republicans. Yeah. And so even here in Texas, when Ted Cruz was elected, the non-native voting population were voting Republican. And like a lot of the Texans obviously haven't seen like the horrors of what happens when you start putting all these liberal laws in place and stuff.
The horrors of California.
They haven't seen it firsthand. They don't know how it wedges out the middle class and just encourages people to be poor, and then you have your elite and your poor, and that's it, and people in tents and nightmares on the streets.
Camping.
So a lot of the non-native population are actually the ones that voted Ted Cruz into office because they were like, no, we moved here for a reason. We're going to keep it this way. So people say, like, don't California up my Texas? Well, you're gaining a lot of good people. People that are leaving because they're sick of it.
So the ratio is looking good.
Yeah.
I can't believe you said that you fell in love with Tennessee, Tim. Tennessee, I don't know what the hell's going on in Tennessee. I'm scared to go.
It's beautiful.
Everybody who goes and everybody who lives there is like, dude, when are you coming to Tennessee?
I mean,
to stay.
I joke, but we met all of our what I called imaginary internet friends, like people I've known for years,
That's
right?
Prepper camp for us.
Oh yeah, like there was I got to meet and hug people that I have talked to for 5-6 years, and we sat for 4 days and just talked freedom and liberty and anything. And I was like, I literally cried when I left. It was like. We were just looking for property down there because, so many of the friends we've made over the years, especially through the TSP community and living free in Tennessee, it was, there's something about meeting in person, man, I'm telling you. But it was, Tennessee, I don't know, the people, I grew up on the East Coast, Nova Scotia, and the people in Tennessee reminded me a lot of the maritime type people, just kind of friendly, almost to a fault. And I mean, they're freedom oriented down there. Of course, they love the biscuits and gravy, so that's not a bad thing either. Even though
that's true.
Pretty hard to stay on keto when you're eating biscuits and gravy. I'll tell you that.
No, I really enjoyed Tennessee though when we went through it. I'm from Michigan originally.
Where in Michigan?
From Rochester, Michigan.
Well, my wife's from Sarnia, so we spent a lot of time in Port Huron. So anyway,
Port Huron.
Yeah.
We were always out on the boat, salmon fishing, walleye fishing, and that kind of thing. So, but it was a nice area.
Every time I met a Michigander in university, I'd be like, "Where are you from?" And they'd go, "Where are we?" Right there, and they'd point.
Yeah, the mitten. Yep. Put up your left hand, and then you can just find where you're from on the hand.
They're like, but if you're a Youper or not, whatever they call it, it's a little hard because that's shaped like a skidoo or something.
Yeah, the Youpers.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We're the trolls. I was a troll because we live under the bridge.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. So you got the Youpers and the trolls.
I like Upper Peninsula, Michigan. We drove through there years ago, and it was beautiful country. Looked like you could film a lot of horror movies up there with all the abandoned hotels, but it was a beautiful country.
Yeah. It was a good experience growing up there. And then California in the foothills, out in the mountains for 25 years, something like that.
You've been living in some pretty beautiful environments, Sarah.
Right? I did okay picking my geography.
Yeah, you're probably bored in Texas.
I'm not gonna lie.
Where's all the landscape at? This is brutal.
My husband wanted flat property, and we don't have forest, and I'm just like, I can't handle this. So we're here. We're in a really good school district, though. So we're here till my youngest is through high school, and then we're out back into the sticks again.
School. What's that?
Yeah.
Prairie sometime. Ooh, you can watch a dog run away for a day.
Oh, right. I like the mountains. Actually, I got pretty familiar with the mountains, so I don't know. I see myself in a trailer, just traveling around at the end of my life, not really sticking in one spot, just moving around.
You know Morgan Rogue, right? Do you know her, Sarah? I gotta introduce you to her. She used to be a host here.
She's pretty cool.
Yeah, she did that for a while. Then she settled in Arizona
or Alaska.
Well, I told my husband we'd have to have a trailer that has a garden and then a trailer that has chickens behind it. We go down the road, right? I would miss that for sure. So
I've got a good buddy, Brian Oleskovich. We're on a podcast together, and he runs the Lots Project. And him and his wife are getting ready to sell their house and travel full time in their RV around the country. And
it's very alluring, right?
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Oh, me too.
Except for gas prices.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, but I work remotely, so I was telling my husband, I'm like, we could go anywhere, dude. I can just plug in and I'm working, and we can do whatever we want. But
that's a game changer, man. That remote work that changes the game.
I really want to stay in one spot so we can have friends. I'm like, come on now.
Friends.
We go to prepper camp. There's where our friends are, man.
They'll just grow up and leave you. How are you guys doing with gas? Are you guys surviving this gas nightmare?
Okay, so when we moved here, it was $1.87, and that was right before the pandemic hit in 2020. Now it's $3.87, and for Texas, that's just unheard of. For Texas, it's just insane.
You're gas and oil country like us up in Alberta, and I mean when you're that close, but ours is damn near doubled in the last, pre-pandemic till now. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I give you the price in liters, but nobody would know what I'm talking about. So.
We'd have to start
I'll
doing
just
math
chime in
and
here
stuff.
one second, guys. It's $4.89 up by me here in the Northeast now. Yeah, I didn't think it would hit $5 before the end of the year. I was thinking probably about maybe November, December, but I think we're gonna hit that sometime probably next week. The end of the month.
I'm headed out to Cali soon.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm up here Northeast, in New York. So
what is the breaking point?
Country, beautiful country.
The same. Mm-hmm.
What is the breaking point for the average American, I wonder? What's the dollar figure?
So Brock does landscaping.
Yeah.
And
perfect example.
Right. Okay. So now they can't get supplies. Right. They can't get grass. They can't. The wood's so expensive.
They can't get grass sod. You mean?
Sod. Mm-hmm. Because diesel's getting so expensive, nobody wants to move it. So now, the supply companies that supply the local landscapers are talking about having to shut down because they can't get product to sell to people. Now they can't keep their doors open. So you're going to see this just ripple through.
It's a domino effect now.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Berticus in chat says $4.50 in Central PA right now.
I did the conversion for mine, and I'm right at $5 a gallon US right now where I am.
Volcana says $6 per gallon. Where she's at. Yeah.
She's in BC. That's like California, Canada.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, BC, the most expensive gas in the country. Yeah. North
it's
Texas.
Always expensive there in the Rockies too.
Garden Girl in chat from North Texas, $4.18. Woo!
Yep,
That's high for Texas.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's
Garden
what I'm
Grove,
wondering about. When does the average person be like, I can't do it, you know? And when is Uber and everything going to fall apart? That's what I'm waiting on next. Those Uber drivers got to be like, it's getting real close. Profits are just shrinking and shrinking, man. And then that's going to cut off. You know what I mean? If those guys are making no money or making so little money that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the other thing too, all of their mowers and stuff, they need parts, right?
Sure, yeah.
So now they're struggling with the parts. So I started thinking immediately, okay, so you got your farmer out there. These farmers are incredible nowadays. They have to be computer geeks. They have to know their horticulture, their agriculture. They have to know stock markets. They have to know so much to be a farmer these days, right? But all of their tractors are so sophisticated, you can basically sit in them, push the button, and they go, and they do their thing while you're just chilling, right? Well, they all require parts. They all require chips, right? And they all require diesel.
Damn.
So, right?
Roundup. I don't know if you guys have looked at that, but I went into my local farm store the other day, and they're telling me they figured they had about enough for 80% of the first pass for farmers and like 50% for the second pass. And no matter where we stand on Roundup, they need it for the big bulk crops.
Oh,
and if
yeah,
they don't
definitely.
get it,
yeah,
that's going to make things even worse.
Sure.
Yeah. The landscape company's dealing with that too, because they do weed abatement, spraying, and stuff like that. So they're looking at the same thing.
I do a lot of landscaping. We've been a little luckier here. It's so regional and hit and miss too. Like, you know, it'll be one thing you can't get, but you can get the other 5, you know, and it's like, drives me nuts.
Yeah, that was one of those old prepper lures that like the spray was going to create the super bug that would eat all the crops. Remember?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I just looked at the live feed and realized that Chin's on there giving me a hard time about being so short. Thanks, Chin. I just have to say that.
Get in here, Chin. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I know, Chin. What are you doing? Get off of them pigs and come on in here and talk to us.
What's he doing? Get over here.
Carl B., thanks for joining us, my man. I think he's calling it a night.
Oh,
yeah,
Ryan,
movie
he's on.
night.
Movie night's
tonight,
important,
guys.
man.
I'm sorry, I gotta jump off.
Clifford's on Amazon Prime.
You know, but
that's what I want to watch.
Congratulations, everybody! It's a huge achievement. Congratulations, James. You know, you guys have changed a lot of lives and helped a lot of people and inspired a lot of people. So let's keep it going. How about another million, huh?
No, yeah, that's in the books for sure.
Yeah, sure.
Good night, everybody, and
Take
thanks
care,
again,
Mr. Brown.
PBN listeners. Thanks for listening.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Carl
Carl.
B., for all the great content, man. Carl was the fish to water here at Prepper Broadcasting Network. I mean, he was just like, tossed them in, you know what I mean? And he just took to it like wild. But yeah, I love that Strange Truth podcast, man. That's a good one. I got a crazy, I'll divulge this because it's public anyway, but one of the things I always loved about the Strange Truth is that the way that Carl talks. And when I was looking at something I hardly ever do, but when I was looking at, I think it was iTunes reviews or something, and there was some miserable bastard that was giving him a hard time about, you know, sort of that vocal inflection that he has. And I was like, that's my favorite part about the show. Like the way that he actually talks. Not just the Jamaican accent, but like the, you know, if you've listened to the show,
His
you know.
cadence.
That's what it is. It's the cadence.
That's one thing on the that's one thing Dave does a lot that just jumped on. Dave does a lot of lines on the audio drama, and he does different characters and sells it by just the way he says the words differently for different characters, right?
Yeah.
And it really made us start thinking like, oh, you can tell it's our voice because of how we say the words.
Yeah,
but we actually switched that up, right? Yeah.
My son's got this thing for Russian talk right now.
Well,
and he loves Ryan's character in The Changing Earth, man. He loves your character.
Man.
He's like, God, I love that Russian accent, Dad. And I was like,
you really
yeah.
hit it out
That's
of the park
awesome.
too, Ryan.
He's like,
Yeah,
that.
that's good
I'm like,
stuff.
that's an American guy. That's Ryan, the Tuesday night host. And he's like,
I
what?
didn't even recognize Ryan's voice when I first heard it, man. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
where's
Oh, no,
Yuri?
definitely. When I listened to the first episode, I had no idea that was Ryan. None. I had no idea that was you, man. It was so good. I was like, where'd they find this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, they
It was
found him.
awesome.
That was a good time.
Yeah,
For sure.
thanks.
Good time for sure.
Thanks. And Colin did great too. So yeah, you guys will. The PBN community will love this one. We're just riddled with PBN characters.
Oh, it's so
it's
fun to
good.
listen to, man.
That's awesome.
You hear everybody. You sort of perk up and you're like, oh, there's somebody else.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, so what are the dates on that again? We might as well drop them while everybody's listening.
Oh, okay. Well, we're in on it. So July 3rd, we're gonna do binge day for the second half of season 1 because we never did that. So we're gonna do a catch-up day. You know how they always play TV series right before the new one launches, right? So we'll do catch-up day for the second half, and then I invite all the PBN hosts to come on. I'm doing a giveaway for the live people in live chat. So if you guys have giveaways, you want to do something special
Oh, yeah,
like
we'll
that,
be giving away.
yeah, that'd be great. The more, the more the merrier. I'm going to give away a full book set for sure on that. So we're doing that live on July 3rd, the day before Independence Day. So everybody should be around. You can just leave your radio on, have some fun with us. And then July 10th, we are launching the brand new episode of season 2 of the Changing Earth audio drama. So
Nice.
it's gonna be fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Yeah, it's
I'd
come
be
along
more than
so
happy to
awesome.
contribute some stuff to the giveaway for sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm sure I'll have something too. Absolutely. That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Yeah, everybody's got to come out, like I say, because that would just be too much fun, and then give away a bunch of live, do it live and have fun. with
Yeah,
that.
we'll give away coffee and free memberships and all that good stuff. And we'll also on the 4th, we'll do the patriotic songs and colonial songs and speeches from the presidents like we did last year. It'll be a 24-hour broadcast. So 3rd and 4th are just going to be wild.
Rocking. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be wild.
It's gonna be
So-
Christmas in July, baby.
It will be that. Yeah, it will definitely be crazy here on the 3rd and 4th. And, whew. Yeah. Good time. Good time to celebrate America. I don't know I doubt the president will even speak on the 4th.
Is he still able to speak that in?
Well, that's a good
Sorry.
point. That's a very good point.
See, our Canada Day is July 1st, eh? So it's really close to your guys' Independence Day.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Our day is
so
the
it's
day that
gonna
we
be,
get tired of us. Just like, all right, see you later.
You gotta tell me what because I'm a stupid American. You gotta
Oh,
tell me
that's okay.
what our Canada Day's all about.
It's our version of Independence Day. It's the day that we celebrate Canada and the flag and the founding of the country. 1867? Yeah, that's when we became a country. That's when the Queen finally got tired of us and said, all right, you can do your own thing. Took a extra 100 years or so compared to you guys. And
I could.
I'll tell you what, one of the things that I was listening to earlier today while I was working was the collapse of the Federalist Party. And I'm going to put it out there to the listeners that the build-up, I didn't listen to the ultimate episode that I wanted to listen to, but the episode prior was talking about the initial parties, after the revolution, after Washington left office. And there was a lot of, it was kind of like today politics, ruthless, you know what I mean, attacking each other a lot. And then that political process kind of fell apart, and the Federalist Party and maybe even the other parties fell apart. I don't know what happens next. And I'd say check that out. That portion, I was looking specifically for colonial politicians and etiquette and sort of history around not necessarily the things that were passed back in those days, because I know that, but kind of like what the interactions were like. I know they shot at each other and stuff, so it was different. But I didn't know that they had kind of like a falling apart of the political parties, and I'm starting to wonder if that's going to be a repeat of history. You know what I mean? So I'm really
It better
excited
be.
to see what's going on with that. Yeah, parliamentary system or something along those lines, right? Definitely need another party, at least another party. Viable party.
Washington was always scared of the two-party system.
Yeah, he rolled on him. He rolled. That's why he left. He's like, it's
We
getting
got a
crazy.
three-party system up here, and it's no better.
No.
That's what Ellen says about Australia too.
Yeah,
like
that's a good
more.
point. That's a good
I mean,
point.
don't get me wrong. I'd be better. The only government I'd be happy with is no government. But that's another story. So, but yeah, all it does is split the vote, and then you end up with minority governments and literally a government with no teeth. And yeah, I don't know. They both have their benefits. I don't think we'd be any better off if we had just a two-party system either. Yeah, I don't know. I'd just be happy to do away with it all and start over.
I'm worried about the Supreme Court, guys. That's what I'm worried about.
The thing is, I think we have a one-party system.
Yes.
I mean,
two
doesn't
wings of
really-
the same party.
Yeah, and it's the
Fair.
same across the whole planet.
Oh, absolutely. I said that up here. So we have premiers as opposed to governors of the state or whatever. And we had the most, like, what you would call dyed-in-the-wool conservative country boy running our province. And I figured when COVID hit, if there was one premier in the entire country that would have stood on his own and said, frig it, we're not going to we're not going to do these restrictions. And he followed lock, stock, and barrel with everyone else.
Right?
I'm like, that don't sit good with me. But anyway.
No.
And
Yeah,
I'm not-
I think
Sorry.
fundamentally our one-party system that we've experienced over the years has a lot to do with the fact that people are allowed to stay in office too long. You know, I think we could do away with just swaths of corruption if we could kick senators out, you know, after 2 to 4 years, something along those lines. That would make a huge difference. You know, you listen to Nancy Pelosi and it's like, she's a queen. You know what I mean? She's just a queen. That's what she is. She's been in office forever. She's a queen. She does what she wants. She says what she wants, you know. She's attacking the Supreme Court now in ways that are just like I don't know.
Oh, no. She was quoting scripture the other day.
Oh, yeah, I love when she does that.
Oh, my God.
That I love. The Queen
wanted
of
to stab
California
myself
quoting
in the
scripture.
eye.
Talking about equivalent, what did she call it? She was talking about the things that were at risk with this dangerous Supreme Court. I wasn't planning on doing a political show tonight, so I didn't grab sound bites for that stuff. But
No, I don't want to do politics.
But you gotta listen to her talk about the threat of this Supreme Court and how elections matter and how equality of marriage is at risk. Which, I mean, it was just mind blowing to listen to her talk about it, you know. And she was saying how we don't. What did she say? We don't agonize. We organize. That's
They
what she
should
said.
just everybody go to a nursing home. You know, it's time. It's time to just.
Yeah, they got to go. Somebody's got to pass it. We got to get some
Time.
radical somebody in there to pass term limits on Congress, and you would see a serious change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would see a serious change because they wouldn't be able to seat. Because that's what it is. It's that old bloodline that's just. We just need them to die off and let the new people get in there.
Originally, the senators were supposed to be like the spokespersons for the state.
Right.
Then the Congress was the spokespersons for the people.
Mhm.
And that's why the senators weren't elected by the populace, right? They were representatives of the state, so they weren't voted for that way. And then they decided, we got to vote for the senators too. And it turned everybody into just going after votes, just whatever I need to say to get there, you know.
Yep.
And so now you really lost that check
Redistricting.
and balance in that process because you don't have anybody going, no, our state isn't going to do this no matter what, you know, is going on kind of thing. So they're all just part of the same well now.
Yeah.
And anymore, could you even trust the votes that you were casting? That's the big thing.
Right? I know. It's frustrating.
Well, I give up voting. Although, so I'm an anarchist, a voluntarist, whatever you want to call it, who is running for town council in his local town. So go figure.
My man, I like the sounds of it.
We'll see. I don't know. I went to a meeting last night. There's 3 of us running. It's a by-election. And
Oh, you'll win.
I always say, you know, the only way you can affect change is locally. At least that's my opinion. So hopefully, you know, do some shit like, can we swear on here? I can't remember. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
Don't worry about
like you know, chickens, backyard chickens, bees, a whole bunch of things. I'm excited. I don't know. We'll see if it happens, but I'm gonna run and we'll see what it. Yeah, I got a month.
Nice, dude.
I can't wait to see it,
Way
man.
to step up.
I've been threatening to
Way
do
to
it.
step up.
Somebody just posted the ham radio. I think it's the exact same one that I have sitting next to me right now in chat. What is this thing? Chin? Put the make and model
I think
in
it's
here.
Chin. Yeah. Chin's
I mean,
now on Elon's system
Hold up.
as well, Ryan.
Chin's got a
So-
stereo from 1996 on
I see that.
that he's sitting
That's what
that
I had
ham
in my
radio
freshman
on.
dorm room in '99.
Dang, look at that thing, man. That takes me back. Where are the
That's
speakers
old
at?
school.
That's the one where you could take like the speaker off and put it like next
Yep,
to the bed and
yep,
put
I
the
had
other one
that
up
same
on the
one with
dresser.
tape players.
Get stereo sound if you put them out on your bookshelves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first CD player I ever owned, and I got it
Oh.
at '99. Could you imagine?
The question is that a multi-loader? You know, remember the multi like spinning CD? You could put like 3 in. I got like 3 CDs. in
Oh no, man! I never upgraded there.
I
My
got-
buddy had a
CD
100
player at
CD
all.
changer. Oh my goodness, it was like this whole friggin' oh yeah, it was pretty cool.
I remember that. Like my brother, he didn't have no 100, but yeah, I remember those. That was crazy.
Yeah, convenience at its best back then. I can't
Remember
get up and
trying to
change
record-
CDs.
Trying to record TV with the VCR.
Oh, or how about a
Oh,
song
yeah.
on the radio?
Oh,
My
yeah.
kids
Yeah.
don't even understand that. I tell them, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
so you had to get the tape, you had to pause it, you had to hope the DJ didn't talk either through the intro or the
Oh
outro
yeah,
of the
you always
song.
had that.
Yep.
I always had those with the DJ intro into your favorite song.
Every time Dad would set that VCR up, though, man, then we'd come home. Gosh darn it, didn't record. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, he's just going
I still
off.
remember when my dad forgot to record X-Files for me. I was so brokenhearted. Oh my God. I had to go out. I'm like, could you record X-Files for me, Dad? I don't want to miss it. It was a Sunday night. And I come back. He's like, I tried, Tim, but I just couldn't figure it out. Like, oh, I love you.
Yep, those VCRs, man, that was the bane. Back
It
then.
got real bad in my house when I figured out that I could take electrical tape and create the tab that allowed you to record over tapes.
Yep.
I
Oh, yeah.
recorded over
Yep.
everything. Every movie. You just put a movie in and it would be like Dragon Ball Z and you'd be like, what the hell's going on?
Yep.
I could just record over everything. It was amazing.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
Mom and Dad got me my own VCR for Christmas, it was like a forehead with a on-screen program and whatever. But I figured out that you could hook up the AV cables between their VCR and my VCR. So for months, every time we'd rent a movie, I would dub it over so I'd have a copy of it. And about 80, 90% of them worked. I think Street Fighter was the first one, and Die Hard with a Vengeance. But then every so often you'd get the ones that would they had some kind of copy protection in them. So they'd record, but they'd be like light and dark. It was so funny. I love the old piracy.
Are you talking live action Street Fighter with Gomez in it?
Yep, that's the one.
He died. He
That-
died
that
making
one.
that movie or something. Or he died right after.
Yeah, Raul, the guy from
Adam's Family.
He
Yeah.
He did
Yeah.
the movie as for his kids because his kids were right into Street Fighter.
Oh,
and he was
is
like
that it?
on death's door when he made it. And
I didn't know
passed.
that.
Yeah, it's a really neat story.
So crazy. When they chose Gomez to play M. Bison, I was like, this movie's gonna suck.
Yeah, well,
And I love the Addams Family, but I mean, I think him and what's her name? Angelica Houston.
yeah.
Oh my God, I love those movies. Them two are the
Yeah, we
best.
just went a few months ago. We went back and rewatched them, and
They're so
they hold
good.
up.
Yeah, oh, they're so good. Christina
And,
Ricci in there as Wednesday. They're so good.
And was it Christopher Lloyd
As Fester, yeah, man, they're great.
He doesn't look like I remember Fester, but he was awesome. I was like,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
he's so good.
That's a Halloween. I mean, we go into those every Halloween. It's Addams
Oh.
Family and Addams Family Values.
I got to do an episode on Halloween movies, man. That'd be awesome. There's something about nostalgia, eh? I don't know what it is, but it's an addictive drug.
I watched the new Candyman last night. I don't know
Yes.
if any of you guys are a fan of Candyman.
Yeah, I love the new Candyman. Becky was
Candyman
so-
scared the hell out of me when I was a kid, man. Like legitimately.
Me too.
And it was a weird movie.
It was.
It was
Yep.
a weird. It was pretty good.
It was a little preachy, but
It
you
was.
get that
It
and
was.
everything.
It was. There were some preachy to white people parts in that movie that were like kind of astounding. Some of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I expected it because I knew what they were. I knew it was a big like black directorial opportunity, and they were going to take the sort of Cabrini Green, you know, ghetto sort of background of the movie and turn it into, you know, a black story or whatever they call them nowadays. It's a black story. I don't know why they use that kind of phraseology, but whatever. And I really enjoyed the couple, though. I thought the couple were really great.
Yep.
But some of the digs were like, "Oh," and
Yeah.
and there was one part that was really interesting. It was a sacrifice of private school white girls that really kind of like, I don't know if I was already like kind of triggered a little bit by some of the stuff that was happening in the movie. But when I saw those 4 white girls lined up and I knew that they were at the mirror in the bathroom and I knew what was going to happen next, I was like, this is getting weird. This is getting a little weird. So yeah, there were some moments in that movie that were kind of. The one standout thing was the most standout weird not racy, but like race-driven moment was when the laundromat guy said, "They like what we make, but they don't like us."
Yeah.
When he was talking to the main character, and I was like, what kind of thing? Who allowed that to make it to Final Cut? That is the craziest shit I've ever heard. They like what we make, but they don't like us. And I was just like, man, this is getting real racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I loved it, and
I enjoyed it for sure.
Yeah, but you had to, and I guess I'm okay with maybe that movie because the original was definitely
so good.
On, you know what I mean? It's held in high esteem in the black community as well.
It's
so I was okay with it. I expected it, you know. And
yeah. The problem was that Candyman looked like crap, and they never used his voice, and his voice scared me to death when I was little. I mean, it totally tore me apart when what was her, Mary Stewart? What was that actress's name? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah,
but when she was in the parking deck and he was in the parking deck and he was like, hello. I could just hear that in my dreams, man. That just scared the hell out of me. And he did do the poem, though, at the end. That was cool. But anyway, whatever. We're diverging from everything. Take it easy, Ryan Buford. Have a good night, man. I do appreciate you showing up. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, guys. I appreciate it. It's
absolutely.
And PBN family, thanks for humoring us. I had no real direction for this show tonight, as you can tell. I'm kind of just talking to the people who have made this all possible, which is really true, guys. I mean, you know, there's no way that the I Am Liberty show would get to 1 million downloads this fast. It is very much the content that you guys put out rigorously. And I guess just allow me a minute just to tell this story, because this is the story for the 1 million download show. It is the fact that, and I don't have anybody except maybe Dave Jones, who's on now, who can verify this. The Prepper Broadcasting Network back in the day I was like a sucker for punishment, because you can go back in the archives and you can see I Am Liberty shows on every week. It's on every single week. Like, I would rarely ever not do a show, which is, you know, still the situation. But what would happen a lot on PBN was G-Man would call me up and be like, so-and-so didn't give me a show last week. He used to make us, or he didn't make us, he would ask us to write like a 300-word explanation of the show, and he used that for SEO purposes, you know what I mean? And he would be like, he's not giving me show notes, and he's not giving me this, and I'm going to have to let him go. And then a week would go by, and he would let a host go. A new one would come in, and, you know, it was kind of a little bit of a revolving door at PBN. You know, there were a few hosts that were there all the time, but when I do the Upside Down, and you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see, like, what happened to All Hazards Com Prep, which was a really cool show. What happened to this guy? What happened to that guy? To get like 5 shows in and be like, I don't know what else to talk about. And I'm kind of bored of this, so I'm moving on. When I took this thing over, Ryan, Dane, Jordan, Dave, they've been here ever since. I mean, the only person that really went away was one guy, Alan, he knew his stuff so well that it was kind of boring. So we asked him not to stick around, but he was a brilliant guy. It was just the delivery was like, I don't know. And then Morgan moved on. She went and did her own thing, Rogue. And but everybody else has been here since then, literally doing shows every week. And it's just like, it's insane. I mean, it's absolutely insane to me that you guys show up every single week and do a show every single week, you know? And I'm glad that that there's a reason to do it now more than just the desire to talk about a topic, you know, for a lot of the hosts. I got a lot of hosts now who are monetizing in some way, shape, or form. So that also is like, oh, you know what I mean? It puts me at ease because it's not like, man, I sure hope they want to show up and do this for nothing this week because it's kind of important. So that's my dream.
Really more of a labor of love than anything. So
yeah, but you know,
you gotta want it.
Well, that's true. That's true. But it's not easy to find people like that. You know what I mean? It's not even easy to find people who have a thing to sell and then want to do a show on it regularly or even want to market it regularly. I mean, it's yeah. And
it takes time. Like I've monetized my YouTube end of things and I'm doing quite well with that. But I mean, I'm a full year since I went from just kind of recording my videos and into the podcast end of things. And, you know, I'm really trying to push some products and maybe, you know, some subscription type things. And you have to build an audience before you can make any money at it. So you got to commit to I would say a couple of years for sure.
Oh yeah,
doing
definitely.
it at least, you know, out of love before you can make money off it.
Yeah, for sure. Unless you're one of those rare cases where people are just like, you got to subscribe to this guy and he goes to, you know, 1 million in a few months. But that is so rare. You know what I mean? It's unbelievably rare. It is a grind. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and if you're willing to put the work in, although I gotta say, like, I know some people who have grinded for years and
can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
Oh no, I can hear you. I can't hear
sorry.
You.
Yeah, I've known people that have grinded for years and haven't had any results, and I don't think I could do that. I get addicted to results after a while. You know, I gotta,
no.
Yeah.
I'm the king of doing it for no results.
I'm the king. I'm the queen of the grind. Yes.
And I'm totally a grind guy, but I you know what I mean? Like I grind and I want to see a little bit, like even.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah,
because you got to get some kind of return.
I talk about finding your superpower, and I'm like, your superpower needs to be.
You know what?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Sarah.
You know what was really neat though, like. So I've been doing it I've been podcasting for like 6 years now and hardly miss a show kind of thing. And it's definitely not bringing me money as far as it goes. But when the pandemic hit and I had some of these liberal people in California and they're like reaching out and they're like, Sarah, because I read your books and like got into your stories, I was prepared for what happened, and I can't thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done, and I was just like, oh my God, that is worth more to me than like, I don't know, I made a real difference in their lives, and they survived a lot better because of what I had taught them, and I was just floored, and it meant so much to me.
There's a lot of people listening to this show right now that have benefited from you that way too, Sarah.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
No
I mean, that's
doubt
the
about
mission.
it.
That's what it's about, you know, is being able to just, if you can just make somebody else's experience that much better, then booyah. We got it.
Everybody's posting ham radio pictures in chat now.
I just picked up a shortwave radio. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
That's a good deal for sure. Sorry. children are banging something incessantly upstairs. I didn't know if one of them was coming through the ceiling.
Well,
or not.
I gotta bounce, guys, because it's
Yeah,
Brock's
no problem,
birthday
Sarah. I
tonight,
get it.
and, yeah, I just want to hang out. Hi, Dave. I didn't even get a chance to say hi, but hi.
Tell him I said happy birthday. We love
Yeah.
Brock, man.
Will do. And I can't wait to see you guys. And we'll be hooking up way before then. So thanks for the evening, and thank you, PBN community. You guys rock. So
Thank
take
you,
care.
Sarah.
Good chat with you in person, Sarah.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Yes.
Sarah Hathaway, ladies and gentlemen. The half of the Changing Earth podcast, the creator of the Changing Earth book series, and the sky's the limit for Sarah. And we're lucky to have her here at PBN. Just another stellar addition to a lineup that Dave Jones calls divine in its workings. And, when you have a day like I had today, really, the things that happened today were unbelievable. It is one of those weird things, It really is, because like we were talking about, I think when I stopped doing Libsyn as my podcast host and I stopped doing the I Am Liberty show as a separate entity, because I used to do an I Am Liberty show on its own. I got a whole playlist and YouTube channel that you can go back and listen to that I'd never promote, because for what? I do a show every week and I got hundreds of shows. And I did a show on Prepper Broadcasting Network, and when I stopped doing Libsyn, which was like a 5-year endeavor, I think I was getting like 40 downloads per show. So, I need to do what I do here. Never forget it. Like if you're sitting up late at your night and you're like, man, how does James do it? I couldn't do a podcast every week for X amount of, almost over 10 years now. I need to do it. Like, it's just a need. If I don't do a show, like when I don't do a show and I don't have an hour to express myself, I'm sitting up like that Tuesday like, whoa, it's been so long since I was in front of the microphone doing a show. I feel like it's like virginity or something. I don't know what I'm going to do in here.
I pre-record when I go on vacation, and I brought my live stream gear with me this last time. I ended up doing like 4 episodes of the podcast live on the road because I just can't not do it. I love it,
In times like these too, man, like when there is something to talk about, and you are, and Tim, you're at a spot where you're lucky enough, and Dave Jones is like this too, where it's like you can add serious value because you can think about this stuff and you can kind of make it your job for the day. You know what I mean? Like you have the bandwidth to turn it into your job. So anybody who has the ability, who already knows how to kind of critically think and then can articulate, you're adding value to the world in that way. You know what I mean? By putting those well thought out ideas out there and giving people something else to think about. It's a big deal.
I love it. I don't know. People ask I put out 5 pieces of content a week for 2.5 years, and I love it. I can't not do it. It's a compulsion, and and it helps that I am making some money from it. I won't lie. That makes it slightly more palatable, but it's never, I got up at 5:30 this morning to make sure my content was created for the next couple of days, and I love it. That's what I do. Because summer is busy, so it's you have to fit things in a little more. You know what I mean? Like winter, like I said, it's funny because I got 5 months of basically free reign on my schedule. Then summer comes and landscaping, and then all the new property management and everything. So I just have to be a little more creative with my time, but it's always there, and I can still make it.
Sure,
I can't not do it.
Let's get a mic check on Dave Jones. I think he's trying to get in the conversation, but.
On it, yeah,
I've been speaking up here and there, but I don't think you guys can hear me.
Now I got you.
Yes, sir.
What is up, Dave Jones?
Oh, the NBC guy is in the house. Congratulations on 1 million downloads, man.
Hey, congratulations to you too. These are your guys' downloads as well. Wouldn't be possible without you.
Could I make my announcement about the master class?
Please, go ahead.
Hey, PBN listeners. I have decided, well, actually, the warden actually helped me decide. She said, we're going to do a master class on nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare survival for the entire family. And it's going to be 4 consecutive weeks. It's going to be 90 minutes of presentation and 30 minutes of questions.
Woo!
And we're going to go into, deep everything about what you can do to survive nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. So 4 weeks, 2 hours every week. I don't know when it's going to kick off. It probably in about 3 or 4 weeks, it's going to kick off. I need time to advertise it and get as many people on board as I can. And then you'll get access to the classroom. That's why the classroom went up in chat. We're doing something. Chen is my technical advisor here. He's helping me out getting this done. So what you'll do is you'll get access to the classroom, all my notes, other things to download, and the presentation, the agenda, all that kind of stuff. And it's gonna be $79 for the whole thing. Yeah, and the PBN listeners are going to get a substantial discount. I'm thinking for PBN listeners, members, it's going to be around $59.
Whoa!
So
thanks for the discount.
Yeah. So, and you're hearing it here first. No one else knows about this. So everybody that's listening to this show is going to get a heads up to keep an eye out. And we're going to do, it's going to be a video presentation live. Okay. Slides, demonstrations, all of that stuff. And then at the end, question and answers from everybody that's in the class. You'll be able to go back in and watch the presentations over and over as many times as you want. And I don't care if you get your whole prepper group there, put it on a big screen TV, get everybody to watch it. And everybody has.
And if you haven't had the opportunity to enjoy Dave Jones live, you're not living.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Jones is an entirely different beast in the flesh. You know what I mean? When he's in front of the camera, in front of the audience doing his thing. You're built for that, Dave. You know?
Hey, I can't wait to meet him. I actually had a comedian at Prepper Camp come up to me and said, man, you got to take your act on the road.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You get that moonshine in him, he's got a whole nother act, too.
You got to turn that master class into a book, Dave. Save your scripts and your slides. Turn that all into a book. That's a good
idea.
Baby.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Dave.
That's what James was talking about, doing the book. And then this came up. And I thought, well, I can do this for the book. So, yeah,
all in due time, Dave Jones. Don't worry about it. This is a great idea. I
love it. I'll be signing up. Guaranteed.
I mean,
I'm excited.
Who does? Well, let's look at it this way. Finland is joining NATO. That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
The president says, the Finn president, right, says, yeah, I'll put nukes on our border to protect our people.
Did you say that?
Yeah, well, it's a she. It's a she.
I assume their gender.
So, you pig, you misogynist little. So yeah, you think in a situation like that, right? We've already poked and prodded Putin about as much. I mean, we've made Putin look about as bad as a person can look because he kind of redlined us early on in the conflict and was like, if you get involved, I'm going to do something crazy. And he hasn't done shit. So now we're going to do even more to drive him crazy. And what blows my mind, Dave, is where does the average person hear anything about what if Putin starts lobbing hypersonic nuclear warheads around Europe? What do you do? American dad, American mom, what do you do? You know what I mean? The president has not come out and said a peep. The Department of Homeland Security has not come out and said a peep. Nobody anywhere has come out and said, in the event of a nuclear strike or a nuclear attack in Europe or in America, do X, Y, and Z. Right?
Exactly.
So I think you have, and I can't think of another person, and you think a guy like me would at least know one other person. I can't think of another person that I would go to for exactly the type of course that you're going to do. I don't even know why I would waste my time going to someone else. You know what I mean? It's perfect.
I did it.
Go ahead.
24 years. I did it for 24 years in the Army, and then when I got out of the Army, I did emergency management for, Pennsylvania Emergency Management, PEMA, and NASA, and Air Force Global Strike Command, and Department of Homeland Security. So I've pretty much been there, done that, and got yelled at for most of it.
This is what I'm saying. It's outlandish to me that the best resource in the country for the situation that we're in, or at least one of the best resources, is Dave Jones, the NBC guy. Not only is, I can't believe your former people aren't calling you. Do they call you?
You mean from Mount Weather?
Anywhere. Any place you've worked, call up and say, Dave, can you come, record something, write something, do something we can put out to the people so that they can go, oh, okay, in the event of a nuclear strike, we do this. Nobody knows what to do, man. Nobody knows what to do. It's not like the average person has any idea. They'll duck and cover under their desk like a fifth grader in 1970. You know what I mean?
Well, and that Conelrad, I sent you videos
I
on
love those.
Civil defense. Remember Conelrad, but I didn't understand what the purpose was until I saw this one video where the bombers would tune in on your radio and television broadcasts, because they didn't have GPS.
Yeah.
And they would use tuners to get on, it would be a directional antenna to get on alignment to be able to drop the nuke. And the Conelrad system would take all broadcasting off the air.
Right. So
and for emergency messages, they wouldn't have nothing to zero in on. And then for emergency messages, they would use different towers and different broadcasts. And they, it'd be like scanning. Put it over here one time and then put it over here another time. And I thought, wow, that's fascinating. But, now they got GPS and all that.
Yeah, we have no plan. There's zero plan.
When I had a chat with you, Dave, it was the best thing I could have done when we sat down and had the little interview there. I felt so much better.
Dude.
After, because I realized, it's bad, but it's not nearly as bad as what my imagination necessarily thought about. And it's like everybody feels if we just kind of put our head in the sand, we don't need to worry about it. But I think a little bit of information might actually make people feel better. But maybe that's a novel concept.
No, I think you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Dave has that effect on everybody, because when you go to Dave's course at Prepper Camp, or I seen him initially in Virginia, and I walked in there expecting the worst. I walked into that class expecting okay, when they drop a bomb on DC, everything is cinders for several states. You know what I mean? I had no idea. Yeah. I didn't know how big a blast was or what wasn't. And I had the same thing when I first met Dave. I walked out of Dave's class and I was like, oh, we could handle that.
It's like, a bomb shelter would be nice, but talking to Dave, he's like, you know what? Be in a basement with the most amount of dirt, You know, like everything was so simple. He's like garbage bags and full face masks and just wash off, and it's like it's friggin' practical.
Yeah. If you want a piece, I mean, it's only a little piece of Dave Jones's brain, but if you want a little piece of his brain and you haven't downloaded his book, The Nuclear War Prepared Not Scared, you know, it's about 25 pages, and it's certainly abridged compared to what you'll get from him at a class. But it's a lot of good information and a lot of questions answered. If you find yourself in a position where you're like up all night thinking, okay, Finland is going to join NATO, someone else, who else? There's another country going to join right on the border of Russia. Russia's got to answer to this eventually, it seems like, and what's that going to look like? At least read the book, and then when Dave Jones drops his class, I mean, if you're a member, $59, it is so worth $59, and then you get Q&A on top of it. Come on. People don't understand.
I'm going to stick.
Go ahead.
I'm going to stick around for all the questions and answers at the end.
It's huge.
And all of them will be recorded so that if anybody can't make it to the class, because I don't know what time will be best to get everybody in the United States, you know, some people in the UK, and then some people, you know, maybe even down here. I'm not sure. I don't know what, you know, which time of day, because I'm pretty flexible.
I've slept with him. He is very flexible.
No, James. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be great, man.
After the moonshine.
I would say, you know, schedule it for North America. I mean, I hate to, you know, if that's where you figure a majority of your audience is going to be, try to find that sweet time. Like, you know, 8 o'clock Mountain Time is, I don't know, 7 o'clock Mountain Time is 9 o'clock Eastern. So I don't know. It's tough. It's impossible, but you try to find that sweet, like you said, that sweet spot for in the evening in North America. But
yeah, the PBN audience has always kind of loved they actually kind of love the 9 o'clock hour more than the 8 o'clock hour Eastern Time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when I do my show, I do it at 8 because I don't want to be up late because I wake up so early. And I think that, and my audience, my live audience compared to when I used to do 9 o'clock is different. And when you watch the Bufords live at 9 o'clock on a weekday, they get a gangbusters chat of people. And it makes sense, you know, because West Coast, it's 6 o'clock. You finally got everything handled, you know, 5 o'clock. Yeah. Or, I mean, 7 o'clock Mountain. It makes sense, you know, when you start to wrap your head around it. I'm just a cocky East Coaster. You know what I mean? Somebody
said do it on Newfoundland time. I don't know if you know what Newfoundland time is, but they have their own time zone by a half an hour on the our East Coast of Canada. It's a joke, but it's funny.
It's a pain, is what it is. Yeah. It's like I get the sentiment. Like, I think time zone and what is it called? Daylight savings are the wrong hills to die on. Because they inconvenience the rest of us so much. I used to have a conversation weekly with with Dane D, the Gunmetal Armory host, because he's in Arizona. For every single week, I'd have a conversation with him, and he would say, "What time do I go on?" And I'd be like, "I don't know, 9 p.m. Eastern." He's like, "I don't know what that is." I'd be like, I don't know where I don't know. You're like in the Phantom toll booth. I have no idea. I have no idea what time it is where you're at. You don't know what time it is where I'm at. So just go on when you're ready. I don't care.
It's tough. I used to try to post my live streams like 3 different time zones. People just get confused. So I give up. I'm just like, I'm in Mountain Time. I will put Mountain Time. I'll put MT next to it. It's up to you to try to figure, to do the conversion. Because it's tough. Mountain Time is a stupid time zone too. It's not like it's not Eastern, Central, or Pacific.
Right. Yeah, Mountain Time. Mountain Time seems like it would be different. Like the days would be longer or something.
We just voted up here to do away with the time changes, and the dummies decided that they want to keep doing the time changes. I'm like, okay, whatever.
So what is the point? Wasn't it like labor?
I think it had to do with, was it farms or was it the war? I can't remember, but
okay. I thought it was work day or something like that.
I'd be happy with just 2 time zones in all of North America. split it down the middle, east and west. But I'm sure some people get pissed off over it. So
It's brutal when you fly east to west or vice versa, you know. It's a nightmare. I don't know if you've ever done that, but if you fly to like, you know, Utah, California, whatever, it's like, whoa, I gotta get used to this.
Nova Scotia at Christmas there, when I went home to see Mom and Dad, that's 3 hours. They're Atlantic time, so that's an hour further. So what are you right now? You're 9:45.
I'm Eastern, yeah, 9:45.
Yeah, so it's 10:45 in Nova Scotia.
Oof.
So there's 3 hours difference. So it kicked my ass when I flew both ways. Really,
Yeah.
it was tough.
I remember coming back from Utah. Me and Dave Jones were over there at PrepperCon 2018.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was a
saw
good time.
Ron.
Yep, Ron from
Survival.
Atlas. Yeah, Atlas Shelter Man was there. There was all kinds of people there.
How's he? Does anybody know how he's doing? He had real bad cancer diagnosis. He put it on his
did he
YouTube
really?
channel. Yeah. And that's
Dave saw him in Romania, right? Didn't you see him in Romania like a year ago or something?
It was maybe 2-3 months ago. He's the one that has a pretty active YouTube channel, and he's
Yeah,
a Christian
Atlas.
or whatever. And yeah. And oh boy, I hope I didn't just start a rumor. There's two of them, right? There's Atlas, and who's the other one? They kind of jab at each other. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm sure that's who it was. Anyway, it was on his YouTube channel, and yeah, he. I don't know. I hope I didn't just.
I think you're right. He's a great guy. I mean, he's exactly like he is in real life. There is no pretense whatsoever.
I appreciate that. I like people like that.
Yeah, he's a fun dude for sure.
Yeah.
That was a
I
cool
can't
little
wait
event.
for-
I don't think they're doing PrepperCons anymore, are they, Dave? You're kind of the resident expert of all these.
They didn't do PrepperCon, but they did one at the same place. They called it something different. I guess prepper events are picking back up. You know, they hit their high point during Obama, and then they fell off the face during Trump.
Yeah, they were.
And now
dead.
they're coming back. I
Yeah.
wonder why.
Fergie was at in Ohio this week. She was up there
I
in
told
Ohio
her I want to interview her.
about it.
it,
Yeah, that's a good call.
Prepper event?
Yeah, which one is that, Dave? Is that Heritage or no? Oh, that's Old School Boot Camp. Old School Survival Boot Camp is what it's called. I want to go to that, man. I wish I could have went to that this year. I didn't realize how kid-centric that was. That's a really good time, it looks like.
I just found out that there's a. Oh, sorry, Dave.
No, she's full of events. She does a great job. Tara.
Yeah, I still haven't got her on Preppers Live. We kept missing each other on Preppers Live. I forgot about that. I got to get her scheduled. Tara knows her stuff.
Found out about it. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, I just found out it was pretty cool. It's I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's a prepper camp in Edmonton, up here in Alberta.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so it's like a 2-day weekend. They do like, I don't know exactly what all, it's like practical, and then they go outdoors and do survival training and stuff for people that are just kind of nervous or scared or whatever. It's really cool. So I reached out to the guy and I'm going to interview him, but I caught it, and of all things, like mainstream news, they had a story on it, and I'm like, I didn't even know this existed 2 hours away from me. So it's
awesome.
cool. I love it.
That's awesome. You got to have the camp out element. The camp out element, the campfire element is key. I'll never go to a prepper show in a building again. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's the same thing as like a home decor show. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. Yep,
this thing is when you get out there and you know you're there for 3 days with the same people and you're camping out and you're eating together and you're. I haven't been to many other shows, but I can tell you the prepper camp is it's the top of the heap in my opinion.
I can't wait. How many people?
Oh
go?
What is it,
My
Dave?
gosh,
Like
yes.
5,000 or 3,000 or something like that?
Wow.
I think it's like
Cuts
3,000.
it off. Yeah, it's been a sellout every year for the past 9 years.
So
if you
forever.
don't have your tickets, you got to get them.
Yeah, I told him. I told you out there in the listening audience, $30 off on the 15th. I hope you took advantage of it. That's
I
a
booked
lot of
mine soon after
luchador.
Christmas. Yeah. I got my plane ticket booked and everything. I can't wait. Flying into Atlanta because I got a really cheap flight, but you know, it is what it is.
Man, it's going to be wild. I even heard Ben the Breaker of the Banksters is thinking about coming. So that puts us at like we're in like 80 to 90% representation of the Prepper Broadcasting Network now at Prepper Camp.
I can't wait. There's something special about meeting people in real life. I've said it. I'm still on the high from the last event I went to, and it is just, it's special.
I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. I never would have expected it. And you know what? You can, if you're going to do the one in Edmonton, the people that take notes on are it's the campsite up there with the Matter of Facts guys. Yeah, they got something special going on up there. Sorry, my dogs are going crazy.
Whatever.
Somebody's trying to break in.
Mine sound like that when the Amazon guy comes. But they're only this big, you know. So.
Yeah, they set up this campsite with all this food. I mean, they're like the 5-star accommodations up there. They usually have a picnic table's worth of booze. It's like everybody brings a little, throws a little on the table. But we'll definitely I'll see when everybody's getting there, we'll definitely do which are some of my favorite, end of the day, end of teaching kind of full-scale podcast, live podcast with, all of us there in person, recording, talking about the event, talking about whatever the hell else. And those are so fun, man. Those are some of my favorite things, with everybody together doing the podcast thing. It's like, wow, here it is.
When you first reached out to me, I started going back through some of the older podcasts because I'm like, I want to make sure James isn't some kind of strange dude.
Cool. He is definitely some kind of strange dude.
But you're my type of strange dude. That's what I love. So, I went back in some of the first episodes I listened to where you guys either just at or just coming back from Prepper Camp.
Oh, God.
I had no idea where I'd end up being.
Fanboying.
Yeah, it was awesome.
We fanboy hard on Prepper Camp, man. It's people. I'm sure you listeners out there get tired of hearing it.
I'm sure you get your batteries recharged at it.
What do you say, Dave?
You mean when James and I drove down and then drove back, we did like podcasts in the car.
Oh, yeah. We did member podcasts and regular podcasts. Yeah, it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome.
And then 5 in the morning telling jokes.
That's when I fell in love with Dave. That's when Dave divulged to me that he had basically written a horror television series. And I was like, oh, Dave Jones is one of the coolest people there is.
I need to hear about this. That's right up my friggin' alley.
Oh,
That's
man,
awesome.
It's awesome. Night Terrors. It's so cool.
Night Terrors, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know you had that. I didn't know you had that dimension in you, Dave, until we had that long drive, and I was happy with you the way you were. I'm like, Jesus, this guy knows enough and is into enough. And then you hit me with the Night Terrors, and I was like, oh, this is just as good as it gets. It don't get no better. I don't know if there's something going on with that. Like, we probably should talk about that at Prepper Camp when we're all a little toasty. We should probably talk about the fact that there has to be something holding this PBN thing together. Like, there has to be some commonalities in the people, traits, whatever it is, that is bringing all of these. We're nearing 20 hosts now. That's ridiculous. And everybody's sticking together. Everybody's sticking it out. And we also all get along. Like, I don't have any host that calls me up and goes like, I don't like so-and-so. You know what I mean? And that's rare, dude. That is rare. In anything, in any group of as many people as we have, it is very rare to have a group of that size and everybody be like, I love everybody here. It's crazy.
know. I find it in the freedom-minded groups as well. I don't know. Of course, I always plug my anarchist mindset, but I just find when you have people that aren't judging, you're just, you know what? You're smart enough to know that everybody offers something, everybody brings something to the table, and you respect that. And if you understand that you're not going to agree with everyone, and that's a big part of growing up, and most people don't ever get to that point, you know, like most people never get to the point where they're like, I can handle these people even though I don't agree with them on 95% of the stuff. And I think that's where a lot of us are, I hope. You know, I don't want to toot our horns too much, but I think we are.
I think everyone in the Prepper Broadcasting Network host roster has a highly agreeable trait about them. You know what I mean? And that's part of that. That's part of that, like, I'll listen to your point. You don't have this highly disagreeable, like, oh, no, that's crazy, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Every one of the hosts has that, like, highly agreeable trait where they're willing to go to some length to keep the waters even. You know what I mean?
Like dramatic personality. You know, it doesn't mean that you'll be a pushover, but you know, you let the small things slide, right? And you find I totally agree. Everybody, and it's cool because when you like, you know, I think I've had a conversation with just about everybody now, and you start talking and you're like, oh yeah, I feel like I've known you for a long time. We just kind of get along and everybody's chill and cool. And
you know what it's making me think? This is the most dangerous thought you can have.
Here it comes, everybody.
It's making me think that in long form, everyone gets along. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You mean, but in sound bites, everybody disagrees? Is that what
exactly? Yeah. So in other words, if I meet you on the street, and you say, I'm for this, and well, I'm not for that, we don't get along. You know what I mean? But when you sit people down and say, let's do a podcast for an hour. You know what I mean? It's like you find out we agree on way more than we disagree on.
I think humanity agrees on 98%, but we focus on those 2%. If you look at Joe Rogan, I mean, he can talk to a complete disparate group of personalities and completely agree with every one of them, or at least come across as agreeable, because as humans, really, when you sit down and chat, we agree on a shit ton more than we disagree on. But the problem is everybody focuses, like you said, on the sound bites, the TikTok video about it.
Yeah. The problem is that stuff has very little substance. I mean, I guess there are some topics that have substance, but for the most part, when you hear people sort of braying about one issue or another, it's like a seizure. You know what I mean? Like they get it out of their system and then, oh, you're back. Okay, let's talk about something else.
I had a good conversation with John Pugliano. He's from Investable Wealth at the last event I was at, and we talked about what we call the crisis du jour, or the issue du jour.
Oh, sure, the thing.
Yeah, and you know what? I've heard Jack talk about this before too. But if you were to take whatever news story is under your craw right now and pissing you off, and you're losing sleep over it, and you're posting to Facebook, if you wrote that in a book right now, and you went back a year from now, there's a good chance that 95% of what mattered to you right now means diddly shit in a year, because it's whatever media, whoever pulls, I don't care what it is, but it's whoever's all hyped up over whatever the latest issue is. It means nothing to you. Live your life, build something great, build a business, love your family, do that shit.
Yep.
I agree with you. Let me kick my dogs out back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Sure. How you been, Dave Jones?
Oh my gosh, Tim, doing great. How about you?
Excellent. I come back from a trip I spent 2 weeks between Daytona Beach and Nashville, and I love the land of the free. That's all I can say. It was incredible.
Okay, I heard you got to shoot some while you're down here.
Oh yeah, you did. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I went to Machine Gun America just outside of Disney in Orlando, and it's a very quick way to spend a lot of money, but it was the most glorious. Becky had a video of me. I turned around grinning like a little schoolgirl. It was so much fun.
That's great. I got to shoot most everything in the Army.
I bet you did. I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah, but then you got to clean them.
I know. You know what? I would gladly sit there and clean them too. Just to learn, right? But do
50 cal is awesome.
What's that? Sorry.
50 cal is awesome.
Oh, I know. I actually really wanted to find a place to shoot a 50 cal. I had some conversations with some unnamed individuals who said they had opportunities that they could have made work for me. So I may end up, when I go to North Carolina, I may end up spending a few extra days and going a little south and doing some more shooting. I'm kind of excited.
Oh, there you go. Just remember, hold that baby tight.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. Have you ever fired? I know this is a little off topic, but a Tokarev or Tukarev handgun?
No.
So I made a deal with a guy a few years ago. Did some work, and up in Canada, it's pretty difficult to transfer handgun ownership. So this was all above board. So it's not like anyway. But I picked up 3 of them. They're I want to say Yugoslavian. Anyway, they're somewhere in that area. Surplus handguns, and they're from the late 40s, early 50s. And they take some weird metric, I joke, but like some kind of weird caliber. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. So anyway, I'm taking them into trade because I think I was checking with the gun stores and they're saying that a lot of that Russian and whatever the communist surplus is going for a pretty high price right now.
Yeah, we're not even bringing it in America.
Yeah. So I don't know. I want to. I'm a geek for standardization. So I've got 9mm handguns, 9mm carbines. So I want to pick up. I've never owned a Glock. Love to own a Glock. So I'm going to get a Glock just because.
There you go.
When it comes to firearms, man, ammo is more important to me than the variety of weapons, for sure.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, yeah. Anyway, as you know, the 5.56 up here is the AR-15 is completely banned. So, I mean, I can get a 223, but whatever. That's another story. But, I'm a 308, a 12 gauge, a 9mm. Yeah, that's what I got.
I like that. That's what I recommend to people. Always. You know what I recommend, too, on top of that, is a pellet gun.
Oh, yes. I mean, I got a 22 and lots of bricks of 22 as well. But, yeah, pellet gun. Especially I only found out about the 22 caliber pellet guns a couple of years ago.
The 22. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're sweet, man. I mean, they're not, they're not propelled like a propelled by gunpowder weapon.
Yeah.
But
they just, I thought it was pretty neat. And, I can't remember Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark, when they did the expedition back 300-400 years ago,
mm-hmm.
When they traveled, from what I understand, they traveled with air rifles. And I thought that was really neat. Look, yeah.
Well,
really
when
cool.
you get a tin, a tin of pellets that's 500 pellets per, and it costs like $10. You could throw it in your backpack, and that's what I take for rabbits and squirrels when I go hunting during those seasons. I mean, I've killed possums with those.
Rabbits? That's impressive.
I mean, I've never killed a rabbit with one, but I'm sure if I could hit one, I would kill it. I'm sure. If you shoot it in the head, I mean, it's gonna die. I think it's a great gun for dealing with those kind of pests. I like Dave Jones' answer too, though. Dave Jones carries the 22 pistol. I think that's a good idea.
Every day, like EDC?
Oh no, I mean like.
Oh, okay.
What do you use the 22 for, Dave Jones? When the snakes come, the rabbits, any kind of predators.
I got a little one I carry around here, just so that I can, when I see a squirrel, I can pop it, and then feed it to the dogs.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, squirrels can be hell on the garden, man.
I think it's a Taurus Judge that'll do a 45 or a 410. I might be wrong on that, but
you'll blow a squirrel into bits.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I got one of those. The Judge, I got a Judge.
Do you? They're not legal in Canada. I just think they're cool. Yeah, you're not allowed to. Yeah, you can't hunt with a handgun at all here. You can't carry a handgun. So, but it would be interesting. There's a lot of guys that have fought for the right to be able to, for self, for protection and dispatching animals while traveling, in the woods. But not a thing.
I think I like my
Hell.
wife's revolver better than any of the handguns that I own. I always feel like when I shoot my wife's 38, it's like, I don't know. There's something about the weightiness of a revolver. I guess it helps with it helps with my aim for some reason. I'm really, really accurate with her revolver.
See,
Now,
you're
I
better. Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird. But then you know what? I shot the M&P. What is that thing called? The M&P Shield. One of my buddies had one at the range a few months back, and he handed it to me and said, take some shots with that. And that was another gun that I was really accurate with. I don't know what the deal with that was. You know what I mean? But it was just like, boom, 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 boom. Oh, God, look at that. You know, like he was like, whoa, what's going on with that? You're more accurate with that than you are with the gun you carry every day. I was like, I don't know.
I did.
Now,
go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
The 9mm. Was it the 380 or the 9mm?
9mm. The revolver's a 380, and then the 9mm M&P was an. Well, I'm sorry. The revolver's a 38 SP, and then the M&P was a 9mm. Did I lose you?
We went to the theater the other night, and they had VR there, like virtual reality games.
Uh-huh.
I've never done it in my life. Like, God, it was incredible. It was a zombie game, and you just had a handgun or whatever.
Dude.
I'm telling you, I really think, and maybe I'm crazy, but I think a fella could do firearms training in VR.
There are aspects of it that you can do 100%. 100% there are. Well, I'll tell you what I think probably the only actual benefit, I think, but it's a big one, because I do this shit all the time, is practicing sight, picture, and stance. You know? You're getting no recoil. The reload is bullshit and fake. But bringing the gun up, you know what I mean? Bringing the weapon up, getting sight picture, making sure that you're like in the stance you want to be in the fire, whatever that might be for you, that's legit. There's a game called Pavlov's Shack, and Pavlov's Shack gives you a lot of options to play around with basically every gun in existence.
Is it VR?
Yeah, it's VR. It's for the Oculus Quest 2.
Does that run off a computer?
No, it's the best. The Oculus Quest 2 is magic. It's a $300 VR headset that is standalone. It's beautiful.
You just answered. Well, I'll chat with you about this offline sometime soon, because we're going to buy one. I come out of that like a little kid in a candy store, and I told Becky, she bought me a PS4 a couple of years ago. I played it for a while and I got bored with it. I'm like, I need one of these. This is going to be great.
It's
and
fun,
I think
man.
There's quite a bit of physical benefit that you could gain from it too if you were doing the right stuff.
I almost don't want to talk about it again because the Prepper Fit and Health membership gets it a lot. I played it today. There's a game called The Thrill of the Fight that is, again, I've boxed people in real life. I've fought people in Muay Thai in real life. You know what I mean? Not like a full clip Muay Thai, but, sparring.
Yeah.
And obviously there's elements of sparring that you can't duplicate with a VR headset.
Sure.
But there's this boxing game called The Thrill of the Fight that I can't believe it hasn't killed someone yet. Honestly.
Really?
Because it kills me damn near. You know what I mean? Like when I do 10 rounds in this game, because it's a glorified shadow box with, real boxing match implications. That's really what it is. You're shadow boxing, which has tremendous benefits if you already know how to box, because you can work on stance, you can work on throwing punches properly and that kind of thing. But you have the added element of, now I get to learn a little bit about distance, and there are consequences if I am not practicing distance right? Because I'm going to lose the match. I'm going to get hit by this fake NPC. And it's not goofy, It's the NPCs are kind of goofy. Like the guy you're fighting throws weird fast punches or power punches in a weird way. But outside of that, man, it's totally legit and fun. I clear the whole living room out and do like almost a real boxing ring size, 10 rounds, 3-minute rounds, and it is.
Have you seen the haptic vests you can wear?
My kids want them so bad. I don't understand it. I don't understand why they want to get hurt by their video games. I can't figure that part out. You know what I mean?
I asked Dave Jones a while back, because we were talking about mental toughness and how the military instills it and stuff.
Sure.
And I said, we had a conversation. I said, how does a person learn that, right? And I mean, there's no easy way at all.
No.
I mean, basically, you got to go through shit to learn how to overcome shit, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that the VR could help with that at least. You know, like the absolute intensity of it, because it's weird. You play a video game, you remember it as a video game. You play VR, you remember it as a memory. It almost feels like Total Recall. You know what I mean?
There's some benefits to VR that are crazy. They really are. Because you get to, it's the only way that you can put yourself in a situation in training with, so the highest possible consequences for a civilian can be had in VR, right?
Right.
Because you can at least simulate death. There can be, oh shit, I lost all my progress, whatever. And whatever you dream up in your head on top of that, you know? So like, in other words, if I go to a range, like an outdoor range, and it's one of those situations where like, all right, let's do some burpees and let's run a couple laps or whatever, and then let's shoot, right? Now we're fatigued and we're doing shooting while we're fatigued. That's one thing. But, you know, you missed the target. Who gives a shit, right? It's just, okay, next time I'll do better or whatever. But the aspect of VR that gets you mentally is you will have adrenaline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if you get to the point where you're playing a game against an opponent online and then the ego gets involved, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, I'm going to beat this motherfucker for sure. And then they start beating you and it's like, oh no. And you will pump adrenaline into your blood. I mean, you'll feel it. Your heart will start shaking and all that kind of stuff, because your mind is like, oh, I'm in fight or flight. I could lose all my perks. I could lose all my guns. I could lose whatever. If I lose, there's consequences. And you can't simulate that at that level any other way, really. You know what I mean? It's hard. That's a hard thing to simulate.
The only other thing I could liken it to was going through a real legit haunted house. That's one of the only other things where I've ever done where I'm like, it felt as close to reality as it could be, you know, like they're not like chintzy ones, but you go through some of them where they're designed to scare the living shit out of you. It felt a bit like that, you know?
Horror in the VR headset's another world.
Well, these were zombies, and I had, you know, it was crazy because you had to let them get in close, and you had to breathe, and you had to, catch yourself to let them get in so that you could shoot them, you know, so you had a better shot at it, right? And it was like, wow, I was seeing the benefit of it, and I was like, I forgot that, or I didn't even know you were into it. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, give me a call. I will hook you up with all the games, because I know all of the games that you want to play already, because we play them, and it's a ball. Yep. It's a blast.
That's cool.
It's weird. It's dangerous. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. You remember in Stargate? Did you watch Stargate? You remember
when I was more, yeah.
But you remembered like the thing where they walk through the portal and go into 100%. Another dimension? That's VR. VR is another dimension. 100% it's another dimension. There's no doubt about it.
I literally talked about Stargate last night in my podcast. That's hilarious. I can't remember why
two Stargate references in 48 hours is ridiculous. Preposterous.
I know. For a show that it was past its prime in the late 90s, hey?
But that's why it's dangerous too, though. It's legitimately dangerous. I mean, I see the fear of God in grown men's eyes all the time. Like, I took it up to a friend in the neighborhood, and I'm sitting there holding it, and I'm talking to him about it. And I can see him, like, weighing his life in his mind. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like heroin. Thanks, Dave Jones. I'll see you, my man. Dave Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
See, take care.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Hey, Dave.
But he's a smart guy, super smart guy, you know, and he could tell, like, if I put this on, there's going to be consequences. You know what I mean? Because there are consequences. It's like, I'm either going to not be able to do this thing as much as I want to do it, or I could potentially go off the deep end and go lay in bed with my wife until she falls asleep and sneak out and go back in. Because it's wild, and it's just getting started.
I talk about it. I don't know. there's like this whole YouTube thing with nostalgia, you know, where people just spend hours watching commercials from the 80s. And there was a movie recently with Hugh Jackman. I can't remember the name. It was a huge bust. It didn't do very well. And basically people would, like, Earth was flooded. And so people were basically living in the past. They were reliving their lives when, you know, because you remember everything as good, right? And it's that whole escapism thing. And I get it. Like, it, to me, it could be dangerous. I can see that because it's addictive. And I know
it's totally dangerous.
About it. I don't know if it was I Am Liberty or Prep or whatever, which one it was, but you talked about how, you know, what was it, the metaverse, and people basically just be batteries. And I know, you know, we might be a little ways off from that, but I can totally see where.
Oh, we're one generation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can see it in my kids.
Yep.
I can see it in them. I can see the desire in my kids to be like, they can start in their head to go like, this life is cool, but that life is cool too. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
A boring time at home pales in comparison to a good time in VR. You know what I mean? So it's there. I mean, there will be people in their generation. Oh, undoubtedly. I mean, just wait till they fold in once they fold in sex, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? Like, once they figure that part out, there's going to be guys who would disappear into that forever.
I can see it. And you know what? Man, I know it's not right, but for people who maybe came from that live in a bad life or just don't see any other way out of it, I can see the appeal. It's not right. You know,
for sure.
I often, whatever it is, though.
I often reference this article I read like a year or two ago. I don't even know how I got to it, but it was about this guy. It came out around one of those times after a mass shooting where it was like, these violent video games are the plague. You know what I mean? And it came out, and it was by a guy, and I don't even think he was a writer, but he did a good job on the article. I'm sure you could look it up. Xbox made my life better or something like that. And he was one of those kids. He was one of those kids who had no friends. His dad was abusive, I think, or his dad was a pain in the ass. I don't remember exactly the details. And then he was like, in 1 year for Christmas, I got an Xbox. And everything changed. Yeah. I met people online that were like me. I had friends. I would deal with school, and then I would come home, and my friends would be waiting for me online. And it like translated into his profession. And it was just a crazy opposite story that you never hear about video games. You know what I mean? Which is like, it saved this guy's life. Maybe it didn't. Well, maybe it did save his life. Maybe he would have committed suicide. Who knows? You know what I mean? But it definitely made a life that was miserable into a life worth living, for sure. You know?
It's a bit like what we do, you know, creating content and interacting in these electronic communities. Because I see the appeal where you literally find your people. Like I said, when Becky and I left the event we were at, I'm like, we found our fucking tribe. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally our people.
For sure.
I've known them for years, but you'd never met, and you get to meet. You're like, oh my God, it's cool. It's neat. And because for a long time, a friend of mine was talking about this the other day. You had your in-life, your real-life community, your people locally, right? Which tends to be the most difficult to develop. And then you had your online community, and that was it, you know, and they were just kind of electronic people. But I think there's a third set, and this is what she was talking about, is you've got your in-person community, you have your online community, and then you have your online community who are more than just an online community. You know what I mean? They're the type of people that you would literally hop in a car and go help if you could, right? And you don't even have to necessarily meet them in real life, but you've lived shared experiences for so long that it's more than just a Facebook forum. It's literally people you've spent a decade or more with, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Those they go through the sieve. That like they're the people who make it through the sieve of the internet community. Like, there's a bunch of people up there in the sieve that they don't filter out, and then there's these people that filter out, like Volcana here at PBN, or, you know, we got a number of listeners who are here that have been here, and, you know, Well, Melinda Lee. Melinda Lee's one of those people that comes to prepper camp every year, and you know, Melinda Lee is just she's one of these amazing, quiet, little people, like literally like little in stature, quiet, and is a goddess of homesteading. I mean, it's just wild, the stuff that she knows. And yeah, those people that make it through the Civ, you know, it's...
And they're few and far between, but you find them and you click with them and you have, I don't know, similar personalities, but they don't have to be the same.
Not at all.
Just, like, and you could live your entire life in real life. You could live your entire life AFK and maybe find one or two people like that, right? But we have access to everybody, you know?
Oh, like, it's a blessing, man. I have a love-hate relationship with technology. It's like, because I think I'm starting to look at technology the way I look at people. Jay Fergie always tells me that, she always says that you see the good in people too much. And, you know, I enjoy the good in people, but I see people as people, you know what I mean? So like, I know that there's good in everybody, and I know that there's evil in everybody too, but I'm going to interact with the good, obviously. And I'm starting to feel that way about technology on a whole. I look at it a lot like the same person, like as a person. Like I approach it as like, there's some really cool stuff about you, man. And there's some really dark stuff about you that I got to be careful around. You know what I mean? And I got to be careful with my kids and careful with my wife and the people that I care about, because and that is what life is going to be. Life is going to be a management of this technological beast that can swallow you up if you're not careful, for sure.
It's going to be harder. Like you're talking about your kids' generation, and that would be my youngest are in that generation too. And it reminds me of, you know, I know you're a little bit younger than me, but not by much. But people, you know, kind of the late Gen Xers, early millennials, they grew up in a time before the internet, but also grew up through the internet. So we were that in-between generation.
That was me, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so it's the same, you know, our kids will be, well, you know, there'll be the time before VR and then the time after.
Sure.
The generation coming after them, all they'll ever know is virtual reality, you know? And
well, you know, I think virtual reality is a bridge to augmented reality. I do. I think that augmented reality is the real pinnacle. And that is, so augmented reality is when I can and you can do this stuff now, it's just like not that
Pokemon
great.
Go?
Yeah, when you can superimpose it in your real life. Because then you're not limited to, you know, when you play VR, you have to set a boundary in the headset so that you don't punch through your window, you know, walk into something. But once you have the ability to put on augmented reality glasses, then the zombies can come through your front door in your house. You know what I mean? And you can hide behind the cover and pop out and pat. You know what I mean? And
I was wondering if, I don't know, you look at, is it Neuralink or whatever that Musk is working on?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, you know, I don't know. I always go to the Matrix because I friggin' loved that movie back, you know. And
sure.
I just, you know, I wonder if I don't know, maybe you can type it or plug directly into the, you know, your brainstem and experience all that without actually doing anything, right? You can be a little 85-pound atrophied human being in a tube that thinks they've lived an entire life of experiences, right?
I'm sure they'll get there.
I hope not, but yeah.
I'm sure that, I think that will be better than robot. I'm having like I think there are real serious limitations with robotics. Like I think our integration with machines and robotics is going to be what the coolest stuff is. But like the game plan of making a robot like a human, I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think that, and that's a perception thing. Like, I think a lot of that comes from like, sounds so stupid, but it comes from like meditating and yoga. But the like the stuff that you perceive that you don't realize you're perceiving, I don't think that they can do that with I don't think you can be like, okay, now you perceive the whole world.
Oh, like not self-conscious, consciousness in general?
Well, not just that, but how you're programmed by, like, you know, millions of years of evolution to deal with this light, this thing, the noise that's coming from upstairs, the way that you have to balance yourself on the chair. And, you know, I mean, you got to be intentional about what you do when you walk through the world to kind of get it.
Yeah.
And that's something that I do. You know what I mean? I try to, like, stop thinking about stuff and pay attention to me and paying attention to the world. And that's one of the biggest problems that they're having already, is making the robot perceive the world around it in a way that it can have the feelings that a human has and see the things that a human sees, and it react the way that a human reacts. Because you react to the world around you like so many ways that you don't even know you're doing. So many things that you don't know you're even doing, you're doing. And I don't think they're going to be able to overcome it. I really don't. Unless they can, I don't know. I think they have to, you know, just like what you feel, like when you're in the dark and you reach out and you feel for something, you know what I mean? Or something along those lines. I don't know. I don't know if they'll get there. And I think that getting there won't really have that much of a benefit either, you know?
I don't know if we even need to get there.
That's what I'm saying.
Somebody wants to.
That's what I'm saying.
I look at robots as tools, but I'm a big fan of automation too. Like I know a lot of people are like, oh, they'll turn our cars off, but I just drove across the country with that cruise assist or whatever, where it basically, you don't have to hit your brakes. You know, you set your, oh my God, that made life, and I can't wait till I can get a self-driving car. I love to drive, but I also love to have the option to not drive if I don't want to.
Sure.
You know? And yeah, I don't know. I'm all about, I'd love to get an electric vehicle too. And I live in oil country. Like all of that, I don't mind. I would, you know, I'm okay to embrace the future. The older I get, a little harder it is to do, but I'm all about it for sure.
Yeah. I'm writing, I've been writing books for I haven't published a book since 2018. God, that's so sad. And I used to put them out all the time. And one of the books is like a collection of stories, apocalyptic, futuristic, that kind of stuff. And one story is really short, and it's just an argument between a father and son about Neuralink. That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's from the son's perspective. You know, like, this old man doesn't want me to. This is how we date. This is how we meet. This is how we get jobs, you know, and he keeps telling me it's a bad idea. And because that's a conversation that people are going to have with their kids, and I may have with my own kids, you know. Dad, should I plug in?
Yep. Oh, I get it.
You know?
And it's a lot closer than we think. Like, I've watched some guys, some futurists on TED Talk and things, and just back to, like, the automated vehicles, like self-driving cars. That kind of stuff's a lot closer than we think too. Like, we think it's going to take decades, and it's not. Like you said, the VR, the Neuralink, that stuff, you know, 10, 15 years, it's going to be here. It'll be commonplace by that point. If you look where we've gone from the first iPhone in 2007, 2008, and what we have now, it's like, I love to quote Jack, but he had in his podcast the other day, he said, it was a quote from Henry Ford. And he said, Henry Ford said, if I asked the people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse, you know, because nobody can see.
Right. Yeah.
But, you know, they just think, oh yeah, I need a better microphone. Well, the game changers are the guys that are really making things. They're going to give you something you didn't even know you needed, and you didn't even see it coming. Right.
Sure.
It blows me away.
Oh yeah. Well, they're the geniuses, you know.
Sure.
Remember, when Sarah came on, we were talking about aliens. This show's been super nuts. This show has had
we've been everywhere, and I've only been here for an hour.
This show has had very little to do with PBN and 1 million downloads, but then again, it has had everything to do with PBN and 1 million downloads because it's been you guys. But she was talking about Egypt and pyramids and aliens and, you know, the possibility of them having been here and done that kind of stuff. And, you know, sometimes I think about that too. Sometimes I wonder, like, maybe the geniuses of that age died in those cataclysms. You know, because if you put a hit list out on the geniuses, like the Musks and the, you know, so on and so forth on the planet right now, it would drastically affect, you know, 3-4 generations into the future. If there was some kind of cataclysm that erased also, like, you know, what we learned and how we passed on knowledge and story. Yeah,
Like
society would look society would look way different in just a few generations. You would be like, God, we don't know how to do shit. What, you know what? Joe Rogan had a great joke about this, like old special before podcast and all that stuff. And the line was, he was on the subject of, you're not smart. He was saying, I'm not smart. I just use stuff that smart people make. Yeah. And he was saying, and I'll prove it. If I gave you an axe and sent you in the woods, how long until you could send me an email?
Yeah.
And I thought that was a great point.
You heard of the Saturn rockets? You know, the ones that they used before the space shuttle or whatever. Anyway, it was some of the early NASA rockets.
Oh, okay.
So they basically, this is back to, I always quote Marshall McLuhan where he talks about if humanity learns to shoot a gun, they forget how to shoot a bow and arrow, right? Well, the Saturn rocket, from what they say is they can't build one today. They built one in the 60s. You couldn't build it today because, number one, the tools that they built it with don't really exist.
Probably
the
materials.
The materials, the tools, and the people that would have had the skills are long dead too.
Wow.
It's all gone, But without the Saturn rocket, we don't have the space shuttle. We don't have SpaceX. We don't have, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But that's gone. Yeah. That's a mind. That blows your mind. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's like the old proverb that, if you change one board in a boat, is it the same boat? Well, sure it is, right? What if you change every board in the boat over 100 years? Is it still the same boat?
Yeah.
Right? Like that. Oh, I don't know. That kind of shit doesn't keep me up at night, but it sure makes me smile to think about.
That's like the, what's that saying about when it's too late and I drank too much?
That's okay. I love
if
it.
There's when a man steps into a river, he never steps into it the same man or the same river, right? The same man never steps into the same river, or something to that effect, right? Because the river changes and the man changes. Yeah, it's one of those.
But you're right, and that's the other. Like I'm a big sucker for post-apocalyptic, like prepper porn books and things like that, And you think about.
I've never seen a prepper porn book.
Oh. Well, that would be different, but yeah, But so you always think about if shit really did hit the fan and everything kind of fell apart, it would take a hell of a long time. Like people are like, well, all the skill, everything's there to do it. The problem is like you said, send me an email with an axe. You're not going to be able to, right? Number one, people are just going to be absolutely worried about surviving first. So it's like the Dark Ages, you don't have time to sit around in the monastery and, whatever, record all of history and the, what I mean? And then the Enlightenment or whatever came, not the Enlightenment, what came after the Dark Ages? The
Renaissance.
Renaissance. Thank you. Yeah. Right. It's just interesting. I don't know. I think about that, how like, what was it? Another person said the other day, like, aren't you scared that if you talk about your shit online as a content creator, that people are going to come and steal your shit when the shit hits a fan? I'm like, no, I'm more worried about my neighbors because they're the only ones that are going to be able to travel that far. Or, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. Yeah.
People are worried about calories and travel and, somebody Canadian with so Volcana put up this prepper porn, something like CanadianPreparedness.ca. I'm thinking that's what's his name? Yeah. Do you ever see him? He's a Canadian prepper that is literally always predicting the end of the world. I don't want to bring up that link. I'm scared that's what it is. But
Canadian, what is it?
The Canadian prepper or something like the CanadianPreparedness.ca. Let's open it up. I guess you can't see it anyway, can you? You can see it from there.
It didn't work. Oh, the link is not crap.
Oh yeah,
it's not coming through on Element, right?
Yeah, hang on. Do I think it is? I think it is. I'm sure it's that guy. Sure looks like it. But he's a well-known YouTuber. Let's see.
Are you talking about the Canadian prepper?
I think this is his. Hang on, we'll see. Yeah, that's him. Yep, I figured as much. That's his. He is. He's an okay dude. I mean, he's obviously a celebrity as far as Canadians and preppers go, but he's
I'm looking
definitely.
at his site. This
yeah.
looks like just a gear site, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He sells a lot of gear too, but yeah. I'm into like, well, I don't know. We always call it prepper porn, but like them 10-book series about EMPs or
Right.
Angry American stuff he writes.
I think the only prepper fiction I've ever read, this is so like embarrassing for a person who does what I do, is Carl B's book.
Oh, I haven't read it yet. I need to.
Yeah.
I say read. Is there an audio book? Because I literally don't ever read print and paper anymore because
Audiobooks are great, man. I don't know if there's I don't think there is an audiobook for it.
I think I consumed 70 or 75 books last year through Audible. It's unreal. Yeah, I love it. I mean, I get a lot of ass time and ear time, right? Because I'm either mowing or driving.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I download. I read by listening. I'm an audit. I discovered that after years of reading print and paper and like forgetting literally the protagonist's name after reading the book. I listen in audiobooks and I have like 50% recall. It's insane. I had no idea. Yeah. It's really
Long
weird.
form fiction I have to read in books. I really do.
I get it.
I have to sit down and chill and really get into the story, you know. I grew up reading Dean Koontz, and his books were so crazy that I just really loved them, and I really got into like really. And he's, aside from being a sicko, he's like his writing is always intense with descriptive rooms and places, and you know
Put
that
him in
kind
the
of
same.
stuff.
I'm a Stephen King nut. I've read everything he's ever written.
Oh my God.
Yeah, very similar. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Back up. Everything but the Dark Tower, because I've tried that, the fantasy end of things. But
yeah,
he and I probably the first 20 books of his I read, on paper, and then I started listening to his stuff in audio, and I remembered it all. I'm like, this is crazy. I couldn't, I don't know. I think my brain would get off, and I would still read, and I mean that's all I knew for 20 years. I remember my first book of his I read. Well, the first two was Bag of Bones and Thinner, and I worked at a library, 97, and I took them out and read them. I'm like, holy shit, this just changed my world, and I went from there. And he gets a little preachy sometimes, but he's in a renaissance. His stuff now is as good as it's ever been. It's incredible.
God, he must be so rich. They're turning everything he's ever done into a series or a movie.
Oh my God. And he's a shill too. I love him, but he'll literally he watched The Dark Tower and that's a steaming pile of horseshit. That movie, it's just awful. And
I never watched it.
I only watched parts of it, but and he'll be like, it's the best Stephen King adaptation movie ever made, and then everybody watch it like, oh no, it sucks. And then he'll literally say Kubrick's Shining is awful. And I'm like, I don't care if you wrote the book or not. That is a friggin' classic. And
that's a great movie.
Yeah, he hates it. It's so funny.
Weird.
Yeah, but he hated it so bad that he went and wrote a miniseries and put it on TV. And apparently it's more faithful to the book. But I mean, how can you not love? Kubrick stuff is great.
Nicholson.
Yeah. Oh, he was so perfect in it. Oh,
the wife was great too.
Yeah, Shelley Duvall.
Yeah.
Yeah, she really only did that in Popeye. She was olive oil and Popeye.
Yo, you're right, with Robin Williams. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, and she had a rough go at it after that.
I don't know nothing about her backstory, but that was a good flick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you gotta definitely come Halloween time. Invite me on for the horror movie episode.
Oh man, yeah. If you want to, we can do it. I'd do it either. Yeah, do them both places. That'd be fun.
I could go deep on some horror for sure.
If I could create content full time and do nothing else, I'd probably have about 4 channels, and one of them would definitely be a movie channel, and probably just a horror channel. I would love that, but it's just not feasible yet. So
you're gonna disappear when you get that Oculus Quest 2 for a little while.
Yeah,
you'll be like, "What happened to Tool Man Tim?"
It'll be a winter thing. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll pre-record. No, I'm just kidding. I'll live stream from the metaverse. Yeah, I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, there's some fun stuff in there. All right, PBN family, I think we got to call this one, man. You guys all left anyway. They left when we started talking about VR fitness. They were like, okay, this is done.
Tell them, I'll let everybody, I'll do a horror show sometime, but it'll be awesome. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Are they requesting it? Oh, what about
the they just asked, what about the Hills Have Eyes?
Oh. You guys want to talk horror? Listen. We've got 2 hours and a half left of live show. You want to start talking horror movies, Garden Girl, we can go there. Now, there's a Hills Have Eyes original, and there's a Hills Have Eyes remake that was a little more torture-y, I thought.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The remake, just not the straight to VOD sequels that came after it, but I didn't. Actually, my first introduction to the Hills Have Eyes was the remake. Then I went back and watched the original.
Hold up. Oh, I thought Prep and Patriot was going to throw one in the chat.
I was too. Yeah.
Just go ahead and throw favorite horror movies in there real quick. We'll just play around.
Ask me my favorite horror movie. I don't know. There's so many. I'm a big Hitchcock fan too, from back in the day.
I'm horrible at favorites.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if you ask me my favorite movie, it's Pulp Fiction. That's an easy one.
Really?
Yeah. There's nothing
I can't
in
do
my
favorites.
But horror. Boy, I gotta think about that. I don't know. I'd have to pick probably 5 to 10.
All right. I should put my children to bed. It's getting pretty late.
I know.
Too.
Me too. My wife hours. I was looking forward to finally getting to chat with you. I haven't been on in a bit.
Yeah, I know it's hard. Well, you and me, man, we kind of danced the boundary of, are these guys doing a show or are they hanging out? You know what I mean?
You know what? If you want to come on sometime, I'm not. I've been on this after party thing every Wednesday, where it's just a bunch of guys getting together, sharing memes and laughing and cussing.
Oh, I'd love that.
If you want to, I would love to have you on. It'd be great to get you over and get you exposed to the other side of,
I'd like to just come just to have a good time.
That's all it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's we have a riot. Yeah, it's fun. We just laugh, and sometimes it's like 5 o'clock my time, but we sometimes drink, and yeah, it's cool.
Put me in, Coach. I'm there.
Yeah, I'll send you an invite. Yeah, I'd love that.
All right, PBN family. I think we've done it tonight. I think we've done it to death tonight, to be quite honest with you. And, this is what I wanted. So I thank you. Everybody in chat, I'm going to send free coffee. All right, I think we got, well, you guys are in there. You know who you are. I don't need to tell the whole world who's in there, but that'll be my gift to those of you who participated tonight in the live chat. I'll send you some disaster coffee. Even you, Volcana, I'm going to pay that Canadian shipping. I don't care. You know I love you. So this is it, PBN family. 1 million downloads, man. It's, I never really felt this way about the network before, but it really seems like, I'll tell you I'll end the show with the dark premonition that I have. Okay? The network is going in a direction that, it's never gone before, and it's doing better than ever, obviously. And that's a big deal. And, I think that we have the potential to sink our teeth in and do really well. And my dark premonition is that we'll have a month or so where the numbers are really great and, everything is doing incredibly well. All the hosts start doing well. And that's when the nuclear weapons will start flying. And we'll have this little window of success, and then the world will come to an end, and we'll have to put our skills to practice. That's sort of my dark premonition for the future. But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just turn out to be successful, and it'll all be due in large part to the incredible hosts here, Tim, yourself included, and, of course, the listening audience. So I thank you guys. It's been a good time. And
thank you. Thanks for bringing me into the PBN family, James.
Oh, of course, man. It's been a pleasure. And God help you, okay, out there, keeping up with all this content. I don't know how you do it, but we'll talk soon, all right?
Take care,
Adios.
Bud. See ya.
Thank you for listening to the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. Tune in tomorrow for another great show and visit us at prepperbroadcasting.com.
and gentlemen of the United States of America. When's the last time you felt like your nation was running at this pace? You know, I wake up this morning and I see all the news about our fearless leader and his red lights in Independence Hall. Close to where I grew up, you know. Close to where I grew up. And I find myself asking, you know, how do you combat that? How do you combat that? I woke up to see a lot of irate people. Yeah, and, you know, good on them. A lot of irate people. Before the show started, my headphones broke. Things got in the way. I almost couldn't find the time to pull this off this morning. And whenever I feel those hurdles building up around me, I know the message is important. And the message today, to you, the American people, share this thing out far and wide. This is a message to all. This is a message to all conservative, Christian, patriot Americans. Notice I didn't add race or gender because they're irrelevant. But this is a message. Even if you're not devout Christian, even if you just, you know, naturally you live, as most people do, under the Judeo-Christian ethic. How do you combat what we heard last night from a guy who's supposed to be the president of unity? How do you combat it? Well, I thought about it for a moment. And you know what message reverberated through my skull? This is it. You're so beautiful. You don't even see it. That's the message. Right? That's them. Because it's easy to watch an idiot on a stage say dumb things, hateful, mean, nasty things, make remarks that are born out of fear, and then accuse the other side of doing just what he's in the process of doing. It's easy to get mad and to say, oh, you know what? I'm going to rip that guy apart today. And trust me, Joe Biden ain't hard to rip apart, right? He's a pretty easy target. But then I said to myself, is that the way you combat this? Even the people who voted for him understand what he is at this point. So how do you combat that? You combat that by taking a closer look at the accused. And that's what I want to do. I want to take a closer look at the accused. And I want to say to the accused, and you know who you are. You've been the accused for the better part of at least a decade. This morning in the group chat, Dave Jones said, how's it feel to be an enemy in your country? And I said, well, again, it's been about 5 times that I've been told that the things that I believe in and all were made me a villain or an enemy or, you know, a threat to these United States by people in the highest houses of power. So how do you combat them? By getting on the air today with my incredible audience here at the Prepper Broadcasting Network and telling you out there and all the conservative patriots out there, you're so beautiful and you don't even see it. Now, what do I mean by that? Right? You think you're a man, you can't be beautiful? People don't understand beauty anymore. They think beauty is a product. They think beauty is a picture on Instagram. No, there are beautiful people in the world. I know a lot of them. You know, a lot of them are right here on this network. And you are so beautiful. And you don't even see it. And that's what makes you even more beautiful. Because, look, he talked about nullifying, or how the votes of 81 million voters were nullified, while calling the other half MAGA Republican voter, nightmare, extremists, devils. Look, we'll get down and dirty, I'm sure. But the first thing I want to do is talk about you. I want to talk about the accused. Because that's what you are, man. Right? But you know what else you are and why you're so beautiful? You're beautiful because you're a part of the most peaceful political movement in history. And I thought about that, and I brought that up on shows, and I said, you know, that's an interesting comment. That's an interesting thing to think about and to consider. Because I think it's right on the money, right? You don't see conservative red state riots with American flags and pro-life and this and the other thing, 2A, right? And then I started thinking even further. I started thinking, well, what about just the movement in general? Take the politics out of it. What about sort of the Christian conservative patriot in general? And I realized that not only is there so much peace woven into our movement, our motives, right? We defy history, PBN fam. We defy history in this nation, in this movement. This group of conservative Christian patriots defies history. We have all the guns. We have all the weapons. And we choose peace. Don't you understand? I don't think there's another group in history that had the leverage of war-fighting technology, of firearms, of whatever that technology was, right? Go back to the Mongols. The Mongols didn't sit around on the steppe with their horses and their recurve bows and say, well, we've got an edge, but you know what? We're going to leave those other people alone. You know, you're so beautiful because you choose peace above all. You choose your ethic above all. Right? The words like do unto others. You live those words. And you're so beautiful you don't even see it. You don't even realize that you have your people, your group, your community, right? This collection of Americans who are relatively conservative in nature, Christian believing to some degree, right? Patriotic as deeply as the roots can run. You have been roundly criticized for decades that I've seen. My entire adult life has been a criticism of who and what I am, right? And the most beautiful thing that there could be is that we choose the high ground, we choose peace. We choose to stick with the Christian morality and ethic. And it's hard to believe when you really think about it. And it's unprecedented in history. Do you understand the depth? Do you understand how deep and how impressive and how beautiful that is? As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is unprecedented in history to have a group of people, right? A movement, a group, or whatever it is, armed to the teeth. They make up the vast majority of the military. They go to war. They come home still armed to the teeth and trained. You know, these are groups of people that throughout history say, let's just take this shit over. You know, we have this, you know, in other words, butting heads with the left wing, the unarmed, unprepared, unaware, progressive left wing in this country, who have dug themselves into every part and parcel of the media and politics and education that they can, and have done nothing but batter Christianity, batter patriotism, batter right-wing extremism, whiteness, right? The whole thing. They've been on the attack forever. You see, but you're so beautiful you don't even see it. You're so beautiful you don't even see it. You don't even realize that you're significant and unique in the whole span of history. Because had this same group, these two groups of people been taken back and put this situation been displaced to another time, say the 1500s, and one group wouldn't shut their mouth and were moving in culturally on another group, and that other group was armed and trained and deadly, well, that'd be it. It'd be a day-long massacre, right? These things have happened over and over again throughout history. But what's amazing to me and what's so beautiful about our group is that we have all the weapons, yet we defy the historical response. And I know there's people out there who think, it's time for a revolution. Is it? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it to me. It seems like this resume of ours speaks for itself. Never in their history, never in history has there been a group like the Conservative Christian Patriot. Do you know what happens in churches? Do you know what happens in Christian schools around the nation? Do you have any idea what, all politics aside, all religious, I don't believe that Jesus came back from the dead. I don't believe it. Put it all aside, okay? And just look at the works, right? What's the Bible say? I will know thee by thy works. Look at the works. Look at who feeds the hungry, who houses the needy and the poor, who takes care of Joe? You think Joe does? Come on, man. If he can't get a vote from him, he ain't interested. No, my entire adult life has been an attack on who I am. That's it. From basically from politics and culture at large. The most influential parts of culture. Hollywood, academia. Largely just an assault, right? Sit down, white man. Your time is up. It's time to let the minorities have a shot. You've had enough time of success and so on and so forth. And their misunderstanding of history is so brutal. It's mystifying, right? And the idea that a white person's time has come to an end because some generations of some white people from some place or some people with skin that looks like mine from some place have had some success or have had even great success. How's that have anything to do with me or any other person I know that looks like me? Roundly criticized over Christianity, roundly criticized over a love for an America that has given the world everything. An America that has not only been the world police, has not only patrolled the waters of the world to assure that we could have a global economy, free trade, a massive explosion in mortality overall, infant mortality, literacy, right? Hunger, down. Roundly criticized for all of it, attacked for all of it as well. Literally, the world's success sits on the decks of the Navy ships that make the waterways safe for travel and trade. Yes, we are the world police, and people have the audacity to say that it's a negative thing for the rest of the world, right? Attacked by the media. If you really think you know what January 6th was and you think it was because the host of The Apprentice became president and fired everybody up so much in 4 years, you're out of your mind. January 6th was a reaction from a band of people who have... This is something that's been decades in the making. You kick people to the ground and you kick them around long enough, things like this happen. And this is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at, you know. You're so beautiful, you can't even see it. You don't even realize what an example you've set. You don't even realize that you're basically impossible to defeat. Do you understand? Because the enemy lies. The enemy has been caught lying how many times? I mean, I don't even want to call them the enemy, even though they are the enemy within. There's no doubt about it. I want you to understand that this is a very special movement here. This is a very special group. This is a very special thing. And while it hurts and while it stings and while it sucks and sometimes it costs you everything to remain peaceful and prosperous in the face of all of this and to wake up and go to work and do the right thing. And oh my God, why do I got to do the right thing when everybody else is doing the wrong thing and getting rich? You know, that's the majesty of your beauty. That's why you are so beautiful. Don't let Joe Biden tell you you're not. Don't let some late night talk show drug addict idiot tell you you're not. Oh, these MAGA, these Trump voters, these right wing, these gun lovers, these Christians, whatever. They lob these names to and fro like they hurt somebody's feelings, like they mean something. You know, you say MAGA, and I wonder, what's the other alternative? Right? You hear people say these MAGA Republicans. What's the other? What's the opposite? These suicidal Democrats? These climate Nazi Democrats? I don't want to go off on tangents about news stories and examples of why people are crazy and other people aren't or whatever. Because that's not what this is about. This is about you. This is about understanding that you're a part of something beautiful and something great. And whenever this happens in history, there come people that are ignorant and foolish and incapable of being you. They're incapable of being peaceful. They're incapable of being patriotic. They're incapable of sticking to a credo, a moral value system. They're incapable of it. So the only thing left to do is to attack it. People used to throw rocks at Martin Luther King Jr. and hit him in the face. Now, this administration, because they're so into unity, would like you to believe that the people who voted for Donald Trump are the same kind of people that would do that to Martin Luther King Jr. Right? If he were alive today or if you were transferred back to his time. They'd like to make believe that, you know, just because you look like the guy who threw the rock, you'd do the same thing. You know who the violent ones are. You know what position we'd be in if we weren't the people with the firearms. Our firearms are deterrents. Our firearms are deterrents. When the left gets their hands on firearms, people die. It didn't take long. It took 0.05 seconds for firearms to weasel their way into the 2020 riots before they were pulled on people, shot people, you remember, pointed at people driving in cars. How many protests have you ever gone to that were pro-Second Amendment? The insane devils at the MAGA protests that are also surrounded by counter-protests. How many of those have the right-wingers showed up with firearms, pointed them at people, and shot people? How many? I ask you. They're accosted, the shit's thrown at them. How many people shot back? How many people? Do you understand? You're so beautiful, you can't even see it. So don't let these pukes get you down. I don't care how many lights they have, how many mics they have, how many likes they have. I don't care. It just, the words bounce off and shimmy off. You know, they have zero effect because the resume, because the group, because of what we are is far too powerful to be devastated by the words of one feeble old man or one burning institution that was once known as Hollywood. They got nothing. They got nothing. And the more of this that they do, the further they dig their own grave. And it's a grave that they will put themselves into. It won't be the people, the boogeyman that they've created. Right? So you wake up today, PBN family, and you find yourself looking over the news, and you say, here we go again. Once again, I'm enemy number one, right? Once again, I'm public enemy number one. I don't know what I've done. You know, it's a nightmare. But you know what? I don't want you to get down about this stuff. I don't want you to get down about this stuff. I have no desire for you to be upset over this nonsense. You got to stay true to what it is that you are. You got to stay true to your conservative values, your Christian morality, and your patriotism for the greatest nation on the planet. Because I do believe it's just an unbeatable combination. It's just an unbeatable combination because it's the high road. It's the right thing. And it doesn't matter how much wrong people try to do, they can never beat doing the right thing. So, don't worry about their words. Don't worry about his words. Don't worry about the names they come up with. Don't worry about the FBI's little acronyms that they come up with. Don't worry about it. Because at the end of the day, we're part of a long resume, a long list that history will look back on and say, wow, they were so beautiful, and they couldn't even see it.
But concerning the times and the seasons, brethren, you have no need that I should write to you. For you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so comes as a thief in the night. For when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. But you, brethren, are not in darkness, so that this day should overtake you as a thief. You are all sons of light and sons of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. Therefore, let us not sleep as others do, but let us watch and be sober. For those who sleep, sleep at night, and those who get drunk are drunk at night. But let us, who are of the day, be sober, putting on the breastplate of faith and love, and as a helmet the hope of salvation. For God did not appoint us to wrath, but to obtain salvation through our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for us, that whether we wake or sleep, we should live together with him. Therefore, comfort each other and edify one another, just as you also are doing. And we urge you, brethren, to recognize those who labor among you, and are over you in the Lord and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love for their work's sake. Be at peace among yourselves. Now we exhort you, brethren, warn those who are unruly, comfort the faint-hearted, uphold the weak, be patient with all. See that no one renders evil for evil to anyone, but always pursue what is good, both for yourselves and for all. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. In everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Do not quench the Spirit. Do not despise prophecies. Test all things. Hold fast what is good. Abstain from every form of evil. Jesus, thank you for your word. Thank you for your cross. Thank you for your gospel. Thank you for your salvation. We bless you and lift up your name. Jesus, you are King of kings, Lord of lords, our triumphant and victorious Savior. And we look to you, Lord, for guidance and for strength and for faith and for grace and for mercy and for love and for everything that you and only you are able to truly provide us. Lord, lead us in the way that we should go. Holy Spirit, minister to our hearts. Open our minds and our hearts and our souls to what you would have to say, to speak to us in this generation, in this age, and at this time, right here and right now. We love you, Lord. We pray that you would give us clarity of purpose, that you would give us wisdom, discernment, and that you would transform our hearts so that our utmost desire would be obedience to you, to your will, and to bear fruit for your kingdom, for the glory of your great name. In Jesus' name, amen. Brothers and sisters, a good deal, a great deal, a massive amount of ink has been spilled, bandwidth has been taken up, discussing the first part of the verses that we read at the beginning of the broadcast from 1 Thessalonians 5, as it pertains to prophecy and the timing of the coming of the Lord and of the nature of such things. And I dare say that we do ourselves a tremendous disservice if we neglect the second pattern of the verses here. If we simply stop after verse 11 and we do not go on to treat with equal seriousness, in fact, perhaps even greater urgency, the exhortations that are presented in verses 12 through 22. Here we find a blueprint that once more, if we just took this and this alone seriously to the fullest extent, our lives and this world would be utterly transformed. Can we say to one another that we are always at peace among ourselves? Do we always comfort the faint-hearted, uphold the weak? Are we patient with all? Are we always pursuing what is good both for ourselves and for everyone? Do we rejoice always? Do we pray without ceasing? In everything, do we give thanks? It is noted here that these things are the will of God in Christ Jesus for us. So if we would understand and seek to understand what the will of God is for us in every situation, then we can start here. And there are many other areas in the Word of God that can provide us guidance, but where Scripture says so directly that this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you, shouldn't we, brothers and sisters, laser focus on that as being a sure word? The entire Word of God is sure and secure and unchanging in what it teaches. But should we spend all of our time on the more speculative components? Or should we spend more of our time on the fundamentals? It is very tempting, brothers and sisters, to understand the fundamentals, to read them, and then to pass them by. As we mentioned 2 broadcasts ago with the gospel, sometimes hearing it so much, even for those of us who are born again, and especially for us in many instances, it leads to us saying, yes, we have heard this all before. Let me learn something new. Let me dive into something, quote unquote, more interesting and more fascinating and more exhilarating. But what that betrays is an attitude that requires adjustment, that requires correction. And when we look at this kind of scenario here in 1 Thessalonians 5, we encounter something similar. Yes, it's easy to read the fundamentals. Yes, we should rejoice always. Yes, we should pray without ceasing. Yes, in everything we should give thanks. In a conversation among born-again believers, you're not going to find people who would disagree with those notions clearly stated in the Word of God. But because those are the fundamentals and clearly stated, they don't carry the same kind of cachet or attractiveness to our eye and to our mind as other more exotic or speculative doctrines do, particularly when there's a conversation and perhaps even a debate or, dare I say, a bickering to be had over certain things. And yet, we find ourselves returning to these verses that have 2 words, 3 words in our English translations. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. The instructions are extraordinarily clear. Now, we know that in ourselves we don't have that ability. And we will look at this and say, okay, yeah, rejoice always, like literally always, even when I'm asleep. How is this possible? And we begin to unpack and finagle and qualify and equivocate and all of the rest of it. But what is the will of God in Christ Jesus for us? This. And so we should endeavor to conform to it as much as possible, knowing that the greater levels of conformity to the will of God are only possible. In fact, potentially any level of conformity is only possible because of the supernatural strength of God, because of his work in our lives, and because of the Holy Spirit. So, when the Bible says to rejoice always, we shouldn't simply pass that over or treat it with the flippancy that sometimes we do. We should use that as a watchword and as a byword in our spirit to say, okay, I'm in a situation where I am frustrated. I am not operating in a spirit of forgiveness. I am operating in a spirit of negativity, of fear, of a variety of different meaningful and yet potentially destructive modes. But let me remember the instructions of the Lord. Let me remember that God's will for us is that we would rejoice always. And let us turn our minds to thinking about the good things of God, about his acts, about his salvation, about his cross, about his promises, the things that are never ending and never changing and always faithful and always reliable, the things that will never let us down, the steadfast character and love of God that is extended towards us. We have the love of God in our hearts, brothers and sisters, and God, the one who created all of this, the one who created the entire universe, the Almighty One, cares for us, sees us, and loves us. We have ample cause for rejoicing, brothers and sisters, that should, if we are operating in the will of God and being obedient to it, drown out the rest of the sounds of the world with rejoicing. It doesn't mean that that cacophony and that noise is not there. It doesn't mean that it can't impact our lives in meaningful ways. It doesn't mean that it's not real and dangerous. It doesn't mean that evil isn't present and requires us to stand against it. It doesn't mean that everything else goes away. But it does mean that in spite of that, because of the power of God that's given to us, because of the Holy Spirit, because it is the will of God for our lives, we can rejoice. There is never going to be a scenario where you find yourself in a situation where there is no cause for rejoicing, because Jesus Christ is alive. Jesus Christ has risen from the dead. He is ruling and reigning on the throne right now. That is a reality that we believe, that we know to be true. And it is cause for rejoicing. It is cause for the highest praise. Hallelujahs and hosannas to the Lord God above. He is mighty. He is ruling. He is reigning, and his kingdom will be established. It is an unstoppable thing, a foregone conclusion. Regardless of what things look like around you, there is always a reason to rejoice. And so if we hold that in our spirit, if we hold that in our heart, if we understand that that is the will of God for us, again, it doesn't say for us to rejoice always and ignore everything else that's going on. We have to take in the whole counsel of God and remain balanced on all of these things. But there is always a reason for us to be rejoicing, and the proper posture that we should have before God is in rejoicing, in worshiping, in praising. So, brothers and sisters, let us all ask ourselves, myself first and foremost, is that the nature of our disposition? How quick are we when we enter a negative mental state because of something that we saw on the internet or the TV, or something that happened with our families, or something that happened in general? How quick are we to return to that state of rejoicing? Not in an ignorant sort of way, where you just ignore what has gone on. You refuse to deal with it. You don't take responsibility. You don't step up the way that you should. But in a sense that even though these things are going on, the power of God is still greater. Even though these bad things may happen, the glory of God is still greater. Even though things don't look like they're going right in all areas of our lives, Jesus is still worthy. And his victory is still worthy of being rejoiced over. And if that weren't enough, brothers and sisters, then we're instructed to pray without ceasing. Again, this is not a duty works-bound yoke that is intended to destroy our lives. We are not intended, brothers and sisters, to go around reciting rote prayers again and again and again and again and again, simply for the sake of trying to fulfill the letter of this instruction, but without understanding the genuine nature of what the will of God is for our lives. The Word of God doesn't say these particular words all the time without ceasing. It says pray, commune with God, enter his presence, bring things before the throne, stay close to him, stay near to him, pray, seek his face, pray. Brothers and sisters, we are assured that if we don't know what to pray, if we feel like it is difficult, if we can't do it, then the Holy Spirit will intercede for us. Jesus right now is described as interceding and praying on our behalf. So let us go to God, pray without ceasing. The longer we are outside of prayer, the longer we are outside of communion with God directly, asking for his will to be done, seeking his face, seeking guidance and correction, the worse we will be, the less effective we will be. And all of these things are connected. It is God's will that we would be close to him. And the Lord, in his sovereignty and aseity and perfection, he encourages us to move towards him. He draws us to himself to say, pray without ceasing. This should be tremendously encouraging, rather than this destructive burden that people look at and say, well, I can't follow that, so am I outside the will of God? It should rather be the most encouraging thing that we have this open invitation. In some manner of speaking, this is like what I tell the students that I work with. I work with many students who, for a variety of different reasons, don't take full advantage of me as a resource for their educational support. And I will encourage them. I will tell them at the beginning of our relationship and moving forward, you should not only feel free to reach out to me with questions at any time, even if I don't get back to you right away because I'm taking care of something else, I would consider it an obligation. You must reach out to me with questions, Because if you're not doing that, then you're not getting the most out of what I can provide. And yet, even with that kind of encouragement, even with that kind of open door, for a variety of different reasons, most students who I work with don't take me up on that offer fully. And so it must feel for God that He has extended this offer, these open arms, this bold entry for us to come before the throne of grace to say, you can pray without ceasing. There is never a time when you are not capable of communing with me, of coming into my presence. There isn't anything that I do not desire to hear about in your life. Now, this doesn't mean that when we pray asking for specific things that we get all of that all the time. But when we pray for God's will to be done, when we seek His face, when we enter His presence, when we ask for His guidance, His correction, we ask for more spiritual resources so that His will could be accomplished. We pray for the sake of others. When we do these things, there is never going to be a time when the heavens truly are shut up as brass. The Holy Spirit is with us. Jesus is interceding for us. We are instructed that the will of God in Christ Jesus for us is that we would pray without ceasing. There is no stopping point. There is no plateau. There is no maximum level of communion with God that we can achieve. It will always have the capacity to be deeper, more extensive, more powerful, more valuable. And brothers and sisters, we understand the way that we are constructed and built, we get the most positive emotional feedback from pursuing a meaningful goal and making progress towards it. Well, here is a meaningful goal that we can always make progress towards. And there are many different ways that people would suggest, many different strategies, many different approaches. But the point I want to make here is that we have to realize that the door is always open. Is God's will for us to be further away from Him or closer to Him? Closer to Him. Always. Because of what Jesus has done, because of the victory He has won, there are no more obstacles to that closeness. And so what should our response be? Our response should be to be obedient to the will of God for our lives, to follow that will for our lives, to pray without ceasing. And on top of that, all of this rejoicing, all of this prayer, in everything give thanks. And giving thanks is akin to rejoicing. It's akin to praying. It's coming to God and expressing the correct mindset and the correct attitude that is due to our sovereign, that is due to our King, that is due to the Lord of the universe, that is due to the Son of Man, Jesus, our Savior. In everything, give thanks. As we permanently have endless reasons to rejoice because of who God is, we have endless reasons to give thanks and to be thankful. That attitude, that mindset, that mentality, that disposition, that spirit of thanksgiving, of prayer, and of rejoicing, that is a conquering spirit. The kind of victories that many are looking for and anticipating and thinking about in prophecy and everything else like this, as real and as meaningful and as important as they are, we have to make progress towards applying practically and tactically the victories that God has won for us and allowed for us to take hold of in our own lives. Each and every one of us must do this. Yes, there is a universal, cosmic, global victory of the kingdom of God. But there are victories in each one of our lives when we adjust our disposition, change our behavior, repent and move towards the will of God, giving thanks in everything, praying without ceasing, communing constantly with the Lord. rejoicing always. Brothers and sisters, I am encouraged by this today because it is an area where I can move forward to make progress, meaningful, exciting progress. Because as I go through a season where we have a newborn, where we have been taken and overwhelmed by the responsibility of raising children, particularly at the earliest stages of their lives, there are always things to give thanks for. There are always things to pray about, to commune with God about. There are always things to rejoice over. And even if we have nothing that motivates us towards those dispositions in our lives, yet the very nature of God, the very love that he has shown us, the very fact that he is who he is, that he exists necessarily, that he is perfect in every way, should be cause for this kind of celebration that motivates us to an obedient life that sets us up to fulfill the calling of God on our lives. There is no secret formula. There is no secret approach. There is no 5 steps to this or that. There is obedience to the will of God, a disposition that can only be empowered by the Holy Spirit. And here are some extremely clear instructions. Move towards rejoicing always. Move towards praying without ceasing. Move towards giving thanks in everything. Why? Because that is the right thing to do. And the more that we do that, the better we will be in terms of balance in our lives, in terms of productivity for the Lord, in terms of bearing fruit in our relationships, in terms of literally every single thing in our life. Every single thing in our lives and in the lives of those around us will improve as we take concrete steps towards being more obedient to the will of God. The time that it takes us to repent will decrease. The time that it takes us to forgive will decrease. The time that it takes us to do the right thing will decrease. And let it get closer and closer and closer to instantaneous until it overtakes that, where we have the will of God so burning as a desire in our heart that we don't even take that misstep. And that when a thought occurs to us, that we check it, that we take it captive, and instead that we give thanks for everything. We thank God that we don't have to give in to that temptation. We thank God that he will give us the power to move forward in a different direction. We thank God that we can come to him in that moment and say, Lord, I bring this before you, and I rejoice and give thanks that I can bring this before you, and that you care about it, that you care about me, and that you want the best for me, that your will towards me is perfect. So, brothers and sisters, will you decide today to move towards the perfect will of God? And maybe that even means that instead of spending our time and our focus on other areas, even in our research, even in our spiritual pursuits, even in everything else, perhaps it's time to return to these exhortations, not just rejoicing always and praying without ceasing and giving thanks in everything, but in all the rest of this in verses 12 through 22 in 1 Thessalonians 5. These things are stated as the will of God for us. So why don't each and every one of us go ahead and take a step in this direction? God is always worthy, and he will always be worthy of our prayers, of our thanks, and of our rejoicing. Thank you, Jesus, for your word and for your perfect will. Give us clarity. Transform our hearts. Lead us in the way that we should go. Give us a desire to be obedient that overcomes everything that the world can throw at us and will throw at us and is throwing at us in many situations. Lead us into understanding the reasons that we have to always rejoice. Show us what it means to pray without ceasing and to move in that direction. Show us the things that we have, the things that you have done, the things that you are, that can lead us into a spirit of thanksgiving. We love you, Lord, and we praise you. We rejoice and we give you thanks. And we thank you, Lord, that we can pray, that we can come to you, and that we can seek your face, and that you will never leave us nor forsake us because of the victory that Christ has won. Thank you, Jesus. In your name, amen.
Welcome to Draven Rock. Draven Rock, where we discuss homesteading, self-reliance, and unapologetic independence. Get ready for your host, the Mistress of Metal.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry I haven't been here in a few weeks. If you remember the last episode, Dane D was sick and we didn't know if he had a cold or what. And let's just say he was generous enough to give me his cooties.
I'm a generous man.
And took me a while to get over it. For about 2 weeks there, I didn't really have a voice or much of a voice. So
I actually kept trying to convince her to record a podcast with no voice. And I figured the people that listen to it could just turn it up. You know, I thought that was funny. She did not see the humor in it the way that I did.
I think about 2 weekends ago, I literally had no voice.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing coming out but air. So
yeah, it was funny. Not even a whisper.
But we're back now.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. It's the end of the week. And it's Christmas Eve.
Hey!
So Merry Christmas to each and every
Christmas.
one of you.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
If this is your first time joining me, welcome. I'm happy that you stopped by and absolutely elated that you chose to hang out with me for the next hour to close out your week and spend your Christmas Eve.
How cool is that?
So,
can they spend more time with you on any other locations you might be at?
Right now I'm only on locals. I am contemplating starting a Facebook community. I just don't know if I want to go there or not, and I'm contemplating on starting or restarting actually my Instagram. It was under a different name. I'm trying to get it changed to Draven Rock Homestead. We'll see how that goes. I may have to just start a new account, but I'll let you guys know if and when that happens. But before I get into tonight's episode, I have some housekeeping to take care of. And no, that doesn't mean that I'm going to make you wait while I go vacuum the living room. It's actually courtroom speak for taking care of and or addressing minor administrative matters to keep things tidy, so to speak. So,
what do you know about a courtroom?
First order of business, I want to apologize for my last episode. I went back and listened to it the day after, and I felt like I sounded a bit off and just kind of all over the place with my thoughts. But in my own defense, that's when I was having the rotator cuff problem, and Dane D was sick, and again, he graciously gave me his cooties, so, which is why I haven't had a show for the past couple of weeks, but
recovering.
Yeah. But we're doing better now, and yeah, so second, I want to let you know that I have a Teespring shop, and I have I think some pretty cool merch, but there's some more cool stuff coming, some different designs and different items and things like that. I will be running a 10% off discount after the first of the year, but I'll let you know when that happens. And I'll leave the link to that Teespring shop in the description of this podcast, and I'll have Dane D put it
on my show page on the Prepper Broadcasting Network website. So head on over there and
check it out.
Yeah, check it out. See if you can find some really cool stuff that you just can't live without. And he had already mentioned where else you could find me, and I mentioned the Locals account, so I can scratch that off the list. I also have a Rumble channel, but unfortunately I haven't had a chance to put any videos up yet. But again, I'll let you know when that happens.
Because we are ready to rumble.
Yeah, well, maybe. And then finally, I have something that I wanted to address with y'all. Lately, I've seen some YouTubers with homesteading channels and prepper channels that have subscribers and viewers commenting that they want them to stop talking about the news and get back to homesteading stuff and prepping stuff and gardening stuff and, you know, whatever it is, whatever the content is that they put out that brings people to their channels. And I think the big reason for this is because the news is everywhere we turn. We have almost no escape from it anymore whatsoever.
True.
We've actually talked about that on a previous show, and ironically, I didn't have a voice that show. But because of that, we turn to our other outlets like YouTube and Rumble and Locals and the Prepper Broadcasting Network to get a break from that, because we crave entertainment, and it's becoming increasingly harder to find. I mean, we can't even watch a football game or a baseball game without having some woke agenda shoved down our throats, or watch a movie even, because it's everywhere. And we get frustrated when we can't step away from the doom and gloom and all the bad that's happening in the world. And when we turn to our favorite YouTubers to be able to hear anything else besides news, we get over there and find out that it's made it over into their channels too, or their podcasts, or, you know, whatever.
Or they're talking about something having to do with all that.
Yeah. And it just causes more anxiety and more stress and more worried, and that's not what we want, right?
Right.
So this is how I see it. I believe it is important for all content creators to talk about world events and national events from time to time, because not everyone can read about everything every day, and there's a lot of people that don't follow social media or search out those would-be offhand news stories that don't ever make it to mainstream media, or the ones that get suppressed by the mainstream media. And now, while I believe it's important, I also believe there should be a balance. As a creator of a homestead and prepping and survival content, you have to balance out what you put out. I think maybe some creators get into a groove of doing news stories and they feel they have to share it so people will be informed. And they do. And we appreciate them for taking the time to share whatever it is. But they tend to take a long time to get back to what their channels or their shows are supposed to be about. And they almost seem to temporarily forget the core emphasis of their content. And, you know, maybe some of that is because they've been making content for so long that they're running out of ideas to show you or things to teach you. Which I can understand. If you've been in the game for years and, you know, you kind of run out of things to talk about after a while because everything that you've ever done is on your channel. And I get it. I kind of think, though, at some point, I might try to redo some of my old content or my old videos or my old podcasts or whatever, just to kind of bring the information up to date, or things I would have done differently or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a brand new creator after all. But regardless, I want to express to you that although there will be times that I may bring up some news, something or other, so we can have a conversation about it, my promise to you is that I will have balance. I will not change my content to only align with news, because my purpose here is to share my knowledge of homesteading and cooking and gardening and all those simple country living topics that brought you here in the first place, and to help us break away from the chaos for a little bit, even if just for a few minutes or an hour, and maybe learn some new skills, learn some skills that our ancestors knew how to do in the process, because we're going to need to know that stuff ourselves at some point, maybe sooner rather than later. My purpose here is to give you an escape from what's being shoved in your face every 5 seconds. I'm not a journalist, and I don't intend on becoming one. In fact, I'm a paralegal from 8 to 5 during the week, and a content creator, and a podcaster, and a homesteader the rest of the time. And a child of God always.
And a good cook.
In fact, my number one purpose on this earth is to glorify the Father, period. But if there's something that God directs me to share with you so that you're informed, I will absolutely do that. But it will not become my only content, simply because that's not why God called me to do this. That's my promise to you, and I'm a woman of my word. So there you go. When you need an escape, come find the Mistress of Metal at Draven Rock Homestead. I'll be here. Consider me your recess period from reality. Okay?
I love it.
All right. So, moving on to the subject at hand, which is chickens. My absolute favorite subject of all time, or at least recently.
What is this series going to be called?
What the Flock.
No, what is this series going to be called?
What the Flock. This will be episode 2 of my What the Flock series.
Wow. You're going to get a lot of punny jokes.
Yeah.
We might get sent to the penitentiary for these punny jokes. But
okay, that's an old one. You can.
I'm trying.
I don't know if you guys have chickens or not, but for me, my little feathered babies are it's like my therapy time. I'm not kidding. I never would have thought that I would turn out to be some crazy chicken mama when I grew up, but you know what? Here I am. I'm owning it, and I'm killing it.
Yeah.
Not the chickens, though. I don't have meat chickens. I'm not ready for that. So, let's see. Oh, I also wanted to make a correction to my first What the Flock episode, where I said that each chicken needs about 12 square feet. That's completely wrong. I don't know where my brain pulled that number from, but should have said 3 to 5 square feet per chicken. Although, that being said, if you have the room on your property to give them 12 square feet per bird, by all means do so. They will absolutely love you for it. And I would actually tell you that they need as much room as you can give them. Because they need to be able to walk away from each other if chicken tempers flare, and that can happen. But today specifically, we're going to talk a little bit about some general chicken knowledge, their behaviors as they grow up, their social hierarchy of the flock, better known as the pecking order. Because if you didn't know it, it is a real thing. It's not just an idiom. I'll also try to hit on their level of intelligence, if we have time to, and whether or not chickens can feel emotions. That's interesting. So to begin, we'll discuss their behaviors. And I'll start out with day-old baby chicks, because they're so darn cute. If you've ever been in the feed store and just watched them, they're so cute.
They are.
And here's a fun fact. Did you know that mother hens communicate with their babies before they hatch?
No, hell, I didn't know that.
It's totally true.
Huh.
But it starts with the chicks. About 24 hours before they start to try to come out of their shell, they start cheeping in there and clicking on the inside of the egg. And this is how they talk to their mom and with the other chicks that may be around them. And it helps the mother hen communicate back to them. And apparently the clicking from the chick on the inside of the egg tells the mom how long she needs to sit on the nest. And depending on how many eggs she's sitting on, she can tell by how many are clicking at her. And it tells her how many babies to expect to hatch. So once the babies do hatch, they look to mom to keep them warm because they can't regulate their little body temperatures yet, because they don't have feathers. All they have is fluff. And she teaches them where to find food and what kind of food to eat. She tells them when danger is nearby and gets them to safety. If you've never watched mama hens, they're very sweet and they're very protective of their babies. They really watch after them. But a lot of times babies don't have a mom to turn to. And so we have to step in and take care of them like their mama would. When I brought my babies home the first day, I didn't know what I had gotten myself into. My first batch was a tiny little baby flock of 8. I had 4 Rhode Island Reds and 4 Barred Rocks. And it wasn't until 2 weeks later that I got my 2 Jersey Giants. But for the first 2 weeks, I had 8 tiny little cheeping babies. And I had a brooder set up for them in the garage on top of a table so they wouldn't be on the floor because it was still pretty cold outside. But they had a heat lamp and they had each other to keep warm. There's all kinds of different little baby sounds that go on. There's peeps and chirps and cheeps, and each one of them has their own meaning. There are chirps that sound happy and excited because they found something tasty to eat and they want to share it with the others. There's everyday little chick cheeps that are kind of their normal way of conversation to each other. And they're just being happy little chickens. Then there's distress peeps, which are extremely loud. Believe me, you'll know they're in distress when you hear it, because it's the chick equivalent to screaming, basically, in my opinion. And it can be because they're too cold, they're too hot, they need water, they need food. It could be because they're stressed out for some reason. Something may be hurting them, or they could be in pain. Maybe they lost their flock mates. If they have a mom, maybe they were looking down too long and lost their mom and they don't know what to do. If they're outside roaming around, like if they have their mama and they're outside roaming around, maybe there's danger nearby and they don't know where to go or what to do, and they're basically screaming for mom to help them. But as they get older, their language pretty much stays the same. It just sounds different. Because their voices do change, believe it or not. Just like teenagers going through puberty, their voices will change, which freaked me out when that happened, because I didn't expect it to happen. I don't know what I expected, but anyway, so they start losing their fluff, and they start growing feathers. This usually happens about 3 to 4 weeks of age, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. But that's why it's so important to keep them inside the brooder until they're completely feathered out. They cannot go outside without a mama hen until all their feathers have grown in. They need higher ambient temperatures during the first few weeks, especially. The reason for this is because their little bodies don't have the fat stores that they need to be able to modify their metabolism to stay warm. And although they're tiny, their surface area to body weight ratio is unbalanced, and they end up actually losing a lot of body heat. So you need to keep a heat lamp hanging overhead, or have one of those brooder heaters that they can stand under or next to, because there's two different kinds.
Those are absolutely imperative too.
Yeah. But you don't want the heater to completely cover the entire brooder. They need room to roam around outside of the heated area, because if they don't have the ability to get away from the heat, they'll get too hot, they'll overheat, and it can end up killing them.
One thing that we found out too is with the heat lamp, right?
Yeah.
The heat lamp was, we had originally gotten the heat lamp, and we had the little brooder heater thingy. And we found that over time, the heat lamp was too hot for them. And we had to experiment with the height of the heat lamp above their little enclosure.
Yeah.
You know, their little chick apartment thing.
Their brooder.
Yeah, we had to experiment with the height of the heat lamp over top of them, because we really couldn't we determined it over time how tall or how far above it needed to be from them, but it took a little bit of time, you know. But the good news was the mistress knew right away that we needed to make it to where they had an area to get away from it. You know, I didn't know that. I thought, oh, they're babies, they need to be warm all the time. But luckily you had read a lot of books and
I read
done
a lot, yeah.
ton of research information on this right away. But on top of that, she still said, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Just so you guys understand that it's going to be a shock. What you're going to find out, what you're going to see, what you're going to deal with these little people. I mean, these little aminals, right? I like to say aminal instead of animal. I'm just weird.
He thinks he's 5.
Yes, I am 5. But anyways, yeah. So I you know, if it was my animals, I'm sure I probably would have lost a few of them if it wasn't for her. To be honest, I mean.
Well, I'll just tell you this. It's one thing to read every single book you can find, every website you can find, every blog post, every video you can watch, you know, whatever. and you think, okay, I think I'm pretty prepared for this. But then you actually get them in your hands, in your presence, and it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, that's also the difference between academic knowledge and lived experience, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like someone who has lived on the street and knows where to find water, knows where to find food, knows where to find shelter, versus someone who has read books on survival.
Yeah.
You know, or someone who's lived in the woods their whole life and knows how to make all that stuff come to fruition. The Amish, for example, those people live that.
Well, they don't live in the woods.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they live without modern electricity. You know, they live without electricity. So, and they have other ways, but they understand things that the average person might not, I guess, is what I'm getting at, versus the academic side.
Side note, we recently found out that the Amish have kind of become more modernized than what we thought they were.
Well, some of them. I'm sure there's some that are less.
Yeah, I'm sure that there are, but we were thinking that they still didn't have any kind of power in their homes whatsoever. But apparently, that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
But old days, for I don't know how many years or centuries or whatever that the Amish came about, they were living without modern conveniences because they didn't want it to take away from the family and the home and
God.
And from God. So
very interesting.
But
now they, instead of having electricity, they use solar power or wind power. Their refrigerator may work off of liquid propane, you know, and things of that nature. So they've found a way around it.
Although I would say I would love to be able to go back in time just for like a month or something, a month or 3, to learn the old ways that the Amish lived.
Yep.
That would just be really, really cool to me.
Super valuable. Anyway,
back to chickens. Let's say, okay, so when they start losing their fluff and growing their feathers, that's kind of a period of time that a lot of people call the ugly teenager phase.
Oh.
I'm telling you, they won't look very cute at that point.
Poor thing.
They won't look like dignified adult hens yet either. They'll look more like the ugly duckling for a little bit. But that's okay. We love them regardless.
They can look all busted.
And it won't last long. It's just for a few weeks.
I remember ours looked toe up, dude. They looked like a busted can of biscuits.
It was kind of interesting, though, to watch their combs grow in.
Yeah.
And their little wattles grow in.
And then Willis turn into a rooster. And go, uh-oh, we got a boy.
Yeah, Willis's name was Ethel. Yeah. And then he decided, no, I'm a boy. So we had to name him Willis.
and that was not some weird, transition thing. He just was a boy. He was born a boy.
He wasn't confused. That's just how he was born. We just didn't know it.
We just didn't know it. Yeah. So. Did you tell these people that all your chickens have old lady names?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
What are all your chickens' names? Tell them. If you can.
Well, first I want to say that they're all named after past matriarchs in my family tree.
Fair.
My Rhode Island Reds are Annie, Eula May, Nora Bell, and Mildred, which is actually Dane Dee's grandmother's name. My Barred Rocks are Noni, Gladys, Bessie, and of course we did have Ethel, but he turned into a Willis, who was the name of one of my grandfathers.
And then what about the
Jersey Giants?
The Jersey Giants
are Molly and Minnie Lee.
Yep. And they are the biggest wussies you'll ever
They
meet
are.
in
They're
your
the
life.
biggest ones in the entire flock, and they are the biggest wussies.
They're such scaredy cats, dude.
But I will tell you this.
Very sweet, though.
Minnie Lee, because they're all kind of going through a molt, and they're kind of like the end of the molt. And Minnie Lee looked bad. Oh, she looked bad.
What's a molt?
It's when they lose their feathers.
Okay.
Kind of toward the end of summer, first part of fall. And they can either molt slowly or molt quickly. Some molt all the way into winter. I have one right now that's looking really bad, and I'm glad that this week has been a little bit warmer for her.
Yeah.
Anyway, Minnie Lee looked horrible, and okay, so they lose their feathers. Molt is losing their feathers, and then they grow back in gradually. And from what I've read, it's supposed to like start at their head and go down to the neck and the chest and the wings and down to the tail. It's just supposed to make this transition.
Nope.
Mine have not done that.
Ours are patchy.
Mine are not typical molters, I guess. Anyway, and then they grow in new feathers. So Minnie Lee and Bessie are the two right now that have grown in the most new feathers. And they are so soft.
Yeah.
I just want to touch them all the time. They're just so soft.
They really are.
And Minnie Lee is one of my Jersey Giants, and their feathers kind of have this green. They're black. Jersey Giants are all black.
Right.
But their feathers, and the sun hits them right, they kind of have this green iridescent hue to them. It's so pretty.
It's really cool.
But Minnie Lee and Bessie are the ones right now that have their, I want to call them big girl feathers, because since they have these new feathers now, they just look like dignified hens.
Little ladies.
Yeah, the little ladies.
Well, and that's one of the things that, I always worry about the ones when they're going through a molt, that they're going to be too cold. That, and I'm always trying to, put a heat lamp out in their coop and trying to, figure out a way to insulate them more and, start a fire out there to warm them up. and the mistress is like, no. No.
They have each other to keep each other warm.
They don't huddle close together.
You don't want their coop to be too warm at night, and I have read, and I kind of agree with this to a certain extent. If you have some sort of electrical something out there, like like the brooder heater lamp thing, or the little heaters that they stand under when they're little, you can actually maneuver those around so that they're standing upright instead of laying down. If you have those in there and it's warming up their coop, if storm comes through or something and you lose electricity, and those heaters cut off, their bodies are not going to be able to regulate their body temperature fast enough to keep up with the decreasing temperature in the coop, and that can kill them.
So the cold would come on too quickly, basically, and overtake the coop.
And overtake them.
And overtake them before their body could go, okay, we need to reacclimate to this.
Correct.
Now, how does the whole feather thing work? As far as like they got like a little jacket on, or they got like a blanket, or like.
So, feathers are their insulation.
Okay.
And it is kind of like wearing a down jacket. It helps keep their little bodies from losing too much body heat. If it's cold outside, they fluff up their feathers from the base, which allows them to trap warm air pockets against their skin.
Oh, I've seen them do that.
And that helps them stay warm.
Yeah, they all go and shake around and get all the air in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you see a chicken with puffed out feathers and their heads tucked under their wings and they're standing on one leg, that's a sure sign that they are too cold. And they're trying their absolute best to stay warm. Earlier, well, it wasn't this week. I think it was last week. One of my Rhode Island Reds was all puffed up and she was standing on one leg, and one of her feet, the feet that wasn't on the ground that was held up against her, was shivering really bad. And she didn't have her head tucked into her wing, but obviously she was really cold. Yeah, when I got to work, I texted Dane and I said, we're going to have to check on, I think it was Eula May. We're going to have to check on Eula May when we get home because her foot was shaking really bad. Her feet kind of went, the skin on her feet kind of went red in places, and I was afraid that might be like the start of frostbite because that's kind of like a warning sign.
Mm-hmm.
But I said we need to look at her feet when we get home. He gets home before me, so he went out there and looked at her and texted me and said she was fine. So she was just really, really cold. And it did end up warming up a little bit that day, so she was okay.
See, if I had my way, we would put a heated roosting bar out there for them, with a wonderful heater that has a generator attached to it, and an air conditioner for the hot days. I'm a sucker for animals.
I will say in the summertime, in the hot days, we do have a fan out there.
Oh yeah.
Blowing, and in the
really
hot, really hot days of summer, I have a swamp cooler.
Yep.
In the run, so it's blowing cool-ish air on them, and they kind of congregate around that when they get way too hot. So
and also that's another thing that you had explained to me about, like the moist air can mess with their
respiratory systems.
Their little respiratory systems.
Yeah.
But maybe that's probably another thing for another show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's one thing living in Arizona and the air out here is dry anyway.
Yeah.
But if we moved to like East Texas, where there's humidity, number one, we wouldn't be able to use the swamp cooler anyway because swamp coolers don't work the way they're supposed to in humidity. They kind of need dry air to work properly.
That's super comforting.
But so if we ever do move, we'll have to find a different cooling system for them. But
if we move to Texas, what if we move to Florida? Probably humid there too.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of out in the middle of the ocean.
Oh gosh,
it's surrounded by water. Anyway, so one thing I should mention as far as chick growth rate is that I'm talking about laying hens. Meat birds grow at a much faster rate than laying hens do. They eat a different kind of feed with a much higher protein content that packs the weight on them quick.
Yep. 22% or more protein by volume.
And they've been bred to grow fast. So a meat bird is ready to be processed in about 6 to 8 weeks from the day they hatch until the day they're ready to be processed is 6 to 8 weeks. Laying hens take longer than that to grow, and they won't start laying until they're about 16 to 18 weeks old. So just keep that in mind. There's a big difference between how fast laying hens grow and how fast meat birds grow.
So are you basically saying that if they want to get chickens, they need to make sure that the breed that they choose is not a meat bird. It's a laying hen.
Yes, there are birds that are meat bird specific, such as, I believe, leghorns.
Okay.
And I can't remember what the other ones are right now.
And aren't there some that are kind of like a hybrid between the two that could be a laying hen but could also be considered a meat bird?
Dual purpose.
That's
is
what I meant.
they're called,
Dual
which
purpose.
is why we have the birds we have. I did a lot of research on different breeds, and the birds I have are dual purpose.
Okay.
Which means they can either serve me as laying hens, or if it gets to the point where we need to eat them, they will have enough meat on their bodies to feed us.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
I would have a really hard time.
Oh my gosh.
But I think it's because we've raised them from day-old chicks.
It's because you named them. I told you to call them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No. But I digress. Okay, so back to the subject of their language. So, when they get older and they're well on their way to becoming those dignified hens, they develop more language.
Teenagers.
They say hello to each other and to their caretakers. What?
I just find it funny that they do that. Like, they're just, it's funny to me. I guess all animals do that though. Like Kevin says hi when we're in the morning.
Kevin is our cat, by the way.
Yeah. He's a jerk, but he's our cat.
He's not really a jerk.
No, he's not.
He's just a cat.
Yeah, he's just a cat.
And a mama's boy.
And scared to death of everything. Why are our animals so scared of everything?
I don't know. I tend to get the busted ones, I think.
Yeah, like gobbles. Gobble!
They let each other know when they're crossing the line. Like, okay, you're stepping over the line. Like if I have a broody hen that feels like somebody's too close for her comfort, or when a hen is in a nesting box and she's trying to lay.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes she'll let out this get out of here groan or squawk.
It's the funniest sound you've ever heard, dude. It's like an old lady screaming at you. It's so funny, dude.
I would say that I have one girl that does it, but I think I really have 3 because I've heard 2 more lately do it. But they get so mad. They'll be in the laying box trying to lay their egg, and one of the other girls will come in there and they pass by her specific box and she'll just let out this screech or something.
And the other one will stop and like look at her.
It's like, just, you're just looking at her like,
it's your problem.
But she wants her privacy, and they're not afraid to let the others know it. So,
didn't you find 2 of them in the same box the other day?
Oh yeah, that's quite common, especially with Annie and Mildred.
Like, scoot over. We can't both lay in here.
I don't know why they both get in the same box together.
Well,
they don't lay at the same time. I don't know.
Get in here and keep me warm while I lay this egg.
I don't know. It's weird, but so roosters.
Yeah, what about roosters?
Roosters are a good thing to have, generally, if you can have one.
Check your local laws and stuff.
Yeah, your ordinances and stuff, because some places won't allow you to have them, especially if you're in city limits.
Yeah, and if you have an HOA, I feel sorry for you anyway. But you're definitely not going to be allowed to have them. You may not even be allowed to have chickens.
Yeah.
Chickens make a heck of a lot of noise. A lot of people don't realize that.
Believe it or not, hens make more noise on a daily basis throughout the day than roosters do.
Yeah, it's just roosters, when they do make noise, they make a lot of noise.
No,
it's a loud.
They're loud,
noise.
Yeah.
And there are some around here. We hear them all the time.
Yeah.
There's one down by the post office.
Yeah.
Anyways, more about roosters.
The rooster is at the absolute top of the pecking order. So what he says goes.
Kind of like Kevin here.
Yeah, I guess so. He also acts as sort of the sheriff of the flock, I guess you could say. Because he'll keep the peace between the hens if they get into it, and he'll break up an argument and try to keep them in line. He's also a watchman in that he keeps an eye out for danger or predators.
Mm-hmm.
And if predators do pose a threat, if they get too close, then he'll sound the alarm to let the flock know that they need to get to safety. And if it comes down to it, he will bravely and fearlessly put himself in between the flock and the threat. So he's basically sacrificing himself for the lives of his girls. Which, I know a lot of women say that chivalry's dead, but ladies, let me tell you, it's alive and well in the chicken world.
That's true. It's very true. We saw a video recently of a hawk that got into a backyard that had chickens and a rooster in it.
Yep.
And the rooster fought that thing.
Yep.
I mean,
the hawk kind of got a hold of the hen and kind of pulled out some of her feathers, but as soon as the rooster heard what was going on, he was over there lickety split, and he fought that hawk.
And kept kicking its butt. You can find the video online, but it was like he kept jumping up and boom, knocking the thing down, jumping up and kicking it,
using his spurs.
Yeah, it was incredible. And the hawk tried to run around the back of the coop, and the rooster chased it back there, and boom, 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 boom. You know, it was incredible. I'd never seen anything like it, but that rooster was absolutely fearless. Like, it didn't matter what it was. And you can find examples of roosters taking on dogs, coyotes, wolves, I mean, all kinds of stuff, dude, to protect the flock.
If you don't know what spurs are the they're really hard, can get really sharp. I guess you can call them talons, or I don't want to call them claws. That's not what they are, but they poke out the back of their leg.
You know, like up like on a human being, it'd be like the middle
forearm
of their forearm. Yeah, like right halfway up their forearm, basically.
And that's what I guess maybe not that far up.
Maybe a little bit lower, like a quarter of the way up.
That's what they use that's their weapon.
Yeah. And if you've ever seen a, pardon the pun, but a cockfight that they have in other countries, they will tie razor blades or spikes and things like that to that area.
So sad.
For roosters to fight to the death.
Yeah.
But anyways, and on a nicer subject, there are some breed of roosters that are absolutely massive too. Like the Jersey Giant rooster.
The Jersey Giant. I wanted Jersey Giant rooster so bad, y'all.
They are huge.
They are enormous.
If
you can get one to grow to full size, they are enormous.
Yeah.
They're so beautiful.
Look them up online. You'll see how big these doggone things can get.
I miss Willis.
Sorry?
He was a beautiful boy.
Yeah, but he wasn't a Jersey.
No, but he was beautiful. I love roosters.
Yeah, they're pretty. They're very, very pretty. Anyways, so...
Yeah, so...
Chivalry is not dead.
It is not dead in the chicken world. And I know a lot of chicken keepers and others that have had run-ins with roosters say that they're mean and dangerous. But I want you to understand that he's only doing his job. He's doing what comes natural to him, which is to protect his flock. That is his job. And if you reach down to pick up one of his hens and she does that mating squat thing, if you've never seen a hen squat, it's kind of funny. Because they squat down and then they have to steady themselves because they're waiting to be mated, basically.
They spread out their wings. They're like, okay, I gotta...
Spread their legs out, spread their wings out.
Gotta steady myself.
Yeah.
This is gonna be rough.
But if you reach down to pick one of them up and she does that mating squat, which is a submissive move, he's going to perceive that as you trying to mate her. And he's not going to stand for that because that's his woman.
Well, and also there are ways which the mistress actually used, and I actually used on our rooster to show them who's boss. There are ways that you can do that without harming them at all.
He still wasn't having it, though.
No, he wasn't having it, but he still, like, if we would have done it enough, I think he would have came around.
Maybe.
You know, but our whole thing was to not harm him.
Yeah.
You know, we don't believe in harming animals, you know, obviously unless it's trying to kill us or something, but, you know,
well,
he was doing what was natural for him. So
those chickens are our pets.
Yeah. I mean, if Kevin
and they
was
give
trying
us
to harm
breakfast.
Yeah. I mean, if Kevin was trying to harm us, you know, we would do the same thing. You know, we would try to work with him, you know.
But that's not to say that I don't eventually want meat birds, because I do, because I don't want to have to pay the rising price of chicken at the store.
Right.
I'm just not to that point yet where I'm ready for that, because you kind of have to separate yourself from that.
Yeah.
From those birds. Like, you can't go out and talk to them and be all baby talk with them like I do with these girls.
Yeah, they're not pets. They're a commodity.
Yeah.
You know, you know, I don't go out and talk like that to my truck. Well, I guess I kind of do, but you know, it's a tool. It's a commodity. It's food.
Okay, so real quick, we'll move to the pecking order, which is their social hierarchy.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of time left.
And it goes rooster, head hen, sentinel, the ones that are kind of in the middle of the flock, and then the hen at the bottom of the flock. Low man on totem pole.
Low woman.
Low hen on totem pole, I guess. Mm-hmm. So we just went over the role of the rooster. The head hen is the one directly under the rooster if you have a rooster. And if you don't have a rooster, she's the top of the order. And she'll be the one to kind of keep the peace within the flock, usually. And she's usually the most healthy in the flock. She's usually the smartest one and the strongest one over the others. And she basically controls everything the flock does. Usually.
Yeah, not always.
Most of the time, she's going to be the last one on the roost at night, so she can make sure the whole flock is accounted for. Although that's not always the case, because my head hen, who is Bessie, and she's a barred rock.
She's an ass.
She is not the first on the roost, but she's not the last on the roost either. In fact, most of the time, all three of the barred rocks kind of get on the roost around the same time. I have one of my Jersey Giants who happens to be at the bottom of the pecking order that's normally the first one on the roost, and I don't know why, but I jokingly say that she's the smartest one out of the entire flock because she's trying to get her place on the roost before anybody else gets the chance to.
It's actually a good idea. Like, let them get on either side of me and keep me warm.
Right.
You know?
And that's Minnie Lee. She's always the first one on the roost.
I like Minnie Lee.
I don't know if it's actually the case or not, but I guess it makes the most sense in my head, so.
Well, I mean, if she was stupid, she wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. So the sentinel is the second in command, basically. She's going to be the one that watches for predators when the head hen isn't, or whatever other kind of threat there could be around, and she's going to be the one that alerts the flock if the head hen doesn't. The rest of the flock, the ones that are in the middle, they do have an order too, meaning that there are higher up ones than others. But the hen at the bottom of the flock is going to be the hen or hens that are the most submissive. If you don't have different breeds in your flock, or if you do have different breeds in your flock, she or they whichever the case may be, if there's more than one, may be a different breed than the rest of the hens. So in my case, both of my Jersey Giants are at the bottom of the pecking order. Like we said, which is surprising because they're the biggest ones out there.
Yeah.
And they're big and beautiful, and their feathers are gorgeous, and
they're not dumb.
But yeah, they're not dumb. But they just happen to be at the bottom.
They're also 1 week younger.
2 weeks.
2 weeks younger.
2 weeks younger.
So it's hard introducing them.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other story for me.
But all three of my Barred Rocks are at the top of the pecking order. If I had to say, I would say Bessie's at the top, and then Gladys is the Sentinel, and then Noni. And then the Reds come in the middle somewhere.
We're not sure what their order is, but...
Yeah, and then the Jerseys at the bottom.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, poor babies. So, I lost my place.
It's kind of the gist of it, right? Like, one of the interesting things about having chickens is the way that they're going to basically figure out their order on their own, right? So I think seeing that and coming to that, realization on my own when, my wife knew so much about it was interesting to me. But what I want to find out later on down the road, and, we're about to wrap up the episode here, but later on down the road, once these chickens are gone, I'd like to get all of one breed and see how they do.
Yeah.
And
I will probably not own Barred Rocks anymore after having these 3 girls. Just because, like, you can read a bunch of different things about Barred Rocks, and everybody has their own opinion. You have to make your own opinion. But I read that they were not good starter birds in one place, and then another place said that they were very friendly and good mothers, and whatever. And I'm not doubting that they're good mothers. I don't have a rooster for them to be mothers, but
they're not friendly to other breeds. They're friendly to each other.
The ones, I'll just say this, because every bird has its own personality, but
right.
The 3 Barred Rocks that I have out there and have had for almost 2 years are kind of bullies.
Yeah.
Gladys especially.
What have you said multiple times? I will not get Barred Rocks again.
I will not own Barred Rocks after these.
Yep. And that's not to say that they might not be great for you. You might get really sweet ones.
Yeah.
And each bird is going to react off of what the other birds do too. It's the whole high school thing.
Yeah, they're very much high school mean girls.
They're cliquey.
Yeah, cliquey. They do have their cliques.
So...
Like Annie and Mildred going into the same nesting box at the same time.
Yeah, and those are Rhode Island Reds.
Yeah.
So, but by and large, the Rhode Island Reds are much nicer.
Yeah.
Than the Barred Rocks. However, when there is like a food source, like if you lift up a brick and there's like little bugs under, grubs or whatever, the Barred Rocks, they find them first.
Yeah.
They are the go-getters of the group, if you will. They're the ones that are going to find the bug first. They're the ones that are going to get the little thingy and kill it, and they're just that way.
Yeah.
So if that's what you want, if you want pest control, then they're pretty good for that. Not to say that the Rhode Islands wouldn't be, or the Jerseys wouldn't be.
They all fight over grasshoppers if we throw grasshoppers in the run.
Oh yeah, goodness gracious. Or
one of them will grab it and run off, and then another one will get it from her and run the other direction.
They're all running after the one that has the grasshopper. It's just hilarious.
It is.
But anyways.
So, we're kind of coming to the end of our hour, and I have to get in here and make our Christmas dinner.
Yes.
We're doing non-traditional Christmas dinner this year, and we're having homemade lasagna.
Oh my gosh, so good.
With homemade sauce and homemade cheese sauce, and it's going to be...
Homemade garlic bread.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh my goodness.
I'll have to take pictures and share it on my locals channel. or on my locals account. So go over there and become a member.
You gonna share the recipe?
Well, it's actually not my recipe.
Yeah, but you're making some changes to it. You could share what you did differently too.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I'll share how you do the garlic bread, how you do it your way. You know, there's a lot of things you can share there.
Anyway, so that will do it for today, but we do want to say Merry Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
I know that next Saturday is New Year's Eve, but I'm going to be here because what else do I have to do? So be prepared for another episode. It will either be another What the Flock episode or it will be something else. I don't know yet. I'll figure that out this week, but yeah. So thank you for being here with me tonight. Have a Merry Christmas. Spend lots of time with your family and soak up the memories.
Yep. Y'all take good care of each other and yourselves. And, you know, we want to wish a Merry Christmas to each one of you, and God bless each and every one of you and yours.
Yes. We'll see you next week.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks for joining us. Tune in next week as the mistress increases the momentum toward relentless freedom right here on Draven Rock. Draven Rock.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is Jay Ferg with Phoenix Survival for another great day with you. So, wanted to bring none other than our intrepid commander, James himself, on. I guess it's not officially really a PBN podcast until we've had our own commander on. All right, so here he is. James, how are you this evening?
Oh, Jean Grey, how are you doing? How you liking being the Phoenix?
I love it. I actually have a lot. I'm still steadily working on getting the socials or is that how they say that? The social media connections all set up, reaching out to some of the others, rescheduled with Yana. So I missed it. I'm not going to lie. I've missed all the listeners. I don't know. I'm almost ready to start doing live again, but I don't know if people are going to be up for being that early in the morning like I am.
Yeah, we're East Coasters too, and we got fans in the West Coast, so that's even earlier. But keep at it. People will come. There's no doubt about it. We do got some early risers, though.
Yeah, I usually get a pretty good response. I think last week I posted by 9, so I think usually by 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to having you back, Jay Ferg. You were definitely, core host here at PBN when it all went down, when the merger happened or whatever. You know.
No,
what I mean?
yes, no, it was great. I think it's beautiful. I mean, I've been in the background the whole time, so it's not like I've been 100% gone. But I'm glad now to be able to dedicate the time and the effort back to it. You're
made for it. You know what I mean? You're made for speaking and teaching and podcasting and all that stuff. And it always felt like it felt empty, and I felt an emptiness in you because you weren't doing it. Because I know how I feel when I don't. I know how I feel when I don't do it. It's like, oh, I gotta get back. It's one of those weird things, right?
Yeah, it's almost like it's not so much as hitting a reset, but a refresh.
Definitely. Yeah, it's the dirty secret. Dave Jones sometimes lets people know, but it is the dirty secret, particularly for me, which is like I get on often and talk to the audience and make it feel like, and it is essentially a duty, I mean, for sure, but at the same time, it's also a necessity. It's not like I don't think I could not do it now. especially the way
No.
things are in the world.
It felt so wrong during that break, even though, you knew what was going on and I wasn't really in a place to be able to, but I've missed the interaction, me, Gray, Volcana, Melinda Lee, all of our regulars even, just being able to reach out to him. I actually recently reached out to Pappy Canoli. So, it's been nice to be able to reconnect again with these people and realize you made a difference or you left an imprint.
Oh, Pappy, man. You want to hear a funny story about Pappy?
Yeah.
He started the whole Tool Man Tim thing.
Are you kidding me?
No way, the whole Tool
Right,
Man
yeah,
Tim
because
thing,
he said
yeah.
something about it at Prepper Camp.
Yep. He just added, I ain't talked to Pappy in a while. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just sends me this message, hey, check this guy out.
Yeah,
Well,
Pappy is amazing. He's actually been in touch with me even throughout the last couple years with everything going on, and it's been nice to know that we have, in Prepper Broadcasting Network and PBN, we've created a kinship and a friendship and a family that we wouldn't have gotten anywhere else.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Tim just fit right in, too, didn't he?
Oh, perfectly.
I mean, he showed up to Prepper Camp like he knew everybody there and has been on the network for 5 years. Oh, there you are.
Fit in perfectly.
I'm out here searching for a chicken. I got him now. I got these wild, despicable chickens. You would be so ashamed. Because
I'd love it.
I know, but I got these chickens that don't go in the coop at night. And they're living in the trees and stuff at night. And it works. I mean, they don't get eaten, but, sometimes you hear them flapping around. They lose their spot in the tree. You think they're getting eaten. We bought these new chickens in spring because my son just out of nowhere, my oldest son, was like, let's get chicks this year. And I was like, all right, we can get more. I'm good with that.
I didn't think you could have more.
When your son says, let's get chicks, you do whatever the hell,
you know. Right.
So, yeah, now they're like wild. I mean, here's the punchline, though. They lay in the coop. So they figured out, they figured out we can lay our eggs in this thing. But I don't know about sleeping in it at night.
So you'll actually probably, how old are they?
This spring. So
okay.
I think we got them in April, March.
They're still really young. And you'll actually find out when some of them start to brood, they'll stay in that coop a lot longer.
Yeah,
broody
chickens.
That's what I'm curious to see is what is going to be the time frame for one of those chickens to actually turn broody. Because I remember I actually had a hen go broody much area than you typically saw in a chicken.
Yeah, we had a bout of broodiness this year, this summer. Yeah, it hit them all.
Any hatch?
Oh no, not like that. Like I'm talking, we don't want to leave. I don't have any roosters, but I'm talking when they don't want to leave the coop, and when you open the coop, they look good. They like porcupine you. They're like, and they put their feathers out, and they won't eat or drink. They will go totally insane, and you have to physically move them out of the coop. You got to physically feed them and water them, and be like, stop it. Some of them I had to lock out of the coop, for a while because they'd sit on those eggs until they died.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. And
well,
it went through.
I mean, it's a good broody hen. You just now need a rooster.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She did that. Well, it was 3 of the 4 older chickens that we have. The oldest ones, they went through it. All 3 of them. Yeah. I love these. What are they called? Australorps, man. These black Australorp chickens, they're something. They're my favorite to date. They really are. They're huge. They take no shit from predators. I've seen them.
Are they good eggers?
Oh yeah, they're great. I mean, they're pretty much every day. When I had 5, 6 of those, I couldn't eat all the eggs. I was giving them out to neighbors and stuff. but there's attrition with them chickens. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's out here they do great. I mean, being that the rodent population, they'd be feeding on all the lizards.
Oh yeah. Oh God, they must love that.
We have so
Skinks
many
like
anoles
crazy.
here.
Yeah.
Anoles are everywhere.
Yeah, the chickens would tear their little asses up, I bet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have any here. That is something I miss having. We do have neighbors down the road that actually do have some chickens, and we have some Muscovy duck all over the place. So, I mean, there's protein sources. I don't know how safe they are since they're all protected here, but it's our thing has been our jalapeno plant has just started to really put out peppers that we transplanted it into a pot, and it's taken well that we're looking at bringing it in along with a few other plants so we can still have some sort of vegetable produce in the house during the winter months.
I gotta have me some jalapenos, man. That's a necessity.
Well, I pickle them, I cook with them. Spicy food is life.
I'll tell you something that you should do. This is a condiment that when I worked in Center City, Philadelphia, we used to put this on. I can't remember. Let me think on that while I tell you about it. You take red onion, make a sweet pickle, you know what I mean? Maybe with like equal parts salt and sugar, right?
Okay.
And then, vinegar. I don't know how much, 4 cups or whatever you need to do to fill. Just make sure your salt and sugar is pretty equal, or maybe even more sugar than salt a little bit. You want it to be sweet, essentially. And then sliced jalapenos real thin and sliced red onions real thin. And that it is like the jalapenos and onions get like almost candied, like nice and sweet, but they're still spicy. You could put it on everything.
That sounds good. It almost sounds like a modified version of like pickle. Oh shoot, what is that? We do it with cucumbers, onion, a little bit of vinegar, water, sugar, and salt and pepper.
Oh, like cucumber salad.
Yes, thank you. And my brain stopped for a second.
Yeah, it's like that except with jalapenos and onions, and it's good.
That sounds good. I'll have to try that.
If you guys do you guys eat pork? It's really good on pork.
Yes.
Like the rich, fatty cuts of pork, like a picnic you do or something like that. Woo!
My favorite, though, piece of meat in which I'm not going to say we don't spoil ourselves on, we do is a good picanha, a colette.
The colette, I should know what that is.
A colette, it's, if you look it up, it's got a nice fat cap on it. And usually I go to like the Brazilian meat market and they have it in slabs. And so I'll have them cut them into at least 4-inch thick pieces. And I'll actually braise and sear on each side and do a red wine reduction. And then use the grease and drippings to roast my potatoes in.
What is it called? A what?
Picanha or a colette.
Picanha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so it's now gonna be food talk. I love food, so.
Oh, it's almost like look, it's sirloin is what it is.
Yes, it's got the nice thick fat cap, and you want a good equal.
Yeah.
You want at least 2 inch, almost like 1.5 to 2 inches of fat cap, and that's perfect for roasting.
Oh boy, yeah, that looks delicious.
That's one of my favorite ones.
Score the top, yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't score it, so I will take my cast iron, avocado oil, sear it. And don't move it while it's searing because that takes away from it. To let it sit there and sear each side.
Fat side down or meat
side down? No, so I sear all of it. So what I start is with meat sides first. Then I sear the fat side and put it in the oven with fat side down while I cook it.
Oh yeah, you know what you can do? I'll tell you something sweet to do with a cut of meat like that. You can cook it on the rack once you sear it. Fat side down like you do on the rack, then put a pan underneath with small cut potatoes. And that fat will drip from the fat cap down into the potato, pan. And then potatoes, you got to shake them around every once in a while. Season them up however you like. But that fat will drip down in that pan, man, and they'll cook in that.
I've done something similar to that, except not on the rack. And you could do it with your chickens whenever you decide which one's going to be up next.
Uh-oh.
So
you didn't hear it, girls.
I will take a nice hen and I will stuff it with lemon and thyme, and a
Oh
little
yes.
rosemary. Rub the whole thing down in butter with more lemon and thyme. And rosemary. Can't ever go wrong with rosemary with chicken.
Yeah. Oh, it's so
Well, I
good.
stack that on top of fennel, onion, potatoes, root vegetables. And
Oh
I
yeah.
let the juices from the inside and the lemon juice drops down and cooks it. You don't even have to turn the vegetables.
Yeah, that's
And
probably.
you have it sitting on top of that vegetables, and it's a good several inches off. And it'll cook down and roast the vegetables while keep cooking it uncovered, so it creates a nice dark skin on it too while you bake it.
Man,
See,
that
I
sounds fun. That's roast chicken every Sunday.
But that's that. You know what's funny is we're talking about food, but today that has been one of our big focuses over the last few days, and I've noticed even in Element we've been talking about food and food storage, and we even looked at getting a list together to. It's going to be a 2.5 hour drive for me to the closest LDS store, or we could pay shipping.
Oh right, I
Which
saw you and Volcana talking about.
Right. And I've bought from an LDS food store before and out towards Memphis, and great stuff. And I was looking at the prices, and at first I thought they were high. And I was like, well, actually, right now they are higher than what they've been, even for the LDS members. But it's still really reasonable to pay for 6 number 10 cans for $48 of flour or whatever it may be, than what you're gonna pay in. I mean, it's already in a number 10 can. It's a 30-year shelf-safe food.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, so I mean, right there, you're saving yourself money in the long run, because I can buy flour and goods all day long, but I can't preserve it at the same amount of time as what I can buy there. So I've saved myself some money in that aspect of preservation. What we
No,
ran
that's
into
good
today is
food.
I
They
made deer
great
chili.
too.
Oh yeah, no, it's good food. The only thing I'm not big on is the apple slices. You actually have to rehydrate them to make them more palatable. And one of my friends told me to stay away from the it's like ravioli or spaghetti bites. It's like basically like ravioli in a can, but
Like
it's a big
Chef
can.
Boyardee job.
Yes, and she said it's terrible.
Well, I mean, Chef Boyardee in itself is usually pretty rough.
Right, but if you're hungry, you're hungry.
Oh
You'll
yeah,
eat
it'd be the
anything.
best thing in the world. I store a little emergency essentials. What the hell is it? Mushroom Alfredo or something like that. And I did it. I started buying it because I was reviewing it once for an article, and I tasted it, and I was like, you know what? This ain't no mushroom Alfredo. It's not on fettuccine. It's on like some kind of weird ass noodle. I don't even know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started thinking, but you know what, man? If you hadn't had access to good pasta in a while, or if
You
you
wouldn't know.
wanted some rich, oh man, you'd want to eat that. So I started storing it up.
Well, I mean, that's like so tonight I made deer chili. And
Oh,
I realized we were short on some of the stuff that I normally use. Um, and we're limited on how much, we were fortunate enough that one of his clients from the pools he cleans gave us some deer meat. Now, it was only 6 pounds, but 6 pounds is, substantial for someone who doesn't have access to it.
yeah.
So, trying to extend what we have, 1 pound, which we know how I eat, 1 pound of deer with 1 pound of deer sausage. So we combined that. And then I didn't have as much beans as I would have liked. So that's where you start extending. Okay, I had 2 cans of chili beans. I had 2 cans of dark kidney beans. All right, both those went in there. How I cut terms, and like I said, is running down is this is where I have been mentioning before is keeping our inventory. Well, when I was talking to him, I was like, okay, this weekend we are inventorying the pantry. He's like, okay, done. So we will actually sit down, inventory. We'll probably re-vacuum seal our pastas because we have the pastas in the boxes and those are not airtight.
I don't. I've kept box pasta for quite some time.
Our
I mean, I have
only
had
issue
pasta go pretty
here
rough.
is we stay very clean, but the problem is with where we're located, you will still occasionally get a roach or two coming in the house, and I will lose my lose my shit if I find a bug in my pantry.
Mm.
So,
Man,
but
I
you've
had a
got to.
rogue
I
rogue
also lived.
house the other day. It was
Sorry.
wild. No, I just saying I had a rogue. I did a whole podcast on it, and then I did a whole members piece of pest control content over it. But we bought a bunch of these napkins from, I think it was Sam's Club for birthday party. You know, I think it was my oldest son's, probably in August. And I brought them things in, man, and something just caught my eye, and it was a German cockroach in those napkins, and
Oh.
I went into pest control mode, right? I haven't found anything else. It was literally a one-off, which is so, I mean, first of all, it's so lucky. And second
Right,
of all, it's
because
so rare.
German roaches are not one you want to get in your house. If you get one, there's usually more. Usually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought we were done.
They infest so bad you have to just get rid of everything.
I thought we were finished, Jay Ferg. I mean, for a week, I immediately went out and got those little, I don't usually keep them on hand, but I wanted to see. So I went and got those roach motels. I keep a lot of that pest control bait and stuff, rodenticides and all that kind of stuff on hand, but I don't keep those sticky traps. And I went out and got those just to see. You know, I wanted to see, all right, where are we at on activity? Because we got to have roaches if, you know, if I saw one in the middle of the day in a big pack of napkins. And never a one.
See, and I have a few that were given to me, the little sticky, they smell like Nutter Butters.
Maple syrup or something. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. But
yeah, they're not good for doing anything worthwhile to stop pests, but they're great for getting a feel for what the hell's going on in your house.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And our house is regularly sprayed, I think, once every 3 months. But you want to see me act like an absolute girl? Let me see a roach in the house. I'm not kidding. You would have died laughing. There was one, a water bug, which to me, it's still a roach, over by the sink in the kitchen. And I took off running to the front door.
I understand. I used to be, when I was a kid, we had water bugs in the summertime. And oh, God, I don't know why, Jay Ferg. I was just terrified of them.
To me, I guess to me, it's like they're unclean. When you grow up poor and you see things a certain way, you don't want to live that way. So it's I take pride in my cleanliness. Even if I may not be the neatest person in the world, I take pride in being clean. And
yeah,
to me, insects are unclean. And so that's why, and the only other bug, oh, sorry, I get grossed out at this, is an earwig. Our house is full of freaking earwigs, and I don't know where they're coming in from.
Pincher bugs.
They're what?
Pincher bugs, that's what we used to call them.
They're earwigs.
Yeah.
Well, they were earwigs because they're for the longest time back in the 90s when you and I were kids. That was the one I always heard the news about, of people getting earwigs stuck in their ears, and they were freaking large as all get out.
Isn't it crazy that that stuff, what you just said, because when you were a kid, I was a kid, pretty much. We were just in different schools.
You're what, 2 years above me, maybe?
I thought I was more than that, like 4 or something. I'm 36.
I'm 33, so you're 3.
Okay, 3 years. So we were in the same school then. You were in middle school and I was in middle school, but we were so far away. No social media, no internet really for most of our life. But those weird things still traveled the nation. How was that possible? You know what I mean? Like those urban myths, all that kind of stuff still traveled the nation somehow.
You know what it is to me? Why it stung so true? Poverty.
What was it?
Poverty. I mean, think about it.
Well, yeah,
why
that's
those stories stuck with, because people didn't think about it. The people who reported it were people who slept on beds and had nice houses or had, you know what I mean? It wasn't something they thought about, but I think it became more of a PSA to the more poverty-stricken families because of those instances. Because, I mean, realistically, I slept on the floor with 6 other cousins in a 2-bedroom trailer with 2 siblings. Like, we all slept on couches and floors, all in one room when it was hot because we only had one oscillating fan. And so I think that's why it stuck with me, is growing up that poor, is it was a realistic, like an actual situation that could happen from sleeping on the ground.
Hey, but you had good odds.
Right.
2 years out. How many?
12? Like 7?
2 out of 12 ain't bad odds.
but you see what I'm saying? Like that
No,
whole
I know.
fear is when you grow up poor in a situation like that, because it's the only way you know of living, you don't think about the hazards or the risk of what's around you.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean, in a sense, even in poverty-stricken levels, we become blind to things we are around daily because we're too accustomed to it. I mean, we talk about first world problems because you know what? We don't have the same problems as a second and third world country.
Oh,
But
yeah.
poverty problems, we don't think about the same problems someone else would think of because it's an everyday thing for us.
It's so weird. Like, I can't even imagine what growing up differently would be, you know? It's hard to imagine how much differently you look at the world when you grow up and you just have everything already. You know what I mean? Like, you want something, you tell your parents, they get it for you. You know what I mean?
And
No.
I think that's what got me is where, as myself as a prepper, as myself how I grew up, you know, I saw people who got to have whatever they wanted. You know, they wanted a nice prom dress. Mom and dad just went out and bought it. I had to work so many hours at my Taco Bell job and save up to pay for my prom dresses. You know what I mean? I paid for my own graduation gear.
Yeah.
So I didn't have the same opportunities afforded to me as a normal, you know, nuclear family.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's hard when you aren't poor and you're raising kids that are living a totally different life than you. And when they're little, they get sort of accustomed to. I'm having these issues with my kids now where,
Well, I mean, we want our children to have what we didn't, so we tend to over luxurize their lives, and then we realize we're not doing them any good by
No.
spoiling it.
yeah. And it's hard to, because there comes a certain time where you got to start treating them poor so they don't become spoiled. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
Well,
they
you
go
know,
from
that
being
was
babies to being, 7. My oldest son's 11. My oldest son's 11, but he's at a job
yeah.
almost forever in the neighborhood. But yeah, a lot of times I do that stuff to him, and I never used to do it to him, but he gets it. But it's tough. It's tough when you know you got the money, but they got the money too because they've been working, and you say, nah, you know what, you get that, or you want that, save up and get that, because it's not like they look at you like I would look at my parents. You know what I mean? Like, I would be afraid to ask for certain things from my parents because I'd be like, man, there's no way. You know what I mean? It's just not even in the realm of possibilities. But when your
No.
kids see you and they say, I want this thing, and they look at you and go, dude, I know you have enough money to get it for me. And you have to say, well, save up and get it, buddy. You know what I mean? But you got to do it. You have to
Right.
do it or they don't learn anything.
Well, that's like my 13-year-old has a savings, and he's been mowing yards since he was probably 7 or 8.
Oh, it's
And
so
he saves up money to the point that, you don't want to abide by my rules with my phone, then buy your own. And so now
Yeah.
he's trying to save up for his own, which is fine. But that's the whole point. That's like, every year since my kids were little, I gave them a responsibility that was based on their age and their level of completion. If I'm not going to put a 5-year-old to doing the same task my 13-year-old does, but they all
Yeah.
learn those same tasks just at their own level. Every year a new one. And,
that's critical.
the one thing I took away from my childhood for my children was not to tell them we were poor. Now, my mother never talked about being poor in front of us, ever. But I knew we were. At a very young age, I knew when neighbors were bringing us Christmas, when neighbors were bringing us box of food,
Yeah, as soon as you start mingling with other kids, you start
I
to
was
realize
5.
what the deal is.
I was 5 when I knew we weren't doing well, but I never
Oh,
said
okay.
anything. I mean, I was young. At 5, I knew Santa wasn't real. I mean, and it's
Oh,
not
what
because
are you
no one
talking
told
about?
me. Right? Oh, yeah.
Santa's real?
I mean,
Huh?
I lost Santa's magic at 5.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, you had a harsh upbringing.
But I had to grow up fast for my age, and I think that's what takes a big difference. I mean, not all of us had the luxury of getting to be children.
Yeah, no, I know, but
And so,
when I met you and that's why everybody at PBN,
thanks.
before you were a host and before they knew you, through doing so many podcasts, was like, I can't believe Jay Fergie's 28 years old. Doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure you were like that your whole life. I'm sure when you were 16, people were like, oh, she must be like 25. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yes. I looked like a 12-year-old. But but yes. The only downside now is I can't, when bill collectors call, I can't say, when they ask me to put my mom or dad on the phone, I can't pretend and be like, oh, mommy's not home right now. But it just goes to show, like, I wanted my children to be children. But at the same time, sometimes I feel like I may have overindulged my children in certain aspects because you see a level of selfishness that you hope they grow out of. And at some points, you've got to understand there's nothing you can do. It's really being both parents on board. I mean, you and your wife do great with your boys.
It's also their people.
Right. They
no
are
matter
their own
what
people.
you do, no matter what you can give them all kinds of tools and tricks and stuff, but they're going to be who they are. My kids are so different. It's unbelievable. I don't know if they could be more different. And we didn't raise them any different. The only difference is my oldest son was raised to some degree by his grandmom, my mother-in-law, while I was working and my wife was working. You know what I mean? So he spent time with her during the day. Jake never really did that. But outside of that, man, they grew up in the same house, the same way, and they're almost opposite, on a lot of things. And it's not even like they're like us. It's just you're just them.
Well, there's also something else I had heard where you are not the same parent you were when you had your first boy. You're
That's
not the same parent you were when you had your second child. You're not the same parent you were today. I mean, everything we do is in a different walk of life. It's just how we want to form that. I mean, I think for us, we're a little more self-aware, and even in our community, of what we want for ourselves, what we want for our children. I was very adamant on making sure my children learned how to sew with a sewing machine. I probably should have started them with hand sewing. But at the same time, I want my kids to have life skills, even if it's just basic life skills that most people our age don't even know how to do. I mean, it's sad as I know a 29-year-old whose mom still does his laundry. He goes home every weekend and she does and folds his laundry and loads it into his car. I don't know if he's capable of folding his own laundry or even doing it.
Yeah, you can't. Just imagine the problems. The laundry is the thing you talk about, but just imagine the problems that dude has. He's got to be hell to deal with.
Right. I'm curious of how you're going to have a committed relationship without having your mother included.
All right, babe, I got to run to mom's, get my clothes done. I'll be back.
You don't fold my shirts like mom does.
Mom does it better. Sorry. I like her fabric soft. Shit, I'm sure it happens. I'm positive
it does.
Happens.
But that's what we're seeing. And this is where I'm going to push it into some of the stuff that's going on currently, is we look at the things that are going on around us. And what is it? Yes, we change, but not to the degree that we see everybody else around us. If we change, I would like to say that we change for the better. Yes, we go through times where we digress, or we pull back, or whatever you want to call it, however you want to say, backpedaling in your own way, or taking a moment of pure selfishness and then realizing, that wasn't very bright, but at least we have the ability to self-reflect, adjust, and change.
Yeah.
I mean, even in our prepping abilities, you don't prep the same way you did when you first started, because you've learned better ways. You've grown as a parent, as a husband, as a teacher, as a student. Like, you've learned along the way as a prepper what you should and shouldn't do, even in the everyday workings of your own life.
For sure. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, it's like that old saying about, no man steps into the same river the same he never steps into the same river, the same man, or the same river, or something. I don't know. I butchered it, but it's
I
along
know. I
those
knew
lines.
what you meant. I'm sitting
Yeah.
there and I'm like, I remember this quote, but I don't know it off the top of my head. But yes, you're right.
He never steps into the same water or into it
I
as
was
the
gonna
same
say,
man.
I
something
was gonna,
like
yeah, or steps into the same water twice or something like that.
It's something like that, but it also reflects. It's just an example of the water is always different and the man is always different.
Right.
You know,
They're always
that's
changing, whereas
yeah.
changing is the river itself.
Well, I could tell you one of the biggest changes was from a parent's standpoint was when I first had my first son. It's like, I'm going to make sure that no trials or tribulations ever befall this little angel, you know? And now as a parent, it's like, God, bring on the things that make them men, because all the pain and the suffering of life is what has made me who I am. You know what I mean? So they have to go through it.
And I get that. My whole thing is I wanted my children to be self-sufficient and independent, but not at the same level I had to be. You know, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
want my,
that's a good
because I was
point.
10. I was 10 raising an 8-year-old and a newborn while my mother worked doubles or overnights. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was
that's
16 taking my 14-year-old sister to and from school and my 5-year-old little sister to and from gymnastics and school. Like and with one vehicle, running home on lunch to take my mother to work, to drive back to school to be late, to then turn around and at midnight pick my mother up from work, or at 3 a.m. just to turn around and do it again.
Yeah.
You know, that's not something I wanted for my children. But you're right. There are times that I'm like, okay, for my son, especially with him going through the changes and being so selfish, and you know, not that I wish ill, and you know that. I just,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, you're right. He needs some strife. He needs to understand that the world owes him nothing, and he
Sure.
owes the world everything. And I hate to say it in that sense, but at the same time, we are always going to have to be on our feet. We are always going to have to be fighting for something. Unfortunately, my life is absolute proof of that. Is I was talking to Chris and I was like, you know, I would like just a moment to catch my breath. I'm like, I would like things to just stop for a second. And then it hit me, it's like, it's not ever going to stop.
Nope.
I either have to make the time or make my way around it.
That's it. The relentless life, it builds confidence that you can't get anywhere else. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but it
when you
makes
have
you
to,
tired.
you just are like, when you have to, and you have to, and you have to every day, you find out that, oh, I can do this. Yeah, I have my days like that too. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, not long ago, Jay Ferg, I had to lay in bed. I just laid in bed and I said, you know what? I'm going to lay in bed and just wake up slowly.
Oh, I can't.
Like, I never do that. I'm up out of the bed, boom, downstairs, dogs out, dogs fed, 5 in the morning. I mean, if I'm not up before 5 in the morning, the dogs have me up at 5 in the morning. Like, that's their time. They wake up, time to get up, boom. And I just remember the other day being like, man, how many years, decades has it been since you just woke up in bed and laid there? Maybe like turn the TV on. Like, turn the TV on and watch a show in bed or something. It's scary.
Well, see, I have a hard time with TV. He has
Oh,
to
I
make me
know,
sit
me
down
too.
to watch. What I do in the morning, I wake up at around 6:30, depending on his alarm. He leaves about 7-ish. I will lay there in the bed. That's the only time I take for myself. Lay there in the bed, and usually by then I'm already going through Element and Signal to see what's going on in the groups.
Yeah. See, I don't.
I
that
take
stuff.
that until about 7:45, maybe 8. That's the only time I take for myself in the mornings.
I'm up
And then the rest of the time, I'm crocheting even while I'm working, or I'm working on embroidery. I'm doing something. As long as I'm not typing, as long in between those moments where I have a second, I'll
Yeah.
make sure I'm doing something.
It's important though. I went too long without being like, whoa, what exactly are you doing here, dude? You know what I mean? Like without slowing down, without taking any days off. You know, I so rarely take days off because because of the writing. You know what I mean? The writing business is just, either you get up and write or the writing doesn't get done.
No, I get it. And well, see, that's like for me, I'm working on trying to get my website up. I still got a few more kinks I'm working on, and then, paying for it and going live while doing my side hustles, making a few bucks where it counts. It's nonstop. I mean, between that, I'm trying to make something out of what I enjoy and what I love. And even to the point, there is on Facebook even, it's called Keeping the Old Ways. And I was speaking to one of the individuals who I guess runs it, and they asked me if I would like to teach March 31st and April 1st in Alabama. I actually saw it from Bobby from Pure Fire Tactical.
Nice.
So
your class is valuable, man.
I love it, and that's what my website's going to be.
Yeah, you PBN listeners, man, I say this all the time when I'm talking about membership. Either one of your guys' classes that I recorded at Prepper Camp and then put up, they're worth the cost of admission, as far as I'm concerned. To see Dave Jones's tactical movement class, that's well worth the cost of membership for the year. To see your fiber class, it's well worth it. I mean, I'd highly recommend it. It's so good, and you're so. I mean, if you saw, I watched your class, and one of the things that I thought about while I was watching your class was, this is her second year. You could argue it's her first year, because her first year, she was, I don't even know if you knew you were at Prepper Camp, you had so much going on. You know what I mean? It was such a crazy, you just came flying in.
No, this was my
what you had
year.
to do. Oh, it is your third year? It's your third year
It
teaching?
was my third year. Yeah, this was my fourth year at camp.
Oh, well, that's why you were so good then. Okay. Why was I thinking it was just your second year teaching?
Because last year I literally came in like a bullet and left like one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't remember you teaching 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on the notch with it anyway.
Well, I mean, Fridays. Which one did you come by? I had so much going on. I don't remember ever actually seeing you.
I came to day 2.
Day 2. Okay. Saturdays are usually
I was there in the back. I came after. It was like, I don't know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes into you rocking and rolling. And I sat way out in the back, set the tripod up, filmed the whole thing. I'll give it to you if you want.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and you know what? I enjoy it though. I love fiber. I love teaching it.
I can tell.
And that's like, I had so many people come to my class in Ohio. I had told her I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to make it this year, but I was telling Chris, I may still do it. I may still do it because I enjoy it. I enjoy being able to make things, but that's another thing that's where I'm also trying to get my supplies up, because I plan on for Prepper Camp next year actually having socks and mittens and normal hats. But I'm also going to offer spun stuff, like spun hats and spun socks. So I'm working on trying to get a lot more fiber spun right now, and I may have to reach out to a few hand spinners and purchase directly from them, just so I can so I have enough time to make what I'm wanting to make for my inventory versus taking more time from one area for another.
Yeah, there's something also about your voice and the implements of fiber, weave, fiber, whatever. What's it called? Like the whole process.
Utilizing fiber?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like processing fiber?
I mean, yeah. The tools and your voice and your presentation of like the nitty notty. Like when you say the nitty notty, it sounds like you're the person who made the nitty notty.
I wish I was the person who made the nitty notty.
I mean,
Whoever
it really.
did that was smart.
And there's another one. What's the other one with the weird name?
Oh Lord, hold on.
You probably don't think these things are
My
weird.
Carters. I have Carters, the nitty notty.
What were the things that you scrape the fur back and forth on?
Oh, those are Carters.
Oh no, that's not what they were.
And
Thought there was
then you have
another funny.
no.
Is it
So
about-
I had shown that you can use dog slickers, like
yeah, that
Carter's.
might have been it.
And
I
make
don't
dog
know.
slickers.
Like I said, I get the same vibe from you, and unfortunately, I didn't get to hear Ryan, but I get the same vibe from you that I get from Dave Jones. When you watch Dave Jones, it's like, this is where this guy's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like this is the pinnacle of this guy, what he should be doing. I mean, I think you guys should be doing this to much greater audiences than Prepper Camp. You know, like I'm talking national.
Right. Well, I love it. Bobby also wanted me to reach out to Homesteaders of America, and look at teaching at that since I didn't get to this year and they were sold out. So I'm actually putting in an application to see about teaching there as well.
Well, you could be a gateway drug, Jay Ferg. That's the thing about you. You know, you can get a class full of ladies who, you know, legitimately want to learn how to utilize fibers and use fibers and make, you know, and do all the things, knitting and crocheting. And then you can be like, well, you know, I also am a prepper.
Right. Well, you know, actually, I do tell people, like out here, I got asked to do a spinning class. Unfortunately, I have to supply the spinning wheels, and spinning wheels are a hefty financial investment.
Yeah.
They're great in the long run, but the initial investment is a load. I got lucky splitting work and cash for the wheel I have. Most wheels you're not going to find for under $350, $400 at the lowest.
Ooh.
Yes. And that's even for the older models. But what I do is I always tell people I'm a prepper. I have no problem with that. And the funny thing about my classes is I say utilizing fiber, right? And you go through it, and you've been through my class, you see that I cover a broad spectrum in a short amount of time. The funny thing is I could actually take an hour for each individual segment, and I still would not have enough time to fully give the full detail on it, on how to shear, on how to collect, on how to process, how to, you know, handle letting people have hand on. Because I was asked, do you want to offer kits in class? I'm not against it. The only downside for me on doing it in a large group like that is I feel like it takes away from each person who wants to do it. And that's why I wanted to do the online, is because I can give you a general class, and then I could always set up to do a Zoom. And then you get that one-on-one, ask questions, I'll answer. You know what I mean? Like that back and forth that you get on that one-on-one when you come to my booth. You know, the last thing you want is to take away for me is I don't want to take away from someone's ability to learn something that they could use to provide for their own family.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't mess with your class at all, and I'll tell you why. Because when I left your class, the thing that I felt like was, if I wanted to do this, I could do it. Like I could make something. I mean, that's what because you hit every step, and like you said, you can talk about them for an hour, but you probably lose people. You hit every step just enough to where it's like, does the crowd get it? They get it. Let's move on. And then all the steps
and that's what
together,
I'm saying.
Yeah, all the steps together, and you come away. At least I did. I come away from your class. When I left your class, I was like, man, I could probably, if I had that stuff, and I, you know, had all the tools that you have, I felt like I could do that. And before that class, I looked at a T-shirt and would be like, I don't have any idea how to make anything in Jay Fergie's booth. There's no way I could figure it. And I can't crochet, so I'd have to learn that too. But you know what I mean? You come away from your class feeling like this is a skill set that if you worked on, you could pull it off. You could make clothes. And that's crazy.
And I show even the most easiest aspect of it, of weaving, even with just cardboard. You know, making yourself a cardboard frame.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a great call. That's
but
a
you
great
know,
idea.
what's funny is I have had a gentleman who's been at Prepper Camp every year, the last 3-4 years. I think he's been there even longer than that. Who will come to my class towards the end of the year or end of the camp session when he needs a filler class. And I've had other people from from Ohio or even from a couple years ago come and take my class again. And I had both a man and a woman this year come up to me and tell me, you did not disappoint. Your class is just as good now as it was the very first time I saw you, and it is even better.
Oh yeah,
And she
it's
goes,
definitely
I thought I got so much from it the first time. She goes, you have not changed. And it is, she said it in a way, in not changing in the sense that I kept the core.
yeah.
And I
That's
don't
not
think there's
easy to
been
do.
much of a change
It's
other
not an
than
easy
maybe my
thing.
confidence.
Yeah, when you climb up on the tables, that's great. I don't know when you had that idea, but that's a good idea.
When they don't give me a podium to stand on, I ran into that even at Ohio. I can't sit there at a will and make people stand up and lean over each other. There's too many people for that.
No,
So
I know
yes,
it's
it's
perfect.
just easier just to jump up on the table, and you know what? It loosens the vibes. People get more
Oh, for
comfortable that
sure.
they see it's not something outrageous that anyone can do it. Like the number of men who do it now.
Yeah,
It's
there was a lot of dudes there. You're right. When I was there was a lot of guys there, and not just
yeah,
guys with girls.
no,
Like just
right.
like, yeah, just guys. Not like my wife wanted to go, so I came to it.
What's funny is the very first year I taught, there was a young boy, or a young man now, and his father and uncle, and it was a whole group of guys, and they had taken my class, and the young man actually was spinning, and he did great, and they said it was interesting because they actually worked in textile, like they
yeah,
made thread. They worked for the thread company. What is it? Threads and Lock or something like that. That actually makes the sewing thread.
sure, yeah,
And they said that they got so much out of it being that they worked in thread and they learned even more than what they thought they already knew in the mechanized modern system than the skill and old school system that I have.
yeah. Well, like I said, it's not easy to come up with a class. Yours has got good timing, good content, and you leave with that feeling like this is something I didn't think I could do walking in, and now I'm walking out and I feel like I could do it.
Right. Well, and I always suggest when people get into it, don't break your back spending a bunch of money on something when you can do it at a low end. There's no point in putting out all of that money and then kicking yourself in the ass and not picking it up ever again. At least with a pair of slickers or a little bit of fiber, you can play with it and figure out, is this a skill set that you want to work on, or is this a skill set someone else wants to work on?
Yeah.
I mean,
Love it.
it's kind of like you listened to my last one where I talked about skill
Mm-hmm.
sets and their values. I mean,
Great
for
idea.
me,
Podcast.
you have an amazing value just in your cooking skills and your reliance in feeding your family in its own.
Yeah, it helps.
Right?
It helps.
It does, but it's we've talked about it before in groups. Not one person can do everything by themselves.
Nah, no way. Yeah, you gotta have people, man. I get.
So when are we buying that property in Texas?
Yeah, I know. There's it's still available too.
Dude, we actually talked about it. If other people in our group were in for it, I totally would definitely pull out a share and say, let's do it.
If the time comes, we have so many people now. But
I would
there's
think we
also
would.
something brewing with Tim. I was talking about. I don't want to spill all his beans on radio, but yeah, there may be an opportunity there that's a little closer to home.
Right.
Tennessee, you know what I mean?
Well, that's actually where I've been looking at buying.
Yeah, I know. Everybody says I should move to Tennessee that I talk to. Get out of Virginia, move to Tennessee. But
I saw some beautiful houses in Virginia. I just can't bring myself to pull the trigger.
I'd have to go all the way in, Jay Fergie. If I go out, then I've got to go all the way in.
Right, and I think that's for me is if I pull the trigger, where I'm going is where I'm staying.
Yeah, well, not just that, but like, I don't know. I might go Amish. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, I'm going deep.
It's funny that you say that because I found a property that was off grid. Beautiful off grid.
Yeah.
And
Like, I don't
completely
intend on
100%
leaving.
off
Right.
grid.
I don't
Right,
intend on
and
leaving.
but it was one of those where it was just on the cusp of being what I need off grid or just shy of actually sustainability, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then, there was another one I found back home in Arkansas. Beautiful, 25 acres. Did not have the wood burning stove in the house, but it did have it in the shop and a giant shop. love my woodworking, love my metalworking, love my mechanics. And then it's got snatched up so quick. And I'm like, you know what? Things are going to start working out. We're already seeing a drop in things around us. I mean, food and
Oh
stuff is
yeah, house
skyrocketing,
prices are
but the
coming
house
down.
market, yeah, they're coming down hard. I mean, I go to a few poker games where the realtors are talking about how it's starting to go down, and one guy was saying it's going to hit hard a little too fast.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, it's gonna
but
be
that's like,
2000-ish all over again.
oh yeah, I mean, but at the same time, my money value in buying a house is going to be even lower too. But that's what we're not thinking about. Yes, it will make houses more reasonable to buy, but are you going to have the value
Right? Yeah,
to
that's
be
true.
able to pay for it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I'd have to do it with a group
I
because
you
I
know, that's
can't
how
give
I
up what
feel.
I have. I have too much here with the neighbors and the people that these relationships that I've developed in my neighborhood and what we've developed here. It's too valuable for me to say I'm going to move out in the country and be alone.
Right. You know,
You know,
I think that is something, if say tomorrow the whole PBN cast said, you know what, we're in. I'd jump right now
yeah.
and make sure my loan officer got me that letter so we can say, all right, let's do it. Where are we
Oh,
going?
if we did an 18-person village somewhere, oh yeah, yeah, I'd be all the way in. I'd be
But
all
you
the
know,
way.
it's funny is that's a dream for us as a community. But you know, that scares so many other people around us because it's not controllable in their
Scares
sense.
my wife.
It scares you. Why?
No, I don't know. I mean, we're city people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We're not country people.
See,
Like
and
we do,
I'm a
we do
country
all these
person through
country
and through.
prepping things, um, and we are definitely highly adaptable and have highly adapted to the stuff that we do at our house now. But I mean, you know, we're I was born outside of Philadelphia, PA. The county I grew up in had 500,000 people in it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
She grew up in Richmond City, which is not, your average city, but it's still convenience and, I want to go take a ride over here. I want to go over here. I want to go do this today. You get out there in the middle of Texas on 20 whatever it is, 65 acres, whatever that property is. And it's like, this is it. You know what I mean? This is where we're at. We ain't driving to Walmart just to look around.
Correct.
So
Well,
that's a change.
it's like growing up in a town that had a population of like a little over 12K, and then now I'm here in Myrtle Beach, and don't get me wrong, like I can do the city life, like we'll go out and do the tourist stuff and blend in, but it's too much for me. Like, honest to God, it is way too much for me. Like,
It's a lot.
I miss having 3 acres to live on. I miss having 400 acres to roam about and hunt and fish as I please. I miss being able to go hiking in the woods and not run into 1,200 other people and 6 of them are wearing masks outside. It's just I miss it. I am not a city dweller. I mean, I've lived in the city when I was very, very young. We lived in Omaha, but I've grown up and spent so much time in the country. Like, I need some trees. I need woods. Like, this little tiny 6 trees behind my house and they're calling it a forest. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
a ditch. It's a ditch.
Maybe as a
Not a marsh.
troll, we should start petitioning the national parks to make masks illegal. All national parks,
I
mask
don't
wearing.
understand it. But you know what? I'm gonna jump off on this. It's funny, as I had said something to Chris the other day, is you would not believe how well the government did their job, in the sense that people were so scared that they are still wearing their mask. Like, I get it. We wore a mask because at the beginning we didn't understand what it was. We didn't know.
Right.
All the statistics were all over the place. The science was there at the moment. And then as time went on, we saw where the science really stood versus what the science was being told to us. We're not the same. And
Right.
you know what shortly after that, none of us wore a mask. If we didn't have to, we didn't.
Yeah.
But the number of people who are still scared. I
I
spoke to
yeah.
a lady who refuses to even leave her house if she doesn't have to because she is afraid she is going to get sick. She goes, I don't believe the TV and it's saying that it's safe.
It's weird, man. It's a mental thing. That's what it is. They need to put the mask on their brain because they're
Well,
suffering some kind of mental disorder.
Well, I mean, think about it. You keep someone in a glass bulb, glass container for so long, and you shake that little orb up and move all the parts around.
Yeah, well, you're right, and not only that, on outside of that bowl or bulb, there was chaos. 2020 probably really wrecked some people mentally, and it's going to take some years for them to get back.
Well, look at the data. They even later admitted that the number of deaths that they were reporting as COVID was not actually COVID because the amount of grants those facilities were getting. But it
I'm not
did
even
its
just
damage.
talking COVID.
Oh, no, I get that, but I'm just saying, in just that aspect alone, in someone's mind who listens to that, and all these people that they knew all of a sudden died of COVID, to them, it's a real thing. Even if they hadn't died of COVID and they didn't know any different because the coroner reports say it. And then all of the other chaos. It's you put yourself in a blender at that point.
Yeah, it was a crazy time. And we had a micro civil war also. We had a president that was impeached twice, all in the same year, right? Wasn't that all the same year? I mean, that's a
and
lot.
then this year his house got raided for
Yeah.
no reason at all.
I mean, we're plugged in, you know what I mean? But for the average person that's not plugged in and they were shaken awake in March 2020 and we're like, oh, there's a pandemic. Oh, we're going to close school. It's so bad.
Yeah, CNN was their main source.
That's a lot. That's a lot to take. Like I said, we've been talking about this stuff, civil unrest, fires, and unrest in the streets, and we've been thinking about it. But to a person that's like, I'm in finance, you know what I mean? I play golf on the weekends and go to the movies. They had to face down a lot, and I bet it people up.
It did. I mean, think about it. One person by themselves, one dumb person or one scared person by themselves can be dangerous. One dumb person or scared person in a group is chaos.
Yeah, we saw it.
I mean, when it comes down to it, it really shows the difference between the sheeps and everybody else.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, yeah.
And you want to hear
else
something?
might be the sheep.
You want to hear what's terrible? You know what industries didn't really go down throughout all of this?
Porn.
The sex industry.
Oh, you said it. I was joking.
I
mean, not joking.
Oh, no, I'm serious. No, porn skyrocketed. Porn absolutely skyrocketed, which did not help with some of the depravity we're already dealing with. Strip clubs boomed.
That's wild, right? Put my mask on and head on in.
Right. I know some girls who work there, and they said they wore masks during the club. Didn't mind, everything else was out. Just the face was covered. And then, but those industries did not crumble in any way, shape, or form. Believe it or not, because husbands going on trips. Yeah, you'd be surprised. It did not die.
Yeah, that's funny.
Bars didn't close down, especially the outside bars. Out here, you can walk around with a drink.
Well, I always looked at bars like if it's coming out of my respiratory system and out of my mouth, probably one of the best things to do is to put some 80 proof up to your lips and, you know what I mean?
Sterilized it.
Kill it before it escapes.
So, I haven't said this one on air, and it's funny that you say that, though, is susceptibility and sickness, and maybe I'm just jumping off on another tangent, because you and I never stay on any point.
Oh, yeah. It's always
But that's the
pleasure.
point. I love it. So, I recently, a few months ago, was really sick. I actually had become uroseptic. I had actually became resistant to all oral antibiotics, and I have been on all of them. That I had to receive IV infusion antibiotics. And I'm sitting there in infusion, and this is where chemo patients and everybody else sits. And they keep it like a meat locker.
Oh.
And I looked at the nurse and I said, why do you keep it so cold? She goes, well, all of the equipment. I said, she goes, and it's better anyways. I said, really? Because cold actually lowers and suppresses the immune system, which makes you more susceptible to catching something and getting sick. She goes, that is true. She goes, but all of the equipment. So they say that they keep it cold because of the equipment. But I'll tell you what, I was more terrified of being in there while it was so cold and catching something.
Sure. Yeah, your health's
Because if you
ailing
think,
already.
right, I mean, it was, and they're like, well, viruses have a harder time than cold. No, viruses have a good time attaching to you when your immune system is suppressed, whether it's cold or not. So even a smaller virus that is having a hard time in the cold will freaking flourish in a body whose immune system can't fight it off.
Yeah. It's not like they're hanging out. They die out there. You know what I mean? They're not hanging out outside. Like, oh, it's so cold. We can't do anything out here. What are we going to do? Yeah,
But
they die out.
it was just one of those things that made me think about it when, they're talking about how people get ill is we are going to see another uptick in sicknesses during the winter. And that is because people are cold and their immune systems are suppressed. They don't get outside, so they don't get the vitamin D like they need to.
Well,
Sit
the
in the
kids with the
front of a
RSV,
window.
right?
Huh?
If the kids with the RSV, they locked them up and masked them up and bubble wrapped them for a couple of years, and now their immune systems are clearly compromised.
Right. Well, I mean, look at, and when I say this, COVID babies. Those parents have kept these kids under such lock and key that their immune systems haven't fully developed or underdeveloped, I should say, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Because
for
they've
sure.
kept them under lock and key and they're still terrified. 3 years later, still terrified to let their kids out. And then when their kids go out, they get sick instantly because they have no natural immune system.
Good. Get them
But
sick, for God's sake.
I mean, think about it. Even if you can't go outside during the cold months, do you have a window? Do you have a glass window? When my son was born, he was jaundiced. Most breastfed babies do become jaundiced pretty easily. I was told let my baby lay out in front of the window. On days that I don't have time to go downstairs and go outside for my little 15-minute break. You're gonna laugh. I have my office I'm in right now, my spare room for my podcasting and crocheting room. I step in here. I have the windows open because I have a large glass window, and where the sun hits, I sit right there and let the sun hit me. It feels like a bit of a rejuvenation just being able to get a little bit of sun before I go back to the desk and sit in the dark.
Vitamin D, it's huge.
It is. It really, really is.
No,
I didn't
no
know.
doubt.
Do we need to throw a commercial in here? We've been on such a roll.
I wouldn't even worry about it now. We're so far deep in. There's nothing to worry about at this point.
I know.
Good
All I have your
conversation is
Jay's case.
Good conversation is valuable. You know what I mean? We don't have
It is.
commercials every single show. It's not the end of the world. We do so many damn shows now. It's obscene.
I love it though. I've loved, even though I have not been able to be 100% proactive like I want it to be. I have sat down in the back and I've just loved seeing how our network has flourished. Our listeners are continuing to learn. Our listening crowd is growing, and I actually you're gonna laugh that I'm resetting up my social networks, and I'm actually thinking about streaming as well, like actual video too, kind of like Phil and Andrew do. That
You
I
should,
may
why
even
not?
push the boundaries of YouTube just to see how far I can poke that bear as well.
I'll tell you what. I've been having a lot of fun on Instagram. I don't know.
I love my Instagram,
I've had a lot of fun with it. It's been fun.
but I have
It's,
decided I'm not going to convert my old family affair. I'm starting completely fresh with Phoenix Survival.
yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think you should probably download those, and or maybe I'll download them for you and send you a zip on for Christmas or something. You should definitely keep them. You know what I mean? They're special.
Oh yeah, no, I don't plan on getting rid of it. I'm not going to use them. They're going to sit where they sit, whether they be stale or not, and start something new with Phoenix. I think.
Well, I
I
mean,
think
if
there's some great
with
things
Phoenix,
there.
let's start new.
Yes,
It's all about
technically I
starting
did
new.
picked up and started over. Might as well pick up and start everything over.
Yeah, why not? I think it's great. I'm glad to have you back. You know,
Glad to
back
be
in this regard. You know, not that you ever left, but glad to have you back in this regard. I'm glad you got a partner in crime too, Jay Ferg. That's nice to see. You know.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, it's wonderful to have someone who I say, hey, let's make a list. Okay, let's do it. And I'm just like, wait, what? Okay. And sit there and inventory things with me and sit there and make plans with me for things and being able to figure out what's going to be best for our life, you know, especially in this situation is where we're at. We don't want to be here long term. Now
You
we are
won't be.
looking at right. No, and we plan not to be, but we're also at a point where in February, my lease is up. Do we renew? Because I didn't get to close on the house I wanted. I'm like, do we stay out here another year because he has a good paying job that is continual work year round. I have a job where I can work from home and I can still get out every now and then and do some side work, but is that what we want? I don't want to stay in the city. I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
I don't think it
you
would
won't.
be wise to stay here.
I don't see you guys being there long.
No, I just need to win the lottery.
Ah,
I don't
you know,
gamble though. I don't like to gamble. I don't like to lose.
can't win if you don't play. That's what my wife always
I know.
says.
And you know what the thing is we have and we've played and said, "You know what? We'll try." But when it comes down to it, you know, I want to make something of myself. I want to make something of my page. I want to make something of our network. You know what I mean? I want to grow where it counts and make where it counts.
No.
You know, I
We're
there's
in our infancy, Jay Ferg.
right.
I
I'm
promise you
ready
that
to
much.
walk.
No, for real. It feels like because PBN's been around for 10 years, even though most people that listen now only know it from, 4 years or 3 years or maybe even 2.
And I've been listening since,
You've
oh
been listening
Lord, since
probably
my
before
son
I was.
was probably like a year and a half, 2 years old.
Yeah.
And he's 13 now.
Wow. Yeah, you were there from the beginning.
Yeah, I listened to yours and Glenn.
This is just the beginning
Yeah.
for us. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's literally, I don't even know, I really have no goal limitations. There's no limit. There's never going to be a time when I go, yeah, we're big enough. It's good.
Right.
We're in every country, or on every continent, or what? Why stop? You know what I mean?
Right. No, I agree. I think.
I mean, the biggest reason that I paid for it and took the responsibility on by myself was literally the main reason was Jay Fergie loves doing her show. Colin and Ryan love doing their show. And if we don't figure out how to make it work, then they've got to figure out how to do these shows. They got to either they're going to figure out how to do these podcasts, or podcast is going to be a thing that they did one time in their life and they don't do anymore. Right. And I was, man, that would be the worst. You know what I mean?
When that had came up, and before you had said, you know what, I'm just going to buy it, I was all in for putting whatever share I needed to help co-pay for it. Like as soon as it had came up.
Doubts that you guys would have done it, but I knew that I was probably the only one who had the bandwidth to do it.
Right.
Not the money.
Well, you're more tech savvy.
Yeah, and because I was working for myself.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And see, that's where I would like to eventually get.
Yeah,
I'd like to be like you. I'd love to work for myself.
Well, I think you're one of the hosts that's got the potential to pull it off. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm hoping to make from my site. I'm tired of working for corporate America.
Well, not only that, but you've got the fiber skill where you could sell courses from your website on that.
And that's the plan.
You get on that piece of property, you start your little, YouTube channel, you can get income from that. If you want to do that dance, that's completely your call. But people make a lot of money on YouTube, I'm just not welcome. And I kind of like that. So
I'm doing a YouTube page just so like when I stream actual footage content or podcast content that way. But I am curious to see how long I'll last on that type of channel.
I wouldn't ever begrudge anybody from doing it. You know what I mean?
No. I still think, and I am going to say this on the recording, I still think Red Beacon. I know where it should go. I'm still just trying to light that fire underneath your
No,
ass
I
to
know.
make it.
It is definitely, and
You
in
wait long
honor
enough, and
of
I'm just
Glenn,
going to tell you to hand it here. Let me do it.
in honor of Glenn, I mean, it's something that probably should happen here eventually.
Well, you know where it got its name from, though.
No.
Glenn's son. He started
Oh,
that.
was it? Oh,
Yeah,
I
it was
didn't.
It was Glenn's son's.
Yeah, I pay for it every year. It comes
Yeah.
up, and they say, Red Beacon, and it goes up every year. You know, the
Well,
two
that's why I'm saying
domains.
I think our listeners are not going to see an end to where we're going anytime soon.
No, definitely not. We're here. I don't even plan. I'm young as is. You're young as is. I don't ever really plan on retiring. I mean, I'm not the retiring kind of guy.
I'm not. I'm going to tell you, finding out for myself. So I've always had 2 jobs, standing on my feet. I did demolition, pharmacy. You know what I mean? I'm constantly moving. This sedentary lifestyle of sitting there at a desk
It's rough.
is driving me absolutely mentally insane. That I pedal. I pedal all day long. I'm like, I'm running, but I'm not going anywhere. And I have to literally get up at my breaks and walk out of the room.
Oh yeah, you got to do
And
that. You
that's
got
why I have my podcast set up in my separate room. I can't. Because I had my laptop next to my work computer. I'm going to tell you right now, every time my laptop was up, I didn't want to touch it because it was right next to work.
I get it. I get it. You know, that's one of the reasons why I haven't published a book in so long.
I'm looking forward to the one you're about to, your scary story ones.
Yeah, people who know me are gonna enjoy that book the most.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm waiting. It's coming
Yeah,
out when?
you don't know me and you don't care to know me, you'll probably still really enjoy it. But if you know me, you're gonna be like, "Oh, this is good stuff."
So it's funny that you would say that, is I have found myself writing poetry again, and I haven't
Yeah.
wrote poetry
Great.
since high school.
That's great.
I
Poetry
actually
hasn't
had one
cut
published
through yet.
years ago.
Poetry is not cut through yet. You know, it's one of those things that I don't know. I see a lot of things return, a lot of old things, a lot of silly things come back into fashion. I don't know that poetry ever will. I'm not sure. You know?
You know what I'm waiting on? So I'm waiting for the Victorian era.
The return of the Victorian era?
Well, in the sense, I think we already live quite a bit of a Victorian style lifestyle with some of the things we do in our skill sets.
Oh, that's a good point.
But it was in its own a romantic period in the sense of how honest things. Well, it was. You know what I mean, though. In
No, I know.
appearance.
I know. The fantasy of it.
Right. And so, I mean, that is actually one of my favorite things to watch when I am downtime on YouTube is the Victorian cottages or wartime gardens or all of these other aspects of these lives that, most modern people would look at and just completely sneer at. And for us, we're like, the dream. Not that I want I don't care for the turn of the Victorian era and it's the modernization as far as like steam engines, but, or, going from coal to what have you. I think, no, the turn from coal to steam was better, but, those are aspects, we could, even like you and me, what I like to do is watch those and see what can I learn and what can I use in today's times for myself that I want to implement. What's funny is I'm watching the full season of the Victorian era on A Winter's Farm, and I already knew some cleaning methods that it was interesting to see that they were still doing in the Victorian age. Like, the best way to remove ink out of clothing?
No.
Milk.
Milk. Whoa.
Yeah, and it's funny is I already knew that. That's what I use is milk. If I get ink into clothing, I use milk. And brandy can be used for certain things. There was one where they coat it in butter and then soak it a certain way, and I thought it was very interesting. And then it made sense of why our clothing look as white as it does in laundry detergent because most laundry soaps are a yellow tint. And to keep your whites white, they put indigo, which counteracts the yellow, so it looks like a pure white because it cancels it.
Oh,
So I mean,
you're way above my head now.
well, it was the nerd in me. I love that behind it, but you know, it's going to show. Like I'm listening, I'm like, hey, I knew that, but I didn't know brandy could get out, you know, a certain stain. I didn't know I could use a liquor, and then it kind of fits true to you always hearing that the washers were a bit of drunkards. And that would explain why, is because they probably took their time to also drink. The ladies drank some of the alcohol that they were using because they were using brandy and sherry.
Yeah,
And
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
so, but it was interesting. So if you ever get the wild hair, I mean, I would say check it out. I mean, one of the ladies, Ruth, in there is one of my favorites. She's a historian for like women's housekeeping or something like that. I feel like I'm just totally chopping it up. But the housewife's role or the housekeeper's role in the sense of she can cook on all sorts of stoves. She can, you know, make blood pudding or whatever from however it was originally made, and it was interesting to see that type of skill sets being preserved even now from an era that no longer exists.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to keep those things alive. You know, we're trying our best to bring those things back. Some of them,
Right.
right?
Here we go. It was called Surviving Winter on a Victorian Farm, and
Ah.
it is on All Out History.
All Out History. That's better than
Right.
history.
Yes, All Out History. It really is though, but it's interesting because for me, it's one of my favorite sets, and she even did one. The lady in there, Ruth, she actually does the Victorian garden as well, and they talk about the wartime era, and they show how they managed gardening. They show how they handled crops from beginning to end. Like these people lived this lifestyle for an entire year. And
Man.
it's like if they can live an entire year in that type of lifestyle, then we have the same capability.
Oh,
Yes,
for
they are
sure.
historians, but some of these people, like, will tell you they've read these in books, but they've never had the hands-on like they did in that moment.
Yeah. I'm telling you, we're a lot more than we think. That's for sure.
The human's ability to survive is much stronger than we give credit to. But
No
you also
doubt.
have to have, you know, the mental fortitude to realize you have that strength. I mean, I'm going to just repeat, you know, my brother said, lesser people could not have handled the lives that we've lived.
Yeah,
And
it's a good way
to
to
be
look
honest,
at it.
I think it's true. It's not trying to sound cocky or whatever you want to say, but I do believe that. I think even, you know, for yourself and myself, we have lived lifestyles and gone through trials I don't think other people could have handled. Lesser people couldn't have handled.
I don't know. Because I think people
I shouldn't say
will
lesser.
put up with a lot. I think they'll put
I
up
think
with a
you're
lot.
right. I shouldn't say lesser. I think people who I don't know how to say it without sounding horrible.
When you don't have options, you'll get through it.
Right.
I think nowadays what we see with it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful disaster. It's like people have so many options, and I think that's why we see such weak people because they're rarely in a position where they have to. You know.
Yeah, I think there's too many. There's too many genders. There's too many.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
Right,
But
right.
yeah.
I'm not going there. I'm just saying you're right. There are too many options, but you know, I think that the problem is you see so many people also who think they don't have any options.
I get it.
You have the same on both ends of the spectrum. You have people who realize who think they don't have any, and some people who think they have too many.
It's a good point. Yeah.
You always have options. All right, so we are actually coming up on an hour 23. Didn't know if we wanted to keep going or round it up.
I think I'd round it up. We could always do a part 2.
I'm always down for that. Yeah, because I think our talks are always great in the fact that we don't have to have a script. We don't
Oh
have to have
yeah,
a set
we
line.
always talk naturally, you and I, Jay Ferg. Even when it was just in a chat room.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, then I will preface this with I appreciate you coming on. I guess now it is officially, Phoenix Survival since I've had the Intrepid Commander on.
Oh yeah, let me give you my blessing, as if you didn't have it.
I'm over here doing the sign of the cross real quick.
Right. Well, thanks for having me on, Jay Ferg. I always
No,
enjoy
I
talking to
appreciate
you,
it. And
whether
you
it's
know what?
recorded or not.
I'm glad it was a beautiful night for you to be able to sit out and enjoy it.
Oh, it was. It was. I appreciate you forcing me out of the house for that.
Oh, darn. All right. Well, I appreciate it. And for all of you listeners, we will be eventually getting to the point where I will be doing live. Again, it will probably be early in the morning. So if you are a morning bird, then feel free to jump on. I'd love to hear comments and suggestions, especially in Element. And again, for any of those out there, I do have an email now. It is phoenix-survival@proton.me. Feel free to reach out, whether it be questions, tips, advice, suggestions. I'm all ears. And keep on prepping. So thank you, PBN. Thank you, James. And I hope everybody has an amazing weekend.
Thank you for listening to the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. Tune in tomorrow for another great show and visit us at prepperbroadcasting.com.
A person who advocates and practices preparedness. One ready for any event that would disrupt their daily routine. That is a prepper.
Hello, everyone out there in Internet Radio Land. This is Dave Jones, the NBC guy. How are you doing on Wednesday? Oh, PBN family, I gotta tell you, I am on the 5th day of a 3-day fast. Yes, the warden always likes to exceed expectations, and I just go along for the ride. So I'm up very early again. I don't know. At a point, you just say, I'm not going to struggle with the brain anymore to try and stay asleep. So I got up. But did you catch the shows last night? Holy cow. As you can tell by the squeaky chair, I'm in the office. They were phenomenal. Patriot Power Hour guys were hitting on all cylinders, and I thought last week's show was a great show. And they are going to talk about this bill if it gets passed. When it gets passed. It's going back to the House for tweaking. I think another vote. I'm not sure. But this is what they call reconciliation, And it was never supposed to be the standard operating procedures. It was supposed to be a reconciliation was a rule. It's not in the Constitution. So if they want to stop this damn reconciliation, they can anytime. And when the Republicans get control, they really should. Because it goes against what the Constitution says should happen in the Senate. I digress. But then Ryan, who he put the word out in the back channel early afternoon. Hey, I got I'm down a co-host. Anybody want to join me? And the hands started flying up. So Ryan had kind of he was moderating a different version of Preppers Live, and it was freelance and it was fantastic. I don't know how to describe it. It was fantastic. So I was listening. I could not join, but I was listening, and it was fantastic. So 2 great shows last night. I know the Intrepid Commander is chomping at the bit for a great I Am Liberty show. He called it. If you listen to Monday night's show, he called it. He said this is going to be a week of great shows on PBN, and I'm telling you, I am looking forward to this week on PBN. This week is going to go down in history as a great week of shows. This is going to be one to bookmark. Hey, so, I'm on this fast. If you follow the daily audio caches, the other week I was talking about land navigation, and I don't know why, but it seems to me that some people out there need more information on land navigation. And if you're living in an urban area, suburbia, or even the city, you're going to need to plan your bug out. Okay? Just plan your bug out. Okay? And take multiple routes. Okay, and if you don't have a destination, I highly recommend Fortitude Ranch. But if you do have a destination, this is what I'm talking about, your routes. Okay, now I teach a tactical movement class. And when I teach it, I tell people roads equal death. And they go, what? Yes, if you move on roads, you will die. And just hear me out on this. You can't, where are they going to set up an ambush? They set up ambushes on roads. They don't go out in the middle of the woods and set up an ambush. It just doesn't happen. Where are traps? On roads. Any apocalyptic fiction, the Book of Eli, he's walking down the road right now. If you're as badass as Eli, okay, that movie, Denzel Washington, I highly recommend it. There is a biblical portion to this, okay, biblical portion. And if you listen, if you really watch that show and look for the biblical portion, God was with Eli, okay? As a matter of fact, I think he may have been blind in youth, and God restored his sight for this mission. And I'll tell you, Eli's the baddest guy. So he's walking on roads because he has no fear, because God is with him. But if you're not Eli, don't walk on the roads, okay? So you're going to have to find alternate routes that are not roads, okay? Railroad tracks. Bike trails aren't bad, but if you notice bike trails, they have a lot of open area, and they're very familiar with a lot of people. Power lines are fantastic. The power company is required, okay, to keep those power lines cleared. If you remember that huge power outage that happened shortly after 9/11, and it blacked out New York City and portions of the East Coast, it was caused by a tree. This is what I'm told, the report said. I did not see the report, but it was caused by a tree falling over a line that went into a substation in Pennsylvania, and it caused a cascading power outage that affected most, or if not all, of New York City and some of the East Coast. Anyway, since that time, power companies have been hyper-focused on these lines. and they will clear those lines out. They clear a right of way. And when they go in there to clear, they don't just, it's required that everything that's 6 feet or higher has to be cut down. They just don't cut down to 6 feet. They try and cut everything down to the ground because they may not get back to that line for a year or two. Okay? So now some trees they'll just cut off. They'll cut the trees off. But they also, spray for vegetation. They clear the power lines. So don't overlook power lines as a possible avenue out of the city. Power has to come into the city. You can use that to go out of the city. Also, waterways. Yes, don't overlook waterways. You're going to have to do your recon, your map recon and your actual recon. Okay? Now, your recon can be in your car following the river. Okay? Because usually there's roads on at least one side of the river. But know that things change. And if it's a boat that's going to get you out of town, now, yeah, there's a couple different options with boats. There's all different variations, and there's all different tasks that need to perform with boats. But don't overlook waterways. Also, parks, trails. Okay, there's a lot of hiking trails in parks. Now, marauders will not go into a park and set up an ambush on a hiking trail. They may do it on a bike trail because bike trails usually follow roads. Okay? Now, if you got to follow a road, go into the brush, go in far enough in that you can still see the road. But people can't see you. And if you're traveling with more than one person and you have to follow the roads, have one person see the road and guide the rest of the group who are further in the woods. You see? So that if people are seen and they're ambushed, it's only that one person. And the rest of the people that are further in the woods can come and help. I don't know why I am called to talk to you guys about this, but for some reason I'm getting the vibe that there's people in our listening, in PBN that need to hear this. Okay? And talk about your things that don't cost money. Everything's more and more expensive. Everything. And if you don't buy it now, it's going to be more expensive tomorrow. Don't tell the warden. The other day I bought some freeze-dried food. Yeah. I just, it was on sale, and, I'm whispering like she can hear me. She never listens to these daily audio caches. It was on sale, okay? 25 years shelf life. And I thought it was a good deal. And we have freeze-dried food. We have every kind of food. But, freeze-dried food is, you got to know its capabilities and limitations too. If it's not freeze-dried fruit, which I highly recommend Stasis, check out Stasis. This is freeze-dried apples from the heart of apple country, picked at peak ripeness. Stasis.com. Anyway, if it's not freeze-dried apples, you got to do something to reconstitute that thing. Okay, but it is light, portable, holds its nutrition, okay? Long storage, but, you're going to need to reconstitute it if it's not something that you can just bite off and chew up and swallow. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to do something that is free or cheap, get out there. Test out your gear, right? Put your bug out bag on your back, and if you got to walk up and down your lot on your house, okay, say I'm going to walk back and forth my lot 25 times to see if this darn pack is even going to work the way I have it configured. And you'll know. These are inexpensive things that you can do now because I'm telling you, if you're dropping gear or it's rubbing your back or it's causing sores, you don't want to find that out in an SHTF, in a bug out situation. You don't want to find that out then. There's going to be multiple pressures on you, stressors. And a sore back or, if you rub that skin, I would tell them, 24 years in the military, I've carried a lot of shit on my back. Oops, I said shit. I'm going to have to pick explicit. But that's okay. You will get sores rubbed in your back, in your feet, all over. And you don't want to have to bandage those sores or keep them clean in an SHTF situation. I don't know how far your bug out is. Whatever your distance is, and I say this in my tactical movement class, whatever your distance is, whatever you estimate your time, double it. Period. End of story. Don't argue with me. Okay? There are obstacles out there that are unforeseen. There are situations that you can't predict for. So if you think this is going to take you a day, you just say, hey, listen to the Patriot Power Hour guys. Their last exercise, something that they thought would take half the time they did, took twice the time. Yeah, it was dark trail, and boy, it was a dark trail for them. There you go. That's an excellent example. These guys are getting out there. They're strapping this stuff on their back. They're finding out what goes, what don't go. If you got gear that's dropping along, if you're losing gear, okay, then they took a break. He took a drink out of his canteen. He left his canteen. Okay, so he's pretty sure, and I didn't talk to him if he got his canteen back. But I'm you got to know this stuff now, because you lose your canteen in an SHTF situation. Oh, it may be bad. You may be scrounging for a plastic jug that you find along the way to haul water. That's another thing I always say. On any movement, unless it's 100 yards out, 100 meters out, turn around 100 meters back. But on any movement, you cannot carry enough water with you. Just trust me on this. You can't. You have to have, they had life straws. You have to have some way of getting water. And they found out about life straws that, man, you're sucking on that thing hard to get a mouthful of water. Hard. So you might want to look at Sawyer's, mini Sawyer's. They have adapters that go onto bottles, and I have Sawyer's in every one of my bug out bags. PBN family, I don't know why I'm on this rant, and a lot of people it won't even apply to, but think about it. Even if you live in your off-grid bug out location, at some point, you are going to have to conduct a movement. And I teach this tactical movement class at Fortitude Ranch and for other preppers, because a lot of people have to have the bug out. Okay, they have to do the bug out. So that's why I offered it. I've taught it in the Army a bunch of times, and whereas in the Army it's a little different because you might be going somewhere to kill somebody. Okay, in a prepper situation, you are going somewhere trying not to be killed. Okay, so there's that difference. Okay, yeah. So do your map recon. You should have a map of your area, the best map you can get. If all you can get is a tourist map, you got to get some kind of map. And once you do your map recon, that means looking, planning, saying, okay, I'm going to try this route here and maybe this route over here. Then go out and actually do the recon and see if what you saw on the map is accurate and true. And if you can take the routes that you planned, you may find out, heck, that road isn't even there anymore, or that, the power line is not there, or whatever. I can't imagine a riverway or, not being there, but it could happen. Intermittent streams are a dotted line and dotted blue line. Okay. So that means intermittent on a military map. And, in the springtime, when the thaw happens, those intermittent streams may be going full force. But in August, you may not even be able to find a trickle. So, PBN family, I have no idea where I was going with this, but I just wanted to tell you, check your routes, check your bug outs, okay, and find alternate routes and how to move, off the road. Remember, roads equal death. There you go. Roads equal death. That's the title of this daily audio cache. Take care, PBN family, and prep on.
Hey y'all, you are listening to The Last American, and this is Aiden Tate. So today I have a very special guest on the show. We have Selko is with us today. So how you doing, man?
Not bad. Thank you for inviting me. Hello to everyone.
Yeah, man, definitely, and thank you for coming on the show. So pretty much, I feel like you don't even need introduction. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody's read your books and all that. But just for the sake of, there have been a whole lot of moved into like being aware of what's going on around them ever since 2020 that have started getting more involved in preparedness. Can you tell people a little bit about your some of your books as well as just a little bit of your history, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. To keep it short, I'm survivalist since my experience in civil war here in Balkans in 90s. Because I was actively involved in that war first as a civilian, after that as a soldier. From that moment, I was survivalist, yes. Years later, after that war and my experiences, I had some survivalist forum, and I realized actually that people who are talking about real life hard situation over there are completely out of the point, completely missing the point. Most of them are talking about fantasy. So that was the moment when I was actually involved in a prepper sphere that is out there. And from that moment, I'm actively writing on my blog. I write books. I do real physical course in that prepper sphere. But my survival life is like started a long time ago from that war. And actually, most of people who know me from that prepper sphere connect my work only with that, my experience, only with that wartime, but actually people need to understand that I live here in some kind of society that is really very society over there. Let's say I'm living in highly corrupted and not functional society. So my experience and my work in survival world also come from that realm, because I'm again for years I'm living in a not completely functional society. So shortcuts need to be used, if this makes sense to you.
Yeah, man, definitely, and that's fantastic. So if we're using that lens to view things that's happening right now in the modern world, what do you think? So let's talk about the supply chain system. Over here in the States, it's a wreck. We're having a hard time getting diesel in different areas. There's a hard time getting baby formula. There's a hard time with groceries in some areas as well, both because of as well as labor shortages. I went to a the other day, and they were closed. They've always been open, but they were closed because they couldn't get. Are you seeing the same? Your thoughts on that moving?
Already, I'm writing about something that folks over there who know the topic called Balkanism. Actually, something something similar happening over there happened here at Balkan. It is a huge topic, so I will shortening and make it simple. For years, I'm kind of not really predicting. For years, but yes, predicting that a lot of part of the world, actually almost whole world, will look like and have trouble like we had and have in Balkan. Why? Even years ago, people keep telling to me it is different here, and all that doesn't really matter. Again, I very simplified now what I'm going to say, but whole world is going to be is heading actually to the direction of let's say Balkanization or Balkan troubles, or a whole bunch of why. As we see today and for last years, even good places around the world are start to look like my home. Let's keep it like that. So as you're saying, fuel is expensive. Chain of supply is getting was normal here, or that is normal here for years. Simply, world is becoming secure and safe place and down. Not only luxuries, let's say our normal way of life is going now. Normal question about this would be why. It is a complicated topic, why, but big part of the problem actually is I think world situation in terms of the world is becoming place where function on conflict on a scale that is transfer is already city or state. So as we in the same time see conflicts around the world, we are going to see conflicts see that political system today is not same like 15 or 20 years ago. It is much more. There are much more conflicts today in systems, or political system is much more ready today to use force on its own people than 20 years ago. I'm talking about that used to have, let's say, normal life. You understand what I'm saying?
And we've definitely seen that, especially after 2020. I think that was a catalyst year with all of that, as far as more and more of actions being taken against nations' own people. But as far as inflation and everything going on with that, do you see a hyperinflation style setup very similar to like post World War I Germany or anything of that nature? What are your thoughts there?
Actually, it is something that I let's say discussing for some time, and I really don't like one let's say, similarity to that, and that similarity is this. As we see today, and for last years, even good places around the world are start to look like more like my home. Let's keep it like that. So as you're saying, fuel is expensive. Not only luxuries. Let's say our normal way of life is going now. Normal question about this would be why. It is simply, world is becoming secure and safe place and down. Not only luxuries. Let's say in very hard times, people tend to look for quick solutions work. For example, middle class of people, if it's going down, and it is going down, they want solutions. They want people with solutions, politicians who will offer good solutions for them. In short, this time, and I'm saying I'm mentioning this why, not only in your or my case, these times are perfect for showing up of politicians, for emerging politicians who are going to offer good solution, and people will run to have that politician in power, and that politician can lead whole nations in wrong directions, and we already saw that in history. I'm not going to use any name or real political figures, because right now it is not about real names. It is about similarities from history. Whenever whole nations are in huge problems, they want, let's say, saviors, if that makes sense to you. Again, let's saviors can lead whole nations in wrong directions, because people want quick solutions, and real truth is that quick solutions are really rare and almost impossible. So all this movement worldwide, to me, is not movement in the right direction. Actually, expecting even worse time or more bad times. And I'm not Nostradamus, if you understand me, but if you're following things quickly, next step will be quick solutions, and there is no quick solutions without big, if you understand me, and that's it.
Yep. So quick solutions leading to atrocities very quickly, being what you're saying.
Yes, and I mean, yes, atrocities are that, but for a start, that doesn't even mean need to be atrocities. It never starts with atrocities. It never starts with that. It always starts with same things. It starts with this system trying to out of some freedoms and rights in the name of bigger good, if that makes sense. So it starts with that, and this is not. I'm not being conspiracy theorist here, predicting something horrible. It is logical moment, and we can see that events like that through whole human history. So it always starts with people saying, okay, this is going to hurt, but it is going to be made because of greater good, like that. Somebody, a lot of evil can be hidden behind those words.
Yeah, with the sneak kind of thing, foots in where it now not
may sound to you like conspiracy theory. It starts with that, and media today is huge machinery, and cannot make it work, if that makes sense to you. So whoever owns the right media can over one period of time make, say, miracles. Use example here. If you are a man who love freedoms and rights and want to protect that, and on the other side you have some who own media, that system can make you believe something completely else period of months. That system can make you believe something completely that is against your natural belief, because the system is very with media. So anything is possible in let's say months, if media, if you want through media to achieve that.
Yeah, definitely. And media control is a huge part of propaganda. I've recently been reading on the life of Joseph, and it's interesting to see how after he came to power, where Hitler put him in, one of the first things he did, radio stations, which was the media at the time in Germany, and let alone like the newspapers and everything as well. But as far as you talk about parallel, what are the eras of history right now? People, if they read on these areas, they would be better prepared for what is going on in the world right now at the moment.
I can use example again from my experience, and I again what happened in last, let's say, couple of years. I can see that level of polarization is so huge that people are actually ready to get in fight, to get into the shooting over the guy who wears a particular kind of cap with sign on it, hat. So if you strip that to the bare essence and see that guy is ready to shoot other guy who is wearing cap of a political opponent that he is not supporting, if you start to think about that for 5 or 10, conclude, if you are average man, you will conclude that we are living in times. But that's not that didn't happen in few days. Again, media produce that polarization through the months or even years of work, and we get right now into that position. It was like that in my times here before full civil war broke out. It was same like that. We had people who lived in same country with, let's say, normal life without polarization, and through the careful bombardment through the media, we are produced people who are ready to actually who did that, who slaughter each other over the differences that are not important. And I need to point out something terrifying here. Media 30 years ago did not have even 5% of power that have today. Let's just imagine that 30 years ago we didn't have internet, and you can see how more powerful media is today. So you do not need to go too far into the history. Read about how all this series of war in Balkan happened, and you will see a lot of similarity that happened before the war there, and that they are happening right now today. I'm talking again about how situation is slowly boil to where people are really ready to go out on the street with rifle and kill other people who are, let's say, do not share their political opinion.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen plenty of that in the States here as well, where like you were saying, someone has the wrong color hat on, and because of that, they end up straight up being executed on the sidewalk. Or we'll see cases of where they're run over by cars, or they are beaten, mob-type situations. It happens over and over and over again, and then the mainstream media either won't even cover it, they won't even talk, or they gloss over it like it was no big deal and never talk about it again. And meanwhile, if it had been the other way around, which it never is, then you end up with like, oh, well, we need to hammer this for the next 3 years. It's ridiculous. But yeah, that's...
yes, and it is scary. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen overnight. It took some time to build up to that, let's say, level of heat. But here's the point, important point. When you hit certain level of heat, from that level you only need small spark to start really, really horrible events that you couldn't imagine can happen in your surroundings.
Yep, that's a good point. I agree with you. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot we could go into with that. You're right. It reminds me of, like, okay, you got the Rwanda genocide that happened in the early 90s. All of it was fomented via radio, which was the media of Rwanda. And it was people that lived together. They were friends. They were neighbors. But the media just created this angst and just fed into it over and over and over until it was literally at a boil. And then when it's boiling, well, steam is coming and people are getting burnt. And that's what we saw. Same thing with Kristallnacht with in Germany, the Night of Broken Glass, where it was the media that really stoked this, And I would argue that was the goal all along with Hitler and with Goebbels and with all them guys with Nazism. And they wrote about it in Mein Kampf. And you end up with the Jews being slaughtered after that.
Yes, and there are those two examples are great examples of something that is scary, and that's actually can be explained in one word: dehumanization. If you dehumanize group of people through the careful plan of dehumanization, you can do whatever you want with that group of people in terms of you can make average or common people to kill babies from that other group. However, this sounds bad. It happened like that. Of course, we know, because you simply through the careful work show other group as something that is not human, as something that is so wrong, so bad that needs to be actually erased. And that happened. Hitler actually did that horrible thing. It happened very similar in Rwanda. I explained it. Media actually pumped whole events and lead people through the careful dehumanization to eradicate other group. I seen something similar, and you can think that, oh no, it cannot happen here. I thought that too in my time. It cannot happen here. It only happens somewhere else. Through the polarization and fear between people, fear from other group of people, you come to the point of dehumanization. And when you dehumanize, let's say others, whoever they are, you can make people to do horrible atrocities. No matter how modern society you are living in, you can make people to do that. So don't think it cannot happen there. Whole situation can be pumped to that level. And again, do not forget about important fact is how powerful media is today to 30 years ago, or even 50, 60, 70 years ago in time of Hitler and Goebbels. Today, media is absolutely much more powerful.
Yeah, and I think that we have more contact with it on an hourly basis than ever before in human history, where if we look back at the Roman times, you would have your bathhouse discussion, and that was where you got your news, and that was, once a day for maybe an hour, and now you've got current day, where people literally have access to media in their phones at all times, and they're on social media all day long. They're on TV, watching TV all day long. They're looking at various sites all day long, to where you've got more, if you are involved in the media, you have more than you would have had throughout media history. And I think there's something huge to say for that too. That's a lot of time that you can impact somebody.
Here's the point. I think one of the most important topic or thing in survivalism or preparing is basically information. I also keep saying that in my time, and when I say my time, I think about my wartime experience. It was and before war, information was harder to get information. Today it is much more easier to get information, but from the other side there are a whole bunch of wrong information today. So basically we are almost at a similar place. We have much more information, but much more information are not true. So as a result, we need to dig through the whole bunch of, let's say, garbage to see right information. And that's the danger, actually. And also today people are used to get information. People tend to need to get information in split moment. It is feeling that, oh, I want to know everything and I want to know it right now. And that's the danger. So because of whole body like that, you can have a situation, and I will use the example here again, just to simplify it. You can have one news in let's say on some social media where there is a dark video or very very low quality photography where people with particular signs or on hats or caps are beating kids somewhere, and you can heat up situation with that information, and you can bring 10,000 of people out on the street for the riot and killing somebody by posting that information, and that information can be obviously false, but nobody care because actually those 10,000 people do not care because they want information right now. They do not want to check information. They just want to act immediately based on that they saw. So nobody information, nobody thinking about information. Everybody's just seeing and acting immediately, and that's part of that danger with media today. You can if you are smart, if you are connected with right media, you can bring 10,000 of very angry people on the street of one city in, let's say, 1 hour, if you are smart and if you have connection, and you can, let's say, you can lead them to do something, even if information is false. But if you are smart enough and have connection, you can do that, and that's the actually danger to part of is that planting information from particular kind of people or system, and other part of danger is people not want to check information and people wanting to act immediately on some information.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think, like you were saying, a large part of it's intellectual laziness, where people are too lazy to do the legwork of the research to figure out, hey, is this actually true or not, what I'm hearing? And the second part is, like you were saying as well, the appeal to emotion. If you can get people's emotions just boiling, literally like a part of their brain shuts off to where now they're not thinking logically anymore. They're thinking through the fight or flight whole system, and they're letting their emotions rule them. Can make very stupid decisions when that happens. And I mean, that's anybody could look at their own personal history and think of an argument that they got into with somebody that they did love and care about, and they said something stupid because they let their emotions take over them, and it's that on steroids.
Of course, and people are ready to fact here, and it is a matter of human psychology. Sorry, people are ready to do a whole bunch of things that they are usually are not ready to do when they find themselves in a group of large people. This is another topic, but it is connected to that, let's say, pattern of false information, people reacting to information, people going out on the street in big number. From that, we can met with that group actually to bring it more to be more radical with ideas. You can start huge things with let's say base of 10,000 people. However, this sounds ridiculous to you. Some of the coups or government throw-ups in the world are done with less number of people. What I'm trying to say, if you are prepper today in this kind of world, you need to pay attention to a lot of things, and one of those things is people reacting emotional on some news, and in reacting emotionally in large numbers. So you as a prepper should, when everybody reacting is emotional, you should sit down and rethink and rethink about that information, and something that I always repeating, always ask yourself who could stand behind that information and who could have a reason of planting that information.
Yep. Who benefits from moving?
Yes, exactly.
Yep. So you'd mentioned that's one of the things that people need to be aware of at the moment. What are some of the other things that you believe people need to be aware of at the moment that is currently happening within society, not only within American society, but within society at large as well?
Mm-hmm. there is something that, fragmentation. It works on, but for the sake of this conversation, let's say that world is getting fragmented again because of many reasons. World is getting fragmented. So if you look yourself in your, let's say, community wherever you live, you might notice that services and products that you use to have what's the word, approach or ability to buy or find or exercise are shrinking. World is getting fragmented in ways of how many products, how many services can offer to you as an individual. So you as a prepper should be ready to do something again that I called shrinking. You need to, as a prepper, to prepare to cut off a lot of your activities and physical items. This sounds a bit radical, but it is not yet. I'm not talking that you need to run and hide. No, I'm just talking about the fact that you need to be ready to cut off a lot of your luxuries from the two, because of two reasons. First, your economic, your personal, let's say, power is probably going down. A second, ability of system to provide you with goods and services is not going to be same, or is not already same like it was a few years ago. So you need to shrink yourself, or to be ready to live without those goods and services in real life. What I'm talking about, we are in modern societies. We do not really we cannot distinguish. And however this rude might be, I'm talking mostly about Western societies, or let's say a lot of people in US maybe is not ready to distinguish necessity from luxury. These times are times where you need to lay off or cut off luxuries and to keep necessities. Something that people having hard time to understand, and I see this all the time through the online and in real courses. People cannot really distinguish what is necessary versus what is luxury. You need to cut off luxuries. Does this make sense to you? It is time to cut luxuries right now and to learn how to live just with necessities versus luxuries.
And as far as fragmentation, you're referring to so after 9/11 here in the States, everybody was an American. Like, that's how you looked at everybody. And now it's like, oh, well, what's their political beliefs? Or, oh, where are they from? Is that what you're referring to as far as fragmentation, where you have a society that's breaking and breaking and breaking?
Yes, that's the other side of fragmentation. And again, it is something that I saw before this whole set of Balkan wars. Fragmentation is happening on many levels. And it is very connected with polarization, and at the end it will be connected with dehumanization. I can use example on who felt as American years ago, and let me say right at the beginning, maybe example is not going to be good, but I'm talking from the point of person who is not American. So I'm sorry if I'm missing the point. If men felt years ago as American and saw on other people as American several years ago, a lot of people today feeling something else, let's say, feel much more like Texan. He cannot feel that American part in himself anymore. Why? Many reasons, but let's say he is not approving American politics in concerning his own state, Texas. He much more feeling today as a Texan, and he's actually opposing American when I say America, I mean U.S. Politics on whole U.S. level. Is this make sense to you? What I'm trying to say. So fragmentation is going on that level, but as situation going to deteriorate, it is going to be to go on a much smaller level. So there is going to be times when people of one city do not want to have anything with state, are not approving main state policies or main state direction. So that's a fragmentation. So they are feeling, okay, we are city. We do not want, this city do not want to share your political or state political, main political direction. We want to be, I'm not going to radical here to say we are wanting to be state alone. No, we are going to oppose you in any of your decision. I saw that in my time, and it's going that direction from country level to the city level. However, this may sound funny to you. We are going to see fragmentation of between states. We are seeing that for years here in Europe. You are going to see over there, and that's the fragmentation that are going to go to even smaller level. Why? Well, choose whatever you want from political view, from to the sexual views, to the when anything that can be used as a polarization with people, it is going to be used.
Yeah, and we're really seeing that over here. I've traveled through a good amount of the U.S., and it doesn't matter where you go. You can always find, when you go out someplace, where they're like, yeah, that part of the state doesn't really represent us. Those are the fake Texans in Houston. Those are the fake over in Dallas. The real Texans are everywhere else. You look at, I mean, that's in that state where that is going on, where, yeah, I can see that fragmentation of society. And as far as that, within that setting, that's, I would say, pretty much a state. Even in California, people in California argue the case that, yeah, we need to be separated from Southern California because Southern California is nuts, and Northern California is the normal, down-to-earth people.
Yes, and again, let me just say again that I use Texas example, just an example. I've never been in Texas. I do not know what's the situation over there. I'm talking from my experience and from huge media bombardment I'm using as what I'm trying to explain. So any state probably can be used for as an example. And again, I saw this happening before huge problems, huge troubles. Simply a whole bunch of fragmentation and polarization, and at the end come that dehumanization. When you see that some political option or rule or religious group of people or any other orientation is being dehumanized, called like less valued people, less important, called like if we eradicate this group of people for greater good, we are going to be much better people. However, this sounds stupid. I heard this before. So it's going. I'm sorry, but it is going in that direction, I think.
So how do you pull people out of that propaganda? If you've got somebody that's completely immersed in it, where they're swallowing everything hook, line, and you love the person, how do you pull them back to saying, no, like, that's a lie. Why? Don't fall for that. This is the truth over here, and I'm not playing a mind game with you or anything. Like, following that logic that you are doing with mainstream media will lead you down a very dark path. How do you pull people away from that?
Now here, because me as a prepper, this thought in my head, I'm not going to pull out anybody who from that he sunk in it too deep. Tomorrow, when times get really radical and bad, that person going to remember my opinion, my stand wherever I was stand, and him, because when situation gets really bad, whoever have different opinion is going to have a very bad time. If I have a different opinion from the group who is going to get on power, I'm going to be in danger if I share that opinion publicly or with him. I hope you are following me with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a prepper, I'm saying this in matter of OPSEC. Yes, I'm saying that if you are talking about really close friend or family member, of course, you need to work with. Hey, I saw people. I've seen people in online world that are hooked on some kind of propaganda, like being hooked on drugs. So it is so much work with those people that it needs nerves, time, and good sources of information. Let's say I would try to switch off that guy from sources of information that is switched on now, and switch it on in some kind of, let's say, not mainstream media. I would try to show him whole bunch of different opinions. I do that for myself. When I read something that I like or that is go with my views, I try to read other opinion of same topic and see maybe I'm wrong, only because I like that, if you understand me. So I will try to do the same with the guy, but don't connected with this is other problem that I really point out often to preppers. Now it is not really good time to go, let's say, on social networks and publicly share your opinions about important topics, about important, let's say, to publicly share your political opinions. If you are prepper, you need to understand that you always need to not keep your mouth closed, but be careful about what kind of information you are sharing about yourself. Because if you are survivalist or prepper, you can see clearly that you are going into that we are all going into the pretty bad direction, more or less. So we cannot really see how bad situation is going to be. Maybe we are going into the direction where system that will rule tomorrow will not like what we shared today. And we might be punished or called out for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's
you.
That's an excellent quote too. Tomorrow will not like what we shared today.
Yeah, and we are already living in some kind of world like that, because this whole cancel, I think you call it cancel, yes. This whole cancel thing is clearly showing to us that there is a whole system that is made, and it works pretty good in terms, not good, it works pretty effective in shutting you down or shushing you down. So if you want to say something, to share something, you need to go through many ways to share it, not just to share it immediately publicly, because you can today you can be cancelled or shut down, tomorrow you can disappear tomorrow, and I saw that too from my experience. Again, do not think that events like that can happen only in some weird part of the world. It can happen in your city tomorrow. We never know. I hope this I may be overcomplicated. I hope this answers your question.
Well, yeah, and we've seen that here in the States as well, where people that had particular political placards out in their yard for a politician, they had their homes targeted by people that, whether they ran over the signs or targeted the house or whatnot. We've seen, I wouldn't think that anybody that lived within the South would have thought that you would have had something like what happened in North Carolina, where an autonomous zone is set up outside of Asheville, and other places as well that happened throughout the states. I'm sure nobody ever thought that would happen. And then it did. And there was a lot of violence that was associated with that just really it seemed like it manifested out of thin air in 2020, just all of a sudden that summer.
there's a that story about frog being thrown into the bowl of lukewarm water and that slowly heaten up, and that frog is not going to jump out from the bowl. It is going to be cooked alive. And again, a frog that is going to be thrown into the bowl of very warm water, that frog, as story says, going to jump out. If you carefully doing things for years, you are going to form people to act, or more precisely, not to act on that events, or even you can form public opinion that those events are in your favor, and those events and action will work for you. And as I said, it is a matter of a greater good. If as a common man, stop down for a couple of minutes and think in what kind of society, rules, laws, and whatnot living today, you can see that you can say maybe, oh my God, this is horrible. It is horrible society. What we are doing, or what kind of democracy is this? Because some actions are completely out of mind, and you would never expect that those actions may happen. But somehow we are, or most of the people are being brought to that situation. I guess again, media have a huge impact of that. Water is water in that huge bowl is being heated slowly. Yes, from time to time, water is being turned to very, very hot, and people they're out of their mind, or very angry. But again, water is turned down to the not hot, and it is slowly heating up. And some of us, actually, as a preppers, we all should recognize that water is warm, very warm. It is hot. We are dying. We are as those frogs. We are dying. Actually, we are not dying. Our rights, freedoms, options, or our way of life that we should have, it is dying.
Yep, and I think there's even carryover where we see that same principle in effect with people's daily lives, where whether you're talking about people that have just recently gotten out of being incarcerated or whatever, and normally it never started off as all of a sudden one day they decided they were going to do this huge, terrible crime. It started with something little, where one day they stole $1 from somebody, and then they stole something bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and like the frogs in the pot, things are getting hotter and hotter and hotter till all of a sudden now you're at that point where, like that something bad just happened.
Yes, here we have saying that is, and saying goes back to the days when the war actually stopped, when peace treaty was signed, and saying goes like this. It's very short actually. It says all is good until nobody's shooting at you from a rifle, or all is good, nobody's shooting at you. So whatever bad is happened, people say here, all is good, nobody's shooting at you from rifle. So we are living in kinda, you can transfer this saying even to any part of the world. So fuel is go sharply up, all is good, nobody's shooting at you. You lost your job, all is good, nobody's still shooting at you. You divorced because and you cannot see your kids because you lost job and horrible economic situation, you lost your house. All is good, nobody's shooting at you. It is not good. All is very bad. Yes, nobody's shooting at you yet, but when they start to shoot at you, it can be late. So that saying can be transferred to many parts of the world,
where people just they put it into either all the way at a 0 on the scale or a 10, where, hey, as long as everything's not a 10 on the scale,
yes.
I'm okay.
Exactly like that. Yes.
Yep. So what are your thoughts on like other things that you're seeing, particularly within America? Are there other signs of like, like people there just, y'all need to be on guard. You need to be taking care of your family and all that you're seeing?
Again, my biggest take from that, and again, I connected very much with my experience from immediately before these Balkan wars and from the war. My biggest and most important take on that is simple Balkanization of U.S. Now, again, whenever I was very and I am very careful of using examples from my society to the example over there. Years ago, people would most often comment to that Balkanization of U.S. would be this: oh, but you have socialistic society in that time. We do not have that. We have real democracy or whatever. In states, we don't have communism. Communism or socialism is just words. So people in U.S. maybe or in Western world imagine communism or socialism like something that is portrayed in black and white Russian movies. I think I don't really think that they're understanding what they are talking about when they say socialism and communism. Years ago, I will be careful to say this, but right now I can say that a lot of things that are happening over there in Western societies, in US definitely, are pretty much similar that happen in socialism society, in socialism world. And I know what I'm talking about. I grow up in socialistic societies. So basically, I think you are getting close. You're already there, actually, to the moment where system. Yeah, I will use word system, where system is wanting to get so much involved in your everyday life that you can call it almost socialistic, and that's very bad. Again, it is going to be involved, and it is involved based on the fact that are portraying your that involvement with words. We are doing this because of your good. I'm raised from my childhood in system that was saying to me that everything that they are ordering me is for my own good, even where they are stripping me from some basic freedoms. They are doing that for my own good. I see that over there. You can say, no, it is not like that. Maybe it's not like that, of course, 100%, but there are a lot of things that society over there, not only over there, everywhere, is doing for your own good. And I would be really suspicious, is it for my own good, or is it just for me being more dependent from that system? Let me say this again. Years ago, I would call this what I said right now, something like conspiracy theory. As I go older and older, I see, and this is fact for me, I see that a lot of my things that I think about them, like of conspiracy theorists, are actually being true. So yes, you are being much more controlled from the system. I need to answer your question on simple way. Stuff that I don't see, that I see over there and I don't like, and I see it similar that was happening to me, is fact that you are being much more controlled, or a system is trying to much more control you through whole bunch of things, of fact that they want you to be much more economically dependent from the system, or they want to be they want to control you through the stripping you from some rights and freedoms, or much more control. You are being much more controlled from the system, and that's not good.
Yeah, and I think you're right. There's a lot of hubris with that, where someone says, well, this is for your own good. Well, how come you get to decide what that is? Why do you think that you have more say in my life than I do with my life? Why do you think of yourself as so smart? Are the questions that comes to my mind. Someone's like, yeah, we're doing this to you for your own good.
Well, here's the interesting thing. One thing that I always love or admired about you over there, about system US over there, is fact that or at least that was my my opinion, or at least that was how I seeing you, how I saw you, is fact that individual over there had the rights and freedoms that are like written in stone. Maybe that was my idealistic view from here, but I always had that view about US, and I loved that, and I admired that a lot. I think you are losing that. And that's horrible.
Yep, I think you're right. People are no longer viewing people as, well, first of all, people no longer believe in absolute truth, and when you take away that, that's what you get. And yeah, it ends up being a mess with it. But hey, man, we've got 3 minutes left. Let's talk about your books a little bit and where people can find you at if they want to read more of what you've written.
Yes, of course. I have right now 3 books. You can check it on Amazon by Selko Begovic name. 2 of my books are my books actually, and my work from my blog and blog over there on organicprepper.com and shtfschool.com. And third book is written with my good friend and my another instructor from my physical courses, Toby Cavern. So you can check it on Amazon. You can check what I write on these 2 blogs that I right now mentioned. Basically, that's it. Again, for this last 2 or 3 minutes, I need to point out this really hard. I'm not talking about conspiracy theories at all. I'm talking from my experience from that war time and things that I see right now and things that I hear from connection with whole bunch of other people from worldwide.
Yep, and yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. And again, like we were saying, like you can easily look back in history and you don't have to look far to see all kinds of examples of, wow, there's nothing new under the sun here. And we're seeing the same stuff play out today in our time that these people saw, and these people saw, and these people saw, and these people saw.
Definitely, everything that is happening already happened before. Just check it out. Read books. Check it out.
Yep. Well, hey, man, thank you very much for coming on to the show. It was a blast having you, and I appreciate, and the listeners do as well, getting to listen to your expertise on the things that we were talking about today.
Thank you very much.
All right, y'all. Well, I will be signing out. This is Aiden Tate. If you want to check out some of the stuff I've written, go on Amazon. One of my most recent books is What School Should Have Taught You, and it's looking at the things that school didn't teach you. You know the Pythagorean theorem, but it didn't teach you how to look for rent, insurance, and all that. So check that out. That's available on Amazon, and I am signing out.
A person who advocates and practices preparedness. One ready for any event that would disrupt their daily routine. That is a prepper.
Hello, everyone out there in Internet Radio Land. This is Dave Jones, the NBC guy, and I am traveling again. Yes, I am out and about and on my own. I'm on the work release program. The warden has released me. I joke. I'm going to an appointment, and I'll probably do a little. It's 50 minutes one way to this appointment, so I got about 2 hours here. It's a beautiful Friday, 68 degrees. Right now, it's no humidity. Kind of feels fallish in the air, you know. I think the growing season is coming to a close. Now, here's what we're doing. We're planting onions and garlic and things that can go further into the fall and winter because they're underground. So, Maria has this, I don't know, biological clock, I guess. And she just remembers what they did when she lived in Romania, and you know, once you harvest the corn and that stuff. So I don't know if this winter's going to be a long one, a cold one. We do have the greenhouse, but as I said on another daily audio cache, it is not a panacea. It is not the answer to all your agro problems. We put stuff in the greenhouse, and it got too hot, and they burned up. And I'll tell you what, it's a tool. It is a tool. We're gonna have it in the. I didn't have it complete last spring, so we couldn't start anything in it. But now it's done, so we'll be able to start things. And really don't know how we're gonna grow in the winter. I do have a small wood burning stove, so if we need to heat it, we can. We'll see. I'm joking because I have no wood cut for my stove so far. Yeah. Well, that's my weight management program. You know, you got to cut wood on a daily basis to keep the fire going. So, and no matter if it's snowing or not, you got to cut that wood. So that's my workout. I'll tell you what, up until a few years ago, I was splitting the wood by hand with a maul, so it was quite the workout. Now I have a gas-powered hydraulic splitter, which still kind of hurts, but not as bad as swinging that maul, boy. Whew. Did you hear Dane D? How about Toolman Tim? Reparedness. Yeah, they are two great shows that's on PBN. The Relentless Prepper Broadcasting Network. That's us. We never stop. One of these days, I'm actually going to have enough time to sit down and do a show instead of all these daily audio caches. But, you know, this is my way to talk to you on a more regular basis and share. Now, after listening to last week's Carl B, boy, wasn't he a ray of sunshine last week? He was just full of positivity and hope. Boy, oh boy. He does give you that disclaimer before he starts his show. You know, truthfully, I don't really look in the news too much. I don't really have a regular news following. I rarely click on Drudge anymore because I know how they are. I mean, it was obvious when Trump was in which way Drudge was going, and mainly it's because of the mainstream news media. How are you going to report if everybody's reporting one way? And even Fox News, when Chris Wallace went after Trump during the debate. You know, and you could almost see the shock on Trump's face. He was like, "What the heck are you doing?" You know? But that kind of... And then Chris Wallace, he jumped ship and went to CNN, and so there you go. I guess... I hate to say it, but I guess everybody has a price, right? Everybody has a price. Oh, man. Where am I going with this daily audio cache? Hey, Dane D did another one of his shows on the World War II resistance fighters. Fantastic show. I'm saving it for when I get back home because I'm building the shelves. I am building the shelves in the root cellar right now. I have built the stairs successfully. I'm going to have to modify them a little bit, but because the shelves, I'm doing 8-foot shelves. That way I don't have to cut the 2x4s. They're 22 to 24 inches wide, which means they can double as a bunk bed. Yeah, you could sleep on them if you have to. And they're made out of 2x4s. So I'm going to put them probably too high, so you're going to have 4 big shelves, 2 on each side, 8 feet long, and still waiting to get a little more dirt on top of it, and I'm going to insulate the lid, do all that. So I'm pretty excited about building them shelves. You know, this thing here has been a project that's been going on for like 2 years now. Mainly because my excavator, I kind of get all the leftovers, so I can't complain because I'm paying like $100 for a load of dirt, you know, fill dirt. So but I have to be on his schedule. So it's taking quite a while. And then he'll bring his Bobcat over and only charge me for the hours on the Bobcat, not labor or anything like that. So I'm getting a hell of a deal. It's just, it's not on our timetable. But I made my 4th trip to Walmart to get more canning jars. How about that? Huh? We already had a lot of canning jars, but thank God Walmart has them right now, because you remember 2 years ago when COVID hit, everybody was staying home and they got the idea, hey, let's can some food, and Walmart was out. You couldn't find a canning jar anywhere. Well, they fixed that problem, and they're actually had a lot of cans at the beginning of the season. Now they're down to the leftovers. So, but they had them when I was there yesterday, so that's good. So it is Friday. Carl B will be up by noon, I'm sure of it. And tomorrow, Aiden Tate. Hope Aiden's back. I know everything's getting ready for prepper camp. Oh my gosh. Yep, everything's getting ready for prepper camp. Oh man, if you don't have your tickets for prepper camp, I just have to say, what is wrong with you? Yes. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. And then Sunday, I will be on the Changing Earth podcast with Sarah Hathaway and Chin Gibson. I don't know. They asked me to come on last week, and I was up in the hills with the hillbillies in Pennsylvania, and I could not join, so we made it this week. So we're going to be talking about some, I'll let Sarah tell you. It's going to be an interesting show. You definitely want to tune in Sunday night. So, in the Changing Earth, Sarah covers things that are going on with the sun, earthquakes, volcanoes, all kinds of things that are going on with the earth. Man, did that add a great dimension to the Prepper Broadcasting lineup. It's almost like this mixture of people and preparedness was meant to be. It's like you have something. There's something for everyone on Prepper Broadcasting. So that's Sarah's thing, the Changing Earth. And what we're going through right now is a period of sunspot activity and flares, okay? Now, these sunspots and flares are not very big, but there's two things that are affecting this. First of all, the electromagnetic field of the world is weakening, and that is an actual fact. So even though the flares are not very big, the effects on the world are larger than they should be because we don't have the protection we did. Another thing, our electricity demand and electronic advancements have never been so big. We've never had this amount of satellites. We've never had this amount of electric cars. Do you understand that we're technologically advanced way more now than we were 20 years ago, and that technology is vulnerable to a coronal mass ejection. So these convergences of situations, well, I'll let Sarah tell you about it on Sunday night. But, I am the NBC guy, and I worry more about what the sun's doing than I do anything that human beings are doing. Okay? The electromagnetic pulse, EMP, that can be generated from nuclear explosions is nothing compared to what the sun can do. It's like a pinprick compared to, your worst slasher movie. That's the difference. So I'm more concerned over what the sun's doing than nuclear exchange. Hey, and if you're worried about nuclear weapons and the threat of nuclear attack, download the free book that James and I put together. Back when Russia was going into Ukraine and threatened nuclear war every other day, I think they still are threatening it, but, after you don't do anything, it kind of gets old, like crying wolf. Anyway, we put together about a 28-page book on what you can do, questions and answers, the real stuff, not get in your house, hide, and wait. wait for word. Yeah, like, oh boy, like our government is really. The other day, you know how they do the emergency alert test. Well, the other day it went off on my phone, and there was no announcement. There was no, this has been a test of the emergency broadcast system. There was none of that. And I thought, oh my God, is this it? Is this the one? I think someone hit the button by mistake. But there was nothing that followed the tone, the bam, bam. Now they do bam, bam, bam. Used to be beep. How many of you are old enough to remember the old tone? Yeah. So they did an actual study on what is the most annoying sound, and that bam, 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 one. So that's why it gets your attention. Oh, geez, I digress. PBN family, why would you go anywhere else for your news and information other than PBN? Right? Get the shows that you like the best. Listen to them every week. Support our sponsors. Become a member. If you become a member, you're one of our sponsors all by yourself. And I'm telling you, membership, inexpensive and way worth it. Way worth it. The Gardener, this was a few months ago. He said it was the best $60 he ever spent in prepping. Best $60 he ever spent on prepping. So there you go. You have that from an actual PBN listener and now a guy that became a member. And all you people across the pond, so to speak, everybody in the UK, we're going to have a UK connection shortly here on PBN. So we're going to be covering the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and sometimes Australia. Yes, we have a special reporter in Australia that gives us updates whenever something happens down under. So there you go. We are a multinational news organization. How about that? I'm excited to be a part of Prepper Broadcasting Network. And PBN family, remember, it doesn't matter what people call you. It only matters what you believe. Right? It doesn't matter what people think of you. It only matters what you, in your heart, believe. Because, sticks and stones, right? Take care, PBN family, and prep on.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streamed live on YouTube, Facebook, Float, Odyssey, Telegram, Twitch, and the Prepper Broadcast Network, as well as TikTok this evening. Hello, folks over there. Welcome back to the workshop where we clear community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I am Coolman Tim, and today is October 26th, 2022, and this is episode 192 of the Workshop Podcast. And it seems like it's been forever since we've been on the podcast, but really it was just Monday morning, so how is everybody? Everybody butcher. I'll be throwing up the food this evening. Wants to know what my favorite maple syrup dish is. We will stare that and we will get back to that later on, because I always have to answer those Canadian questions, eh? So, how has everybody been? It has been a busy week. I am 9 days away from leaving for yet another road trip to the States, trying to get everything tied up, hopefully before snow country hits here. But anyway, that's, it is what it is. We're heading into November, and I'm in Alberta, so I guess we should expect it by now. So, 3 quick announcements. Actually, we got a couple extras this week, but we're going to knock them out quick. Patch of the Month Club, you guys have heard me plug it like crazy. Just need to hear from the subscribers. Sounds like Canada Post may have done me real dirty, and some of the patches did not make it there. I'm working on some alternative shipping methods because I do not like Canada Post, as my buddy Chris Dixon knows very well. He doesn't do it. But anyway, not something we enjoy, and if it's an issue, you know I'll make it right. Just want to see who didn't get theirs, and I will send you out your missing patch along with the new patch as soon as they get here. Okay, number 2. Episode 200 is going to hit while I'm gone, but that's fine. I am looking forward to episode 250. To me, that is a milestone. Looks like it's going to happen around February, the 1st of February, which is cool, because I always do a big giveaway anyway for Groundhog Day. Howdy, Jen. I see somebody just dropped by. We've got a whole bunch of people coming through on TikTok. So episode 250 is going to be right around don't have those. So we're going to do a massive kind of celebration giveaway. So a couple of things, guys. Number one, if you have any ideas as to what you'd like me to do, send them my way. And if you'd like to be part of it, you don't necessarily have to donate or give anything as a giveaway, but if you just want to be part of the celebration, let me know. But if you want to throw something in, I would love to do just a massive celebration for that. So it'd be really, really cool. Hey, Mike from Small Creek Homestead, how are you? Renegade Butcher says work is picking up at the beer shop. Yes, 'tis the season for that. Absolutely. Let's see. Episode 200, Parts of the Month Club, Purple Broadcast Network, guys. This is Thursday night. We are also live over there. I'd like you to support my family at PBN and my fellow content creators. If you're always struggling to find good new podcasts and you haven't subscribed to Purple Broadcast Network in your podcast feed, why not? They're incredible. There's so many good people over there. You've got Ryan and Colin from the Next Generation podcast. You've got James from the Iron Liberty. You've got Nadia Facts podcast, and a whole bunch more. So if you're looking for a lot of freedom-minded podcasts based around preparedness and all things like that, then add them to it. Podcast feed, guys. Today's tool, Uri, the True Blue Pipe Shield. If you follow me on social, you know what I have been working on, and it is just that. I am installing the grass lines to my garage so I can have permanent heat in my garage. And if you haven't used True Blue Pipe Shield, that shit is awesome. It's for water and for grass lines. You get $10 for a little tub like that. You just turn it on and it kind of fills its way into the gaps in between the threads. I just love it. And finally, guys, here is the shit of the week. You want to see that? Not participating in the new normal. You can see that over on TikTok as well. Came from my buddy John Willis at originalSOEgear.com at SOE Tactical. If you guys are looking for some pretty cool and obviously connected with that Twitch, that's the place to go. Hey, and I gotta give a shout out, guys. This is, Nate and Aaron from Two Tricks Homestead. They have a podcast of their own. Follow them, but they launched their own Telegram group today, and we're kind of giving them the workshop hub today, sending people that way. So if you're looking for another group to interact in, always somewhere to go. Let's have a sip of the good old fashioned. Alright. So, Renegade Butcher says we need Tim's voice on Waze. You know what? I'm going to sound like an old man. I don't know what Waze is, but that's totally fine. So we're going to start out tonight, guys. I'm seeing, I believe it was my buddy Paul Brown over on Purple Broadcast Network that shared this story. And it was a news story, came from Bloomberg News, so whether you respect it or not, it came from a place that people recognize anyway. But the title said, New York, New England, rations heating oil even before peak winter. Now here's the thing, guys. I just recorded an episode that's going to come up in a little while, and it's about how, around the right area. It's all about how I do not like to spend a lot of time talking about politics and talking about news stories, because you can get caught up in the fear-mongering and all of that jazz that's no good at all. It's not good for anybody, because all we do is we end up focusing on fear, we don't focus on solutions, but on occasion, I will come across certain news stories that I'm like, hey, we should probably be paying attention to this. That's about it. Kind of like the rolling blackouts. I want to go back there. You guys remember at the beginning of summer how the entire friggin' world was scared that we were going to have rolling blackouts all summer? And how'd that work out for most people? Most people I talked to, no issue at all. I mean, were there blackouts? Sure there were some, but it wasn't like CNN and Fox News were telling me that the entire world was going to be suffering from rolling blackouts. No, we have other issues we're dealing with now, but that was something everybody was absolutely scared about at the moment. Hey, Lady Lou, shout out to Martinson family, good to have you. So remember, most things that we worry about never come to pass, that's the first thing. But this story caught my attention because you guys know I do a lot of talking about the systems of the home and things that we look after, doing maintenance, making sure we have fuel on hand. So this story kind of jumped up and grabbed me. But the first thing I need to share with you guys is, remember, been a highlight to White Guard, over on TikTok. Bonjour, they said, good to have you. So the first thing, guys, is information helps get rid of fear. Now, focusing on it altogether can end up ruining you. It can put you down in a bad rabbit hole. But what we're going to do tonight, the same thing I did a few months ago when it came to growing blackouts. Dig into the story, find the truth behind it, focus on solutions, and then move on. Because we're all people who are into preparedness at different rocks in the journey in our life, and we're going to see how we can work through things like this without getting lost in the fear of it, because that does nothing for nobody. Remember, most things we worry about never even happens. But, so here's the thing, and of course, they love to use the word ration in the headlines, because, oh, that's so scary, I can't have what I need, blah, 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 right? Legitimate. That word ration scares the shit out of people, because what does it do? It automatically harkens back to a time long before us, during World War II, when there was nothing for nobody. Here's the deal. They're not rationing the customers. You can walk into any retailer. Okay, let's back up a little bit first, because thermosolar, if you don't know, very similar to diesel. We're going to talk about that. 1/3 of the East Coast, kind of the New England area, the maritime provinces in Canada, 1/3 of the homes use heating oil, which is a form of diesel, to heat their homes, right? So, that's an issue. But, as far as the entire continent goes, it's really not. But I wanted to use this as a use case, because we have a lot of followers over on that road. That's the area I grew up. We always had fuel oil or furnace oil as a backup source of heat in our home. So I wanted to chat about it a little bit. White Gurus, over on TikTok says I worry about many things that are bad. That's okay, yeah. So, first off, they're not rationing the customers. Impact Nation, good to have you, my friend. What they're doing is they're delivering fuel to retailers based on past purchases, that sort of thing. So, you may not get all you ask for, but you are going to get some. There's no place right now where you could walk in and they'll say, sorry, you're only allowed this much. There's your ration card. That's not the issue. So what are some solutions we can look at? We're going to work our way through this article. We're going to talk about it. We're going to see what we can end up. And these kind of points of view definitely are an issue. This is something that works for whether you're talking about natural gas, propane, wood, electricity. You know, there's different ways we can look at this. But, so if you're doing some sort of liquid fuel that gets delivered to your house, get on automatic delivery. Never let it get low. I know the price can get a little out of hand sometimes, but keeping it topped up ends up not costing you as much. Now, it would have been nice if I'd have seen this article a month ago, but what do we always say, the second best time to grow a tree is today. So, the best time to fill up would be now, of course, if you can. But early fall, late summer is always the best time to fill up. Heating oil, any of that type of thing, to take advantage of those locked-in kind of prices. And, now, here's the thing. Furnace oil is available all across the area. You may find certain retailers that have sold out of it because this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, guys. When you read these articles, people get scared and they're like, oh, shit, I better get and get it. So then people run it and get it. And then that causes a shortage. So you may need to shop around a little bit. Check 3 or 4 places before you're going to get the fuel you need. Again, just how you have to deal with situations like this. Another thing, you guys have heard me say, 2 is 1, 1 is 1, 3 is a guarantee. Always have a backup heat source. That should just go without saying earlier. I mean, I live in the prairies. If my if that heat goes out, it's minutes or maybe an hour or 2 before things get real serious. If you live somewhere where it's a little warmer, not as big a deal. But always have some sort of backup. Even if that's one of those little buddy or big buddy propane heaters, guys, you just want to have some way to heat yourself just in case. Now, here's the thing. I told you about this. If you are one of the people that lives on the East Coast and you heat with furnace oil, you probably know this. But if you're a new homeowner or somebody who is just getting into it, or just moved to the East Coast, you're in a pinch. You can burn diesel too. They're basically the same thing. You can find some articles talking about just that from suppliers. So here's the thing. I found this quote for you. Diesel, sold at many gas stations, is an acceptable replacement for home heating oil in virtually all furnaces. Both diesel and heating oil number 2 are mid-level and mid-weight distillations of petroleum that produce roughly the same amount of heat and can be burned by the same systems. But do not end up getting that confused with gasoline. Okay, guys? Anyway, let's move on. Now, there isn't a shortage of furnace oil, even though they say they're rationing it. There isn't. What there is a supply issue right now. So the product exists, they just can't get it to market fast enough. What's going on on right now is there's a couple of things. So I want to dig in. Delivery. So the delivery of furnace oil right now is being priced higher than further down the road. That's not always the case. So when that happens, people are like, well, you know, I waited in a while to take delivery because the price right now is too much money. So the retailers are playing this game. The guys that bring the meat in back, they're playing the game as well. So sometimes it can't hurt to just sit on it for a little while and wait, because what they're going to do is they're going to say, oh shit, you know, I'm not selling this stuff because I'm post-driving because this has happened all the time. One guy says furnace oil is basically gasoline. It isn't. It's similar, but do not mix the two up. Gasoline is way more volatile. Do not use gasoline in your furnace. You can use diesel in your furnace and furnace oil, but just don't use gasoline. Otherwise, you'll get yourself in real trouble. But that's okay. Oh, I see my dad over on TikTok. Oh, you see that? So yeah, another thing. Prices up 60% over last year. Everybody's been using whatever has happened the last few years to raise prices. Artificial inflation, possibly. However, the price is up quite a bit right now. So what that's doing to retailers is they're feeling the pinch in the credit line. So what's happening is they used to be able to buy, say, 1,000 liters of it. Now that same dollar can only buy 600 liters of fuel. Again, it puts a pinch on the retailers. Everybody's feeling it. Customers are buying less because the price is up. There's more supply on the way. They said there's a pipeline, a full pipeline that's starting to pump, and there's cargo heading to the region. So right now it seems like a waiting game. If I had to do it, if I had to make, let's put it this way. If you put a gun in my head and said, Tim, make a choice, I would almost say, if you have enough furnace oil right now, I'd sit on it for a little bit and buy some in a month. Because my guess is it looks like the price is going to come down, because supply is going to slide into things a little bit better. But if it gets really fucking cold this winter, and the European sanctions get really bad, I don't know where to go with it. But I would say, if you have enough, just wait a little while. It looks like the price is going to come down. But they always love to scare you with that price, with that word of ration, right? And what one guy says, your father's very smart, but I don't know what he's talking about right now. And that's always okay. So this is just one of those situations about fuel. Now, I hope that didn't go over everybody's head, but I thought this was something we needed to talk about a bit, because people get scared. But we've got to slide back and remember, hey, just because you might be worried you can't get enough fuel or whatever the future has, doing the normal preparations, everything that a sensible person would do is going to prepare you for situations like this. So let's slide on from that article. I didn't want to spend too much time diving into it. I just wanted to throw a few things at you so that you could know, hey, Tim said it's not really rational. Because it's not. Doesn't mean things might not get a little bit worse at times. But, again, if we're always living a prepared lifestyle, we're always taking another step forward, then it helps relieve a ton of that stress off of everybody's shoulders. Something we talk about all the time in the workshop. So, I want to share with you guys one more tip. A lot of times when I'm researching these shows, you'll come across these articles and be like, oh, hey, you've read 3 articles this month. You can't read this one for free anymore. Well, I'm not about to subscribe to 17 different newspapers. I'm not going to give them my money out if I don't have to. These articles have been free on Google News for years. Now all of a sudden a lot of them are putting up paywalls. You want to support them, go ahead. I'm not going to. The news is out there. You can get it in a lot of different places. But these guys in particular, if you just put the browser in incognito mode, they almost always will allow you to read the articles. So, do with that what you will, workshop people. Yes, and Renegade Butcher says, rationing doesn't matter if you have a private stockpile. Right. Do we call it stockpile? Yeah, we don't call it hoarding, right? Because when you buy things ahead of time to make sure your family and your loved ones are taken care of, that's called being prudent. That is something that families did for generations upon generations. Now, if you run out when there is a shortage and buy absolutely everything and then try to sell it to other people, that's called being a dickhead. Don't do that. So, be prudent, buy things ahead of time, so, you know, Monday, White Rum Dad says Canada has a strategic stockpile of maple syrup. Senator Butch will be very happy with that one. So I wanted to share with you guys today an interaction we had over on the Telegram group. You guys know I love our Telegram group. We have a great community with chat members over there where we chat back and forth. So I shared this story, and I wanted to share some positivity that came out of it. But I also wanted to share some of the, ups and downs that we all go through when we're trying to be just a little more prepared and looking out for life in general. 250 likes over on TikTok. Thank you, folks, for coming through and hitting the like button. So Chippin' Duck, I love that name. I'm using that name came from, but it doesn't matter. We got talking about this thing, and they said, I got on the Woodstock, plus some extra for the winter. So it doesn't really matter what happens. But sometimes I get pissed off that I'm not further in the direction that I want to go. But the fact that heating prices, food prices, gas prices have heavily affected my household just shows how far disconnected we have come from society's nonsense. It's important to look back where we've come from, right? Because it's so easy sometimes, guys, to focus on what we haven't done yet, what we haven't done at all, and that can beat you down. It can, kind of take the enjoyment out of life, and you're like, oh man, I just feel like I ought to do more and more and more, but you don't. Every step you've taken has taken you one more step toward living a prepared lifestyle, being more self-resilient, self-reliant, and all of that. So, when you get those blues, when it kind of hangs over your head a little bit, and like, shit, I need to do more. Well, you know what? Maybe you do. But stop for a minute, give yourself a break and say, hey, I've done a lot. I should be proud of this, because damn it, I have it, and I am, and I'm doing more of that. But just don't ever feel overwhelmed if you can help it. It's easy to get bogged down and worrying about how far you have to go. But here's the thing, every step you've taken brings you a little further on the road. And of course, every step you take puts you that much further ahead of all the unprepared average public that's out there. But like I said to them, the other day, just take a deep breath and realize, hey, anything you do is better than what most people aren't doing, right? And Erin from Teacher Homestead, I always love to plug them. She had such good advice. She said it's hard to remember how far and further we are than most that we've gotten. It's good just to stop and actually enjoy life without worrying or prepping. Now here's the thing, guys. We all talk about preparedness. We all talk about prepping. And news stories is news stories. It's the end of the world. No. You know what? Circle of influence, circle of concern. We sit down and we think, okay, what can I actually change in life? What can I actually change by worrying? Because I can promise you, when I've got shortages, you cannot change based on worrying on them. So, focus again, like Aaron said, on how far you've come, and any of the little steps. I've told the story before, but way back when I first started prepping, and I had my, I had some mustard pickles and some strawberry jam, and I thought, well, I can survive the end of the world. How funny is that? But I've made steps. I was proud. So just remember that. And this is something else I wanted to share with you guys. This came from a fellow Canuck, and they said a lot of people are not actually living when they get into the prepping space. It seems like for a period of time when they realize the whole world isn't right, and then sometimes people get stuck in that. So there's two ways. I always say fear is a great long-term motivator when it comes to prepping. So, slide back, Tim. Somebody's going to cut that and turn that in. No. Fear is a great short-term motivator. It gets you, a lot of people get brought into the preparedness space by something like Y2K, or 2012, or COVID, or whatever the fuck you want to talk about. But the problem is, you get nervous, and like, I gotta fix something. But then, when whatever the issue is you're scared of never happens, you're like, let's go back to living my head up my ass kind of life all the time. Or the other people end up sliding into, being prepared isn't a bad idea, so let's live with it. Let's work with it. So you've got two things. You either get into it because you're scared to death, and then you drop out, or you get into it and you're like, okay. But sometimes you just get so focused, you get those blinders on, and think, okay, it's time. I need to absolutely just just be busy doing all the pepper things, and then you're too fucking busy to worry about living life. You stop taking your kids places, you just say, okay, I'm going to sit in my bunker and eat mayonnaise and do absolutely nothing. Because the world's going to, no, we all need to live, we need to build businesses, we need to spend time with our family, we need to live, love, and laugh, whatever the hell that is. but you need to have a good time. You absolutely need to, right? Steve says, some parts of the country it will be cheaper to use electric space heaters than heating oil. You are 100% correct. And if that's the case, that might be a choice that some people have to use. Maybe look at some of those mini splits. My parents have put those in at use, and they've worked really, really well. Renegade says, I don't need it naturally, but propane isn't a backup to heat. Again, it never hurts to have a backup. Alright, so let's slide in. So I've got a few questions I took from YouTube this week. What Renegade says, live in long-term food. Yeah, she did credit me because I misquoted what I meant to say. Hey, Kentucky Sustainable Living, good to have you. And Mark says, I'm going to bring this up. We have 3 years of woodcut. Wood stove is burning right now. And I'll bet you, if you guys go and follow Michael and Snow Creek Homestead on YouTube, you'll see some pretty cool concoctions he's come up with for cooking on wood stoves. He has a real neat arm that kind of swings out and lets you put the frying pan right in the wood firebox. It's really cool. But Mike is a man of 1,000 inventions, so check him out for sure. But it's like a wood stove, having a pile of wood is like money in the bank. Because if it's stored properly, it's not going to rot. You know, I mean, have it prepped, have good air going through it, but look out for it. And you're never going to say, oh, man, I wish I hadn't touched so much wood. It's always good to have extra wood on hand for sure. But, hey there, good to have you. Since none of you here is propane, but when I rebuilt this house, I put an electric baseboard in each room. Again, why not? You know, you might not want to run electric baseboards off of a, gas-powered generator, but hey, if you're having trouble getting propane, or if your propane system goes down, then you've got that electric backup. Alright, so first one. This one is kind of funny. I had to share this with you guys. If you guys, I like to talk about generators. I had somebody share with me. If you guys, a few years ago, a bit ago, I did a review on the Gen Tent. It's that $159 tent that you can buy that mounts onto a generator. Suits a very specific purpose, and it's priced for that. Well, this person sent me a suggestion, I want to say, and they said, let's see if I can find it here. They said, go to Walmart to the camping aisle. Look for the kitty tents. They're cheap. The time for indoor camping. They might have a unicorn or a dragon on it, but the price is well worth it. They typically use flex rods at each corner, with self-standing design, cut the bottom out. After putting it together, now pop it over the gen set. Put it on the stick to the ground. 1 foot rain cover. We have the green turtle version. $159 is legal robbery for the generator tank. But I had a few facts on that. First off, I love the ingenuity of taking a kid's tank and putting it over a generator. If that's all you have and that's what you want to use, all the power to you. I get it. I love people coming up with ideas outside the box. But here's the thing. That gen tank is $159. And it's designed for people who don't have a place to store their generator outdoors and let it run. But here's the thing. A kitty tent isn't made with heat-resistant, not-resistant type material. That's number one. The gen tent has a see-through window so you can see the controls and has a flap for filling up the gas, and it's wind and snow rated. Does it justify the $159 price tag? Well, that's up to you. But comparing a little kid's tent to a gen tent that has been third-party verified to, protect your investment. If I'm spending $1,000 or $2,000 on a generator, and I can't keep it outdoors in a building, that's kind of an oxymoron, then I'm probably going to spend a little extra on the gen tent. Love the idea of having a green turtle version, but I just had to kind of jump in on that a little bit and talk about how they're not exactly the same thing. If that's all you have, and that's what you want to use, great. But the gen tent was absolutely designed for its purpose and been tested for it. White Renegade says, Tim, my fingers hurt from liking it. Can't stop. Well, I've gotten to the 3,500 likes on this live stream, so I absolutely appreciate it. Alright, next one. Let's slide into another one here. Okay, we got, this one came from Deb over on YouTube. They said, and this is a question I didn't exactly know the answer to. If you guys have followed me before, I have hooked up my generator with the natural gas, so I reached out to Furman to ask them. And they said if the generator dies for whatever reason, so say it just stalls, and you've got natural gas flowing to it, is there some sort of safety device in the generator that stops the natural gas from flowing? Well, here's the deal. There isn't. So I reached out to Furman to ask them, and they said no. The natural gas flow will continue to flow until you the natural gas shutoff is closed. There's a plunger in the diaphragm to stop fuel from reaching the cylinder, but the only way to actually continue natural gas flowing to the generator is to reach down and shut that quarter-turn valve off. So I hope that helps. I was pretty sure that was the answer because I've had it running before and turned it off and forgot to turn the gas off a minute and it keeps flowing through. So again, some of these setups are for a worst-case scenario. Just remember that. Be careful. It's just like hooking up natural gas to a barbecue. If you have your burners open and you turn the gas on, but it's not lit, it's just going to keep flowing. Propane's the same way, so just pay attention. Hey Daniel, good to have you. Just seen Daniel joined over on TikTok. This one was from Hector in Puerto Rico. I can't pronounce that very well, but okay. I said, hey, Ken, you guys here, living in the south part of Puerto Rico. I can relate to everything you said about diesel generators. I'd like you to comment on the Yamaha diesel generator. It's a 7,000 watt generator. So most of the homes are small roads with less than 6,000 watts. So if you could find a good example for me that would work, he said, it'd be great for some millions of guys that live here. And he said, I'll take it and spread the information for you. So I did that video about a year ago, talking about the benefits of a diesel generator, in certain instances. And that came out of a conversation I had with Mike from the Philippines, who's in and out of the community sometimes. I've seen him events. And Chris Dixon says you got to roll your eyes. Yeah, I can't roll my eyes when I'm saying Puerto Rico. Yeah, sorry guys, I crap. So there just are getting to be less and less small, compact diesel generators on the market. So other than the one that I had, the Yamaha 7,000 watt that I had recommended, right now I did probably a good hour of Googling today to try to find what else is out there. A lot of them are on back order and not even available, but Generac, a company that I absolutely love, they do have the XD5000 with 5,000 running watts, but it costs $4,000 for a compact diesel, but the damn thing weighs 250 pounds, and if you want to add more to it, it's back ordered for $2,700 right now. So it is, it's about the only small, I can't even call it affordable because you could buy a ton of gas generators, but there are benefits to having a diesel generator. It's just getting harder and harder and harder to figure that out because how can you justify buying a generator for the other benefits when you've got to pay 4 times as much as a comparable generator in gas? To me, it's just getting harder and harder to say it might be worth it. Lucille Vaughn Kuckenstein says, smash the patriarchy over on TikTok. Good to have you. I always love people who are positive. Gideon asked me about you guys have seen the quick drive DeWalt screw gun that I have. Love that. Showed my back a pen. I want to know if you could also use it on drywall because I've used it all summer on building a bunch of decks. Absolutely you can. You can even take the extension piece out and use it with drywall screws for up close work. It's great. It's simple. Just make sure you buy the quick drive screws and a plastic tow. Chris Dixon says diesel is starting to phase itself out in small scale stuff. It is, and it's a shame because it does have its benefits. Just one of those things that if there's not a demand for it, or the engines get too complicated, there's too many regulations that are required on it, all of that goes toward phasing it out. And you're going to see more people going toward natural gas and propane, push gasoline, but I think also you've got a lot of those what they call solar generators that are basically glorified battery packs. Those are a good option for some as well. And we have Hood Kentucky said, my small military diesel generator is maybe on 24/7. Just shut it down to change the oil and filters on it. And I was reading, he made a comment about that on one of the YouTube videos. I was going to share it, but I figured he'd drop it and let us know. I better dig to see if we can find new guys in Canada because somebody had mentioned $500 to $1,000 to buy those used at a military surplus auction. I mean, how could you go wrong? A generator on its own. Next was, this is from David Chenney, and he was watching a video on drum seal lids and the bags that you put in them. He wanted to know what size bags, what size Mylar bags do you use for a 5-gallon bucket? And this is cool because I didn't know when I first started either. Something that we got into sealing up food for the long term. And yeah, so allow you to fill it up to the proper limit, then push the oil and seal it. 20 by 30s work great. So hopefully that helps. We're going to do some more of that this winter. Becky and I did about half of our long-term food storage last winter. And yeah, we'll definitely do some follow-up on that. So this is the fun part of the show. I don't know if we'll call it fun, but if you guys follow me a while back, I had a video go viral on TikTok. So I got a ton of really good content there. I mean, I think we ended up with like 1.6 million views on that Duet battery. Now, you guys saw I brought back a bunch of Harbor stuff from the U.S. I did a review on the Harbor 3,000 watt inverter generator, and that video blew up on TikTok. Not pretty big, but we ended up getting like 250,000 views, which was really cool. Which means I got a shit ton of comments, from the good to the bad to the asinine. So we're going to flip through a few of these here, guys. We're going to share. We're going to learn a little bit more about the generators. And I got to say, I was really surprised with the positivity of the comments on TikTok this time. That almost blew me out of the water. Okay, Kentucky said that it's got an Onan brand engine on it. And Onan are really, really well built. Always right. Shooters in a dog test, when I worked in the oil patch, were made from Onan. And the shooters on a diesel rigs were also made from Onan. And they're a well-known brand. Hey, Bebop, good to have you over on TikTok. So, that video is on TikTok talking about that 3,000 watt generator. This user says, so I'm going to throw it over to you guys. Kind of a conversation that anybody's bought them before. And if Trippin' Hawk listens to this on the recording, and if he's at work having a forklift right now, I'd like to know his thoughts on it. But the extended warranty at Harbor Freight, is it worth it? There's entire Reddit threads that show that it's just an upsell, false, and it's not worth a penny. But then there's a lot of people who say it's absolutely worth it for higher priced items. So I'm going to do some research. I'll definitely do a follow-up video on it, but I'd like to know what you guys think. But this user said, buy the extended warranty, and you can get yourself a new generator every 2 years. Just buy the warranty for $185. Said, I run mine sub-zero ice fishing for days on end. Now, that seems like an unethical or non-ethical life hack, but I wanted to share it with you anyway. This came from a user who used to work at Harbor Freight. He said, when I worked there, we weren't allowed to test anything during the term. If you had the protection plan, we just got you a new one. Another one said, same here, if the customer says it's broke, it's broke, with a question mark. So it sounds like you have a pretty liberal return policy, but I don't know that the cost versus the reward, and I'm not recommending anybody takes advantage of that, but it may be worth it if you want that kind of peace of mind. This one came from Brandon Boozman. Now here's the thing. I knew people like the Harbor Freight generators, but holy cow, there were a ton of likes. I did a quick count, and I would say it was 20 to 1 people who said, I love the Harbor Freight generators to those typical, it's a piece of shit that's going to burn down your house, kill all your kids, and soothe everything you have. You get those. But about 20 to 1 positives. Brandon Booth says, had one for 3 years, tanks on second pull every time. Never changed it out at New Oil yet. Don't be like Brandon. But still good to hear that it runs great every time. And then I'd mentioned about it would have been nice if it had some Texas, Tennessee, Texan Shiner, no shit, thank you. Not participating in the new normal from SOE Tactical. Good gift from my buddy John Ross. And Curtis Kingston, good to have you over there. So Garrett Williams said, I made my own big wheel kit and handle, love mine. So it might be something to look at. Never Good Butcher says, I have a reciprocating shot, $12. I have to wash these things out from spinning me. $12 for basic pool coverage on anything I can do to it. Makes sense. Snow Creek says, keep lots of oil filters on hand. Nothing wrong with that. Always good advice anyway to have your kind of wore out. Any parts that wear down, keep them on hand when you're working with generators. Epaulet says, we've had this one for a few years. Now this is where it gets cool. A lot of people chimed in and shared how many hours they put on their Pedigree generator. Had this one for a few years and had hundreds of hours on it. It's a workhorse. We also have a smaller one and it's just as good. Devin Michael says 900 hours on mine. Jesus, I don't know how many years I'd have to have a generator to put 900 hours on mine. Anthony says, I have over 1,200 hours on my Pedigree so far. Cozy Shop says, I have 2 of these in my mobile tire shop truck, one with 2,900 hours. The other one has 600, but they're both still running good. How crazy is that? Tennessee Picks and Furnaces, I made that show. They put John Fritz. That's very cool. Yeah, I love to hear that. We'll have to chat, Tennessee. Right on. Now, here's the craziest one. This one's from John Brett. 4,000 hours plus. All I do is remove the spark arrestor and clean it frequently. Injured case spark plug for smoother running, and I enjoy it. Love mine. 4,000 hours on a Honda knockoff generator. That's nothing for the stick up, guys. I'm sharing all this stuff because I'm really starting to think that Harbor Freight generators are, I don't want to say game changer, but I think that they're really, really good for the cost of them. Absolutely. Richard Happiness says, Harbor Freight is no joke. They're definitely up their game. I'm hoping they start making practice. I put that one in there because I thought that was kind of funny. Obviously, they'd like to have an inexpensive, high-powered, good quality practice. And I thought that was kind of funny. Kevin D says, after 90 days, if it breaks, go buy a new one. Put the other one in the box. Return it, get your cash. Said the minimum wage employee won't care it's broken. We're going to move on from that one. This one's from Who Is. They said, nothing touches Honda's engine or inverter technology. But, that being said, Harbor Freight is really friggin' hard to beat for the money. That's what it comes down to. You get quality, you get power, you get well built, and you get inexpensive. Mike says, so here, this is where we slide into some alternatives. I was made aware of a generator that I didn't realize existed. It is really good competition for my 3,000 watt inverter generator. My president said, low and Generac 3500 is the same price, plus a 3-year warranty for a much better unit. Then Paul Doby says, Generac IQ 3500 generator is private, same price, and a 3-year warranty. So I was all ready to be a keyboard warrior and be like, bullshit, there's no way you can get a Generac for that cheap. But I did my due diligence, I looked it up. Sure enough, the Generac IQ 3500, same price, 3-year warranty, not sure about it being quieter or not, but I gotta look into that generator. So if you guys are looking for, because I love Generac, they've always made really, really good ones. But yeah, so an alternative to Harbor Freight with a better quality, same price, better warranty, maybe something to look at. Steve P says, I prefer my Furman. I like my Furman too. Furman 3200 dual fuel from Costco. It's an inverter, can get it on shelf for $6.99, but it peaks at 4,000 watts. Furman makes good generators. You guys know I've been using my Tri-Fuel for like 2 years now. Aaron Dixon says, at 4,000 hours to build a knockoff tractor, that would be okay. You know, should have had some knockoff tractors. So then, here's some funny ones, guys. I shared these for you. I always love, you want to have some fun, take some time and dig yourself down into the comments on TikTok. And it seems like the further down you go, the more of a cesspool or just absolute nonsensical stuff you're going to find. But I know you guys always enjoy hearing them, so this one came from Chris Musemeyer, who said, I don't care if Jesus recommended it himself. If it's from Harbor Freight and it has a motor, it won't last. Well, there's about 3,000 comments on this video that would like to disagree with you, but hey, I guess even if Jesus can't agree, wouldn't listen. Warfighter says, it needs a remote start for us hungover guys that don't want to freeze their biscuits off in the morning. Catch up with Champion, they understand frozen biscuits. So if anybody's found, this is something else I was looking at, thinking about while I was putting this video together. If anybody's found a good remote starter for generators, I think that could be a real problem, but I would love to find one, an aftermarket one that I could install, test out, and see. Not sure if it's even feasible with generators, because it's one of those things to be really nice to know if it's actually properly running. A lot of times when they're starting cold, they're off that, but anyway. Matthew 1128 says, how long will it take to charge a Tesla? I'm not sure if that's a serious question or a joke. I'm going to guess it's a joke. I'm wondering if maybe they think I'm a clue header because I'm talking about generators. I don't really know. And then user 316-418-395-6564 said, that's like the TikTok saying how great Biden is. Ha ha. Because apparently comparing a Harbor Freight generator to a Honda generator is just like saying how much I love Joe Biden. I didn't know. Hey. Square one for this connect, right? Bobby Anderson says, you didn't ask Yes, no, I'm in Canada right now. Always good to have Jester's joining us tonight. He's a podcaster from It's Doomsday Podcast 2.0. Check him out over on TikTok. Good guy. He had me on the show when I was down at Pepper Trap. So, this Tahir, get this, guys. He said, who picked the brand name for Haverford generators? It's terrible. I never thought about it until I mentioned it, but Predator? Yeah, it's kind of got a, you use your imagination. I'm not going to talk about that tonight. Self-reliance expert and moral protection. Right on. Can't wait to hear about how that goes, bud. But, this thing here. This, you guys know, as soon as I read this to you, you're going to know why it pisses me off. They said, Made in Canada, says Made in Canada, here we go. Book says, Made in China. So, it's a hard pass for me. Why food the enemy makes no sense. Here's the comment on a China-owned app. Probably from a China-owned smartphone. I don't know. What's wrong with people? I don't get it. I mean, we all have to set we all have to make our line, line in the sand that we won't cross. I just don't get it. You know, if you can get something for relatively inexpensive and it's Chinese made, but it serves a purpose for you and you're happy with it, then don't shit on other people. And, you know, if you want to jump at the virtue signal because you're not buying from China, whatever that is, but I can promise you 85% of the stuff in your house is probably got Made in China stamped on it, right? Glad Dreadview just joined over on TikTok. Good to have you. Tennessee Texan China, driving a car that's 99% made in China. Exactly. I'm not saying it's a good thing. Would I prefer everything to be made? Yeah. Would I prefer everything to be made in North America? I think so, I guess. I don't know how that's necessarily possible, but anyway, I had to say that one. I don't even necessarily say, let's move on. Bobby C says it's junk. Okay, that. I always like this. This is good hit. Said the 3,000 watt Predator generator couldn't run my water heater or microwave without turning off the air conditioner on a 28-foot chair. Absolute junk. I'd be using a Honda 3000 instead. Apparently somebody there doesn't exactly understand electrical. Just saying. It's a pretty rare chair camper if you can start up your air conditioner and run a water heater or microwave at the same time. One or the other. It's a 3,000 watt generator. What do you expect? You've got a 1,500 watt air conditioner that's going to start 2 or 3 times that when it starts. Not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying. It's understandable that the 3,000 watt doesn't want to run both at the same time. The Texas Shiner says, or just look up the airplanes, right? And Lester said, well, the t-shirt made in China. And I am live right now, and Brian Norton just said, in case you need a smile, he just posted a picture of him in a giant, man-sized Winnie the Pooh costume. Made me smile. Made me chuckle. I had to share that with you. Okay, No Poop said, hey look, now this one, guys, came from a different video, but I had to share it. If you guys have been following me lately, I've been doing some of those travel walks that you can take with you to hotels. Some have been good, some have been shit. Well, this one was on the shitty one. No poops. I mean, I hope you guys appreciate this one. So, I touched a lot on a hotel room. And it works or it doesn't work. But the response is, why don't you just buy a vehicle that's like a camper, like a Mercedes Sprinter van, so you don't have to waste money on hotels or motels? That's like saying, well, since your car doesn't work, why don't you hire a personal chauffeur? Or, I don't know. It just blows my mind. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even have dealt with these people tonight, but I thought you guys would really appreciate this. It just, so the lock doesn't work. So instead of staying in a hotel that might be $100 or $150 a night, why don't you go buy a Mercedes Sprint van and live in a van? Okay. Gosh. Jock. Now this is the best one. Talking about locks or protection devices in a hotel. And they said, I also carry a device that protects hotel rooms pretty well. Now, I can just picture him going, wink, wink, if you know what I mean. Personal protection device. I like that quite a bit. Tennessee says, I'm buying the Predator 9000 so I can run my well pump and most of the other stuff in the house. was because I wanted people who stay in hotels a lot to feel a little secure with these cheap little Made in China locks out there and Made in China. And I thought, hey, these would be great. But apparently, I shouldn't stay in hotels. I should buy myself a van, $100,000 brand new van. So, now let's move on to Martinson Family says, I miss living in a van. Of course, I was 19 then. I always had the joke, you know, I was a huge fan of Chris Farley back in the day, and if you guys remember his skits from Saturday Night Live, he'd come in and he's like, if you don't do better, you're going to live in a van, don't want to live it. And that used to be considered a punishment. It used to be considered poor. And now people on Instagram make an absolute killing living in a van down by a river. So, I don't know. Whatever is weird. So I put some of the boosts. If you guys follow me, you know I love to support Fountain.fm. It's a podcast 2.0 platform. It's a place where users, listeners can support content creators. We can interact back and forth. We can tip each other with Bitcoin, Satoshis, whatever you want to call it. And I love some of the boosts that I get. So I put 3 really good ones this week that I wanted to share from the community. This one came from Outlining History. I said, hey, thanks, it was a great episode. I especially like the segment on prepping for probable local life disruptions. Also, prepping for greater impact, much less probability end-of-the-world disasters. I personally, this is the best part, I like this part of it here. I personally lived through 3 major job layoffs, at least 6 major power outages at 3 days or more, one divorce, one earthquake, and a couple of life-altering health events in my 66 years of life. But I have lived through exactly 0 EMP events in my lifetime. Being funny, of course, but I love that quote. You guys know that a big fan of prepping for the most likely scenario to happen in your life. And, of course, if you prep for all of those things, it's going to help you with all those other crazy things. But think about it. 3 layoffs, 6 major power outages, 1 divorce, an earthquake, and a couple of life-altering health events. All of those prepping has helped them through. I never had to be worried about an EMP. Let's move on. Next one came from Bernard. And this was a piece of advice I wanted to share with you guys because I learned from him. It says, if you have a generator, if you have a daily generator, yes, a UPS, that's an uninterruptible power supply, will help, but the ideal type of UPS you're looking for is called a double conversion UPS. These convert power to charge the battery and run all the computer stuff from the batteries. That means the power is 100% completely clean. I thought that was great. I always love learning something from other people. Always. Bitcoin Plus Food says, from my experience, 18 months of regular blogging about your passion will set up a business for life, or for as long as you want it to last. Liberty built a national network with a keyboard. Our top participants have to write for Google, but not everyone is a writer, and a poor blog can be worse than no blog at all. I'm semi-retired and freelance, offering SEO-friendly blogging services, and to complete the circle with Blog for Sats, to fund a biodiversity renovation project here in the dry Mediterranean. I thought that was pretty cool. I just liked hearing that if a person is willing to commit to a year and a half of making content, and that's a long time, you know, we've talked about the 23andMe thing, obviously a little longer than that, but if you can, you know, commit to 18 months, there's a good chance that you're going to be far enough in that you're going to say, hey, I can absolutely make a go at this. It's going to be awesome, I'm going to kick ass, I'm going to take names, and I'm going to make some money. But I always like hearing from other people about their successes. So I just wanted to share that with you because I always like, first off, if you're willing to take the time and write a paragraph or a sentence or whatever and respond to me because I created content, hell yeah, I'm going to do my best to get back at you, back to you, whatever. You know, I worked my way through today. I don't even know how many YouTube comments and booths that I went through, but I think I spent about 2 hours responding to everything. It's getting to the point, guys, just so you know, I'm kind of taking a day a week to respond to a lot of that stuff, because otherwise if I get down that rabbit hole in the middle of the week, I'm there and all of a sudden, there's an hour. So if I kind of link it with my prep time for shows, I can kind of make them both work together, and hopefully not get too overwhelmed, because I always want to respond to absolutely everybody I can. So that is the end of the booths that this week. I kind of hope you enjoyed those. It was fun. I was hoping I'd have a few more of the cozy TikToks. There just wasn't that many cozy TikTokers on there this time. But the channel's been really growing. Give you a kind of a quick update over on the TikTok end of things. But so I put up that video. It was about the 3,000 watt Predator. I'm very glad at it. It ended up getting around 250,000 views, and I picked up around 1,300 new followers or subscribers from that. The channel itself just hit 100,000 likes, so that's kind of cool. It's been working. I've got to get to the bottom of one problem, because normally I get a ton of, how do you want to put it? I get a ton of website traffic from TikTok. But this latest video I got almost zero, and I found out that on mobile right now, and if anybody else wants to test it out for me, I'd love to see it. But when I go to my account and my profile on TikTok, and I click my website from there, it shows an error. Can't figure it out. Doesn't do that from the desktop. The link works, but on any other URL I put in there works fine, but for some reason my website's not working right now. Can't figure that out. Tennessee Texan Shriner says, I committed to making shirts for 18 months as a side hustle. Now I do it full time. Now, Tennessee Texas Shriner, you should send me a PM. I would love to have you on the show. I'd love to hear your story. And some ne'er-do-well fellow Canuck who, I don't know that question, I heard the lady sign. Chris J. Dixon just joined the live stream over on TikTok, so I don't know. I think that might be spam. I'd have to get rid of him. So, like I said, guys, I've got 39 days until I head to Texas. I'm kind of excited about that. And Renegade says, sounds like you need a premium itty-bitty tips link like Brian has. Yes, we can work on that. I know I have something that I should probably use. Chris Dixon says I should watch out for that guy. I think he's one of those Bitcoin scammers. We've had a few of them around. We had one that tried to join the Telegram group today. Their name was 14. By the time I went to respond to them, they changed the name to 1. I don't know, it was some kind of countdown. Nothing blew up anyway. So what I've been up to this week, this is 10 minutes that I've been doing. I'm going to touch on it. I'll give you kind of a weekly workshop on Saturday. But it's been fun. I had a good interview with Kayla from Tactical Response on Monday, and what else do we have? Of course we have John Lewis and Amanda, his wife, coming on the show on Sunday evening, which is kind of going to be a final Halloween episode. If you guys have any, some comments were filtered to protect the community's experience. Oh dear, who knows what just happened? I don't know. Excuse me, guys. But if anybody has any questions you want to throw up in the comments, I've got a couple more minutes I can kind of answer them for you while we go along. I did have one from early on, that actually the very first question of the day. Renegade Butcher says, what is your favorite maple syrup dish? And I know that is absolutely 100% serious question. So it is drinking it straight from the bottle an option, because if it isn't, then I would have to say like maple glazed chicken would be really good. Just about anything. Since we're going to go down the serious rabbit hole here for a minute, years ago, we did make, my wife and I, we had a few maple trees on our property. We popped them. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I actually had an old-fashioned bitten bird, so I was able to hand there my property, which was kind of cool. Here's the thing, guys. Do not boil maple syrup in the house. And, if you do, don't do it on electric, because it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. We spent a ton of time and way too much money boiling it down on an electric stove in the kitchen. But it was an experiment. I enjoyed it. It turned out pretty good. Renegade Butcher says, treading it like a tramp. And Tennessee Texan Shriner says, love Kayla. And he says, I'm dropping off new shirts to John on Monday. Cannot wait to see what they turn out like. Dixon says the interview with Kayla was amazing. It was awesome. We're going to have her back on in the new year. She's going to come on and talk about kind of the female mindset and self-defense and situational awareness from a female perspective, which would be pretty cool. And I believe I'm going to end up on their live stream at some point too, which would be kind of neat. I can never get serious questions, you know. I love my audience and the community like crazy. Renegade Butcher. 100% serious question. National, do they teach you how to make maple syrup in school there? Well, we did make maple candy before. We took the maple syrup and we poured it on snow. Chris Dixon says they don't teach us anything useful in school whatsoever. If you want to prove that, just walk in any Canada Post any day of the week and you'll see that's true. Oh, Tim, let it be. Yeah, so they did teach us how to grow pumpkin seeds and make pemmican once, but that was about it. But yes, I don't know, hard to say. They don't really teach us much of anything in the useful things. And, Tennessee Texan China says they make tackle spawn shirts as well. That's really cool. Tactical response was one of the best experiences I've had in a long time. Slightly life-changing. Definitely worth it. And for those of you who are listening to this episode, you're like, what are they talking about? The interview with Kayla? So Kayla was on Monday on a live stream on the YouTube, everywhere, in video form. But the audio won't be coming out until while I'm away. So I've got 5 episodes in the can. I've been doing, if you've noticed, I've been doing a bunch of extra interviews the last few days. And, so yeah, I've been doing some extra interviews. They're going to be coming out as I'm gone because I want you guys to have good quality content. I figured, hey, what better way? Interviews are pretty straightforward sometimes. Renegade says, I figured it would be an obligatory part of community and education. So Tennessee Texan Shannon wants to know, and yes, I'm going to answer this question. He said, the Silver on TikTok guy said, is it true that they just made hand peas illegal in Canada? Yes, basically. So without me getting too mad at going down too far of a rabbit hole, in Canada, we have 2 types of gun licenses. We have non-restricted and restricted. Non-restricted is any of your typical hunting rifles, shotguns, .22s, that kind of stuff. Okay? And you go, take a 1-day course, you wait a month or so, you get your thing, and then you can just go into any gun store and buy a long rifle, long gun. No big deal. But handguns hand peas what is called restricted, and you have to go and take another course, and then weeks, and then anyway, it's a whole process. And all you can do is take your handguns to the local range and shoot and anything. So basically what they did, I worked really hard to get that license. I bought a few hand peas, and I own them. But what they did was they basically put a soft ban on them. So now, what you own is what you own. Buying, selling, trading, no longer legal. So, and I'm sure at some point they're going to end up saying, hey, time to buy them back. And I guess, horrible betting accident. It was a tragedy. But it's enough of that. And I just get myself in trouble if I keep going because it just pisses me off to no end. And you wonder why we are looking for land to spend a significant portion of our time safely aboard it. Yes, and Chris Joe Dixon says, oh snap, Canada Post is amazing. What a perfect corporation paid for our hard-earned taxed dollars. Yeah, so let's end on a positive note, guys. I'm going to hear from you guys this week. Share with me in the next couple of days something you've done to make your life better this week. Something that you've done to make yourself more prepared this month, whatever it happens to be. It could be something simple. It could be something difficult, whatever it is. Something. You can share it in the comments, or you can email it to me at therealtimtech@gmail.com, or you can come and join the Telegram group, like I always say. And I want to hear something that you guys have done this week, this month, to make yourself a little more free, a little more prepared. Let me know, and we will share it on Saturday's episode. I'm excited. I always love to hear great things. And Renegade Butcher says, we're so cool down here, you should come to hang out for the winter. I love it. So guys, that's it for me this evening. Thank you. I know this was a little more kind of all over the place, but I love it. I always love these kind of bring it around community feedback. You guys end up making these episodes, so that was a lot of fun. So where do we go from here? So, if you guys listen to this on Pepper Broadcast Network, tomorrow will be The Strange Truth with Carl E.B. Brown. It kind of talks about the news stories that no one else is listening to with a framework of Christianity as well. Always a great time. Really good dude. Always shares good information with me. So, remember, follow up on Pepper Broadcast Network. Show every evening. We have a show. I'm not sure what the topic's going to be yet, but there'll definitely be a weekly workshop roundup. Let me know what I've been up to, what I'm headed. Hey, maybe even Mrs. Poohan will drop in again. It's kind of been fun lately. Sunday evening will be, of course, John and Amanda coming on to talk about all things Halloween. It's going to be a fun one. Talk about the urban exploring. If you follow Amanda on TikTok, she's always moving in, going in and exploring abandoned buildings and all of that stuff. I'm really always at it. Whenever John and I talk, it always seems to run way too long, so it'll be great. And I just want to say thanks to Tennessee Texan Trainer over on TikTok. It was good to have you here. If TikTok keeps blowing up like this, guys, we'll keep going over there too. So, that's it for me this week, guys. As always, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week.
Are you prepared to be the family doctor in a disaster or emergency? This is the Intrepid Commander, and I'm holding the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy, M.D. In this great book, you'll learn how to prepare for medical care off the grid. You'll learn about assessment and stabilization. You'll even deal with things like bioterrorism response, radiation, and how to build the off-grid medical kit at home. Look, 2020 taught us a lot about the limitations of our medical infrastructure in America. Get the Prepper's Medical Handbook today at Amazon.com. Again, that's the Prepper's Medical Handbook by William W. Forgy. Let's talk about your Prepper's Library. The Prepper's Guide to Surviving Pandemics, Bioterrorism, and Infectious Disease is Dr. William W. Forgy's latest. If you want to know about the history of pandemics, herd immunity, the lockdown debate, how to prepare for bioterrorism, and infectious disease, you have to get yourself a copy of the Prepper's Guide to Surviving Pandemics, Bioterrorism, and Infectious Disease. Go to PrepperBroadcasting.com, click the banner ad up top. Do yourself a favor, PBN family. Put a copy of the Prepper's Guide to Surviving Pandemics, Bioterrorism, and Infectious Disease in your home library today.
Thank you for listening to the Prepper Broadcasting Network, where we promote self-reliance and independence. Tune in tomorrow for another great show and visit us at PrepperBroadcasting.com.
One, two, three, four. Shut your mouth, get in line, just behave or pay the fine. They're pulling on your backbone and taking out your spine. They want you weak, don't speak, don't question, don't think. Keep staring at your smartphone, get dumber every week. Now give up your freedom and shush. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Leave the church, kill your faith, judge the skin and learn to hate. Make yourself the enemy, but call yourself a saint. Learn the rules, be a fool. Remove your kid from school and apologize for everything. Apologize for you. Now give the TV all of your trust. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Mark, Jack, Bill, Joe, they'll tell you what you need to know. They'll give you your permissions and tell you where to go. Lights, camera, action, edit. We're so pathetic. You believe it cause you watched it. You believe it cause they said it. Now everybody stay home and rust. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? it fall. That's the truth of it all. So shut your mouth, get in line, just behave or pay the fine. They're pulling on your backbone and taking out your spine. They want you weak, don't speak, don't question, don't think. Keep staring at your smartphone, get dumber every week. Don't nobody put up a fuss. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Oh Jesus, Jesus, what happened to us?
Hello and welcome back to the Changing Earth podcast. This is episode number 369, and I am super excited for this show. So first of all, hey Chin, what's up?
Hey, Chin's up.
Chin is coming to us from the tractor today, which is awesome. Kind of an epic little place to be coming from. So thanks for.
The wife is working in the office, so I'm out in the tractor shed.
Nice, love it. And our honored guest today is Brad Skistimus. I knew I was going to struggle with it. Brad Skistimus from 5 Times August. Hey, Brad, how are you doing?
All right. You got through it.
I got through
the
it.
last name.
just like it looks.
Yep.
Just stay on the line. So, Brad, I'm equating your music to like modern Bob Dylan almost. It is fantastic. And yeah, and the messages are just, every time I listen to the song, it's like reading a book. I'm a big story person, obviously. And you find something new, some new little tidbit that's in there, and you're just like, wow, this is phenomenal. You are telling such great stories. So why don't you just introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your mission and how you ended up where you are.
Sure. So I started 5 Times August right after high school. I didn't want to promote Brad Skistimus just for the last name, which, it's still, even to this day, Sarah. So I came up with 5 Times August was based on my birthday, August 5th, and it just seemed like a cool thing to do at 18 years old was to give myself a band name, and it's stuck ever since. And started out just like any other aspiring songwriter, just playing coffee shops and local shows. And while my friends were going to college, I just went dove right into creating this musical journey for myself, and completely do-it-yourself indie artist for 20 years. Just started learning how to market myself, do graphic design and video stuff, and handled all that stuff myself until I met my wife, working in radio in about, when was that, 2003. And then we toured the country together. She sort of took over the business side of things so I could focus more on the artist side of things. And she sort of became my manager. So as my career was growing and I was having different songs, were early on, a lot of my success came from music licensing to different TV shows and commercials and movies. And that opened the door for a pretty big following on college campuses. Sort of my demographic was older high school, younger college crowd. I was in my 20s at the time, and toured colleges for probably, 7 or 8 years, traveling the country. We lived in an RV for a little bit, slept in a van before that, slept in a lot of parking lots, just living the life. And then got really burnt out on that, and then ended up taking time off to raise a family, and became a dad of three kids. I have a daughter and 2 sons, 5, 8, and 10, and found myself doing kids music in 2018. I started a kids family educational channel called the Juice Box Jukebox. Nice. And that was a lot of fun, and it was a whole new sort of bag of tools and words to play with that I had never played with before. So the idea was to make kids music that was enjoyable for parents, that had substance behind it, that was enjoyable for parents and teachers. And that didn't talk down to kids. That taught them, there's just with no agenda behind it. There's a lot of stuff out there on YouTube and other woke companies sort of putting a lot of agenda, sliding it in these days. So I just wanted to make something pure and honest and good for kids and families. And so that's what I was doing prior to all of the COVID stuff. And then basically over the course of 2020, just got really burnt out on what the world was turning into. It sort of shut me down creatively. I started the pandemic just doing these parody songs at home out of my kitchen, just
Love
sort of
the
rewriting
parody
stuff.
songs. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah.
They were a lot of
Those are awesome.
Oh, thanks. They were a lot of fun to do. But the joke started wearing thin towards the end because 2 weeks to slow the spread turned into 6 months and then another year. And then, I found myself wondering, is anybody going to speak up about what's happening? Is this the world I want to leave behind for my kids? And I just couldn't be quiet about it. Everybody that I admired growing up in music, you mentioned Bob Dylan, like, I was wondering, where's Bob Dylan? Where are the Bob Dylans? And, I sort of prayed on it, and I wrote a song called God Help Us All. And that was the first song that I released. And I knew I was going to upset fans with it. After 20 years of music, I had